It's a small town in the Tohoku region of Japan, and Rei Saiaki, a second-year high school student, is spending his summer vacation happily and carefree. Rei Saiaki reports that he was driven to ride his bike for over an hour in the heat of midsummer by the news of the release of a new novel he had been eagerly awaiting. He shouts for care and notices the sound of a blow. He reports that it was the last thing he saw in this world. He then asks where he is and hears someone explain that it worked and address him as the chosen candidate, named Zeppawil. Zeppale explains that, unlike the world Reiji came from, his world has magic. He explains that he was a powerful mage with an unfading supply of powerful energy. He goes on to explain that he and his associates created a magical art known as beast magic. Reiji realized that their magic was so powerful it could easily wipe out an entire country. The creators of the art could not bear the fact that their invention would disappear with them, and there was not a single mage in the world who could inherit this power. Zeppale used his life and all his magical energy for the final spell, and has been patiently waiting for several hundred years since. If Rei Saiaki is willing to fulfill the request, he is given a new body with the necessary basic knowledge and magical items created by them. He is then asked whether he will inherit the power or refuse, warning that if he refuses, he will be sent to the afterlife. Rei Saiaki agrees. Zeppale wishes him happiness in his new life. Rei Saiaki lies silent on the bed. He says he understands everything now without explanation, having been given Zeppale's knowledge, and he says it's clear that's what it all meant. Rei Saiaki explains that this is his new body and that he has become slightly younger. Despite his appearance, his body seems quite robust. He explains that he possesses eternal youth, unrivaled resilience, and superhuman physical strength. Rei Saiaki explains that, according to Zeppale's words, several hundred years should have passed in this world. Rei Saiaki reports that the image depicts the mages of water, earth, wind, light, darkness, time, space, summoning, research, an alchemist, an ancient magician, and finally the leader of the Zeppale group, a fire mage, making a total of 12 creators. Rei Saiaki explains that this is a magic circle and that spells are created by absorbing magical energy through circles and formulas. He explains that casting spells is similar to a medical procedure, but he will be doing everything himself. Rei Saiaki says he's curious to see what will happen and begins activating the spell. He explains that water is life and it flows within each of us. He explains that water is the force that connects all living things. Rei Saiaki breathes heavily and makes sounds of effort as he drops to his knees. Then there's a loud crack and explosion, after which Rei Saiaki continues screaming. He falls to the floor and asks if he did it. He hears a growl. He notices the griffin and calls its name. The griffin growls. He realizes that the spell worked and asks the griffin if it understands what he is saying. Reiji reports that the creature understands human speech and suggests they think about a name first, perhaps calling it Seth. He says, "Guru Ruru." Reiji says that from now on, it will be called Seth, and the creature replies, "Guru." Reiji is delighted to meet Seth. Rei Saiaki announces that it's a level 1 set and asks what it is. He explains that it's a death scythe and asks what kind of scythe a Death Reaper wears. Rei Saiaki realizes that Takumi must have made it and says it's useful, so let it be. Reiji explains that the scythe has a weight-reducing function and only works when magical energy is synced with the scythe, meaning it only works with Seth and him. He reports that Zeppale said to check all magical devices and wonders if it's the mist ring for devices. Rei Saiaki explains that the Dragon Cloak, Sleipnir Boots, Wind Ring, Power Ring, Magic Absorption Ring, Mithril Knife, and Analysis Ball are included in the set. He explains that Sleipnir Boots increase speed and allow flight for several steps. The Power Ring increases strength, the Wind Ring has flight capabilities, the Dragon Cloak provides physical defense, and the Mithril Knife can change its sharpness. He says that he first creates an Analysis Ball. He then explains that he has fire magic powers and commands the flame to gather in his hand, causing it to burst into flames. He says that's not bad, and it's probably best not to do anything else for now, as he doesn't want to burn it. Rei Saiaki explains that his main goal is to ensure the beast's magic has been successfully inherited, wants to quickly find a town or village with people, and asks what to do. Rei Saiaki explains that the barrier of this house protects them from the invasion of evil creatures living outside it. Reiji then advises them to get a good night's sleep. He tightened his shoelaces, then announced that they were leaving. The giant bird made a loud guru sound. Rei Saiaki reports that they've been walking for about 30 minutes, thanks his boots for getting so far in such a short time, and adds that after such a long, fast walk, his body hasn't even broken a sweat. The griffin roars. He says, "Let's do it, Seth," and the griffin shouts, "Guru." The bear roars and waves its paws, breaking branches and crunching them. The bear suddenly lunges forward, making a loud thud. The griffin roars. The griffin bites the bear. Rei Saiaki screams and strikes the bear with his staff. The bear screams. He screams as he strikes the bear. The bear roars and lunges at Reiji. The bear opens its mouth, preparing to attack. Rei Saiaki reports that even he is surprised by this body's capabilities. He didn't intend to attack so forcefully, but he did, and the body is truly very strong. Rei Saiaki exhales. Rei Saiaki notices and reacts to the bear's growl. The beast notices the wound. Reiji explains that the only way to win is to kill the enemy with one blow, and he recalls that channeling magical energy into the death scythe will make it sharper. Rei Saiaki tells Seth to hold him for a minute. The griffin makes a guru sound. The bear makes an aaa sound and begins to secrete fluid, surprising Rei Saiaki. The bear makes a loud boom sound. Reiji calls and shouts, Seta. The shells fly, making a bam 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 sound. The bird suddenly flies out and splashes into the water. The bird grabs the bear by the neck, and he growls. Rei Saiaki says now, Guru, grab the enemy. The bear roars. Rei Saiaki casts a spell, summoning blazing fire to burn the enemies to ashes, and calls it dancing. The boy casts the blazing flame spell and attacks the water bear with fire, which lets out a loud roar. He says it's best to leave now before the scent of blood attracts other creatures, and thanks Seth for his work. Rei Saiaki says, Great, let's go. He turns to Seth and explains that while they were resting, he came up with an idea that would help them cross the forest much faster, and asks if he could ride on his back. The griffin makes a gura sound and is ready for the ride. Reiji says that's great, and suggests clearing the forest in one fell swoop, counting on Seth. Seth shouts forward and growls. Rei Saiaki reports that they flew through the forest so quickly, but no one will touch them here, and then calls out to Seth. He says they'll set up camp on that cliff where they'll have a good view of everything around them, so if any monster tries to attack, it won't catch them off guard. He also explains that the scent of a water bear's blood can attract nearby monsters, so they need to be on guard. Rei Saiaki says it's a magic stone and then sighs. He tells Seth to wait a little longer. He'll light a fire to cook the meat. He explains that tomorrow they'll set out to find the city he learned about from Zapali's lore and register with the Adventurers Guild. He says he'll pay the owner first with the beast and then with money and food. Reiji says that we should also come up with an official story about his life in this world. Rei Saiaki explains that he lived deep in the mountains, isolated from the outside world, with his master, a sorcery teacher, and therefore unfamiliar with social norms. He explains that his master was a hunter and taught him magic and hunting. He says that this expedition will be part of his training, as the master sent him there with a teleportation spell, and together with his partner Seth, he hunted monsters until he came across this city. He says that he thinks that this will be enough. Rei Saiaki reports that creatures created through beast magic, or by digesting weapons with another beast, absorbing magic stones found in monsters for strength, are much more powerful than others and are capable of evolving. It is reported that the direction of development depends on the absorbed magic stones, and so far no one knows the limit to which one can reach in one's development, which means that no one has yet fully developed their animal. Rei Saiaki explains that evolution is only possible if a beast or a beast artist participates in battle and defeats a monster, and also explains that there is no guarantee that a creature will gain a new skill after absorbing the stone, and if the creature's strength is low, there is no point in giving it that skill. He explains that in order to properly process magical energy for stone production, the animal must synchronize with the enemy monster during battle. He explains that Seth learned the level 1 water bullet and says it sounded like something in his head. Rei Saiaki explains that the water bullet must be the same attack the water bear used and asks Seth to fire it to gauge its power. Seth makes a sound and fires the water bullet. He says that the target now is that tree. The griffin roars and spits water. He explains that the water bear is nowhere near that kind of attack. The bird speaks to the guru. Rei Saiaki explains that there is no need to be upset, as the character is only at level 1, and if he absorbs more magic stones, his level will increase and the number of skills will increase. Reiji says that even if they can't use this attack, there's no need to worry. He remains silent, lying on the ground next to the bird. Then he rises and says he needs to study his abilities. Two men shout, "Ha!" and wave their weapons, making clanking sounds. A bird flaps its wings and makes a rustling sound as it flies into the sky. Rei Saiaki says it's a city and suggests landing here. Reiji mounts Seth and flies to the city. Rei Saiaki says they'll probably be scared if they suddenly fly into the city without warning, so they'll walk there. Rei Saiaki takes a step. Rei Saiaki and Seth approach the city gates. The guard says that the guy can't just walk into this city and orders him to stop. Rei Saiaki says he thought so and asks if there are any problems. The man replies that it's a griffin. The guard says they can ask him about his reason for coming here and confirms there are problems. He apologizes and asks to leave the griffin outside as they've never dealt with such large animals. The man replies that if he lets it pass, his superiors will kill him and his men will remain on guard. The man reveals that his name is Ranga and that he commands the city guards. Reiji says he wanted to join an adventurers guild and asks if there's one here. The man says he's glad to hear it and asks if the boy thinks it's a bit of a wilderness. The boy explains that he's been living deep in the mountains since birth with a master who taught him magic, so he understands such things. Rei Saiaki explains that the set doesn't obey him or his magic. They've been together since childhood. The man explains that the griffin wasn't summoned. There were cases of adventurers becoming animal trainers. They could tame D-rank animals. The New World of Urgen. In the center of the Million Kingdom, the dominant country on the continent, lies the remote city of Gilm. Gilm City has a population of 100,000, making it the largest city despite its remoteness. It's one of the most popular monster hunting grounds for adventurers. Ranga reports that as long as adventurers live in the city, it is reliably protected from enemy monsters, and losing a hunter with an A-rank beast would be unwise. The man asks Rei Saiaki if he has anything he can offer to pay his entrance fee, and says that if it's enough, he'll let him into the city. Rei Saiaki replies that he has a suitable offer and places a skin on the table. The man, astonished, asks if he's really offering a water bear skin. The man says he wants to know how he got all this, and asks if it is enough. The man reports that the hide was sold quite cheaply due to several damages, and advises heading to the eastern part of the city, where the House of Twilight Flower Inn is located. He explains that this place is large enough to house a griffin. He tells her that if she goes straight down the main street, she'll be able to find him. Reiji thanks him for his help. The man replies that it's no problem and welcomes her to the guild. Reiji Saiaki stands next to the griffin. He says not to worry about it, and that as long as you behave well, you won't cause any problems. The bird says, Guru. Reiji Saiaki says that according to Ranga, this place is a guild. He tells Seth to be here. Reiji Saiaki announces that he has arrived. Reiji Saiaki announces he'd like to join the guild, after which a group of men laugh and say there's no place for people like him, ordering him to get back under his mom's skirt. A girl greets him and asks how she can help. The man says he was so scared that he wet his pants. Another man laughs and calls him trash, saying he can't be one of them with such a flabby body. The third man asks the boys to take it easy, explaining that he is a child. The man says he didn't know Lenora liked brats, and asks if such a little brat could satisfy her tonight. Another man says he'd give her much more pleasure than this brat, and would even show her off today. The girl asks the guys to calm down, explaining that they are already worn out, and asks how they could have missed such an appeal. 3 armored men accuse Reiji of mocking and being rude, threatening to put him in his place. A woman asks Balgus and Zolia to calm down. Reiji explains he only angered them a little. The woman warns him to be careful. He asks if he can re-register for the guild. Lenora from the Adventurers Guild in Gilma says she'd be happy to work with them and asks for permission to introduce herself. She explains that while they're making their personal cards, she'll explain the guild's rules, which are hierarchical, starting with the lowest rank, H, followed by G, F, E, and so on. The woman explains that ranks E, F, and G are considered ranks for newcomers, ranks C and D are for veterans, and A and B are for the highest class. She explains that rank H doesn't have the ability to fight, only quests located within the city are available for this rank, and that rank H quests usually don't have the ability to fight. Lenora explains that there is also rank S, but it only has 3 representatives in the entire world. Reiji Saiaki asks if a newcomer of rank N can advance to rank G, and the guild examiner will evaluate his combat skills. The girl explains that quests for each rank are posted on the boards, and if you forgot to take a quest, you need to do so. She explains that you take the quest on paper and accept it. The girl explains that the deadline and other conditions are written into the quest's assignment, and if a quest with specific characteristics is not completed, the guild will charge a 30% penalty, so care must be taken when choosing a quest. Reiji explains that finding stronger Kaminari and advancing in rank should be his priority. The girl explains that the team can accept quests 2 ranks higher than the team's rank, and if their own and team ranks match the rank of the monster they need to defeat, the chance of winning is high, so she recommends trying it at least once. Reiji says he could participate in the team, but he already has Seth. The girl says that's all the instructions. Reiji Saiaki says he understands, so they wait for his registration to finish. He asks if his card is ready yet, and is told it will be ready in a few seconds. Reiji Saiaki asks if he can ask one last question, wondering if he can prove his combat skills are high enough. Will he be promoted to G rank? The girl says yes. He says he'd like to improve his rank and asks to call someone reputable to evaluate his skills. The girl says she'll do it now. Rei Saiaki says that now. A man says he's going to teach him a long, hard lesson about what adventurers are, and another man says he's kept him waiting and offers to go out. The man smiles and explains he'll make him regret ever picking a fight with a hawk's claw, and that it doesn't matter what he thinks of himself. Reiji says the name Goblin shit is more appropriate for them. The man explains that since Rei Saiaki is unarmed, he considered letting him go if he gets down on all fours and begs for mercy, but asks if Rei Saiaki thinks he'll go home alive after such nonsense. Rei Saiaki says a man must distinguish between his desires and delusions. He says he'll give the bracelet to them if they win, and asks how they feel about that. The man is surprised and asks when he got the bracelet, explaining that he can't believe such a small guy could get such a thing. The man says he felt uneasy fighting such a brat, but that's a different matter. The next man says that if they sell it, they'll be rolling in money for the rest of their lives. The third man expresses irritation. Rei Saiaki says, "Humph," and orders it handed over right now. He delivers a blow that makes the man scream in pain and fall. The man asks in surprise what just happened. Rei Saiaki asks if they are prepared to die. The man and the other man react with fear, one of them saying he fell. Reiji delivers a powerful blow, sending his opponents screaming in pain. The man says he can't believe Reiji dealt with them so easily. The man shouts, "Don't get cocky, you piece of shit, and damn it," and swings his spear at Rei Saiaki, who parries the attack with his sword. The man lets out a cry of pain. Rei Saiaki reacts calmly to what's happening. He reports that even when struck by the death scythe, the thing didn't crumble and asks if the axe is enchanted. In that case, it begins to work. The man makes noises during the fight. The man explains that this is how he fights and says that, unlike the others, this guy must have had a lot of practice. Rei Saiaki says so, then strikes him, asking how it feels. The guy screams in pain. The man says it's getting much harder to attack, and the speed is terrifying. The man curses and remarks that he's still breathing and feels fresh as a daisy. Reiji asks, "Have you finished?" And now it's his turn. Rei Saiaki runs toward them. The man falls to the ground, making sounds of pain. Rei Saiaki stands with his scythe as the crowd begins to shout and make noise. Rei Saiaki notices that after he left, everything calmed down. The man says he doesn't see any problems and wonders if he'll be promoted. The girl explains that, as the guild's rank examiner, she'll order an updated version of his card. The man says he never thought anyone could beat a D-rank team. Rei Saiaki informs him that although he's already risen in rank, he still needs a place to stay, and he learns of this place. The woman greets Rei Saiaki and asks if he'd like to make a reservation or if he's looking for a room. Rei Saiaki says he'd like to rent a room and house his griffin. The woman tells him that 1 night and 2 meals will cost 3 silver coins, but if he books the room for 10 full days, he'll get a 10% discount on 2 gold and 7 silver coins. The price for monsters depends on their size, but the discount is roughly the same. He asks if he can eat. The woman replies, "Of course." Reiji, she asks what kind of meat is in the stew. Rei Saiaki thanks her and says it's very tasty. The woman replies, "Thank you." Reiji says he should find out more about this place tomorrow. Commanding Officer Ranga announces his arrival and asks if he was summoned, apologizing for the delay. Dusker invites them in and says he wants to ask about some details of the report. Ranga confirms that a man with a griffin has arrived in the city. Rei Saiaki reports that Rana said there should be a library here. Rei Saiaki asks Seth to wait here. Lenora asks why he's here. He explains that he wants to find something related to the guild, and explains that until recently he lived in the mountains, so he doesn't understand things common to other people, and decided to go and learn a little about it. Lenora says it's strange. The girl informs him that a fee of 5 silver coins is required for a day's use of the library's resources. She explains that these 5 coins constitute a deposit, and that 3 of them will be returned after use. She explains that the book he's looking for the guild is in a back section, and that if anything is unclear, he should contact the reception desk. Rei Saiaki apologizes for disturbing him and asks if his interlocutor has a minute, then explains that he's looking for a man named Zeppawheel and wants to know where he can find books related to him. The man replies that he's heard of the name and clarifies that he doesn't know anyone else with that name other than the famous Zeppawheel. The boy asks where to find the warlock's books. The man tells him they can be found on a shelf in the aisle of the mythology and legends section. The boy thanks him. He reads the book and explains that Zeppel, who existed many thousands of years ago, led an army of sorcerers and possessed incredible power. Rei Saiaki reports that the clock is a magical item that is considered a privilege and is used only by wealthy merchants and nobles. Unlike them, ordinary people know the time by 6 chimes every 3 hours during the day, at 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and 21 o'clock. He says it's a must-read for adventurers, but he doubts he'll be able to remember it all and suggests that maybe he should look for it in a bookstore. The next day, the men whisper that the cloaked man who defeated Balgus and his men single-handedly is almost his equal in strength, and they wonder how such a small child could have beaten them, and they also heard that it was a woman. Rei Saiaki looks at the task board. Reiji. He accepts the quest and says he must be the boy Lenora spoke of, then confirms that it is him. The woman explains that he registered while she was away and that he is exactly as Lenora described. The girl is happy to meet you and informs you that there's a goblin hunt ahead, but warns you that there's a chance you might encounter a rare type, so don't relax even if it goes smoothly. She explains that monsters can acquire supernatural abilities through several mutations, which increases their difficulty level by 1. Rei Saiaki yells at Ji, surrounded by enemies with guns. He says that the opponents have been caught and orders them to go to him. Reiji Seiki reports that the Lecto should be armed, but there are unarmed ones here, and that it's dangerous to be up front because someone is nearby. Reiji Seiki orders Seth to take the ones on the left and shouts, "Gi, gi, gi," directing the attack. First, the man jumps out of the tree and yells for Jin, then he tells her that she only needs to kill 5 to complete the quest, so there's no point in chasing them, and asks if he finished off the other 2. Reiji Seiki senses someone watching him, but can't pinpoint the source. He wonders if it's a rare goblin, and he wants its magic stone. A bird makes a sound. Reiji Seiki notices movement and jumps, and the bird warns of its presence. He notices an approaching enemy and says, "Wow." He explains that this is a rare goblin they might encounter. Reiji Seiki reports that the fire magic is the work of a goblin, calling it G. He explains that the goblin is a rare type that uses sword techniques and magic, and that its main advantage was its ability to conceal its location. Reiji Seiki explains that when the goblin appeared, he became a target. The man grabs the goblin, who lets out a piercing scream. Seth gained level 1 fire breath. Reiji Saiaki talks about gaining the new skill. He explains that first there was water, and now fire will no longer be a problem. The griffin speaks to the guru, explaining that he doesn't understand how the goblin's magic stone with fireballs could turn into fire breath. The day after successfully completing the goblin hunt, Rei and Seth were seen strolling along the road. Guru informs them that they simply need to keep walking. The man asks them to refrain from landing on the main road and, if possible, fly closer to the city. The girl explains that they are currently in their period. Reiji Seiki reports that they've been walking for an hour. The man hears a growl and is surprised. Reiji Seiki notices a soldier ant and explains that they look exactly like soldier ants. He prepares to attack. The man says that ants are slower than. He says that with such a large number, he'll have to work hard and orders Seth to use his fire breath. He yells, "Let's go," and Seth makes a goo-goo sound and attacks the enemies. Reiji Saiaki reports that, with these creatures, they've completed the bare minimum for the quest, and now all that remains is to find the queen ant. He wants to avoid clashes and lengthy battles, given their numbers. He explains that if they take off, such problems shouldn't arise. Then He says that if these ants are from the royal guard, then the queen is already close, and explains that the winged ants are much larger than the soldiers they met. He makes a growling sound. The winged ants begin to attack. Reiji Saiaki says that the flames are one and separate, one for all and all for one, and suggests doing so, Seth. He asks you to answer his call and show your power, then shouts, "Ha!" and attacks. He explains that this magic looks like fireworks, but its dispersal power is weak. He recites a spell that calls for a fiery flower to bloom. The man makes a sound of surprise. The ant announces that it's the queen ant. Reiji Saiaki yells and says that he's giving Set a command, and Set makes a sound. Reiji Saiaki expresses surprise and says, "Damn, Set." He says it's formic acid and yells, "Ha!" The ant makes a chi sound and quickly flies down on the Pegasus. Reiji Saiaki calls for his enemies to be burned to ashes and tells the snake flame to dance, Flame Snake. The ant makes chi-chi-chi-chi sounds. Reiji Saiaki is surprised. He reports that before the fiery serpent was covered in flames, she tore it off. He calls the creature a stubborn beast and commands the flames to reduce the enemy to ashes. Reiji Saiaki calls out, "Fireball," then announces that she stopped and orders Seth to act now. Seth lets out a growling sound and lunges forward. He stabs a creature with a fiery head and claws with a spear. Reiji Saiaki reports that the beginner's guide doesn't describe how to dissect the queen ant and suggests perhaps simply obtaining the magic stone. Reiji Saiaki asks Seth to turn the queen ant belly up. Seth makes a sound. Reiji Saiaki. He says it may seem strange that with such physical strength and potential magical power, they couldn't quickly deal with a C-rank monster, and explains that in reality, a battle can go differently. He explains that this queen ant survived for so long in the wild. Rei Saiaki reports that his and Seth's combat experience can't improve when fighting such monsters, and he needs to train more. Rei Saiaki explains that, as expected, her level is different from that of a goblin and the same as that of a water bear, and asks, Rei Saiaki explains that the corrosion skill is different from acid attack and is a new skill. Just like with Seth, it's different from what he assumed. Then the man says it's time to fly home, and the man with wings replies, Guru. Rei Saiaki throws a rock. A message appears, indicating. The building on the right announces the name of the institution. The girl on the left is silent, holding a piece of paper. The guy asks, what's wrong? And the girl replies that he's looking at her strangely. The girl shows the guy a piece of paper and tells him to look at it. The guy says it seems to be a guild rule not to interfere in fights between adventurers. He explains that if an adventurer named Rei has problems with his goods, the girl says that even if that's the case, they still have to report it and asks to see who signed it. The girl explains that then what does that have to do with the guildmaster? The guy says he didn't do anything. The girl asks him to wait. The girl shouts that she wants to say that this is. The woman says there's no point in talking about any special relationship with Rei Saiaki, explaining that she merely registered him in the guild because he's alone. The girl explains that Rei Saiaki isn't the type to make mistakes with women and seduce them, and most likely they'll be his. The woman says that when the guildmaster spoke with Rei Saiaki and her, he had no hidden intentions, but the document shows he expected something from the newcomer. She explains that the guildmaster is likely counting on Rei Saiaki's abilities and the assistance of his griffin. He looks at the sleeping large winged beast in the enclosure. Then he announces that there is a festival at the school today. The man says they should steal the guy's things, who left them here, and asks what the dwarf did there. Rei Saiaki tells him to forget it and calls him an idiot. The man asks if Reiji heard that the guy took out the Claw of Ya. A man announces that there is an announcement about recruitment for an emergency quest and calls on everyone to listen. He runs down the corridor. The man explains that the goal of the quest is to destroy an orc village that appeared one day from Gilm. A reward of 5 gold is given out in advance, with 2 platinum coins awarded upon successful completion, and the price of right orc ears has been increased from 3 to 5 silver. The man explains. The woman reports that their fighting abilities are not very good, but they are very strong, and this strength more than compensates for their lack of skill. She explains that they most likely instinctively understand the advantage of moving in groups, which is why they usually live in groups of 10 or more. The race is reported to be composed entirely of males, who use females of other species for reproduction, and have recently taken a particular liking to human women. Reiji informs him that this quest has an exceptionally high reward and that rank doesn't seem to matter, so he's obligated to participate. He wants to participate in the orc extermination. The girl greets Reiji and expresses surprise at his decision, saying that even for him, these are D-rank orcs. Rei Saiaki says he can kill a C-rank water bear, which means everything is fine. The girl asks if everything is really fine and says that if he's really that strong, there's no problem, then asks for a quest form. Rei Saiaki is surprised by the water bear. The guy says he's definitely the one who defeated the Hawk's cat. The man says he heard that too, but he's only a G rank. Another man asks if he's sure he's not lying and wonders if his fighting abilities are normal since he fought Balgus. The man, Rei Saiaki, reports that the lightning god's axe is here. The bearded man says that Elk San is also participating. The woman explains that this is encouraging. The bearded man says that with the A-rank team, they can handle it easily. The woman asks about the A-rank team. The man says something's wrong, Mom. He says he fell. The man grabs his clothes abruptly, clenches his teeth, and then footsteps are heard. A man yells at Rei Saiaki, demanding to know what he did to his mother, and Rei Saiaki says he's taken his hands off him. The man orders Rei Saiaki to respond and asks how he'd like it if he responded in kind. He is silent. The woman says the boy didn't do anything, and she was just a little surprised to see such a child. Rei Saiaki asks her to let him go, but the man warns him not to back away if he didn't do anything and apologizes. The woman hopes Reiji will forgive her son's lack of manners, and Reiji replies. The woman thanks him. She's certain the boy was going to break Rhodes's wrist, and because of his seemingly insane magical powers, she wants to avoid a confrontation with him. The man reveals that the man's name is Elk. Elk greets him and says he's the head of the Rand team. The man apologizes for his son's actions and says he's Elk and is pleased to meet him. Rei says it's nice to meet him. The woman says they've been working in the guild for a long time, but she doesn't remember seeing Rei Saiaki before and asks if he's just arrived in town. Rei Saiaki explains he arrived just a couple of days ago and immediately joined the guild. The man asks if he knows. The woman tells her not to interrupt when she tries to have a conversation and orders her to remain silent. The girl asks her mother to stop hitting her all the time. The man announces that they are starting the meeting and asks Rhodes to hurry up and take his seat. A man named Hobbes thanks everyone for coming and says he will be leading the group. The man asks about transport and equipment, informs them that the guild will provide everything, asks about the command staff, says he's taking control of the entire operation, and inquires about how highly the guild will reward them for completing the quest. Another man explains that they will be considered for a promotion. The man says this only applies to those who will be active, and that those who simply came to participate will not be considered. Rei Saiaki remains silent. He asks if helping transport equipment counts as a contribution to the mission and inquires if the other person has a wagon. The other person replies that he has a mystical ring that serves as storage and explains that if he uses it to carry equipment, the man informs him that the guild will provide a suitable reward for assistance with transportation and the like. Everyone should be at the main gate by lunchtime. If there are no questions, the meeting is adjourned. The woman asks if he can address her as such with his permission and if he can look at his storage for the future. Rei Saiaki says he has no real abilities and can only rely on his toys, and in that case, even he is powerless. The man explains that the boy is about his age, but is still attached to his mother. The man apologizes to Rei Saiaki and Rei Saiaki. The man says he'll borrow something for a while. He says he doesn't mind, but they still need to get ready, and they'll do that. The man starts the conversation by asking him. The man says that Rei Saiaki thought that if he could handle the Hawk's Claw, he could face the orcs. Rei Saiaki explains that he hadn't fought orcs before, but thought it would be okay since he had fought something like water bears before. The man says that up until this point, he had only taken on quests alone, and if he didn't have the strength, no one would accept his complaints. He says it's clear. The woman informs him that when Reiji arrives, she will hand over the equipment that needs to be transported and advises him to finish preparing before lunch and return to the guild, adding that she has a tamed monster and that anything that will increase their potential is more than welcome. The girl informs her that Rei Saiaki is still new and explains that it's not unusual for him to cause trouble for the senior staff. Rei Saiaki says he knows, of course, that the lightning god axe is also involved. The girl asks if he said something completely different before, and the woman says that no matter how many orcs there are, as long as Elk and the others are with them, everything will be fine, and warns him to be careful, as the orc extermination quest will be dangerous. He says, "Emph." Rei Saiaki says that he definitely won't let his guard down, and then says that he still has a lot to prepare, so he'll go. The woman wishes him luck and tells him that when he returns safe and sound, his sister will praise him, so don't you dare get hurt. The girl with cat ears calls out to him, and he turns to her, asking if she needs him for anything. The woman says that this is Rei Saiyaki's first time participating in such a large quest, so she decided to lend him a helping hand and asks if he's sure he's okay with his guild duties. Rei Saiaki says not to worry, everything's already been arranged. The girl reports that, given the current situation with the orcs, all adventurers who are confident in their abilities will go there, which is why there are few people in the guild right now. The girl says you can use magic, including healing, and if you don't have it, you need potions. She encourages you to come here. Rei Saiaki says the glass won't break. The girl explains that it's a magical object that won't break easily and asks not to worry. Magic items are made using the latest technology and offer all the advantages, but they are still essential in everyday life. Magic stones are valuable items, but even these require magic stones from specific monsters to create them. The man explains that the potion is quite easy to use. You can simply drink it or apply it to your wound. The woman explains that if you drink it, the healing will take less time, but the restorative effect will be the same, and says that if you drink even one potion, you won't be able to taste anything for days. Rei Saiaki says that wouldn't it be easier to just drink it, and says that this is the answer. The girl offers him something. He asks what it is. She says that she needs to return soon. He thanks the girl for her time and help. She replies that the orcs are very strong and it is better for him to stay behind. He agrees and suggests meeting again. The girl is silent and the woman says goodbye. The man tells Guru. Rei Saiaki explains that they're setting out overnight to take part in a quest to exterminate the orcs. This time, he won't be alone with them, but with a group of about 30 people, so any use of abilities is prohibited for the duration of the mission. He's standing in a room with several men sitting at a table nearby. A girl with a ponytail asks him if it's him, and another girl is surprised and says he really wanted to see her. Rei Saiaki reports that Bob's told him to come here before noon. The girl asks why Bob's called Reiji. The guy explains that it was to help transport the equipment. The girl asks why Reiji was called for this. The man named Bob says that. The girl says she couldn't talk to him, and he orders her to shut up and go to work. The man explains that she needs to take certain things with her. to which he replies that he'll leave them to him. The man warns that if he dies, Rei Saiaki wonders what kind of magic stones he might be able to obtain, and notes that there are mist ring users here, so he probably won't be bored. Rei Saiaki explains that since this is an important task, his G rank abilities were chosen. The man asks. A man, a woman, and a boy ask if it's time to leave. Rei Saiaki says yes, but the girl turns to Rei Saiaki. The woman asks if she can ask a question and clarifies that the animal he came up with is a griffin. He says that now. Rei Saiaki says Seth is a normal, quiet pet, but merciless to those who try to harm him or himself, and warns them for the first and last time. The man laughs. The boy says it's impossible for an adventurer of that rank to tame a griffin. The woman and the man. The man speaks first, then thanks her, and says it's the best day of his life because he was able to touch the griffin without fear of attack, and is amazed at how soft it is. The girl explains that they had a very valuable experience. The man laughs and says it feels amazing. The griffin looks at her warily. The boy reports that Bob said they'll ride together to the orc settlement and says he's looking forward to it. The man explains that he doesn't care whether Griffin hates him or not and remarks that he doesn't seem to like him. The man reports that their A-rank orc extermination team is required to accompany Rei Saiaki, who is responsible for carrying their equipment throughout the journey, and asks if he finds anything odd about this. Rei Saiaki says he's counting on the man. The man confirms he heard this. He says that this little brat is twisting them around like his own parents, and that he's using all this nonsense with the griffin and the magical container, so he can't even use his power, and also asks why they have to accompany this bastard. The man says that he just needs. The man states that, unlike Min, he cannot see the magical powers of others, and Rei Saiaki says that this guy is most likely. The man announces that everyone involved in the orc-killing quest must gather and board the wagons. He says the time has come. The man says he finds it hard to believe anyone could tame a griffin, and says that for many of the boys, being bitten by a griffin is the worst nightmare. Rei Saiaki says he could hardly believe his eyes when Rei slept on a griffin like a pillow. He says that even if it was him, it still hurts. The woman screams that the man should be silent and shouldn't say such things about her, and the man next to her says, "Mom." The man with the beard gets hit and says, "Ha!" The guy in the hood notices that he smells something. The woman says this can only be done with rare objects, and the man says he's bored. The next panel depicts a caravan of wagons moving along a road. The girl looks ahead, and in the final panel, two people sit on the wagon's platform. A woman says to be on guard, but growling is heard nearby. Rei Saiaki reports that they will arrive at the orc settlement sometime in the afternoon, as he mentioned yesterday. He tells them to gather around. The man says that once there, they will rest until evening and attack the settlement under cover of darkness. Then he says that everyone is free to get into the carriage and prepare to leave. Rei Saiaki reports that it seems it only took one night together for everyone to change their attitude towards Seth. The man explains that they seem to be targeting the box containing Reiji's items and asks him to watch the stars of the night. Reiji thanks him and says he will. The man explains that all the strange looks he felt were from the guys staring at the object. He says he had the same feeling. He says that yesterday, when they were setting up camp, they were against Seth and most likely planning to attack him, while the woman says that Rei-kun isn't the only one who can use this rare item, and that there's no point in stealing something like that. The man explains that no one likely knows about this item's abilities or characteristics. The man explains that, in any case, everyone should keep an eye on the stars at night. The man says he'd like someone to clear out the orc settlement first and asks if there are any volunteers. Rei Saiaki explains that the night stars have a thief and asks if he can do it, and Geralt says his name. The boy reports that Muglis is currently keeping an eye on the child and understands that he was planning to warn them as soon as he had a chance to steal the crate of items, but reconnaissance is impossible. He apologizes and says he doubts the child will be able to scout out the orc settlement, the man asks. The birds say they heard him called Gurua and discuss how Rei Saiaki has Seth, so he should be able to scout just as well. Rei Saiaki explains that he understands and says he's quite good at aerial reconnaissance. He says that it will be necessary to check the settlement numbers and types, as well as find out about the rare and higher types they have, check how much their settlement has grown, and check for weak points that can be exploited. The man says, "Damn." Rei Saiaki reveals that after all the trouble he went to try and snag that box before the orc settlement was attacked, who would have thought he would volunteer to go scouting himself, and asks if he's really that desperate to suck up to Rei's guild. Rei Saiaki reports that Bob said there were possibly more than 100 of them here, but isn't that more than 100? He explains that the eastern side of the settlement isn't finished yet. He explains that several guards are patrolling, and the large building in the center is likely the leader's residence. He explains that the armor is supposed to symbolize the highest rank and speaks clearly. He reports that they mostly have clubs and swords, but from what he sees, there are also bows and poles. He asks why so much is gathered in one place and is curious. Rei Saiaki says what it is. The man says it's an attack capable of destroying everything around it. He says he can't, even if he manages to kill many of the orcs and rescue the prisoners, since the remaining orcs will be on guard. He explains that this will only complicate the night attack, leading to more casualties and increasing the likelihood of the orcs escaping. He asks. Rei Saiaki asks how it went and reports that he was able to count over 100 orcs. The man explains that he had previously stated that these numbers were within the minimum projections and estimates, but now there are twice as many, and asks if they should go back and prepare for this amount. The man reports that among the orc forces there are larger, armored individuals. He explains that these are likely elite orcs commanded by an orc general, and that he has spotted several orcs with bows and even staves. The man explains that he was unable to locate the orc leader, but in the center of the settlement. Rei Saiaki reports that they will first take sides to surround the orc settlement in 8 different locations. The man reports that the eastern side will likely be well defended, so the Thunder God's axe will be sent there. Once reinforcements have gathered there, their fighting strength in other areas will be reduced enough for each side to then attack. The man explains that the Thunder God's axe has been given the most difficult task. Rei Saiaki announces that it's about to begin and asks if Sam is ready. Sam growls. He tells them that if they don't stop her now, they will all die. He then explains that she has the power to destroy them all. Rei Saiaki tells Seth to land there. Rei Saiaki shouts forward. Rei Saiaki shouts ha as he attacks. The man shouts kwa as he is injured. He screams and hits the pig-like creature with a stick. He then dodges an attack from another pig-like creature, his gaze becoming focused. A man suddenly strikes another man in the head, causing a large stream of blood to spurt from the head. Rei Saiaki asks Sema if there are any more enemies. He explains that his job is to lend a hand where it's needed and asks them not to let it bother them. The soldiers thank Reiji and wave as he flies away on the winged creature. Reiji reacts with surprise. Rei Saiaki reports that this is the group responsible for rescuing the prisoners. He explains that someone must have used fire magic, and a goo-goo scream is heard. The man orders Seth to give chase. At that moment, a fire breaks out. He lands with a spear in his hands, making straining sounds, and the pig-headed man expresses surprise. The man asks if it's Bumo. He reveals that he truly thinks a piece of crowbar can't withstand his attack. Rei Saiaki delivers a powerful blow with his spear, striking down his opponents. Rei Saiaki stands among the fallen enemies while 2 monsters make sounds. Rei Saiaki looks forward with a serious expression. He says that he is leaving the rescue of the prisoners in the hut to the boys, and one of the men says to evacuate them to where Bobs is waiting. Rei Saiaki announces that he'll take care of the orcs here until the boys return. He explains that he now has the highest grade magic stones for orc archers and orc generals, but he wants to get another orc general's magic stone, enough for Seth. He apologizes for the delay and asks if they are women. The soldiers report that, as instructed, they left the women with Bobs. The man explains that Bobs is supposed to be a retired adventurer, but hasn't yet lost his edge. He explains that the original plan. Rei Saiaki reports that the battle situation is roughly this. A man screams in surprise. A man in armor attacks, surrounded by lightning. A girl throws a spear. Rei Saiaki stands intently with his sword against a backdrop of lightning and fleeing figures. Rei Saiaki sees that the Rhodes guy isn't just talking and announces that they intend to attack the Thunder God's axe from behind. The orc announces that he's finally found an orc mage and explains that mages must be much smarter than other orcs when attacking from behind. The orc mage raises his staff and casts a spell, after which Rei Saiaki tells him to ignore it and just keep flying. The orc mage launches. In the upper left, a creature screams, then falls to the ground in a pool of blood. In the lower right, a man with a staff addresses a group of creatures, asking the blinding flame to illuminate them with dancing light and destroy those who perished from the seductive dance, calling it, Rei Saiaki says, dancing flames. Then comes a loud explosion, accompanied by screams of boo-moo. Below, the man with the staff and the beast next to him notice something unexpected. Rhodes informs Reiji that he has defeated all the orcs. Reiji says that while he only managed to defeat the orc mage with Seth's help, he was able to defeat all the other orcs alone. Rhodes asks why the groups are burning and asks for them to wait. Rei Saiaki explains that this weapon is a magical object into which one can channel one's magical power, and asks if the scythe is the other man's weapon. Rei Saiaki explains that he too can engage in close combat, making him look like a mage warrior, and asks why the other man is here. The guy asks him if he's going to fight and asks him to wait. He says they'll talk about it later and asks if the guy needs to come back soon. The guy says he already knows and demands he explain everything as soon as it's over, warning him. Rei Saiaki says that the Night Stars have finally decided to make their move, and that it would be troublesome if they attacked while he was busy with the orcs, so he'd better show them the opportunity. The man apologizes to his sister for returning late. The girl asks how it is. He reports that after numerous battles, the griffin is tired and has taken a break in an area without fires, so they must attack immediately, while none of the surrounding orcs or adventurers, not even the griffin, are on his side. He asks what the interlocutor has in mind. Rei Saiaki announces that they have finally decided to attack. He explains that he envisions them striking first, using bow and arrows, and in that case, a girl shoots a bow. A man falls to the ground with an arrow in his back. The men look at the girl sitting on the roof. Rei Saiaki reports that 3 people are approaching, and the archer remains on the roof to keep watch. He explains that they only have a short time left until they are within range of the death scythe, just 3 more seconds. The man asks his sister to wait a second, he'll take a closer look. The woman says her legs hurt. He yells back. Rei Saiaki informs Moltaz that they're all attacking him at once. Moltaz says he was struck by an arrow, as he's still alive and well. Rei Saiaki yells at the idiot to back off. The man is surprised and asks what's going on. The armored man expresses displeasure. The boy says it's useless, and he'll die. The man yells at him not to give up. He asks if the girl is okay, and she replies that it's her sister. The man tells her sister that it seems a powerful being, like Typhon, doesn't obey this order. The woman shoots a bow and screams her head off. The boy and Rei Saiaki fend off the attack, shouting "Uwa" and "Ooh." The hooded man remains silent. The woman turns sharply. The girl says she'll get there. He reacts to this by saying something in response. He explains that he needs to try again while expressing irritation. Rei Saiaki informs him that he has a job to assist the other parties in a night raid and would very much like to finish it quickly. Rei Saiaki explains that resistance is pointless and asks if the other guy really thinks it was pointless. The other guy replies that it's not that simple, and the woman says she's finished with him. He says he's sorry. The woman attacks him, but he parries the blow. The woman says she put all her strength into this attack, and the man says it is impossible. The woman says Rei Saiaki isn't right for her and expresses disappointment. Then an explosion or splash of blood is shown, followed by Rei Saiaki standing with a weapon against a backdrop of the night sky and buildings. He explains that, just like with monsters, he feels no remorse or other ill effects when killing strangers, and isn't even the slightest bit bothered by it. He believes this is due to his fusion with Sepal, which is what gives him his morality and abilities for this world. The man reports that orcs have gathered there and asks if it is a group of guys who came from the west. Rei Saiaki explains that the big shots are taking a break, so this is unacceptable. Rei Saiaki yells "Set." Archer Eclair says they need to hurry. Warrior Milana agrees and says yes, let's move. Warrior Milana explains that they'll take care of. He reports seeing a group of orcs moving in that direction and asks what the other man is doing. The man asks if they are heading east toward the Thunder God's axe and asks if they are a separate unit. He explains that it is quite possible, but probably. A woman reports that the leaders are fleeing a lost battle and says they're sacrificing their comrades to escape. Rei Saiaki strikes quickly. A man warns of an enemy attack. Rei Saiaki says that's where they are. He says that these aren't just ordinary orcs, but there are even 3 higher types, and if Setchen hadn't come to support them, they would have been in serious trouble. The woman asks, what? The woman asks Sulanin if he's ever seen an orc like this before, and the man says he has a bad feeling about it. The man also says he has a very bad feeling about it and calls the orc the ruler of the orcs who leads all orcs. The orc king reveals that he is a B-rank monster. The woman says it's not good. She didn't think he'd follow their path and says there's no need to be afraid. Rei Saiaki explains that since they're just the fugitive remnants of a defeated army, there's no need to provoke them. The man asks Rei to wait. The woman says, the man explains that with their current strength, there's no way to win and that they must wait for reinforcements, as Milana said. He explains that he must do something about the king, as the problem lies with the other higher types. He says that if he does this, there's a chance to unlock the beast arts for these children. Rei Saiaki announces that he will take care of all the high types, including the king, and assigns the boys to deal with the 5 orcs. The woman explains that the high types in the mix will be a bit difficult, but if you try to buy time, you can handle 3 or 5 of them, excluding the high types. The woman informs him that their share is 5 orcs. He says he is ashamed of his inexperience, relying on a G-rank adventurer. The man suggests focusing on getting out of here alive for now. The guy announces that after Seth makes his move, everyone should attack and asks if they're ready and when they'll be ready. Rei Saiaki explains that Seth-chan is holding back the orcs so they can't move freely. The guy says that's as expected of a monster. He calls them to him and orders them to burn their enemies to ashes with his flames. He orders Seth to move forward. Several creatures let out a boom sound as a fiery projectile is aimed at them, striking one of them with force, causing a loud roar. Rei Saiaki attacks with a shout, fighting a large opponent who responds with a shout of his own. Rei Saiaki strikes with his weapon, causing a painful reaction in the enemy. Rei Saiaki announces the word, dance. The guy announces the name of the attack, the flaming snake, accompanied by the sound of exploding fire. The woman says they have work to do too, and calls Solon and Eckler for reinforcements. The man asks if this is battle formation. The woman explains that it's the usual, but since there are more enemies, they shouldn't be too reckless. The man exclaims, "Ha!" The man tells Solon to focus on recovery and support magic, and the girl says that Eclair and she will deal with the attackers. The man says it's the first one. Rei Saiaki says that's it, and shouts, "Ha!" attacking with his sword. The man shouts, "Boom!" attacking with his spear. He says the enemy doesn't stand a chance. The woman deflects the attack with her sword. The man with the sword screams. The man in the cloak, with a serious expression on his face, screams. The woman shouts that it's the second one. The woman with the sword says that at this rate, they'll defeat them all in one go. The man in the robe confirms this, saying yes. The man reports that the griffin even used water before and calls it a rare type, explaining that it's fire-breathing. The griffin breathes fire. Rei Saiaki slashes his sword at a large opponent, causing flashes and clashing sounds. He screams and strikes. The man with the sword also screams and attacks Reiji. Reiji notices that this guy's weapon is also a magical item. Rei Saiaki says that thanks to his sword, this guy can match his striking ability, and he needs to do something about it first. Rei Saiaki strikes his opponent with his spear. He shouts the name Rosia, then says the word corrosion several times while attacking the enemy. Rei Saiaki calls out a battle cry as he attacks his opponent. A huge, horned monster shouts a battle cry and swings a massive stone hammer. Rei Saiaki strikes the monster with his spear, which then shouts a battle cry again. He says he won't give up until the very end, but notices that his opponent is still standing, as expected of someone with the title of king. The man screams in pain. Rei Saiaki says this is the end for the Orc King. The girl says it's the fifth. The man laughs, saying ha 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 ha. He says they're incredible, and that he said they could buy them some time. The girl breathes heavily and says that for a G-rank adventurer to keep up with the Orc King without a scratch, she can. She adds that someone like them will probably lead S. The woman announces that she has won and is completely exhausted. Rei Saiaki says that the gathering is complete and there is still an orc archer left. The woman explains that they can share this with everyone in the Scorching Winds, to which she replies that it seems they are finishing up there. Rei Saiaki says that he thinks about it as he explains that using contract magic on the boys has its merits, it's a matter of feelings, and so they need to accept his terms. He explains that due to the nature of contract magic, it gives people resistance to fire and heat, and for those who can use fire magic, their strength is increased by tenfold. Rei Saiaki reports that the seeds are warnings, and that's it. The girl says she's going to send a report on the completion of the request to Bob's and asks him to let him know they'll meet as soon as they've had some rest. Rei Saiaki confirms this. The guy says it's sunrise. The boy made a growling sound, noticing the approaching bird. The man asks how the mission went. Rei Saiaki reports that the night attack was successful and they defeated all the fleeing orcs. The man explains that now everyone will know about the request and should return soon, then asks. He tells him that the Night Stars attacked him during a raid, so he took care of them. The man asks if that means he took care of them. He explains that if they had been taken alive, they would have been sold as slaves, and the man says he has quite a bit of experience from his days as an active adventurer, but for you to actually be able to defeat the Orc King is difficult. Rei Saiaki reports that he defeated him in a one-on-one fight, and also explains that no, Seth and Scorching Wind were. The man says he couldn't repeat to himself that he defeated the enemy in a one-on-one fight, and apologizes, explaining that he's missing half an ear, so he must have misheard. He says it would be clearer if the rest of the parts were from the Scorching Branches. Rei Saiaki says he said many times that there's no way that brat could destroy the boss, and admits he has power unlike any newbie. The man refuses to believe that this guy is capable of defeating the orc boss. He says he apologizes for it, but when he learns Reiji's true abilities, he simply can't accept it. The man explains that if he could directly tell the man is strong, then he would be able to. The bearded man remains silent, while the dark-haired boy expresses bewilderment. Rei Saiaki explains that there are exceptions to everything. The man with the bandage asks if this means Reiji actually defeated the boss, to which Reiji replies, almost. The woman explains. The man is surprised that the Orc King just said that, but the woman confirms it's true and explains that he was accompanied by a general, an archer, a mage, and 5 ordinary orcs. He says it would be difficult and asks if he knows for sure. The woman explains that it was thanks to Setu-chan. Reiji says he's very tired and really wants to take a break right now. The man offers to show it to Eric as soon as he decides something because he won't listen to anything else. The man explains that, despite the dangers, everyone here is part of the mission to subjugate the orcs, and wouldn't it be nice? The girl says that after all this, Rei is not going to just continue to hide it, and that Rei is the one who defeated him, so there is no point in being so modest. Rei Saiaki says it was because of another man that this turned into such a big deal, and after all the fuss, he can't leave without showing it. The men around the body panic, claiming it's impossible and asking if this guy really did all this, noting that the torso is almost cut in half. He says that's what Milana said, and he heard that he faced it and defeated everyone himself, and then asks if he's serious. The man says that no one involved in this request would ever look at Reiji as a naive newbie. Rei Saiaki says that this was what he was aiming for and is grateful to his interlocutor in any case. He tells her not to worry and not to thank him, and also says that it's not so bad that such a strong guy like him did him a favor. In the right panel, a girl is sleeping with her eyes closed. In the left panel, Rei Saiaki is sleeping with his face turned into a pillow. The man says the shift is boring, but that doesn't mean you can just stuff your mouth, and advises checking out your surroundings a bit more. He explains that with this guy nearby, there's no need to worry about enemy surprise attacks, and says the other man doesn't know how acute Seth's senses are. Rei Saiaki says he's not going to lose to any of these beansprouts just yet, and sees that the wild elk is still alive and kicking. The man asks if Reiji is sure he doesn't need some rest, explaining that with so many people around him, that's impossible. Rei Saiaki says that if those at the top continue to work so hard, those at the bottom will never grow, and asks if the man is talking about Rei. He explains that what he said earlier was about the man's son. The man explains that he thinks it's a mistake to call Rei an adventurer. The man says he's thinking about having Reiji take the D rank exam as soon as they get back. The other man asks if he's serious. The man explains that Reiji has the ability and strength to defeat a B rank orc king, and that forcing him to go through the ranks is. Rei Saiaki reports that A and B rank adventurers receive requests directly from the existing ruling nobles of each country, as high-ranking adventurers are by no means a small number. He explains that in such situations, things like manners will influence each nation's choices and interests. The woman explains that speaking with respect is one of the basic forms of etiquette one must know, though it doesn't apply to someone like Elk. She explains that, ultimately, because Min was able to take care of this aspect of things, the Thunder God Axe was established as an A-rank group. The man reports that. The man in the sports jacket says it's not impossible, just difficult, and explains that he understands what they're trying to say, but that's not what he means. The man in the t-shirt asks the other guy what he thinks the guy wrote on his registration papers. The man in the t-shirt says that, in other words, Rei Saiaki explains that Rei likely didn't even use his full potential to defeat the king, and his strength would be equivalent to that of a B, or A-rank adventurer, given that he defeated the king without using his full power and tamed the griffin. The man reports that the next generation of Rhodes' sons reports that they have Rei, so there's no need to worry too much about it. Even if someone doesn't have a name, they can still develop talent, and even low-ranking adventurers will begin to develop abilities. The man asks what all the fuss is about so late at night, and the man reports that several people from the Orc mission have begun returning. Rei Saiaki says he received a message stating that the Orc subjugation request was completed without issue and apologizes for interrupting their vacation. The man asks if this is true. The man reports that in order for the women rescued from the Orc settlement to have a peaceful rest, they were sent a little ahead, and in addition, they were able to overthrow the Orc settlement without any problems. He says that it is necessary to give a warm welcome to the women and help them support themselves. The man says it was a rare type, as they expected, and asks what about the Orc leader. The man says it was the Orc king, sir. The man says this letter might come in handy later, though. The man asks, what? Rei Saiaki reports that there was also an archer, a mage, and a general, confirming a large number of high types. The man says, hold on, and asks for a second, then explains that the initial report estimated around 50 enemies, but the actual number was well over 100, after which the man reports that, according to the report, the main fighting force was the Thunder God's Axe, which took on a large number of Orc forces. The man says they were able to win overwhelmingly and asks if the subordinate force wasn't only 30 strong. The man explains that, top. A man reports that a G-rank adventurer defeated the Orc King in a one-on-one duel. Rei Saiaki asks what that is and says that the situation is actually different. The man is surprised and says that the Orc King shouldn't be a B-rank monster and is surprised that the adventurer. The man says someone can make a griffin obey him, and if the griffin defeated him, he would understand. He explains that to defeat it in a one-on-one battle, the tamer must have the strength to defeat a B-rank monster. The man reports that he had no money with him, not even a silver or copper coin, and explains that he used the skin of a water bear, which he supposedly defeated from a magical forest. The man initially thinks it's the work of a griffin, then reveals that he half believes, half denies, that it could have been a boy named Rei who defeated the water bear, and if so, his power is even greater. The boy asks when the rest of the enslavement force will return. The husband. The man understands his interlocutor's concerns and explains that news of the orc settlement has spread throughout the city in just one day, so something extravagant needs to be done to dispel the anxiety. He says a hero is needed, someone who will become a symbol of the current power of enslavement. The man explains that, on the other hand, the man says that not only does he have a griffin that obeys him, but he's capable of defeating the Orc King on his own, and all of this power is still at G rank. The man says no, it can't be kept at G rank. The man throws down the package and says that's it. The man explains that if he achieves a G rank, they'll request it because he defeated the Orc King and will be promoted to an E rank in one go and will soon be able to take the D rank exam. The man confirms this. 2 days later, the woman says it's part of their job and is certain the man knows his intentions. Rei Saiaki informs him that as a member of the Thunder God's Axe, he is a very famous person and asks him not to ask for the impossible. The man explains that Rei just registered with the guild and asks who he would choose to lead the parade. A man on a float waves and shouts, drawing the crowd into a frenzy. A woman on a float makes a peace sign, drawing cheers and admiration from the crowd. People on the street loudly cheer the parade participants, expressing joy and admiration. The guy says it's a griffin and asks them to calm down, and the man says it really is a griffin and asks if they haven't heard. The girl explains it's a griffin. In the next scene, the man says, "Great job, guys, and that's all for today." The man informs that starting tomorrow it will be possible to receive a reward from the registry and explains that the sales price for groups is needed for proof, as he explained earlier, so there should be no problems. The man announces that everyone is free to go and congratulates them on a job well done, wishing them success. Rei Saiaki asks to stay as he needs to discuss something. The man calls Reiji by name. Rei Saiaki apologizes, gives something to the bird, and tells him to wait for him in his usual place. Rei Saiaki says, "I, Rei-san." The girl informs Rei-kun. The girl says she's glad he returned safely. The man explains that he said that if Elk-san and the others were there was no need to worry. The man explains that she was so worried that she couldn't even understand her work properly, and how many times he had to correct something in her documents, the man says. The man says he needs to discuss something with Reiji and suggests they celebrate his safe return later. The woman says she's glad Reiji Seiki is okay, and the man says it's undeniable and asks Lenora. The woman reports that there were casualties this time too, but everyone knew the danger they faced when they registered with the guild. The girl says it's rare to see familiar faces. The girl explains that in that case she shouldn't be happy, calling Lenora a person with poor physical fitness. The woman says she's not going to point to anyone in particular, but she's sure the man already knows who she's talking about. The man asks who exactly she's talking about. The woman explains that women with small breasts are women with small hearts, and that's why she says that. The man says that poor Rei. Rei Saiaki tells Kenny that he's really going too far and asks what happened and if he wants to leave. Kenny asks him to sit down and says he's busy with work after the request, so he'll get straight to the point. Rei Saiaki will be promoted to E rank tomorrow. Rei Saiaki, surprised? He explains that scouting the settlement, playing a solo role in the night raid, and defeating the Orc King aren't worth just one rank increase. He explains that, in fact, it's worth forgetting about rank C or D since he managed to achieve this while only being a G rank, Reggie. The man states that, despite everything, he agrees with the D rank, considering the interlocutor's true strength, and feels that he can handle it even as a B rank adventurer. Rei Saiaki announces that he's approaching for the D rank promotion exam, which is coming up soon, and understands the current situation. The man explains that it will be decided by higher-ups and the examiners, and confirms that there shouldn't be any questions. Rei Saiaki says fine, then he'll leave now. The man reports that Rei's promotion to E rank and the D rank promotion exam have been completed. He says that although he just sent several messengers with information about the future, this may be too soon. The man explains that he himself sent the proposal for Rei's promotion, but the higher-ups who just. The woman asks if Rei Saiaki is here to collect his reward for the orc quest. Rei Saiaki says yes, and explains that he's exchanging the components needed to prove victory and buying some supplies. Rei Saiaki asks Seth to wait. The woman asks him if there aren't too few magic stones, other than the Orc King's materials, and says that she would gladly sell them if she could. He replies that there are some things he wants to do with them, and asks if that would be bad. The woman states that the exchange, purchase, reward, and guild loan have been added together, and Rei Saiaki has a total of 9 white gold coins, after which the girl says that this is amazing and that Rei Saiaki can only get this as an adventurer, B or A. He says that because of a recent promotion, he needs the other person to give them their guild card, and the other person says that it's true. The woman says she'll return it later and congratulates him on his promotion. The man reacts with a hesitant sound. The guy says he's been the guild's registrar for some time, but this is the first time anyone has been promoted 2 ranks after completing a single mission. Rei Saiaki says it's surprising to suddenly get promoted 2 ranks. The girl says that as she thought, Rei Saiaki announces that his job is done. Kenny says that the next time Reiji is free, they'll go for a drink together. The girl laughs. He says, well, he says it's a few days' walk from the city this place will do. He says, Seth, sit here, and Seth makes a guru sound. Rei Saiaki reports that this place is suitable and suggests they begin absorbing magic stones. He explains that, firstly, it's a common orc magic stone, and that it was just a rare E-rank goblin, but they could still learn new skills, so there's an opportunity. He says it's not good. He reports the sound the bird makes. He asks what the standard method for teaching new skills is and suggests trying this one. Rei Saiaki explains that the Orc Archer's stone is next and that Death Scythe hasn't learned anything either. He thinks those two are no good. Rei Saiaki explains that its power is weaker than Water Shot or Fire Breath, but it can be used for close combat. The guy hopes the skill will work on the Death Scythe. He reports that the Death Scythe has acquired the skill Floating/Evel 1 and asks what it sounds like. He then uses the skill Floating/. He explains that it's more powerful than the Sea attack. Reiji reports that the next Orc Mage's stone has learned level 2 Fire Breath, and a level has increased. He explains that compared to last time, the flames are larger, hotter, and travel further, and confirms that they are good flames. Reiji explains what's next for the Death Scythe. Rei Saiaki says, Magic Shield, and creates a magical shield that reflects attacks. He reports that he already has the protection of a cloak made of dragon skin and scales. Normal magic, swords, spears, and arrows can't harm him, and it's at least mobile. He explains that it's not that bad, but since enemies can't negate it, Rei Saiaki says the magic shield can protect against Seth's full power attack and will likely protect against most attacks, but it is limited to 1 shield per deployment. He also reports that he has figured this out. He explains that if he expands the shield's radius, it will only last 5 minutes, and if he were to do so, it would be better to simply cancel the shield, as the shield can operate independently and automatically defend against unexpected attacks. He states that, unlike corrosion, this appears to be clearly magical, so there's no need. Rei Saiaki says that the skills learned, the rank, or the monster's power have nothing to do with each other, and asks what the learning conditions are and if it is a predisposition. He explains that even if he considers it, it won't change the acquisition of new skills, and he thinks he'll have to test it, explaining that it's not just absorbing magic stones. The man explains that in that case, there's a chance the Death Scythe won't gain anything from the magic stone. Rei Saiaki explains that Seth and the Death Scythe are created from beast magic based on his power, and that this must be the cause of what's happening. He explains that the lack of opportunity to gain new skills is disappointing, but suggests they don't stop there. Rei Saiaki says that for now, the last thing. He says it's a pack of horned rabbits and makes a goo sound. The boy screams, and a creature with wings flies next to him. The rabbits run and make pee sounds. Rei Saiaki explains that the skill of intimidating others slows their ability to react. Guru informs them that after they eat, they return. He announces that the school will be conducting an experiment with new equipment today and explains that it will help improve the learning process. He explains that all students should be prepared for the changes and follow the instructions during the experiment. On the left, the man remains silent and says he simply pretended not to see anything. On the right, the girl with pigtails says, Seti-chan, Seti-chan. The woman reports that Setchan has become very popular with everyone in town. Rei Saiaki greets Milana and asks if she's choosing a mission for the day. Milana replies that typically, after a major mission, they take a week off, but during her mission, the weapons and armor took a bit of a beating, and with all the repairs and replacements, the reward money isn't enough to cover it all. The woman says that due to the lack of money, they won't be able to just relax. She explains that if you consider how much better their new weapons and armor are compared to their previous ones, they're not so bad. The woman says she's leaving and that they'll see each other later, turning to Rei Saiaki, who says yes. The man tells Milana he's staying at the Twilight Week cottage and invites her to come play with Seth if she has any free time. The woman says she'll definitely come by. He says it would be nice if it was a nice request for him. The guy asks if it's Rei. Rei Saiaki thinks about the magic sword. Rei Saiaki asks who it is. The man explains that he's Aragon, an E-rank adventurer, and tells him that when he was out of town on a mission and returned, strange rumors were circulating. The boy says he wants to challenge him to a duel and see if he's strong enough to defeat the Orc King. He asks what advantages there are in participating in this duel and clarifies whether the boy is asking to fight him in a duel. The boy is surprised and says, Rei Saiaki announces that if he's defeated, he'll give them 3 silver coins and asks how that works. The man says that's good enough and doesn't want to cause any more trouble. Rei Saiaki says that's settled then and suggests they go out and put on a show on the road. The man sighs. Reiji. The guy says it's rumored to be a box of items. He explains that it's rare to see an E-rank adventurer wielding a magical weapon and that it's entirely possible his confidence stems from his possession of the magical weapon. The girl asks where he got it. The guy says, here it is. Rei Saiaki says, ha. The man says, ura, and then also says, ha. Rei Saiaki explains that he's thought there would be a bit more with the magic weapon around, that he should finish it now and get the reward. He notices that the man is very slow, no, stupid. He says he won't give the money. The man reacts with surprise and asks what exactly he said. He suddenly extends his hand forward. The man sits on the floor and exclaims his name. The man announces his arrival. The girl and Rei Saiaki turn to him. The girl asks if there are any problems. He says there is nothing. The guy asks if Rei Saiaki was looking at him a second ago and asks him not to say that flirting is a good idea at a time like this. The girl calls out to Rei Saiaki. The guy says that this bastard was clearly staring at him with dirty thoughts and that he's the only one to blame, and asks why the girl is acting so remorseful. He explains that this is her first time taking an exam, which is why she's so nervous, and asks her not to take it personally. Rei Saiaki tells her not to worry, he didn't even notice. The man says she's not usually like this and says he's very sorry. The guy screams that the girl is unworthy of his attention. The girl demands that they shut up and take their seats. He says that he is going to explain the rules of the exam for promotion. He explains that a gang of bandits was recently discovered 2 hours away from here, and they will be dealt with. The man explains that in these kinds of quests, not killing an enemy can lead to the death of a comrade or companion, and this exam to advance to rank D requires killing someone, and if that happens, the guild's reputation will be damaged. The man asks if everyone understands the essence of the exam. The girl is surprised that Rei Saiaki doesn't know where it is, and says she's surprised he's reached rank E and hasn't even heard of her. Rei Saiaki asks him to stop fighting and apologizes. The man says he's fine. He informs that the results of the sparring will not affect the results of the exam in any way, and that it is not needed for evaluation, recommendations, or anything like that, but only to familiarize all team members with their abilities. The man asks for his name, class, weapon, and any skills he successfully used. Rei Saiaki explains that his magical weapon is a scythe, and that he's a warrior who specializes in fire magic. The man is certain he already knows he has a tamed vulture. Skola explains that his specialty is a mage. He doesn't use any weapons but can use water, wind, and restorative magic. Aragon explains that his name is Aragon, he's a warrior, his weapon is a magic sword, and he's skilled in close-range attacks. Aragon says, Rei Saiaki explains that his weapon is a long sword and that he possesses no other skills other than swordsmanship. The girl explains that her class is ranger, she knows some spirit magic, her primary weapon is a bow and arrow, and she can also use some spirit magic spells. The husband, Rei Saiaki, reports that he is silent and then expresses his surprise. He says that he called himself a magical warrior, but his warrior spirit is very strong and he cannot find any gap in his defense since he looks like an expert. Rei Saiaki says he has a long sword and needs to get closer. He shouts and strikes. Rei Saiaki says that if he can parry the attack, he'll get close enough. He screams when he lands a powerful blow on his opponent. The man screams that he's in pain and curses, asking what kind of attack that was. Rei Saiaki reports that the man is still on his feet after such an attack and asks if he wants to continue. The man replies that, of course, that's enough. The man explains that from the very beginning. Rei Saiaki announces that Aragon and Kirat are next. Aragon asks if he should fight a girl. Kirat says not to take her lightly just because she's a woman and that she will pass the exam and prove she's strong enough. The man explains that an adventurer's strength is not determined by gender, and if Kurat wants to become a D-rank adventurer, she needs to learn to interact with others, reminding him that earlier in the common room she tried to pick a fight with Rei Saiaki. Kurat says that this magic sword looks. The girl announces that she will make the first move, and screams, attacking with 2 daggers. The man reacts in surprise, and the short-haired girl also expresses surprise and screams. The girl with 2 daggers lets out a battle cry. The boy knocked the dagger out of the girl's right hand and then changed the trajectory of the sword, aiming it at the left side of her neck. The girl says it's completely different from yesterday. Rei Saiaki says the magic sword enhances the wielder's physical capabilities. A man tells this to another man standing in the arena. He says that maybe this guy just became an E-rank adventurer recently, but he's a rare exception, so don't pay him any special attention. The man says that's exactly it, but even with that ability, this guy still beat him. The man announces that the final duel will be between Shkola and Filma, and asks Filma if she could temporarily put aside her bow and arrows and use only spirit magic during this fight. Filma explains that she understands and asks the wind spirit for protection, while Shkola asks for the wind. The boy screams, "Ouch!" jumping down. Rei Saiaki calls for the spirit of the earth to open the ground beneath the enemy's feet. The girl summons water to turn into a whip and strike her enemy, casting the water whip spell. The elf says that the spirit of the wind and the spirit of the earth must seize him. He screams that it is broken and wonders what is happening, and the elf says that it is enough. They say that everyone should understand each other's abilities and not be upset about the results. Then they say that the name of the group's leader will be announced. The man tells Reiji that he will be the leader. Reiji replies, "What is he?" The man explains that Reiji's actual abilities are not up to par with a D-rank adventurer, given how he dealt with the Orc King, and that he specializes in fast attacks that aren't suited for. The man says that first he will lead to the location of the bandits, and then, given that he is an examiner, he should be able to carefully study the actions. The woman informs them that they will meet tomorrow in front of the main gate when the bell rings 9 o'clock in the morning, and the guild will provide carriages for transportation. The man explains that everyone must prepare the rest of their equipment themselves, and that any equipment they bring will also be appreciated. The man asks if there is. The girl approaches Rei Saiaki and asks if he needs anything, and Rei Saiaki calls Lenora and asks if he can somehow meet with the members of the Scorching Flame. Rei Saiaki reports that he has found the Scorching Flame and suggests that they will finish by. The girl on the right says she's taking a rank-up test and was told Seth is too strong for her to take, so she hopes Melaine can look after him as she likes him, and admits it would be cruel to leave him locked in a cage for almost a week. Rage. The girl tells him to tell them to come to the Twilight Hotel tonight, and the guy says he will. The woman says she feels like she's been stood up for being an outsider. The girl asks if she understands that. The woman reports receiving a message and asks if it's Reiji. Reiji thanks her for coming, explains that he understood the situation from Lenore, and clarifies that the woman wanted them to look after Seth while he was gone. The woman informs him that while she's looking after Seth, she can safely use him as a team member, and asks if that would be sufficient compensation for such a request. The girl explains that yes, she was told that taking him along to the exam is prohibited, and that this request will be rewarded. The man says that, given the mitigating circumstance of being forced to leave their pet in the care of others, do you accept that if anything happens to it while it's in their care, all responsibility falls on its owner, regardless of the circumstances? Rei Saiaki says that of course. The girl says this is chapter 15. Rei Saiaki says that if all goes well, he'll be back in 5 days. The man asks Reiji not to be so gloomy and explains that, as he said yesterday, the week will fly by. The man turns to Reiji and asks if he's planning to go back again. The woman says she's glad to see Sechin and asks how he ended up here. Sechin reports that everything is the same, but he doesn't seem as energetic as usual. The woman explains that he must be very upset about Rei's absence. Sechin says he'll keep an eye on her for the next couple of days. Rei Saiaki informs Seth that he's leaving him in good hands. He tells him not to worry and to focus on the exam. He also bids Seth farewell and promises to see him in a week. He says that this is the griffin he was talking about yesterday, and it had a rather oppressive aura. The man explains that the griffin did indeed have an oppressive aura. The man explains that he is used to getting up early for morning sword practice, and he asks. The girl says, let's work hard for the next couple of days, and Rei Saiaki suggests doing it. The man asks if Aragon has arrived yet. The girl says that everyone is already here so early. Does that mean she's late? He says it's morning and is surprised. Rei Saiaki asks what they should do in this situation. The man explains that being late for a quest results in a very large fine for an adventurer, and that being late for an exam, much less a rank promotion, is unacceptable. The man says he can't even imagine what could happen. The guy from The man asks if he has anything to say, to which Reiji replies that he's late and apologizes, assuring him it won't happen again. Reiji explains that the general meeting is part of the exam and asks him to consider how his actions will impact the other team members. The man says that from now on, Rei Saiaki will act on his own. Rei Saiaki says he understands. The man then says, the guy in armor says that first they need to find out if there is anyone who knows how to drive a cart, and that they will split into groups of 3, and the remaining 3, including himself, will stand guard in 3s for monsters in the area. He explains that as punishment for. The boy announces that Aragon is on patrol, and Shola will lead the way and urges them to move out. Rei Saiaki tells them to put their luggage at the end of the wagon. The woman says she can't remember exactly when she bought the pastry, but it was freshly baked and offers to share. A man asks for a slice, another man comments on the storage bracelet's impressive design, and a third man says it's great to be able to eat freshly baked goods whenever you want. Rei Saiaki says he's not a fan of sweets and offers to take a piece. The man asks if he can have a piece. The other man says that while he doesn't think he should use it that way, he offers to take a piece. The woman says the food is delicious. The man asks what it was and says it's not nice to pick on others, and also asks if they said they wouldn't do or say anything. He says that while hunting orcs, he heard that those who were taken in. The woman says that 6 against 6 is too many, and asks if the others think so, reminding them that they must kill at least 12 bandits. Rei Saiaki explains that since they are attacking, they can set up an ambush and use other tactics, but the opportunity to set up an ambush. The woman says there are 3 people. She asks Reiji what kind of magic he uses. Reiji says it's essentially fire magic. Rei Saiaki explains that the guard duty is on a 3-shift system, with 2 people per group, with Aragon and Sikola going first, then Kirat and Spervia, and he and Filma being third, and asks if there are any objections. He asks what the grouping was based on. He explains that his goal was to combine melee and ranged fighters in each group. The man says, that sounds logical. The man explains that he'll understand if Rei doesn't want to, but asks to spar with him. Rei Saiaki remains silent. The woman says that sounds good. The man calls out to Rei Saiaki. The guy with the sword says, tell me when you're ready. Rei Saiaki strikes with his sword. The man announces that he's attacking and says that this is it. He says that avoidance won't work against such an attack, and that the enemy is moving the same way as yesterday. He then attacks, after which he reports that the enemy has been caught. The man explains that this is too naive. The man screams, cursing, and attacks Rei Saiaki with a shout. The man is surprised and asks what's going on. Rei Saiaki remains silent. The man screams in pain and declares that he's not finished yet, continuing his attack. A woman watches a man in armor fight with him, who continue to fight. The man in armor remains silent, holding his sword intently, and he asks what he's doing. The man in armor replies that he can still fight. Rei Saiaki says he'll be too tired tomorrow if they continue, and suggests they've had enough for today. The man remains silent, breathing heavily, and continues twirling his sword. Then Rei Saiaki turns and leaves. In the upper right corner, there is a fire. He says to hold it. He extends his hand with an object. The guy reports that there don't seem to be any monsters nearby and thanks him. The man says yes, thanks to the good work of Karate and Spervia. Rei Saiaki is drinking hot tea. The elf asks how he doesn't sweat in this heat while drinking hot tea. Rei Saiaki says he can ask the same question and wonders if elves are sensitive to fire. The elf explains that. The woman laughs and says that only older elves live like this. He remains silent. The boy explains that the bow is a family heirloom passed down from generation to generation, and a great weapon that augments arrows with the power of the wind. And the girl asks if it's a magical bow, and if the scythe impresses him. The boy says it's part of the weapon's nature, and hopes the scythe has. Rei Saiaki says it seems like it's gotten a lot brighter since they talked and greets the girl. The girl says she was just about to tell him why she decided to become an adventurer and expresses regret. The man watches silently from the bushes. The man reports that there is a bandit camp here. Rei Saiaki says it makes sense, since if the entrance to the camp is a cave, large monsters won't be able to get in, and explains that it's clear. The girl says she's found them and shouts, "Ooh-ah!" The man asks her not to scare him like that. He apologizes for being so timid and asks if he's serious. The woman says enough and asks how much longer he'll behave like this, then says that they've told him so many times, but he's still learning nothing. Rei Saiaki reports that there's a cave on a cliff just beyond the forest, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance, and confirms that it's a bandit camp. The young man explains that if fire magic is used at the cave entrance, everyone will burn or die of suffocation, and this. The girl says that since they are bandits, it means they have treasure, and the guy says that isn't it stupid to let all the treasure they collected go to waste? It is reported that if money is found in a bandit camp, it will pass into the possession of the adventurers who found it during the quest, and if any valuables are found to their rightful owner, the adventurers will be compensated for their value, although it often happens that merchants are killed by bandits. The man reminds them that the purpose of the exam is to ensure that each of them is capable of killing a human, and states that if Rei completes this quest on his own, the opportunity for rank advancement for everyone else will evaporate. Rei Saiaki explains that as the leader, he must brief each member of the team, though he understands he's avoiding tedious work, as that's the job of adventurers. The girl says she's unsure, as even though it's just a cliff, it's too big to go around, and asks, "Kay?" The woman reports that there were no other entrances or exits. He says they don't know, and in the event of a surprise attack, a night attack would be more effective. The man explains that monsters might attack during a night attack, and he confirms that if they attack now, the woman says that if Reiji had any problems, he should have mentioned it sooner, and warns him to be a good boy, otherwise the guards will notice. The man yells back that this is nonsense. The woman explains that if they are noticed, Aragon is under special surveillance with Reiji. Rei Saiaki reports that the 3 scouts have successfully reached the designated position, and asks if the 2 of them are ready. The man says excellent, and orders Shkola to begin his spell, and Film to add his attack. The woman casts a spell, asking the wind to become an invisible arrow and strike the enemy standing before her. He announces that it has begun, and the man orders them to move forward. The man curses, and says the school spell missed its target. The guy says he'll watch the entrance and orders Arathan to finish off the enemy. The man demands he stop and asks why he should do it. The other man says now is not the time to argue. Rei Saiaki says so be it. He breathes rapidly and demands to speed up. The man with short dark hair coughs and spits up blood. The man with short dark hair says it's crap and asks why him. Rei Saiaki says, "Shh, the husband." The man asks if Shkola is okay. He explains that magic is highly dependent on the caster's emotions, and that it would probably be too much to expect him to be able to kill someone so easily. He asks how the man is doing. The man reports that Karat has gotten inside. Rei Saiaki says he seems to be used to this too, and asks if that's true. The man says who knows, and that it looks like she's coming back. The man asks if something's wrong. On the map, the man explains that the cave branches off in 3 directions, with the one on the right being. He reports that there are about 30 bandits and explains that he hasn't had time to find other exits from the cave. He asks which direction they should head first. The man says it's bad if the merchants are held hostage. The girl explains that in that case, Rei Saiaki asks if they can leave the hostages with them after they're freed, or if that's part of the exam too. The man replies no, they can't, and explains that his role is simply to determine whether they possess the abilities appropriate for a D rank, and unless there's an emergency, he won't. He asks if the 2 are ready to go, to which the man replies that he's as ready as ever, and the boy says he's fine. The man explains that from here to the end, it's a race against time. He says that if they encounter bandits, they should try to kill them, The man asks about their number. Rei Saiaki reports that there are about 30 people here, most of them drunk, but there are a few sober. Rei Saiaki explains that Shkola, Film, and he will strike first with arrows and magic. Spervia and Aragon will have the advantage. He says let's begin and commands the flame to answer his call and scorch the enemies. Then he casts a fireball spell. The men, noticing the fire, ask in confusion what is happening, and one of them shouts for everyone to attack, calling the others enemies. The man reports that they are under attack and that it is an enemy attack. Rei Saiaki says it is return fire, and the retro-like man screams. The guy screams, "Kia!" The elf says that first you need to calm your heart, then your magic, and calm the spell's power before it's over. He explains that the wind is everywhere, next to him and the bandits, and says that everything is fine, you just need to calm down. The guy says thank you and says he's feeling better, apologizing for the trouble he caused. The girl asks if he can try again, and the guy says yes, perhaps. The girl announces that it's her turn and screams. The man screams that he has no choice and then screams as he attacks. Rei Saiaki screams and runs forward. The man explains that even he can do it, laughs, and asks them to stay alert, so a man makes a sound of pain or strain. In the background, many people are trying to move huge stone blocks, and sounds of grinding and cracking can be heard. The man says they need to kill the 3 in the back first. Rei Saiaki says he'll kill them all. The man yells at them to get lost, using obscene language. The man says that their group has several very skilled people. They even have an archer who takes out enemies blocking exits, and 2 spellcasters on a quest to catch bandits. It's a massacre. He explains that no one knows what can happen in a fight, so Rei Saiaki shouts the float and whip spell, then announces that everything is fine and there are no problems. The woman calls out to Rei Saiaki and says she understands, and he explains that their advantage is in reducing the bandits' numbers, and if the fight drags on, they will come. Two men shout and ask what's going on and what happened. He casts the ice needle spell. The man curses and warns the other, and then the two men watch in silence. The man asks where they're going, and he tells them there are only 7 left. Reiji announces that he's going to exterminate a pair of rats considered to be the greatest escapees. The man yells at Rei to wait. The guy takes a step and says to shoot. Then he explains that he needs to shoot quickly. Rei Saiaki says he now hopes the bandits won't try to escape again, and doesn't understand why the leader broke his own rules and, instead of fighting, simply turned around and ran away, asking what kind of leader he is to treat them like that. The bandit leader shouts that a man screams while jumping with a gun in his hands, and another man warns him not to be brazen and says that the only one who will die today will be him. He stands with his back to him, holding the gun. The girl rushes forward with a determined expression on her face. Rei Saiaki says it looks like it's time to clean up around here. The man confirms that it is. He says to start by piling the bodies in the center of the room. A man asks why they need to pile them up. Another man clarifies that this is where they'll start. Rei Saiaki announces that he plans to burn them to the ground, leaving not a single bone behind. The man says it's to prevent their resurrection, correct, and expresses surprise. Rei Saiaki reports that they have everything under control and asks Kirati to report that all the bandits have been eliminated and to check the warehouse. The elf says that's sweet. Rei Saiaki explains that the guy simply lacks the physical strength for such work. The elf reasons. The girl says that this is the first time she has killed someone, and she can still feel the blood on her hands, and also says that she is about to feel sick, and that she can no longer mock arrogant about this topic. A man asks Karat-san how he's feeling, noticing that his arm is bleeding. Karat replies that he's fine. The man explains that in addition to saving the Karats, they gave them their medicine, and the other man says they will repay the sacrifice in full. Reiji sa. The guy turns to the spirit of water with a request to heal the girl with his power, then says a water healing spell, and thanks. Reiji Saseki reports that Rei asked him to tell her that the bandits have been eliminated, and that they need to check the warehouse. He adds that they were simply amazing, especially Rei, who is practically running on air, and the girl explains that this guy is breaking every conceivable law of nature. The woman asks what happened. He says he'll burn them when they're ready to leave the cave, because if he does it now, the cave will fill with smoke. The elf explains that it will make people sick. The man asks, don't the elves have to? The elf explains that even if they are in a place filled with smoke, it will not cause them any harm, and that the elves' bodies are amazing, but they have less physical strength than humans, and there are far fewer elf warriors than mages or rangers like Rei. The girl tells Reiji, who says there's nothing and suggests they go. The man asks what they have there and says he'll take a look. Reiji explains that even if he and Seth work separately, it means he can absorb the magic stones on his own, and that's one of the benefits of working separately. Reiji Saiaki says it's normal to return the stolen items to 2 merchants and asks if it's okay. The man with short blonde hair confirms and asks to wait a minute to collect the money for their return. The man in armor explains that's usually how it works. Reiji. The man says that refusing to reward for valiant deeds will leave an indelible stain on his conscience, and offers to reward him adequately upon his return to Gilm, explaining that they work with magical items and if there is anything of interest, they can discuss it. Reiji Saiaki says he can put everything in his storage unit and they'll sort it later, and asks if everyone's okay with it. The man says, okay, the girl says sure, and the other guy asks, yes please. The man explains that it won't be possible to take everything with him. Reiji Saiaki says, the man asks Reiji if it will be okay if he takes 1 sword now, and informs him that a sword won't last the return trip. He then says that everyone needs to prepare to fight back. The man says there's nothing to be done. Treants are very difficult to find, and the girl says she can't believe they haven't found a single treant in the entire forest for 3 days. Reiji Saiaki explains that the members of the Scorching Flame decided to spend the night with Seth deep in the forest. He says that, come what may, he doesn't think they won't be able to find one, and reminds them of the previous quest with the water spirits, which they successfully completed. The girl confirms that it was a quest with the water spirits and thanks him for something he gave her. The man. Rei Saiaki announces the battle formation. The man expresses surprise. He says it looks like they came out to greet him, adding that he would prefer it to be during the day, and also says that they might be one of the most sudden monsters. The next panel shows something moving quickly in the grass. The bird lets out a loud cry. The man reports that he's counted 6 trants, including a rare type. The dark-faced trants explain that the dark one behind him, judging by its appearance, is possibly a poisonous type, and say that rumors will soon spread. A woman strikes with her hand. A man screams, making sounds. Rei Saiaki stands behind the man and watches. A bird with wings flies and emits light directed downward. He says that if this isn't stopped, everything will burn. The man explains that the fire won't cause any harm because it's an illusion. The woman explains that the illusion is created by magic and suggests using water magic against it. The griffin makes a loud noise and breaks a branch. Rei Saiaki reports that the set has learned the poison bite skill, level 1, and the griffin lets out a loud roar. The man says they are approaching the city and begins to explain whether he and the other man can hear each other well. He and the man respond that they can. The man explains that he will tell them what will happen upon returning to the city and adds that when they return. The woman says it would be bad if they made noise near the guild and says it would be better to discuss the matter in the guild's conference room after the disbandment. The girl thanks grandson and asks if that's okay. Rei Saiaki explains that it's understandable. The man asks why he's being bothered. He says that the three seem to be getting along much better and asks if the other man thinks so. The man replies that, of course, they are, but they won't be able to sleep properly because of the nightmares that will haunt them after the first murder. The man explains that after the exchange of memories, the woman tells Rei Saiaki that she's glad he's back, and the girl with the ears is surprised by his appearance. Rei Saiaki says he's come to collect his reward, and the woman asks for a guild card. The girl with the ears asks Lenora to wait as she wanted to do it herself, but the woman says it's a good job completing the quest, the man thanks her, and the girl suggests they go somewhere to celebrate, just the two of them. The girl with short hair says he's very popular here, and she's a little surprised, and the other girl explains she doesn't know. Rei Saiaki announces that they've agreed to split everything into 6 equal parts, and first asks if anyone has a preference. The man explains that weapons are enough for him. The others name armor, jewelry, money, and potions with magical items. Rei Saiaki says that the problem is, the girl asks why he always chooses money over weapons, armor, or anything of the sort. The man explains that a thief needs more weapons, armor, and the like. He says he'll take 10 spears and 5 daggers and asks if there are any objections. Rei Saiaki asks the man if he's sure he wants to take the spear and says he has a scythe, so he doesn't need anything like that as a backup weapon. The man explains he was thinking about throwing a spear or something similar. Rei Saiaki says he's finished and will now leave. The guy says he has a couple more urgent matters to attend to, and besides, the remaining 5 will be arguing for a long time and wishes them a good evening, saying goodbye until tomorrow. The girl asks if he's finished and speculates that he's leaving in such a hurry because he's so worried. Rei Saiaki announces his return and says the dog has worked hard, so he brought her a gift. The dog makes a guru sound. A girl calls Reiji here. Another girl greets him and addresses him. Reiji explains that he's only here to hear the results of yesterday's exam. The girl replies that it's the same place as yesterday, the conference room, and thanks him. The woman greets them and says, "Good morning," and the man replies that he has a good morning. The man explains that grandson lectured them yesterday and they calmed down, but judging by what's happening now, he doesn't think they'll ever calm down. The woman explains that it's call. Rei Saiaki asks if everyone is here and announces the exam results. He congratulates everyone on successfully passing the D-rank exam and explains that they are now all D-rank adventurers. He reminds everyone of the dangers of the exam and promises to give stats based on their actions on the mission. The man asks what they wanted to talk about. He explains that while most adventurers receive quests by selecting them from a board, there are other types of quests, including one called a candidate selection quest. Rei Saiaki explains that this quest is a specially selected quest, and its difficulty level is quite high, as well as confidentiality. He explains that this applies to the circumstances surrounding the client's request. The man explains that the reason they say it's him is clear, and confirms that he is right. He reports that in their opinion, everything is clear, but he asks why him, who has just reached D rank. The man explains that it would not be wrong to assume that most of the avants. The man explains that they need a special D-rank adventurer and says the request came directly from one of the city's leaders. Rei Saiaki informs him that the client is a noble and specifies that it is Mayor Gilm Margrave Rocks. The man explains that this means that Margrave, he explains that he is just a simple guild employee and is not in his power to understand the intentions of people like him, but despite this, someone believes in his abilities. He explains that he knows of 3 different factions into which the nobles are divided and asks if the interlocutor speaks of these. Rei Saiaki says it's just his theory and nothing to worry about, and that they've gotten off topic anyway. The man says they'll get back to the details of the assigned quest, and that next week, the only daughter of Duke Karebel, the central figure of the noble faction, will be with. He says that then why would a nobleman's daughter come all this way to meet Margrave, and that it seems she's here for the dungeon. The man says that she's coming to explore the dungeon and that the Duke's daughter can't be called an elegant princess. It is reported that 2 years ago, she led a single squad of knights into battle against the Vestian Empire, and it is rumored that in the final moments of the battle, she single-handedly slew all of the enemy army's generals. The Vestian Empire is a state bordering the Miliana Kingdom, known as the strongest on the continent. Compared to the Miliana Kingdom, the strongest on the rest of the continent, Vestian's strength is far greater. Moreover, under the banner of expansionism, it is gradually gaining control. Rei Saiaki reports that the name of the Princess General has spread throughout the Miliana Kingdom as a name that even the Vestia Empire fears, and reveals that the Princess General, accompanied by her retinue, is coming to explore the dungeon. The man explains that Margrave Rocks received a task from Duke, and they were chosen for him, and the other man says that it doesn't necessarily have to be him that is chosen, and even if he is not a newbie, it would be more logical to choose an A or B rank adventurer. The man says he doesn't know all the details and suggests they couldn't have chosen anyone above rank C. Rei Saiaki says he might be a fool, but that sounds too slippery, and doesn't deny that the difference in influence between the neutral faction and the nobles is very high. He says that if they act carelessly, the neutral faction will be cornered, and that the difference between Margrave's position and the Duke's is too great, so Margrave had no choice but to accept this request. Rei Saiaki explains that if the Princess General were to die for some reason in Margrave territory, one can imagine the consequences. He explains that although he was only a D-rank adventurer, he was chosen to accompany her, and he understands this. He says, "Let's start with the fact that she's called a general, which speaks to her strength, so his presence is necessary for emergency situations." The man says he has a griffin on standby, which is a huge bonus, and asks if he can take Seth with him to the dungeon. The man asks if the boy's words mean he plans to take this quest, and suggests conserving his strength, explaining that the boy will find out the details later. The man says they don't want the boy to get hurt in any possible troubles and advises against taking any quests until next week. The man explains that Gilm's fate depends on. Rei Saiaki says this is to show how important this job is, and explains that usually only A-rank adventurers can earn that much. Rei Saiaki says he will get that much and asks if he's serious. The woman tells Rei Saiaki that he hasn't come out in a while and asks if something is wrong. She also notes that he has always worked alone before and asks if he has considered joining a team, given his promotion to D rank and the increased danger level of the quests. Rei Saiaki. The girl with the ears explains that Lenora is just such a bore and says that's why people say Lenora's body is so rough that there's no trace of a real woman's curves. Lenora asks who exactly is saying that about her, and Rei Saiaki replies that, well, that's it. The girl with the ears. The guy says he's very busy right now and would rather leave, saying goodbye. The girl asks him to wait for Rei Saiaki and offers to check in. Another girl shouts that he's still at work. The man says Reiji is late and invites him over. Reiji says he's definitely been delayed. The woman asks what's going on, and the man explains it's nothing serious, just a little something. The woman explains they're celebrating their successes. The man greets Reiji. The three girls say they've been waiting for Rei Saiaki for a while and ask him to hurry up and grab a cup. Rei Saiaki says that since he's their leader, he should give the toast, and then agrees. He congratulates everyone on successfully passing the exam and says that he is very proud that everyone succeeded, and also says hip hip hooray. Rei Saiaki says he and the two are now on the same team. The man says there was no need to tell him. The other man says they are allies, comrades, and friends who took the exam together. He reports that the two had recently been arguing about dividing the award and asks why they suddenly decided to team up. The man explains that they had a rather serious reason. He says that while they were arguing about the award, they somehow noticed a resemblance to each other and the man. Rei Saiaki asks if the man agrees that the two of them lacked physical strength. The man explains that when he and Kirat were together, they lacked physical strength, and so he's glad a warrior like Aragon joined them. The girl says that for close combat they have Spurvia the warrior, Rei as a mage who can attack melee or from a distance, and Filmia can use spirit magic to help from behind, after which she asks if he doesn't think they are a perfect match. The woman says that if she were to create such a team, it would be very interesting. Rei Saiaki says that he would defeat Rei and that even lasting 5 minutes against him would already be a success. The woman says she hasn't thought about it and asks Reiji if he thinks it's possible at the moment. Reiji says he thinks it's impossible and explains that he just accepted an important quest despite only having reached D rank and that he was suddenly assigned to. The woman says that given how strong Kirat is, it's best for him to work alone and asks if such conclusions are hasty. She explains that she understands Kirat's concerns, but she already has a partner, Seth, who is a griffin, and for now, she's content with their company. The girl explains that, given the mystery of the magical beasts and the situation with the magical stones, working alone is her only option. Rei Saiaki greets her. The man and the girl say they heard about Reiji's promotion in the guild and congratulate him, while Reiji, the bartender, says that at this rate he will catch up with them very soon and asks if he has received a D rank. The girl says hello and asks the bartender to bring 2 ales and something to eat. He says that they are people and apologizes for forgetting to introduce them. The woman offers to invite her for a drink when she shows up, and the girl says it sounds great. Reiji Saiaki says he'll pay for today's celebration and now for a promising finish to yesterday's exam. The man asks if Reiji is sure, as he thought he didn't have any money. He reports that thanks to Seth, they were able to easily deal with the treants, and as a result received a fair reward, but Eclair will pay for her drink herself. A man knocks on the door and asks to come in. Dasker reports that a servant of Duke Karebel's daughter, Elena Karebel Sama, has arrived. The man says it's clear and orders him to be invited in. The woman says she hopes Reiji doesn't mind. Reiji says that no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't come up with anything better and suggests taking a break. He also says that, as expected, the thief class is mandatory in the dungeon, and hopefully. Rei Saiaki announces there are no quests today. He explains he's just going to the guild's training grounds to stretch his legs. The girl asks if he'd mind staying here with Seth and suggests they take a walk. The woman says she's itching to fight Reiji and offers to join in so she can spend more time with Sechan. Reiji says that sounds great. The creature says the idea is understandable, but asks what Mullane thinks. The creature repeats the sound, gu-ru. Reiji Saiaki announces that this is Milan, the leader of the sultry winds, and asks if the girl standing to the right has heard of her. The girl explains that Milan is Scola and arrogant. The man next to her explains that Milan is a well-known young leader in the group with a rank, and adds, the girl says she's about to strike. He prepares to attack. The woman says the man has a decent D rank. The man explains that the woman isn't that bad. The woman says she won't allow her reputation to be tarnished in front of all these people. The man asks if the woman is the type to worry about such things. The woman screams and strikes with her sword, then announces that she's lost. The man says the training went well and asks if the boys want to fight Reiji Saiaki, explaining that it would be a valuable experience. The boy flatly refuses. The woman says that the 3 of them could handle it quite well since they know all the participants and the others, and this could make for a good joint training session, and also reminds that she previously told them to fight one-on-one. He says that even though they are asking him, he thinks that. The woman says that this is too arrogant even for Reiji Saiaki. Reiji Saiaki sighs and says that somehow he is not surprised. The man with the spear remains silent. The woman sighs and speaks. Reiji Saiaki says that he will be the judge and asks to try to do without. The woman screams for her to retreat immediately. He says he won't allow it. Reiji Saiaki shouts Ki-ai as he attacks with his sword. He announces that he's using a wind strike. Then Reiji Saiaki makes a hump sound. He delivers a powerful blow. The man says he doesn't intend to kill, but merely wants to show his strength and explains that if the opponent doesn't surrender, he will be forced to use force. At the top right, a man says that's enough. At the bottom right, it's stated that several days have passed. At the bottom left, someone is shown turning the pages of a book. Reiji Saiaki says that he is from the guild and has come to pick him up for a quest with an assignment. The man asks who is there. Reiji Saiaki says that it is good. He says he probably shouldn't take it and that he needs to warn him that he's leaving. He then says he needs a little time to get ready and asks if they can wait a bit. The man replies that's great, he'll wait outside. The man says to come in. Reiji Saiaki asks to be excused. The man at the table announces that they've been waiting and invites them in. He reacts with surprise to what he hears. The man in armor looks on with a serious expression. Reiji Saiaki remains silent. The man asks her to stop looking at the person he chose with such a murderous gaze and calls him his choice. He apologizes and says he would understand if they chose someone of his stature, but he doesn't understand why they chose such a commoner. Duster states that he cannot trust someone like him and does not believe that he has the necessary skills for this request, calling him a pathetic bumpkin. The woman says she'd like to test Reiji's skills in a trial fight, which is directly related to the quest that brought him here. The man explains that Reiji doesn't know his interlocutor's abilities and asks to duel him. Reiji explains that his spear is designed. Reiji Saiaki says it seems the other man wants to learn the hard way what his arrogance is worth, dismissing it as mere empty words. The man says he'll show what he's capable of so that even such a plebeian as the other man can understand. Reiji Saiaki announces that they've begun. The man shouts a sound. The man and Reiji Saiaki engage in combat. The man strikes. Reiji Saiaki parries and dodges. The man delivers a powerful punch, to which the man reacts with surprise. The man screams, expressing surprise and bewilderment at the opponent's ridiculous strength, and wonders if he's even human. He reports that he couldn't hurt him with his deadly scythe and is impressed to see a magical sword. Rei Saiaki speaks. Rei Saiaki moves sharply toward his opponent. Rei Saiaki delivers a swift blow. Rei Saiaki continues the attack. The man says he will never accept this and can't believe he could be afraid of someone like him. The man screams and orders him to bite, and he gets hit. Rei Saiaki says he can't understand how the enemy is dodging so many attacks even though he's not using his magic spear, and doubts he's truly a D rank. Rei Saiaki then states that since that's the case, he'll use his strongest and fastest attack to... The boy strikes an armored opponent, who makes a hoarse sound and says it's impossible. The man orders a healer to be called quickly and announces that it's all over. Rei Saiaki announces that a healer will be here soon and asks for patience. The girl says it was unnecessary and expresses pain. Rei Saiaki asks Vodaya to grant him her mercy and heal the wounds, after which the healing begins to take effect. He reports that he put up a bad show in front of them but is fine now. The man explains that Reiji has mastered water-based restoration magic, and he shouldn't be surprised. He adds that such knowledge is indispensable for a member of his lady's retinue, and now they're convinced. Reiji says he's been summoned here for a quest, and explains that he grew up in the mountains, where he's unfamiliar with social norms, so he asks for forgiveness for his rudeness. The man says he's a D-rank adventurer, and asks Reiji not to worry and to just hang out. Rei Saiaki says he's the ruling lord of Gilm, Duster Rocks, and he said it before, but he's repeating it again. The man explains that he's Kayasti Brush and Dono, the leader of Elena-sama's nightly retinue. Rei Saiaki says that regarding the quest details, Rei Saiaki says the ancestral altar is something else entirely. The man explains that the quest is quite simple: escort Ja Carabel's daughter, Elena-sama, all the way to the ancestral altar in one of the lowest level dungeons. He explains that since RG, Rei Saiaki informs them that since Margrave said so, he will accompany them despite not being a noble. He explains that they don't need to do anything extra, simply follow them obediently to complete the quest and collect the reward. The man says the Kayas Dono. Rei Saiaki explains that this concerns actual combat power, and confirms that, as the leader of a noble order, he can understand this. The man explains that, unfortunately, this is a remote city with a shortage of noble families strong enough for such a mission. Rei Saiaki asks why he didn't choose one. The man tells Reiji to come to the main gate at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and grab his mushroom, but he asks him to behave decently in front of Elena-sama. He then explains that he must prepare for Elena-sama's arrival and asks for her forgiveness. Rei Saiaki reports that he mentioned something before leaving and wonders why he should work with such a simpleton, wondering what Margrave was even thinking. The man explains that there's a rumor going around that Margrave is building something and confirms that he's probably. The man explains that it was his proposal to Duke Carabel, and in the end, nothing will come of it, so for safety, they only allow D-rank adventurers to join Elena-sama's escort. He reports that the guy's combat skills are far above D-rank, and he is not surprised. The man asks if Rei Saiaki knows anything about the dungeon, and explains that otherwise they would have to navigate through other floors to reach it. Rei Saiaki says he only knows what was written in the books. The texts say the dungeon is. He informs you that once you defeat the boss monster, the expansion will stop, and eventually, when the heart is destroyed, the dungeon will collapse. He explains that the dungeon is usually left alone because it contains many resources and rare items. Rei Saiaki reports that, as far as he knows, the dungeon boss has yet to be defeated, and even with its existence alone, exploring the dungeon becomes incredibly dangerous, which is why he has assigned the group to accompany him. The man explains that he can obtain a map of the dungeon, something that would be impossible for. The woman reports that Sleipnir's boots can be used to take a few steps through the air. She explains that wind-blessed armor increases the wearer's speed and grants the ability to catch gusts of wind. The woman explains that the magical protection comes from a magical pendant. She reports that the golden M. The girl says she wants to challenge him again and asks how Rei Saiaki is. The woman orders him to show his full strength and refuses to bow to anyone weaker than her. He says it's so beautiful, yet terrifying, and even terrifyingly beautiful, and Arla Scarly explains that this is to be expected of Elena-sama. He explains that this is his work. Rei Saiaki says he's helping because the guild is moving toward becoming the central figure in the neutral faction, and they need to be vigilant to protect Elena-sama. The man says it's quite possible they'll be able to protect Elena-sama. The woman says they're saying. The guy asks if he really thinks it's worth collecting the unfortunate orc's magic stones. He explains that if they can sell at least some of them in Gilm, they'll look friendlier, and offers to show proof so he can defeat them. The guy. The woman says that the guild is already very close and hopes that the two will endure her a little longer. The girl asks if they are ready. Rei Saiaki says that fortunately, the carriage was not damaged. The woman explains that the carriage looks ordinary from the outside, but it's actually a high-quality magical item, unique in the world, with an invisibility effect that allows it to move unnoticed. She explains that the carriage is crafted using spatial magic, which is why its interior area is so large. The magical city of Ozos is reportedly a city-state located in the central region of the continent. It is renowned for being one of the world's finest magical schools and maintains its independence from neighboring countries thanks to the mages who reside there. The city is also known for exporting high-quality magical items created by alchemists who remained behind. Rei Saiaki explains that he's quite polite when dealing with nobles, but when it comes to ordinary people, he displays a lack of discipline. The girl informs him that the guild won't join his noble faction because he's neutral and they want to avoid any awkwardness. He explains that his father is the central figure of the noble faction, and that he's said 1,000 times that this doesn't make him part of the noble faction or anything else. He then explains that he won't repeat that as long as his father leads the noble faction. The woman says that nobles are a lot of trouble. Rei Saiaki explains that despite this, she continues to act like a noble, which adds credence to his words. The woman explains that she knows her duties as a noble, but is not interested in fighting for political power, as they live off of. He explains that status alone is the symbol of the noble faction. The girl explains that she thinks it's nothing more than a silly nickname and asks if he means Princess General. The woman says her name is Princess General, and that throughout the entire noble faction, not only in Milan but even in neighboring countries, there isn't a single person who doesn't know about the Princess General. Rei Saiaki says he'd like to know their schedule and explains. He says that their biggest problem now is whether they will be able to get there safe and sound, and the girl says that when they get there, he is sure that they will not need to hire a thief, and that no matter how experienced and trained he is, this will still be his first trip into the dungeon. The woman explains that she understands the concern, but she's been assured that everything will be fine at any speed. She laughs and says that the adventurers on the border are probably stronger than the man. The man asks if any of them could be stronger than him. The woman says it would be prudent to refrain from. The woman reports that there is no one there who can resist her equipment and says not to worry, she will not. Rei Saiaki explains that Elena often outdoes herself, and it is understandable that she expects her betrothed to be stronger than her, but does not know that in. The man apologizes for being a little late and thanks her, asking if it's true. The other men panic and shout that a griffin has appeared. Rei Saiaki tells him to back off. The man expresses surprise. The man with the mustache informs Reiji that he is his guard and also a new recruit who has recently arrived. The man in armor says he is pleased to meet Reiji and is interested in monsters, offering to pet his griffon if he is willing. The man with the beard says that the griffin. Rei Saiaki explains that he wants to see for himself whether Seth is truly tamed and that he is of too high status to ask a subordinate to do so in his presence. Perhaps Dusker would like to see for himself. He says that, of course, you have to remember that just as people can dislike something, so can griffins. The man says he's right. The man explains that this is his griffin. The other man says he sees that the griffin is truly impressive. Reiji saw. Rei Saiaki says that's enough and demands that they both put down their weapons. He calls them uncultured pigs and asks who they're addressing in such a barbaric manner. The man says that if they're going to go down into the dungeon together tomorrow, they need to learn to get along. The woman asks him to accept her apology. The man says he's sorry for what happened and he apologizes. Then the woman expresses irritation and he looks at her. Rei Saiaki says he was terrified of this tame griffin in a second, and even if it's an A-rank monster, it's simply absurd. He says he has no idea how to behave with a noble and can't allow such a plebeian bastard to be. He says he can handle a goblin elephant, the stars in the night, and even Drogon, but he doesn't know how he's supposed to deal with this guy, although in Drogon's case, things turned out better than he expected. The man reports that they're approaching. The man says he's glad they made it safely, and if anything had happened, it wouldn't have been just his head. He explains that the title, Princess General, isn't just for show, and any monsters in her path pose no threat to her. Rei Saiaki says the carriage is quite impressive. The man explains that thanks to its built-in camouflage ability, it's invisible to ordinary people, adding that Rei Saiaki noticed it, but it shouldn't surprise him. Rei Saiaki explains that it was the perceptive old man who noticed it. He reports that they have arrived at the guild and says that he sees good work. The woman says this guy is overflowing with magical energy, as if he were made of it, and wonders who he is. A man in the crowd says it's this guy. The woman starts saying it's. Rei Saiaki says this is interesting, and notices someone else is wearing Sleipnir's boots. He explains that the person has a sword, armor, robe, and pendant, as well as a high-grade magical robe and bracelet. Rei Saiaki reports that all of these items are magical. The woman says it's as expected of the guards, and he says it's as expected of Princess Elena. He tells Elena that something is wrong with her, and the other man asks Elena, surprised by her reaction. Rei Saiaki says he's trash and asks who he is. The girl says she wants to know what he did to Elena-sama. The man also asks what he did to Elena-sama. The top right panel shows an explosion that attracts the attention of passers-by and the carriage crew. Below is the blast mark on the ground. In the lower right corner, he stands watching the scene, while the girl in front of him warns him to be careful. In the lower left corner, Rei Saiaki reports that this girl with a sword whip is much more dangerous than the one who can deflect a blow from a magically enhanced death scythe. The man asks what. He reports that she was able to repel the attack and says he expected nothing less from Elena-sama. The man asks what kind of attack it was and wonders how many more such attacks he can repel, noting that in his entire life he has never been attacked with such force. Rei Saiaki says that it is not fear, trepidation, or rage, but something completely different, and explains that moreover, this feeling filled his heart for some reason. The girl says that she is smiling. Rei Saiaki says it's been a while since he's felt such glee and he understands the reason. The woman asks him to stop, explaining that it was inappropriate. The man says he'll offer his deepest apologies later, but for now, he suggests they postpone it. The woman asks if they agree. He says he has no objections. The man asks Reiji if he's sure there are no objections and says he sees no problem if he agrees. The girl says everything is fine and turns to the griffin, which makes a sound. The woman says she doesn't understand how this is possible, considering the guy has only been here a month and is a D rank. Rei Saiaki says he thinks the guy is very strong since he personally killed the Orc King during the Orc subjugation quest. The woman admits that she has feelings. The girl asks if she can know the guy's name, to which the man replies that his name is Reiji and says he'll apologize to him later. Reiji explains that Arla, despite being a worthy warrior and a promising individual, sometimes overreacts to everything that concerns him, and Rei Saiaki says he doesn't want to keep an eye on him all the time, explaining it's only because they're about to descend into uncharted basements. The man says that's unusual and asks if there's a reason Reiji is so excited, but Rei Saiaki asks him not to tell. He says that he understands his interlocutor's feelings, but the Margrave himself advised it, and adds that they can't just abandon him. Then he shouts that no. Rei Saiaki remains silent as another man reports that Reiji is acting strangely. Elk Dono greets. The man with the staff says that a lot of time has passed, and they last met during the showdown with the Earth Spirit, and now, in his opinion, they have settled in the guild. He asks the Princess General what she is doing in such a hurry. The woman says that, in any case, her father asked her to explore a nearby dungeon and asks if that's how they came to the guild to hire someone of the thief class. The man responds with a question, asking if it's a guy. The woman says that Margrave Rocks recommended this particular guy to her. The woman says he even has the Thunder God's seal of approval for his axe, and bets he's a little rough around the edges, but it's a good choice. The man says he saw it with his own eyes and came to the same conclusion, then asks the Margrave what he's doing in a place like this, and are. A man says they've received a troll hunting quest and have been asked to expel the merchants they're attacking. Another man explains that if he understood the level requirements for the quest correctly, he's grown a lot. A third man says it's time for them to move out. Elena confirms this. Reiji-sa. The woman apologizes for arriving late. The man says he needs to discuss a few things. Rei Saiaki reports that after numerous descriptions, he seated the commoner next to him. The man invites him to sit, and Rei Saiaki accepts. The woman explains that this is the girl Rei Saiaki will be escorting, Elena Dono, and her knights Arla. Rei Saiaki thanks her for her leniency and understands that she doesn't blame him for the situation. Arla says they are also to blame and asks her not to be angry with Reiji, explaining that she didn't mean to do anything bad and that the others are just being a bit overprotective. Rei Saiaki explains that it won't be a problem for the other character to leave tomorrow morning at the 6th bell, but the other character replies that it won't be, explaining that after accepting the quest, he bought most of the things he might need so he can leave right now. The man asks if he's planning on. The woman says she's seen many fakes, but this is the first time she's seen the real thing. He explains that when Arma attacked, the scythe came from there. The man explains that this is the vault. Rei Saiaki says that in that case, he can ask for a special item to be carried in their luggage to avoid any problems. The girl asks what makes a special storage unit different. She explains that this is the first time she's seen a real storage unit and would appreciate a detailed explanation, since he says that if you give him the potion, it will be enough to put it there, since it is created specifically and can recognize the magical energy of its user, and he is the only one who is able to use it. Rei Saiaki explains that in the hands of another person, it's nothing more than a simple stick that won't cut or pierce. The girl explains that there aren't many magical items that can detect the owner's energy, so it turns out it's the same as the Kayasta spear. She adds that it's quite. Reiji says he's voting against it, explaining that he can't trust someone he just met with his belongings. The man shares this opinion. The woman understands their position, but explains that if they simply follow behind, it would be too dangerous to lug around any unnecessary baggage, and so starting with, Reiji Saiaki says that it would probably be easier to say that the scythe's abilities are magical. The main type of magic is fire, but the scythe can also use wind and earth magic. The girl in the top right explains that three-element magic smoke, dust, and support can be used, and that it's truly impressive. He explains that most non-fire abilities are useless, and that the scythe, called the Death Scythe, is a magical item and Dev's primary weapon. Reiji Saiaki explains that in his case, everything was inherited from his master, and confirms that the Margraves shared information about the girl's past. The girl remains silent, wondering who his master really is. The woman says she is a warrior mage who specializes in mid-range attacks, and her primary element is wind, then says she will now tell you about them. He explains that the woman is a warrior mage like him, but if he uses close-range attacks with a scythe, and the woman says that their fighting skills seem very similar, and she would very much like to spar with them, to which Reiji Saiaki replies that, of course, she wouldn't mind. The woman says she'll look forward to that day. Reiji Saiaki explains. He says he only lost because he used an unfamiliar weapon, and he understands that this is what he meant. Reiji Saiaki announces that he's brought a bow, explaining that with my short sword, he can be counted on as a twin-wielding fighter, and that he also has some earth magic, usually as a bow archer, and relies on his trusty bow. Reiji Saiaki then asks to be considered. The woman says they're counting on him as a member of the dungeon exploration team, and Reiji says he agrees and looks forward to working with her. The man then says they'll look into it later. The text says a little time has passed. A man and an older man report that, according to the merchant's story, Seth's afternoon nap has taken place. Reiji Saiaki says she must be around here somewhere. He says he needs to find someone to help him. The girl asks if it's really him, and he confirms. Reiji Saiaki says this is bad in every way and that it won't end well. Elena says she just went for a walk for a change of scenery and smiles. Reiji Saiaki asks why she's here alone and where her security is, and also mentions her escort. The girl says that she will always be there and that he can rely on her. The guy screams for someone to stop. The man responds by asking what happened. Reiji Saiaki says he's not surprised, as the area is quite confusing, and says he returns to the store every time and would be happy to show her the way. The woman explains that she got to the store at the right time but has no idea where it is. He asks Elena-sama what she's doing. Elena-sama is clearly interested and says that Reiji would like to come with them, and the girl asks if she can join him. The man explains that everyone has already gone home and only he remains, but he feels right at home. The man asks them to wait a bit, explaining that he's brought the finest magical items. Reiji Saiaki says it's the first time he's seen a shop like this. The woman says, this is what they look like. Reiji Saiaki says this shop looks more like a weapons warehouse than a regular store and would like to see what it looks like. The man apologizes for the wait and says he brought several items for you to choose from. The man explains that Reiji Saiaki and his comrades saved his life, so Reiji Saiaki reveals that this is all he has left and explains that it is called a century seed, an item that absorbs some of the damage its owner takes, but only once. He says it sounds quite interesting. The man explains that this item has many pros and cons, explaining that, for example, it negates some damage but won't work if the arm is severed. He explains that from these words alone, it's hard to guess how much damage this negates. Reiji Saiaki explains that his robe has a similar ability to absorb damage, and that it's a kind of protective amulet that, if used properly, has no extreme uses. He declares that he will take this amulet, and that it is now his. The girl asks why he chose Zek's seed. He says that this can be called a precaution or a good luck talisman, and the girl explains that it is clear that knights and adventurers also wear such talismans. Reiji Saiaki asks if he could join her for a while and inquires about the girl's whereabouts. The girl says it's no problem and will show them the way, suggesting they go to the store Kenny showed her. Reiji Saiaki explains that he'd like to see a proper hardware store. The woman says it's much better and that her sense of taste returns in just one day. The man says she's sure it will be in demand and calls it amazing. The girl says without. Reiji Saiaki expresses his doubts. The girl asks, what's wrong? Rei Saiaki explains that even if you drink the new supply of potions, your sense of taste will only increase for one day, but warns that the recovery effect is the weakest. Rei Saiaki informs her that this doesn't make the potion. The right panel depicts a bright light illuminating a city against a backdrop of mountains. The left panel shows the legs of two characters, one wearing fur boots, the other wearing shoes and a long cloak. The guy says the rank usually stands here and asks if he's not here today. The man explains that it's the rank's day off and his shift. The guy says he thought maybe the rank was keeping an eye on him. The man explains that the rank captain is always on duty, but that doesn't mean he doesn't get any rest. The woman greets them and thanks them for coming so early, then asks if they're ready to head out. Rei Saiaki informs them that it seems Vam has some business to attend to and that they should wait a bit. He explains that, if he remembers correctly, these are their scouts. He says it's too dangerous and asks if they didn't say that even if a monster is tamed, it's still a monster. The girl tells him what to do if something happens to them. He says that no matter how cute he seems, you can't treat him so carelessly. Rei Saiaki says that if that's the case, then getting to know them a little better isn't a bad idea. He announces that they're planning to travel with him. Rei Saiaki offers Elena-sama the bag. Elena-sama says that, looking at him, she wouldn't have thought such a cute giant could be called death from above. The man yells at them to stop talking nonsense, it's for Seth, and asks what kind of crap Rei is. Rei Saiaki reports that everything is fine and counts his tongue. The girl explains that she didn't think a girl could have such beautiful hands, capable of repelling his attack. She says that if he wants to prove her wrong, he must first prove that he is stronger than her, the girl tells. He says no. The man asks if he wants to go with him. The woman says nothing's wrong and explains that, thanks to its popularity among the townspeople and children, the tamed monster feels comfortable around people. The masked man laughs and says he's not surprised, considering how cute it is. The woman asks him to go ahead as the equipment. Rei Saiaki says that it's not just a carriage, but a high-quality magical item. Another character says that it's... Rei Saiaki says that a carriage was made for Duke Carabel to protect his mistress, and these items are their equipment. He explains that even in the great magical city of Ozos, creating his carriage required the efforts of many alchemists and many years of work. Rei Saiaki reports. Rei Saiaki says it's true and shares his opinion, and the man explains that even with the disguise, it's safe to simply leave it at the entrance to the dungeon. Rei Saiaki explains that, as he's already said, this carriage is a repository of the enormous labors of the mages of Ozos City, and asks. He informs that they will arrive soon and asks to make sure that all the things are placed in storage. Elena-sama informs him that it's her tea. Rei Saiaki explains that this is his first time traveling in such a high-class carriage, and it's a bit unusual. Elena-sama asks what's wrong and why he's so nervous. The guy says he likes to read and has something to offer. The man says that's the point, and he explains that he has several books, but he needs to somehow distract the interlocutor so that he relaxes. Rei Saiaki says he'll start by leading the first overnight camping trip. The girl asks what he said and reminds him that he promised to try it tonight. Rei Saiaki agrees to the proposal. The man explains that they were attacked. The girl confirms this and explains that the dream map. He reports that they were attacked by several iron snakes, but the griffin defeated them so easily that he expected no less from a griffin. The girl asks what's going on. He explains that he'd like to stop for a moment, to which the girl replies that this is unexpected. Rei Saiaki reports that Seth is trying to scare off the creatures he defeats. The man explains that he must admit that the griffon is indeed very useful. Rei Saiaki reports that Kayast doesn't miss his companion too much, and explains that it's easier to pretend he's not there. The man apologizes and says his companion must be eager to continue his trip. Rei Saiaki asks him not to apologize, as they're in no hurry. The woman says he's not the most pleasant person, which is why they have few friends, and adds that everything will depend on him. She also says she hopes they can find common ground. Rei Saiaki is silent, and next to him the creature thinks that it thought that it didn't like Rei Saiaki, but maybe he's wrong. He says that because of Case's selfishness, they had to set up a separate tent, and it's a good thing that everything was resolved before it became clear that the set wouldn't fit in the tent. Case says that he doesn't care. In any case, they won't last long together, although Case has a good. Rei Saiaki apologizes, as he seems to be getting hungry, and asks if he wouldn't mind if he goes and cooks those iron snakes. The man replies, of course, no problem, asks not to worry about it, and says he'll give it to Elena himself so they can get on with their business. He says he was sure Val would be sad for him, but he doesn't think he was wrong and wonders why he let his guard down just a day later. Rei Saiaki says that he is not like him at all and ignores the fact that Breaking is the thief in this group, and also says that he thought that he, like Ara, follows every word of Elena-sama. The guy says he might be exaggerating, but Rei Saiaki reports that he hasn't gained any new skills, meaning his monster loves grilled meat. The girl says she was sure they only ate raw meat. She explains that since they're always together, he's come to like grilled meat too. The man says that's clear. The girl explains. He says that since the duel won't be serious, magic can be dispensed with. The girl explains that she really wanted to see how magic is used. The man explains that Elena herself, what will happen if something happens to them. The guy tells them to calm down and adds that the girl. Rei Saiaki says he agrees with Sara. Sara tells Kayast. The guy tells her something's wrong with the girl. The girl explains she was just expressing her opinion about the boy. He says it's true. The woman says that despite the trio's worries, she accepts the offer. Rei Saiaki says fine and suggests a duel without magic. The woman reports that, as expected, the man easily parried her attack. He explains that he couldn't determine the attack's range or how far the sword could extend, and also says that he saw both the movement and the melee attack, which seems unfair to him, and warns that he'll be in trouble. Rei Saiaki explains that even when parried, the weapon returns to the hilt and then changes trajectory, making it difficult to close the distance between them. He explains that in this case, it's best to attack more often. The woman says her sword can't change direction in time, and the man gasps. The woman explains that she noticed the man's scythe is heavier than it looks, and when he attacks, he leaves himself open and then declares victory. Rei Saiaki says it's a draw. The girl screams, "What's going on?" in response to the impact on the ground. The girl reports that it looks like that. He tries to strike, but the girl parries him. Rei Saiaki reports that it is impossible for Elena to be alone at night with someone. This is the first time. The woman says it's so calm, isn't it? And the girl says yes, and that's good. The man thinks he knew he was strong, but he didn't think he was that strong. The text says that, judging by Arla's bored tone, the trip went smoothly. Rei Saiaki reports that, thanks to the camera's amplifying properties, they have covered a distance that would normally take 2 days at breakneck speed and will arrive at their destination today, and in addition, all the nearby monsters, sensing the difference in strength between them and Saita, quickly took to their heels. The woman explains that it might be some kind of zombie or ghost that can't be seen from such a distance, or perhaps an invisible monster. The woman says that if this continues, it will follow them all the way to the dungeon, and she has no intention of running from the enemy, ordering, well, to stop the car. Rei Saiaki speaks forward. Rei Saiaki reports that he sees no threat from Elena-sama, and the man says there's nothing on the other side either. The man expresses surprise. He says the alarm is still going off, and asks if that's true. The woman says that since the siren is still sounding, there's a source of danger, and warns them to be careful. Rei Saiaki asks the creature if it senses anything, and the creature growls. The guy says that even the griffin can't sense him, so he'll just have to defend himself. He says that if that's the case, he'll use a magic shield. The girl remains silent. Rei Saiaki reports that he can't locate the enemy. The man explains that perhaps he can't. The boy shouts out what happened and asks what it was. The man warns Elena-sama to be careful, as the attacker is a giant praying mantis, as big as. He explains that his invisibility is probably visual camouflage, but why the hell can't they hear him? He also says that Seth might not sense his presence or smell, so is it possible that he has no scent? Rei Saiaki says it's a beast and shouts, "Arta Chaos." Rei Saiaki growls and expresses surprise. The boy and Rei Saiaki spot a praying mantis, and the boy says it's showing up. Rei Saiaki says he and Seth are attacking from the sky, and the girl warns that there's a chance the mantis can fly and advises caution. Rei Saiaki says that while Rei Saiaki announces that he's going to jump when they try to catch him. He asks if it can sense that Elena is the strongest of them. The insect then makes a sound and reacts to what's happening. He speaks with a soaring blow. He shouts, "Arla!" He makes a kaya-aya sound. Rei Saiaki warns to be careful. The man makes attack sounds and jumps off the animal. He says he'll distract the creature for a while. The girl says she's going to use a spell to finish it off with one blow. He understands. He screams and attacks. Rei Saiaki says what it was and what that strange feeling was. The woman says she knows monsters, and insects don't feel pain, but after she cut off his leg, why didn't he make a sound? He says he'll stop daydreaming during the battle and thanks her for her help. The woman orders everyone to retreat. The girl says she's using an electric tornado. Several characters watch the powerful vortex. Rei Saiaki says she can use magic of that level and still has the strength to fight, as expected of a princess general. The girl asks if he's ever encountered anything like this. He says this is his first encounter with such a powerful monster, and he's never seen one with the ability to completely blend into the surrounding landscape. The girl says she expected there to be rumors of such monsters. He explains that an ordinary adventurer would be. Rei Saiaki reveals that rumors of this creature's existence may not have started because they dealt with it quickly, and he called it a B-rank monster. He explains that this is true, but in his opinion, the creature is stronger than a B rank, but weaker than an A rank. The woman tells Kayasti to hand over the Arya and take the magic stone. The woman says she doubts the safety of the gas and suggests leaving the area immediately, which the man agrees to. The man asks what it is and why it's spoiling. The woman remains silent. The man tells her to go ahead and asks Kaya to help Arla with the carriage, then tells Val to check if the carriage is damaged and asks her to say as you command. Reiji says he'll have to explore the area with the set. There might be more of these praying mantises there. The girl understands and tells the guru. Reiji explains that this praying mantis doesn't fit the usual criteria for a monster, and that beasts, monsters, and magical creatures have different names, but Rei Saiaki reports that the carriage is fine and will depart soon, then asks Rei what he thinks of this adventurer. Rei replies that he doesn't know. In his experience, the corpses of such monsters don't simply evaporate, and agrees that this is the first time he's seen a monster's corpse disappear. He says its outer shell is incredibly difficult to damage, and it also uses cutting attacks similar to the wind magic that Rei used. He says that, at the very least, he doesn't think he can defeat such a creature alone. Reiji Seiki explains that the biggest problem is the camouflage ability, which significantly slows down the reaction time of even him and Seth, and adds that Seth's sense of smell couldn't detect his scent, and in a normal situation, it would be difficult to fight off an invisible enemy. The girl reports that the woman says she's unfamiliar with alchemical techniques, but asks if such a thing is truly possible. He explains that he'd be saying more than is possible. The man says that while he's only heard stories about such a thing, it's clear that the guild in the nearest village needs to be notified of the incident. Reiji Seiki says, "Uwa," and explains that the dungeon is located in the heart of the village, and all the monsters are forcibly moved there as a defense mechanism. He reports that as a result, the number of monsters in the area has decreased, allowing for the construction of a wall around the village. Reiji Seiki adds, the woman reports that they have arrived safely in the village and asks what they will do next. He says that they have nowhere to stay yet and suggests going to the guild. He explains that there are several adventurers and merchants in this village, so they should quickly find a place to stay. Reiji Saiaki says fine and asks KST to come over. KST explains that he'll try to find the best place since it's a village near a dungeon, and adds that he'll do as they wish. The girl says she doesn't mind, as long as it's not too terrible. The man explains that the girl says that even if they leave the carriage in the stables, they need to look after it, and asks him to look after the carriage, since she herself does not like to ask. He says that he will do it without any problem. A man tells a guy to go there. Another man says he's seeing them for the first time, and asks who the beauty is. A third man says she has not only a beautiful face, but also muscles. The woman says the people traveling with her must be very strong. The man says it's a body, and he'd give anything for a night with her. Reiji Saiaki explains that this must be the guild office. He says this is what the place looks like. The girl calls Elena-sama, who agrees. The man asks if he can help with anything, and the girl apologizes. The man says he has business with the head of this guild branch and 2 matters to discuss. The first, the man apologizes for the wait and asks them to move on, and the woman thanks him for coming. Reiji Saiaki informs him that he is the guildmaster, Walker, and is at his service. The man asks if he's too naive to be the guildmaster, and Reiji explains that if he were a normal person, he says it's nice to meet him too. Elena Carabel says she was sent by her father, Duke Carabel, to find the ancestral altar in the dungeon, and she's sure that after reading the letter, Reiji already knew about me, but she'd like to introduce herself. The woman says it says the altar is on the 7th floor of the lowest level, near the boss, and that she can understand. Reiji Seiki explains that given that the woman is the famous Princess General, reaching it will be quite difficult. The woman reports that he says limited access is serious and understands the situation. The girl says she just wants unlimited access to the dungeon without any incidents and that nothing special is required. She explains that in that case, she needs to take a card that will grant the same powers as hers and will help. The boy explains that they encountered a strange monster on the way from Gilm and asks if they will be returned before the return. The man says that's understandable, that it would be a great help, and asks for his thanks. The man confirms that he hopes it will help and reminds them that they have 2 matters to discuss. Reiji Saiaki says that as a guild overseer, he usually can't trust stories without evidence, but in fact, they had a group of merchants go missing a week ago, and those merchants must have been traveling the same route as the man he was talking to. The woman asks him what he thinks. He reports that they were accompanied by a group of C-rank adventurers, and if they were B-rank adventurers, they were likely all wiped out. The man asks for a minute to check, and if they are sure he was B-rank, the woman explains that. Reiji Saiaki says he'll definitely report the incident to the Gilma Guild, and that, fortunately, it appears there was only one such monster. He explains that he's understood the situation. He says it's a cue. The man says, okay. Rei Saiaki informs Elena-sama that they might be able to skip the line thanks to the card they received yesterday and asks what she plans to do. Elena-sama says she doesn't want to waste time on unnecessary matters. The man asks if he can have a second, and after receiving the agreement, asks to watch. The woman yells at Kais to back off and calls him a bastard for daring to speak to Elena-sama like that, while she parries his blow. Kais remains silent and nods. The woman explains that they will use the powers granted to them and expects the others to follow suit. The woman explains that they won't use the card unless absolutely necessary, but they have their reasons for doing so. The man asks if they'll let them through now. Rei Saiaki says he understands. The man asks if any of them have a guild card, explaining that under normal circumstances, he tells her that he has one. The man is surprised and says that Reiji is a rising star, noting that he has a D rank at his age. The man explains that Reiji can enter the dungeon, and the girl thanks him for it. The man adds that it's Rei Saiaki announces that they're about to enter the dungeon and wants to make sure everyone has their equipment ready. He explains that weapons, armor, and potions should be ready for immediate use and asks everyone to ensure they have everything they need. The woman says everyone is capable and ready to go at any moment. The man says he's ready to go too. Another man says he's always ready, and the beast makes a sound. The woman explains that it looks like everyone is ready, after which she orders everyone to act now. Rei Saiaki says we need to move forward. The woman says that this staircase is also part of the dungeon. The man says, no, these stairs were prepared by the guild when it was created. The girl explains that the door that prevents monsters from leaving the dungeon could be proof of this, meaning that once they pass through it, Rei Saiaki says it's quite a spacious place, and the walls glow naturally. He says that, based on the information he's gathered, all dungeons have luminescent walls, though there are also areas engulfed in darkness, so don't get too comfortable. He says he doesn't think they could collect shavings from these walls to sell upon returning to the surface. He explains that other adventurers didn't have the same thoughts, and even if they took a piece of the wall back to the surface, it obviously wouldn't glow. Rei Saiaki announces that the main objective is the ancestral altar, located on the lower level of the dungeon, and that they have a map of the first 3 floors, which they'll give out. He explains that Rei and Arda will go first, Kaiest and himself will be in the middle, and Weishi. He says it would be good if they could discern strength and orders her to take the hit. The girl explains that she expected at least some resistance, but the dungeon's difficulty is much higher than she thought. The man explains that this is only the 2nd floor, so it's designed for beginners. The woman says the enemies are weak, but there are a lot of them. The man explains that even more are on the way. Rei Saiaki explains what kind of enemies it is this time, frogs, ants, or bats. The girl says that, frankly, it's starting to get to her. He says it looks like he can do something. Then he hears a sound and reports that it seems Arla's prayers have been answered. Rei Saiaki tells Elena that judging by the voices, the same monsters are coming from behind them, and explains that they're trying to pin them down. Elena says that they're probably a little smarter than the ones before. The man says that even if Reiji says so, the girl reports that they have impressive goblin gear. He says it was most likely stolen from the adventurers they attacked. The man reports that there are 5 more behind them and asks Reiji and Seth to take care of the 5 behind them, and Rei Saiaki explains that even at the very end, the goblins did not run away, considering all this, and says that they are the kind of creatures that mock the weak and cower before strong opponents. He says that perhaps all the monsters moved into the dungeon are there to protect the heart of the dungeon, and that even monsters like the horned rabbits and giant spiders they encountered on the 1st floor were working together. The woman explains that from this point on, all the monsters must work together to protect the dungeon. Rei Saiaki shouts for everyone to stop. The man says he's neutralized her, so everything is fine, and sighs with relief. The man also says it's a trap. The woman reports that this type of trap releases arrows when triggered. The woman explains that the trap triggered at the precise moment he was relaxed after defeating the goblins, and asks if it was really a coincidence. The man replies that he doesn't think it was an accident. The woman says they need to be more careful than before. The man with the sword says, "Ah." A group of several people and an animal moves down the corridor. The woman says there's a staircase there. Rei Saiaki yells for Arla to stop. Rei Saiaki tells Arla to watch the staircase carefully, and the man asks Rei Saiaki what he's doing. The man stops Arla, who screams. He explains that it's a thin, light web from an arachnid-type monster, and he doesn't think it would be noticeable if torn. He says that this thread most likely triggers the trap, disarming it. The girl thanks him and says that for now, Rei Saiaki speaks, shouting Kyoya's name. The right side of the stage announces that this is the entrance to the 3rd floor. In the middle of the stage, 3 characters stand ready with weapons. He reports that he has found the enemy. Then he and the girl prepare to attack, pointing their weapons at the spider at the end of the corridor. Rei Saiaki reports that it must have been his trap that was found on the stairs. The man on the right says that someone is also stepping on the right. The man on the left makes a guru sound. He reports that they are facing reptilians. Reiji reports there are about 30 of them. The girl says that if they can deal with him quickly and provide backup, they can move forward. Reiji says that he and his team will deal with the spider. Reiji explains he doesn't have time for that and orders backup. Rei Saiaki says that the flames answered his call and incinerated his enemies. Then he explains the fireball. He announces that he is using magic that will destroy their bodies and asks them to try not to get hit. The girl says she understands and urges everyone to be careful. The man commands the fire to become a hail of arrows that will destroy everything in its path. Then a cry of a hail of fiery arrows is heard. The girl reports that their rear is now destroyed and warns not to miss this chance. Rei Saiaki says he's the only one left. The reptilian makes a chess move and calls check. The girl says she wants to fight one-on-one, which is fine. The man explains that Keist, the reptilian, is the leader of their group and that his build is unusual. The woman. Rei Saiaki says it's possible he's a higher-level C-rank reptilian and could be called a lizard general. The girl explains that he's a fool, different from the others. The man says that if that's the case, it will be even more dangerous and asks to be allowed to deal with him. Rei Saiaki informs him that his honor as a magical warrior does not allow him to refuse this challenge. The woman explains that she will handle it herself. The man with short dark hair advises against it. The girl in the center says that she will somehow wish it. The man with dark hair thanks Arl, who informs. The girl screams as she attacks the enemy. She signals that she's not finished yet. The creature growls and screams back, making sounds of struggle. The horn guy screams as he attacks with his sword. The girl deflects the attack, creating an energy shield. The girl screams back. The woman remains silent. Rei Saiaki says he's always been an excellent swordsman and asks her to be more mindful. The man explains that, as the daughter of the respected Carabel family, they don't know whether she's the enemy's successor or something else. The other man laughs and says Keist said the same thing. The girl asks Reiji to take care of the relics. Reiji explains that magical stones and materials can be obtained after leaving the dungeon and that he is obligated to give them all to the girl. He informs her that Margrave Rocks has promised him a special reward for completing the task. The girl says that the greatest reward of this journey was meeting Rei Saiaki and confirms this with a smile. Rei Saiaki explains that, given Elena-sama's condition that her partner be stronger than her, this is exactly what he meant, the man on the right says. He says he went and ate the scaly-tailed scaly tail again. The man asks why he always thinks he's to blame. He explains that it usually is. The man asks how he can be so cruel. Rei Saiaki says it's something unimaginable and reports that she's covered in mushrooms. The girl explains that it looks like a mushroom forest. The man asks if those are human voices and turns to Elena-sama, saying that it looks like a group of people are coming here, having spent the whole night here. He explains that he's heard from Ike before that showing politeness is considered a friendly greeting without any signs of hostility. The girl says that now they'll have to wait and see how they react, and suggests that they shouldn't hesitate to fight back if there's even a hint of hostility. Rei Saiaki reports that they only entered the dungeon this morning and asks what they are. The man says he didn't expect to meet anyone in such a place. The man says they're working on a quest to collect materials from underground monsters and asks what the others have been doing. He explains that he's also part of the quest. The man explains that they spent the entire night here because of the nighttime killers. He says, Rei Saiaki warns everyone to beware of the undead stalking the 5th floor and wishes them luck. The man thanks them for the warning. Rei Saiaki urges them to rely on them, as they have a lot of unspent energy, and demands they deal with the mushrooms that surround and attack them. The man. He reports that, except for their stems, these mushrooms are indistinguishable from others, and explains that this is an absolute masterpiece of camouflage. He explains that there are too many of them, and at their level, they are simply wasting energy. Rei Saiaki explains that the group that was here before them didn't mention anything other than the undead, but they somehow managed to pass them safely. The man reports that it's a very long walk from the entrance, and these guys didn't look exhausted or attacked by mushrooms. Reiji. He says he has a little time to play. He then addresses the creature, crafted and born of flame, explaining that it must connect with the fire and spread its fiery wings. The blue-eyed girl asks what happened and orders him to repeat what he said. She explains that it's impossible to collect magic stones from these mushrooms. In other words, these mushrooms aren't exactly monsters. The man explains that they've studied the mushrooms and their findings and asks what else needs to be done. The girl asks how. The girl reports that she's somehow attracted the attention of several restless mushrooms. Rei Saiaki says it's just like that praying mantis. He's silent, then reacts sharply. He explains that the mushrooms that attack them are just like the regular mushrooms on this level, but they have roots for movement. He reports that, with one exception, they use these roots to move around. He asks if they've heard of a monster that consists of. The woman reports a traitor and explains that the appearance of the mall god can no longer be dismissed as a mad alchemist's failed experiment, and now, having been attacked in the dungeon, it can't be dismissed as a mere coincidence. Rei Saiaki says that the adventurers they were previously with. He says that, although this is only circumstantial evidence at this point, they are confident they are not making this all up and that they can indeed be created through alchemy. The woman explains that, moreover, he became the god of Israel after death, while these creatures are still here. The man explains that it is impossible to draw conclusions. Rei Saiaki says that this is indeed the fourth floor of the dungeon. The man replies that it's simple. The woman explains that she agrees and asks if they didn't go down the stairs, but still. The man asks why, while inside the dungeon, they feel like they're in. He asks Elena-sama which direction they are heading. She replies that it is important to be careful when moving forward, so now they will change formation to use the thief's abilities to the fullest, and Reiji and Seth will switch places to cover each other from the attacks of monsters from behind. Reiji says he wants the girl to use her adventurer's intuition and act as a guide here. The girl explains that none of them are able to pinpoint the location or find their way, so it would be better to trust their adventurer's intuition. Reiji explains that he doesn't know if they can get through this floor in. Rei Saiaki reports that the water appears to be to their left. The man with long blonde hair says that's great and suggests they head there. Rei Saiaki and the bird make warning sounds. The woman says something in the area caught his attention, and apparently it's a monster. He asks if it's in this place. The man says it's not on one side. The woman says they're surrounded by a group of monsters, and they'll have to fight them. The man explains that he read about these creatures in an encyclopedia and correctly understands that they're primates, like the aquatic bear, aquatic monkeys. The man explains that these are rank 0 monsters that use. The woman says it must be difficult not being able to use spells of her own magical nature, and that only her wind magic will be effective, and that she can also use weapons. Rei Saiaki reports that piercing or slashing attacks will still be effective, and he can handle them. The woman explains that she thought. He says it's better than nothing and suggests they get together. The girl screams that they're being attacked, and the sounds of monkeys are heard from behind. Rei Saiaki reports a flying strike. A woman screams in pain, the monkeys make noises and react with surprise and fear. The woman strikes, the monkeys fall and make noises. The girl screams, and next to her a large bird-like beast makes a guru-ruru sound. It announces that it is preparing to shoot a bow. Rei Saiaki reports that they've started keeping their distance and have already given up. He explains that they should have been smart enough to do so, but their teeth don't look like anyone he knows. Rei Saiaki says no, there's something else going on. He asks to watch and notices that the eyes of the one who's already. He says that not seeing the difference between himself and his enemies is a monster's behavior. At the same time, a loud roar is heard. Rei Saiaki screams, asking what's going on. The girl reports that the monsters are escaping. She explains that the battle cry and the monsters were only there because someone was controlling them. The griffin roars. Rei Saiaki reacts to the roar. He reports that he can't look at her breasts without crying. The top right shows a reaction of surprise. The bottom right shows an ape-like monster covered in liquid droplets, and the bottom left shows a close-up of its face. The woman reports that they retreated. Rei Saiaki explains that it seems he was the one who made that battle cry. The girl asks if it's definitely a water monkey. The man explains that it's huge and asks why they didn't call it a water gorilla. Rei Saiaki says he reports that the creatures that attacked them fit this description. The man explains that this monster is intelligent enough to emit a sound signal that calls others to retreat in case of danger or attack by a superior enemy. He says that, in the top right, the girl says, "Oh ah," and the man says that trusting Seth was the right decision. Below, the girl explains that they need to set up camp, preferably somewhere close to water, but somewhere that won't stand out and attract monsters. In the bottom left, the guy says what he thinks. Seth means that he. The bird says the Seth is smarter than normal monsters. The girl confirms and explains that due to its unique structure, it can't speak words, but it understands them personally. The bird asks if the girl is trying to tell him about it. The girl asks him to lead them, and the man says that Cast and Rei are coming with her, and, well, Rei Saiaki reports that the location meets the criteria for a camp, but it's too good to be true. The girl thinks it can't be a trap, and the man asks if it's a trap. He tells them to call the other two and start setting up camp, and the man says they're exploring the area. The man confirms they'll set up camp here. The guy explains they can gather firewood along the way and tells them they've chosen a place to spend the night. The girl says. Rei Saiaki explains that it's indeed necessary to reproduce the sun's cycle in the dungeon and that he'll return to their previous conversation. The man says it defies common sense and asks if he's going off the deep end again. Rei Saiaki explains that he doesn't care. The man says he knows. He says he could explain why everything works this way if the other person just guessed. The man asks for her full attention and explains that inquisitive mages are completely different from impulsive warriors. The woman asks not to tease Aru too much and says she's also interested in. Rei Saiaki explains that the dungeon is likely trying to replicate their original habitat to help them maintain a stable lifestyle, though this is all just a theory. The girl reports that the dungeon is obviously full of smoke. The woman says that if the monster's condition starts to deteriorate after they're transported within the dungeon, they'll be completely useless as its protectors, adding that this is true. The man explains that the first and second floors look like a normal dungeon, while the third floor was a solid forest. Rei Saiaki says she's already mentioned this before and asks him to stop dwelling on it, as it defies all common sense. The woman explains that being able to enjoy food underground is truly beneficial, and that if she had storage, her movement speed would skyrocket. Reiji explains that in the army, guards are changed every few hours and asks how it is with the adventurers. The woman explains that it's the same, but as long as they have the set, they don't have to worry too much about it. Reiji explains that someone who isn't particularly sensitive to the set. The girl says that it would be nice to put at least one person next to the set, but if you leave it alone, then when will the set rest? Rei Saiaki reports that Griffon, as a high-level monster, can go without sleep for several days without affecting its ability use. The girl explains that Ariel will be on duty first, and then the duty officers will rotate. Rei Saiaki turns to Val. The woman asks if Elena-sama is really on night duty, and he asks that they be allowed to do so. Elena-sama apologizes. Rei Saiaki says it's almost morning, so he doesn't think there's any need to worry about monster attacks. He also explains that it's easy to get careless at this time of day, so be careful and have fun. Rei Saiaki asks if it's his turn. The man replies that it is. The boy notices the night. He says good morning and remarks that the beast is probably hungry. The beast makes sounds. He announces that everything is ready and calls the meat the water monkey's magic stone. Then he says that in that case, Rei Saiaki says that even the reptilian stone didn't add any new abilities, and he can't figure out what factors contribute to that. Rei Saiaki reports that it doesn't taste good. Rei Saiaki makes a goo-hoo sound. He says the drink is ready and just needs a little salt, then warns that it's hot. He hears his stomach rumble. He notices the tremors and asks what it is. The man explains that it's the tremors now. He's reacting to the tremors. At the top right, Reiji reports that he wasn't imagining things and that something is moving this way. Below, he explains that, judging by the sound of footsteps, it's dangerous to expect to encounter it here, so he sent Seth to intercept the enemy while he himself remained on guard. Seth shouts that he's coming to intercept. In the center, Rei Saiaki reports that he's close. Rei Saiaki screams in amazement. Rei Saiaki and the bird notice a huge ogre approaching, which lets out a loud roar. The monster screams while attacking. The man jumps on top of him, and he says that such a banal attack won't kill him. Rei Saiaki speaks Seth. The griffin lets out a loud roar. The creature screams and lunges forward. He screams as he attacks the monster. He steps on the ground. The monster makes a sound of surprise. Rei Saiaki reveals that it is not just blood, but something else, and explains that this substance is not like normal blood. He says the wound isn't deep, but he quickly dodges it. The girl says it will all be over soon, and it doesn't matter. Rei Saiaki says the enemy is just a huge idiot and asks if he can get it, clarifying that something is wrong. The monster lets out loud screams and tries to attack. He delivers a powerful blow to the creature. The creature makes shrill sounds and tries to say something. He looks forward. Rei Saiaki says it's a poison claw and praises Seth for his work. He explains that it looks like the enemy used poison, but it's not very strong, as it's only level 1. Rei Saiaki also notes that it took time for the poison to spread throughout the body. The woman says you just have to look at it. The girl says, "Oh shit." He sits next to the creature and says nothing. The girl says she's glad they're both okay and explains that the enemy they sensed was enormous. Rei Saiaki says the enemy was so huge that its footsteps shook the ground, and since he suspected the enemy might attack the camp, they set off to cross. The woman says she has a few comments, but the decision was still correct. She explains that if she puts it in storage now, the blood will remain. The woman says that makes sense and that she expected there to be an ogre in the dungeon, but not such a large one. The man and the leader ask. The woman says the blood has stopped flowing and asks to save it quickly. After breakfast, they need to quickly find the entrance to the 5th floor. The man says Reiji is in charge of breakfast. Reiji understands and says that not all the embers have gone out yet. The man says that today will be a difficult day and is counting on. Rei Saiaki says he'll make sure to keep an eye on it and cook it separately so there's no need to worry, and says he knows. The man asks how long it's been since he's eaten ogre king meat. The sound comes from the creature on the right. The upper right corner shows a large piece of meat on the bone roasting over a fire. In the upper right corner, he announces that they are starting to eat. Next to him, a girl says she apologizes to Seth. In the lower left corner, a girl explains that even though they are currently on an expedition to the first, a hooded man cooks meat on a spit, while a man with long blonde hair and Rei Saiaki watch silently. The hooded man announces that the meat is ready and warns them to be careful, as it's hot. Rei Saiaki calls out to Rei, after which the girl says he announces that he'll now make them some meat, skewers, and grill it over coals. The girl says she'll be a piece too, and the guy says he wants one too. On the top right, a man says the meat smells delicious and that he's never tasted anything like it before, then explains that this isn't the first gourmet dish served, like on noble tables. On the bottom right, Rei Saiaki explains that he usually shouldn't act more like a noblewoman's daughter. The woman reports that meat with so much magical energy becomes delicious, as it's a B-rank monster, an ogre king, and expects it to taste fantastic. She explains that now she understands why Reiji called it his reserves. The girl says that, according to Rei Saiaki, reports that the main problem may come from those water monkeys that attacked us yesterday, and he highly doubts they'll stop pursuing us on this level. He explains that we won't know about the rest of the monsters until we get there. Rei Saiaki explains. He says he's betting that there was just a group of scouts on Anikap last night, and she agrees. He explains that the large group that was controlling them was probably a rare monster. The man notices them there and asks if they're enemies. Reiji. The woman says it wasn't like that yesterday. Rei Saiaki explains that he doesn't think a rare monster would repeat the actions that led to its defeat earlier. The man tells Elena-sama that even if it's a rare monster, she shouldn't be underestimated. He says that Kajast is right, but when he glared at them, his gaze was meaningful, as if he was studying their actions. The man says that perhaps they have set a trap for them. He explains that a trap is almost like, the man says that it looks like. Rei Saiaki explains that they've occupied most of the territory but remain out of sight, making it impossible to communicate with them. He says that if they weren't hiding among the trees, he might be able to contact them. The girl mentions that Reiji has a long-range magical assist. The boy explains that it's a simple spear, and he uses it without regret. The man explains that he didn't mean to offend the boy and applauds his efforts, but asks what he intends to do with the spear. The man gives an example. Then a powerful attack occurs, creating a vortex of energy around the group. Rei Saiaki reports that he missed. The man asks what the point of using magic is when you can do something like this. Rei Saiaki explains that there's nothing he's unfamiliar with, and if he uses magic, the expended magic regenerates automatically. The man says that he has some too. He says it's weird, and the man asks what exactly is weird. Rei Saiaki reports that standing guard in anticipation of an ambush is very tiring. It's been 4 hours since they set up camp, and they haven't encountered a single monster yet. The woman explains that it would be much easier if they were attacked, and she could stretch her legs. The man with the monkeys make sounds and let you know they are here. Rei Saiaki explains that everyone suddenly pounced on him and strikes. The monkey-faced men laugh. Rei Saiaki moves quickly and attacks, knocking his opponents down. The woman says that if we consider the timing of this attack, they were likely on guard from the moment Rei threw the spear. He reports that the lesser beings sense what it's like to make him their enemy. The man makes a gurgling sound. Rei Saiaki reports that his arrows aren't enough to take down even one of them, warning that's bad. The man explains that Arla is his solution and tells him to rely on him. Rei Saiaki explains that even water defenses are useless against Arla's superhuman strength, and the guy explains that in battle, you can't let the enemy breathe freely, otherwise he will start thinking and acting. He explains that you need to constantly pressure the enemy, not giving him a second of peace, and then victory will be theirs. Rei Saiaki, a man and a woman, are breathing heavily. Rei Saiaki reports that he noticed something unexpected. The man and woman react to this. He screams in surprise when he gets hit. The man warns him not to worry, saying the attacks are continuing and could get stronger. He thanks the man and says he's tired. Rei Saiaki says he understands. The man screams in surprise, and the girl asks what that sound is. He reports from above and warns of something bad. He shouts to burn it. He says that he will owe him. The girl says thank you for saving her and sighs several times. Rei Saiaki says that if she even held out, it means almost an hour has passed since the battle began, and he thinks she should be commended for holding on for so long and still not even breaking a sweat. The man suggests that Elena-sama retreat, as it's time for a break. The guy. He says he is right, and something needs to be done to get out of this impasse. Reiji Saieki says that in this case, the hail of fire will turn into stones that will strike down his enemies. He asks the flames to turn into a cutting edge to repel the attacks of those who seek to harm him. The girl says that they are now trying to shift the formation. The man asks. The girl says what Reiji is doing. Reiji expresses surprise. The top right announces the name of the technique, Crimson Wall of Fire. Reiji Saieki says, ugh, and the creature next to him makes a guru sound and calls Reiji by name. He asks what kind of magic it is and orders her to drink some water. The girl explains that while they rest, the magic will last for about 30 minutes, so there's no need to worry, and thanks him. He informs her that the magic is truly life-saving. The girl says she breathes a sigh of relief. The guy on the right explains that the magic he used is called Grey Wall of Fire. It forms a protective wall of fire, guarding against all external attacks and countering any attacks received. He explains that it lasts for 30 minutes, giving him plenty of time to rest and recover. The man reports that the temperature outside the wall is extremely high, so high that the aquatic monkeys won't be able to even touch it, and asks if Reiji can even do that. Reiji Saiaki explains that, for the next 10 minutes, they should focus on recovery and then begin planning the next step. The woman says she believes the weapon she's showing is more suitable for Reiji Saiaki and suggests Arla try using the battle axe of power, which is a magical item. Reiji Saiaki says that, unfortunately, he only has one sword in his hands right now and expresses doubt that it will work. He says he can even sense the weapon's magical energy and is curious about its capabilities. The girl says that, unfortunately, she was only able to feel it and isn't very confident in its capabilities. The man asks to test the weapon a little, to which the girl replies that, of course, go ahead, he's noticing. Reiji Saiaki asks permission to use the axe, saying it feels like he's been using this weapon for years, to which the girl agrees. Reiji Saiaki then informs Elena-sama of their next steps. Reiji Saiaki reports that the offer to retreat has been rejected and explains that it's best to break through the point, bypassing the cordon trap. He adds that, if possible, they'd like to hunt rare monsters, but the problem is what to do with those who pursue, and Reiji Saiaki explains that using king elimination can break the deadlock, but there's a risk of Seida's secret being exposed, so caution is necessary. Reiji Saiaki says it's indeed as he said. The man says he understands. Reiji Saiaki asks what? Reiji Saiaki announces that there is one condition first, explains that he is using a spell called Web of Caution, which is magic that acts as a contract seal, and warns that if the contract is broken, the spell will activate and destroy them from the inside. The man screams that. He says that the other person is taking a great risk by intending to use his magic to restrict the noble Elena-sama, and accuses him of crossing all boundaries, calling him a bastard. Reiji Saiaki says, set. The man makes a sound, gu, ru, ru, ru. The man yells, gua, and kicks the ground hard. He says that if they don't want to accept his terms, then let them explore the dungeon themselves, and he and Seth will return to the surface. The man explains that he hadn't noticed this until now, but he believes that Reiji is the perfect example of a nobleman with an overinflated ego and Reiji Saiaki says something's wrong and asks if the opponent is going to raise his spear. The opponent calls Reiji a bastard, makes a pained noise, and breathes heavily. The woman tells Reiji that's enough. Reiji explains that what she mentioned is the 7 precautions, and explains that it is indeed necessary. The man confirms this and explains that if anyone finds out about this trump card, it will bring all sorts of problems. The guy admits that he went a little overboard. Reiji Saiaki announces that he offers 3 options, explaining that if the 7 exercise caution and use their trump card, the outcome of the battle will turn in their favor. He says that in this case, Seth and he will return to the surface, but if the conditions are not accepted, he will continue to fight on his own without using his trump card. He says that problems will arise for the Marquess and the nobles. He explains that if Elena dies on the territory of the Marquess of Roxa, it will lead to serious consequences. He believes that his interlocutor is overestimating his capabilities as a rank 0 adventurer, and Reiji Saiaki says it's not right to say that when things have gotten as far, and remains silent. He then explains that wasn't he, the F. Krant, who accepted this order and the large reward that comes with it, even after already knowing about it, and asks if the interviewer seems. The guy says he doesn't know what to say. He says it looks like the other person is right. The woman says she never thought they'd get this far underground and explains that they won't even be able to confirm anything until they reach the altar themselves, admitting it's their fault. The man explains that it's a problem anyway, and it looks like they won't be able to go any further. The girl says that she understands and will then accept the interlocutor's condition. The woman explains that the four of them must do certain things there, but the main objective is to reach the altar of inheritance. She explains that she wants to avoid the possibility of her spell negatively affecting the ritual, and this is the best she can offer. The woman remains silent. The woman says fine and asks if she'd like to tell them what the secret is. Rei Saiaki remains silent. Griffin says the trump card is related to the set and confirms it with a yes. He explains that the Griffon appears normal on the outside, but is actually a rare breed of Griffon, and perhaps this is something a normal Griffon is not capable of. He asks Seth to face the wall of fire and use fire breath, giving an example. The Griffon emits thunder. The woman remains silent. Rei Saiaki says he needs to understand Stray's plan. The man explains that the mere fact that he is a harpoon is enough to attract attention, and explains that he can understand his desire to remain silent so as not to draw her into a problematic situation, given his unusual abilities. He announces that the wall of fire is disappearing and orders a rear impact set. The beast lets out a loud cry, "Goo, roo, roo, roo." Rei Saiaki speaks forward, tells them to focus on clearing the passage, and explains to only engage those attacking them. The man shouts. He tells Elena that there is a gap in the forest wall and says that they will have an advantage if they get out of the forest. Then he explains that they are moving well in that direction. Rei Saiaki says they actually managed to lure them into a trap, and the girl explains that this is different and that in that case they should have expected a larger group. Rei Saiaki reports that they seem to have found a staircase to the 5th floor, adding that if they want to reach it, Rei Saiaki informs Elena that they won't focus on those behind them, but will use all the light to deal with those behind them, and suggests a change of plan. Elena shouts for them to move forward. Rei Saiaki asks if Elena realizes what's behind them, her husband. The woman tells Arda and Caius to destroy them with a final warning, and vow to use her magic to replace the enemies. Raiji tells them to turn and attack the enemies from the side. Raiji commands the fire to become a hail of arrows, destroying everyone with its rain. Rei Saiaki reports a hail of fire arrows. The man says Rekus's unique skills are irritating. Rei Saiaki explains that he'll see how the man enjoys being cut to pieces. He delivers a series of rapid strikes to 2 monkeys, knocking them back. He then prepares his next move with concentration before delivering a powerful blow to one of the monkeys, causing serious damage. Rei Saiaki says the acid spray attack is simply magnificent. He reports that only this monster remains and wonders how to kill it. The monster makes noises and appears to be bleeding. Rei Saiaki says he knows the spear has finally found its target. Rei Saiaki explains that in that case, he'll try asking a simple guy. When he succeeds, he'll likely direct all his hostility at him and attack. The woman asks him to try to crush him at that moment. Rei Saiaki explains that the wound was inflicted back then. He explains that he gave it an injection, after which the creature reacts sharply and makes a sound of surprise. Rei Saiaki says he's asking if the other person is sure they should focus solely on him. A man with a spear fends off a monkey that's leaping at him, and a girl stabs the monkey in the side with a knife. The monkey makes a coo-coo-coo sound, signaling that the situation is too bad. The monkey reacts sharply, and he delivers a powerful kick to the monkey's head. The woman reports that they've finally made it. Rei Saiaki asks how the girl named Arda is doing and wonders if she harmed Elena-sama. Arda explains that she fought in the front lines with an axe that Rei Saiaki rejected and says everything is fine. Reiji says everyone is exhausted and it's best to take a short break and asks if he can be trusted to invite them out for a walk. The girl says she also wants them to prepare a short break for everyone. Reiji asks if they're going down soon or if they plan to rest, the girl says. Rei Saiaki tells Elena-sama not to forget his condition regarding the seed of caution. Elena asks if he's considering breaking his promise. He says he doesn't know the details, but asks her to understand that he won't stand by and allow this to happen, as breaking the contract he made with the four with a seed of caution is not worth it. The woman explains that he usually acts domineeringly toward those who are not noble. The guy says that thanks to her and him, they were able to overcome that battle of endurance, and explains that at that moment, when our lives were at stake, she insisted on such a deal. The girl says that his insolent actions were unforgivable. The guy explains that if for any reason the woman promises to kill him herself, and Rei Saiaki says he'll verify her words. The man explains that they'll have Rei, the fire mage, in the vanguard and our fire-breathing set bringing up the rear. The man explains that for this reason, they'll be changing formations, presumably. The girl states that she wants Reiji to take position while they explore the 5th floor, explaining that there are ghosts that can sneak up without making a sound, and undead creatures like zombies or skeletons are easily detected by the sounds they make, so he will be able to. The guy says he feels nauseous. Reiji Seiki explains that it's dirty. The man says, "Guru Ruru." He says that with this stench, Seth's heightened sense of smell will be useless here. The man tells everyone to be on guard and suggests they go. The vulture makes a sound, guru-ru. Reiji Saiaki sharply repels the attack. The man with the gun watches the proceedings. Footsteps are heard in the hallway. The girl says they're footsteps. Skeletons appear. He says they're skeletons. He summons Seth, who unleashes a powerful stream of fire. Reiji Saiaki says he truly wouldn't want to be their enemy. He explains that the griffin has a wide range of magical attacks. The man explains that the skeleton is an E-rank monster, which, due to its lack of an ego, can withstand a large amount of damage, but its speed decreases when wet. He explains, the woman says the guy is incredibly reliable and hopes he'll continue to cover for them, and expresses joy that he dealt with the undead. The bird calls him a good boy. The woman asks where they're going next, and the man asks him where it's best to go. Reiji Saiaki reports that Elena herself asked the boy for advice without hesitation, although previously, whenever problems arose, she would first ask them and then him, and adds that even though he is a real adventurer, the man explains that he undoubtedly has a negative influence on Elena and understands why. He says that if that's the case, it won't be a problem. The man next to him is silent. Reiji Saiaki says that for now, nothing will happen that could negatively impact the ritual later. The man tells them to go. The man suggests turning down the right passage, to which the man replies that he understands. He tells Arla that even though they fought together for a while, she recovered very quickly. Arla explains that even she felt it, and that this axe somehow heals its owner from exhaustion. She says that she gradually gets used to the axe, as if it were made. The man explains that this is a normal dungeon room. Reiji Saiaki asks Elena-sama what they should do. Elena-sama says to check for traps. The man replies that he will do as he is told. He reports that the deactivation is complete. He explains that there is a particularly annoying trap waiting here that shoots poison needles when you try to pull the door handle. He says that the poison needles might come in handy. The man reports that nothing unusual happened. Reiji Saiaki explains that no one knows what poison the items contain, so they must be handled carefully. He adds that he'll put them in his box to avoid accidentally injuring himself or anyone else. The man suggests looking behind the door. The man notices the chest and calls it strange. The man says, the girl agrees and says there's no ladder here, so they should head back. Then the girl and he notice a skeletal dragon approaching and react to its appearance. A woman screams, making a sound similar to a growl. Reiji Saiaki thanks Seth for handling the surprise attack so well and resisting it. The bird makes a guru-woo sound. He says he doesn't think there are any more traps here, otherwise this room would be the perfect trap for adventurers. The woman says that while she doesn't think ordinary adventurers could fall into such a simple trap, they didn't even open the chest. The man explains that. Reiji Saiaki says he feels like they've been here before. The man asks Reiji what's wrong with him. Reiji Saiaki explains that he remembers reading about a dungeon with a dimensional loop trap. The man agrees and asks what R thinks. He explains that this would mean the dungeon's heart is incredibly powerful, and that it might also be inhabited by undead creatures capable of using spatial magic. The skeletal man explains that the undead are capable of using such high-level magic, calling it a lich. Reiji Saiaki reports that the wall's damage is repairing itself, creating dangerous spaces with endless repetitions, and explains that it's smaller than before. The man asks if he's right about how this happens and turns to Reiji Saiaki, saying he's noticed it. The woman says they're now convinced it's the trap's influence and says they need to figure out how to get out of here. He explains that nothing comes to mind but asks for some time to think. The man asks everyone to think about how to get out of here. Reiji Saiaki reports that even if they entered the looped space, there is still a part of the world connected to the outside world, and if they can destroy that part, each of them will be able to return to where they were originally. Reiji Saiaki tells Elena-sama that he may have. He says he'll use his magic to fill the entire space with fire and locate the desired point, and asks if the girl knows how to get there. The girl confirms and explains that it doesn't require a huge amount of magical energy. He says he won't have any problems with that. Reiji Saiaki reports that this is a gentle flame. He reports that the fire isn't burning. Then he finds something and shouts that he found it. After that, he says, hold it, and attacks with a stream of water. The sound of a wall breaking. The woman reports that this is the room where they found the chest and asks if they managed to escape the trap. Reiji Saiaki explains that they most likely activated the spatial loop when they entered this room. The woman explains that if this is true, then the discovery of the chest triggers the alarm. The woman says that falling into the same trap twice hurts her pride too much, so she's waiting for a better outcome in the second round, and he says that even someone as noble as he fell into a trap set by monsters and calls it humiliation. The man explains. Rei Saiaki reports that the enemies are here. The man says that some zombies here are even wearing iron armor and then expresses surprise. The girl says they must be adventurers who turned, and Rei Saiaki says it's possible. A man in armor with red gloves explains that it's Kayast and asks another man in armor to look over here, asking what's going on. Two men report enemies attacking from behind and call for Elena. Elena explains that this confirms the presence of a zombie controller in the shadows and says it looks like the enemies are throwing them a welcome party. He orders them to leave now, while Rei and Seth. A woman asks the great spirits of water to grant her the power of their 5 fangs, and Rei Saiaki shouts the name of the spell, Wave Fang. In the right panel, several people are standing in a row, with 4 people lying on the ground in front of them. In the left panel, 4 people are standing up, removing bags from their heads, and behind them stands a group of people. Rei Saiaki says they just need to buy time. The man says that won't work. Rei Saiaki explains that he wouldn't want to dirty his axe on these walking lumps of flesh. Then the cry of Water Fang is heard twice. The girl orders Seth to do this and focus on defense, and he replies that he understands. The griffin makes a growling sound and releases a fiery breath towards the 2 figures. He praises Seth for his good work, and Seth growls in response. Rei Saiaki tells Elena-sama that they should move quickly, as they may not know who is controlling the zombies. Elena-sama says that if they stay here, the zombies will only increase. Rei Saiaki agrees and says that he wants to find the entrance to the P. The woman says she truly thought they would surrender, and agrees that anyone would have, since they've already been attacked 5 times. The man explains that this doesn't even look like a battle of endurance and asks what their plan is. Rei Saiaki addresses the woman. He asks which one to check first. The girl says to check both and start with the one that's easier to check. The girl says she'll think about it, then asks what exactly. Rei Saiaki says there are no locks or traps on this door and urges them to take a look. The girl shouts that they can't just open the door. Rei Saiaki explains that it's clear. He reports that there really is no beggar here. The woman tells Vam to search every corner, check for hidden doors or stairs. Vam replies, okay. Rei Saiaki explains that the others can use this room to rest and recharge, then asks them to calm down and says that after the other person checks the room, they will switch. The other person is surprised and asks how he could have done it. He says he's looked everywhere but found nothing at all and suggests they grab a bite to eat while they're here. The man says it's time to check the door, noticing something there. He explains that there is a pretty dangerous trap here and he has high expectations for this room and then begins to uncover. Rei Saiaki says the door must open. He tells her to stop hiding behind the wall and open the door properly. The man turns to her, reminding her how many times he's successfully disarmed traps and asks her to take back her words. He explains that it's not that big of a deal if he misses. The woman says it looks like they've built jackpot. It looks like a research lab or something. She asks if it's a lab in the middle of a dungeon. The man replies that it might be the room of the person targeting them. The woman remains silent. The man calls Rei. Rei Saiaki reports that the fact that the door hasn't been opened yet is astonishing. The man explains that the adventurers they met on the 3rd floor, or whoever found the inhabited altar, didn't look in this room. The woman asks if they shouldn't investigate. On the top panel, a group of people stand at attention, and a text appears next to it, stating that this place is in a mirror dimension dungeon. He says a voice is speaking directly into their heads and asks if it's a telepath. He explains that he recently left and returned to find many thieves in his room. The woman says there are things here that are dear to her, but almost everything can be easily replaced. Rei Saiaki, holding a spear, expresses surprise and asks what's going on. In the next shot, Rei Saiaki repeats the question in surprise. The monster, looking frightened, asks if S is scared. The woman says that whoever owns the voice could answer 2 questions if pressed. She explains that although she's had many thieves, it's been a long time since she's had guests, and if she can answer the questions, she will. The man and he remain silent. The woman says that after they were caught in a spatial loop, they were attacked by countless zombies and asks if the man was controlling them and ordering them to attack. The man explains that this did not happen and that this happens to all unauthorized visitors. He informs them that they are not. Rei Saiaki reports that, based on their conversation, the girl appears to have a mind and will of her own, and he senses no ill intent from her. The girl explains that this is the only reason they entered the dungeon and asks what he would do if she simply... The girl says she doesn't hold a grudge against people. The woman laughs and says that it is clear that she is perceived as a person, and that is nice. Then she laughs and says the word people. Rei Saiaki says he's excellent and promises not to disappoint. The girl says that was her second question and asks if he was summoned here, as it doesn't look like he was under the dungeon's control. Rei Saiaki explains that yes, he was summoned and the dungeon is suitable for him. The woman says no, she's a very courageous girl and says it's been a long time since she spoke with Kelto, and it was very entertaining. He says he'll walk them to the next door and asks permission to make amends. The man says that would be. The woman says she is Elena Carabel of the Carabel Duchy of the Mimliana Kingdom and asks for her name. Rei Saiaki says that, unfortunately, he has already answered all the questions, but if they meet again, he might tell her his name. The woman explains that she is very. The guy announces that they are now asking to be excused and tells everyone to leave. The man with the staff notices something unexpected. He says he almost forgot something important. Rei Saiaki says he wanted to ask about the griffin accompanying him and explains that he sensed it didn't want others to know about it. He explains that, having confirmed this, he simply stopped time for those people. Rei Saiaki says it was very easy for him and that. He says that it is extremely unusual for an adventurer to be accompanied by a griffin. He says that he is very interested in the griffin. Rei Saiaki says there's no need to keep quiet and laughs, asking if it's really an ordinary griffin. He explains that the answer was terse, but he'd like to hear it in person. Rei Saiaki asks what exactly he means. The man with the spear. The guy says that this guy knows about animal charming and asks how he knows this name. The man says that today is a day full of surprises, and if you think about it, meeting an animal charmer in this day and age is wonderful. The man says that you and that young lady are both wonderful. The man says, answer me. He explains that if you tell him about yourself, he'll be happy to answer and asks if that's okay. The man confirms that it's okay. Rei Saiaki says the guy has a lab and is hesitant to let him be a test subject. He explains that he's developed a certain amount of respect for him, but when he mentioned Zeppai, it changed his attitude. He says he wants to get at least some information from him, and then it shouldn't be a problem. He says, okay. He explains that he's not actually from this world. He was born and raised in a world where magic and witchcraft didn't exist. He explains what he wanted to know. The man says it's a very short story. Rei Saiaki says he's told his story, and now it's the other man's turn, asking how he knows the name Zeppai. The man replies that he sees. He tells me that he knew him a long time ago. He was a respected man and a great sorcerer, famous throughout the world. He explains that in those days there were many great geniuses, but he didn't know about me, and I only knew about the famous ones, Rei Saiaki says that in that era, he would have been considered a genius and reached the upper middle ranks. He explains that the group led by another person was a place he couldn't reach and says that he knew about him, but the other person didn't know about him. He says that he was born several thousand years ago and then says that he realized that he had lived that long. Rei Saiaki says a lich can live for over 1,000 years and calls his interlocutor Lord Lich. Lord Lich says he likes the name and will call himself that from now on, as he was talented enough to be recognized as a necromancer who had reached the pinnacle of the mid-level and was able to perform the ritual. He reports that Zeppai Dono was an incredibly developed person whom he cannot now catch up with, and it is very valuable for him to meet his successor and also asks to inform him if anything happens. Rei Saiaki explains that in his world, they say that a once-in-a-lifetime encounter is something you only see once, and it should be treasured. Rei Saiaki explains that, clearly, those words apply very well here. The masked character explains that a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. He says he will reveal himself and asks if the other person is ready, explaining that since it is him, everything should be fine, and asks if he can trust that the other person will not fall. In the next panel, a hooded creature with a skull instead of a face appears, surrounded by orbs. Perfect. Rei Saiaki says it's impossible. The crowned skeleton reveals he's the Demon King. He feels himself gradually losing consciousness and realizes that this feeling is the power that Seth feared. He reports that when he looks at him, he feels death, since his aura is very different. He explains that such a system is not capable of assessing his strength, and if Rei Saiaki reveals that he is Rei. He explains that he doesn't feel welcome, but rather a sense of mutual respect, and assumes the other man is truly committed to Zeppelin. He says he's still learning, but believes he'll one day be worthy of carrying out his will. The voice informs him that Reiji certainly isn't neglecting his training. The being born from Rei's magical power explains that despite Reiji's youth, he was able to overcome his power. Rei Saiaki explains that one of the benefits of beast magic is the speed with which the skills one can acquire develop, and asks how much the other person will grow the next time they meet, which he looks forward to. The griffin makes a sound, Rei Saiaki explains. He asks what happened and wonders if the girl wants to get lost. The girl says she's already on her way. The man remains silent. Rei Saiaki says these are the steps leading to the 6th floor, and he's amazed at how this place can be twisted to go wherever it wants. He reports that it was said that this corridor leads to the 6th floor, and the traps will get more and more complex. The man explains that even if against, he asks Elena Sama what happened. Elena reports that nothing happened. She explains that Arla and Chaos Diest will be in the front row, Reiji and she in the middle, and Seth and Vam will cover the back. Elena says that since the dead are gone, Rei Saiaki says he understands what the girl is saying, but advises them to keep an eye on their surroundings and warns them that you never know when an enemy might attack. The girl says she thinks it's a setup. She explains that they haven't encountered a single monster after an hour of walking here and can't. The girl says she wouldn't have thought about it, and at least she feels better that way, and asks Reiji how he feels about it. Reiji says they've definitely broken out of that vicious cycle. The guy says this corridor is somewhat similar to the last one, but slightly different, and at least they're not stuck in a loop. The girl is silent. Reiji Saiaki asks if something is wrong. The girl explains that nothing, she was just lost in thought. Reiji Saiaki speaks again. The girl reports that. He says that if they want to talk, Arla was more than right, and asks what she means. He says that as she wanted, the monsters appeared, 4 ahead. No, 5 monsters, and this is already the 3rd time she has jinxed them. The guy tells everyone to get ready, and asks if he can wait for backup. Reiji Saiaki says no problem, and the girl explains that they're quickly closing in on the enemy. Reiji Saiaki yells at Arl to watch out. He parries the attack, and the man kicks him. The man warns that these guys are quite agile and urges them to be more careful up ahead. The man reports that it was an attack by the wolves' back appendages. Reiji Saiaki talks about emerald wolves. The girl asks if he knows anything about them and says any information would be helpful. Reiji Saiaki explains that he only read about them in a monster manual. He explains that the emerald wolves themselves are located on S-Ran. The girl says they're quite powerful, as is their ability to use wind magic, and that they could cause trouble. The man shoots a bow and says it's wind magic. Reiji Saiaki calls checkmate, releasing the wolves to attack. The wolves growl and charge forward. A woman notices what's happening and reports that they are surrounded. He shouts, "Hiya," and strikes, then thanks Seth for his royal intimidation. The girl reports that they managed to break through somehow, and then explains that thanks to Seth's skill, they easily dealt with the battle cry. She adds that now is not the time to dwell on trifles. Reiji Saiaki reports to collect resources from the monsters, and orders everyone to return to duty. He tells Arla that she better not say anything unnecessary, and Arla explains that it was just a coincidence and not his fault. The man shouts for them to stop. He says that it is a trap and explains that he doesn't have to deactivate it, he can just use something too. Reiji Saiaki asks the girl if she's sure they should leave her like this, and she says that it will be easier for someone else to find her. Reiji Saiaki notes that there are too many traps and asks if there aren't too many. The man says he noticed a lever hidden under the floor. The woman says there are too many of them and it will take a long time to disarm them all, but unless they are connected to something more serious, they should simply be avoided. The man replies that this is understandable. The man says they have come to a crossroads and suggests they look where to go. He says that. The woman asks if they should go straight or left. The man says the right path smells like monsters. Reiji Saiaki says he can tell for sure they're there. Reiji says it's up to the girl to decide. The girl suggests turning left, explains that there are more traps than monsters on this floor, and asks Arla and Val to switch places. The man says he's found another trap. The boy asks how come none of the monsters are here. Reiji Saiaki announces he's discovered a trap and found another one, then says there's another trap and names 2 more. He shouts that enough of these traps is enough. The man explains they'll continue on their way. The man tells her to stay put, but he sees another trap. The man says it's getting on his nerves. The man asks where it is and why he doesn't see any switches. Reiji Saiaki explains that it covers the entire area wherever he steps and will work. He says it will probably work. Reiji Saiaki says it's too nasty. He says it's hard to say whether he'll be able to completely disable it. Reiji. He says it's best to stick to this path, as there's a high probability that the other corridors contain similar traps. He explains that this is based on the timing, placement, and structure of the traps he's already disarmed, and clarifies that he's not saying this is based solely on his intuition. Reiji Saiaki says that if he can't handle the trap, they won't advance any further, and confirms that the girl's words make sense. The girl says they have time to deal with it, and everyone else will take turns standing guard and resting to recuperate. Reiji Saiaki. The guy says, "Great job," and offers to hold the bottle. The man thanks him. The man asks Vam what the trap was, and Vam explains that when it was activated, the ceiling falls on him. The man replies that it's crazy, and there's no way they could have avoided it. The guy is surprised and asks. Reiji Saiaki reports that they've walked for quite some time now, but haven't encountered any traps yet. The woman explains that Elena's assumption is becoming plausible and asks if the last trap was a test. The woman explains that while she says they haven't encountered any more traps along the way, he says he thinks differently and it's time to prepare yourself for what lies ahead. The woman informs them that there are no more traps behind the door, so this was the last one, and says that nothing was said about what's behind the door, so everyone should be on guard. She orders them to move forward. The man remarks that it's very spacious in here and guesses that the other end of the room is about 500 meters away. Rei Saiaki says that, given the dungeon's brutality, he deeply doubts they'll encounter such a weak enemy. Rei Saiaki tells Elena-sama to leave the goblin to them. Rei Saiaki notices something is wrong, but doesn't understand what it is, he explains. The girl tells Kayas to back off and says it's not a goblin. He explains it's a spriggan. A B-rank spriggan lets out a loud cry. Rei Saiaki explains that the giant species has two forms, a giant and an ugly dwarf. He explains that in their normal form, they can easily be mistaken for goblins, but their combat power and stats are close to those of giants. The girl screams, "Kayast," and lets out a battle cry. The girl attacks the monster with her foot, and the man stabs it with his spear. The man explains that his arrows can't penetrate the monster's skin because it's too thick, and explains that he needs to aim for the face to inflict damage, hitting the eyes. Rei Saiaki says he'll distract the monster and asks Arla to go around and strike the tendons in his leg from the side. Arla says she understands. Rei Saiaki shouts that he's going to use a floating flash. He says he won't be distracted by a floating flash like that and suggests they see how he likes a straight punch. He delivers the punch, letting out a cry. Rei Saiaki states that if it were an ogre, one attack would be enough to kill it and makes a noise of displeasure. The man strikes the ogre. The girl screams that it's Arla. The ogre lets out cries of pain as it suffers wounds from the attack. He kicks his opponent. The man screams in pain. The girl announces that it's time to finish him off. The man and girl prepare to attack as a winged creature flies nearby. Rei Saiaki informs Elena that defeating the spriggan will open the way up, and if they make it past the stairs, they'll reach the top floor. Elena explains that they need to replenish their strength and mana before continuing, and that there will be level 6 monsters up there. I wonder which one. The girl approaches him and says she'd like to discuss something with him, to which he agrees and suggests they step away. Reiji says he doesn't think they would have gotten this far without her, but doubts she'd want to hear from him. Reiji Saiaki says that he will do so, and the girl says that it is great and laughs. He says Elena is right and asks her to take what he received earlier. Elena is surprised and says it would be wrong to give it to her because it belongs to him. He insists that she take it. The woman says she was asked to protect the man, but when she can't do that, he'll need what she wants him to take and asks him to think of it as her replacement. The woman says she'll accept it in that case. Reiji Saiaki says that this item is a body double and will be best if it is never used. The girl agrees and says that since she received it from Reiji Saiaki, she will always carry it with her. The woman explains that the lower portion of the armor functions as a storage area, but it doesn't have an infinite capacity like Reiji's mist ring, and instead has a volume of 2 tatami mats, 85.5 cm by 179 cm. She explains that it's a magical item that many nobles have difficulty obtaining. The man says that the girl says she's curious about where they're supposed to go. She reports that, based on their information, one path leads to the altar, another path leads to the boss, and the other two are unknown. The woman suggests leaving the decision to Reiji, as usual. The girl says they've come this far thanks to his decisions. Reiji explains he doesn't think much of it. It was all luck, he didn't base his choice on anything. The man suggests calling it intuition and asks which direction he chose. Reiji Saiaki remains silent, then announces that they will go left. The man confirms that they will go left. The guy tells Elena, there's a door here. A large, beast-like creature bursts out of the door. The girl says that these gates have a faint, oppressive aura, and that she has never seen such magical doors before, and that one look at them is enough to make the faint of heart lose consciousness. The woman says the problem is what awaits them beyond, and Reiji Saiaki says it will be dealt with. The man checks the door and reports there are no traps. Reiji Saiaki realizes it's an S-rank silver lion and explains that even he knows this is bad news. The silver lion is reportedly an S-rank monster considered extremely rare. Their silver fur renders magic and piercing attacks useless. Anyone caught in the special attack, Lion's Roar, will have their eardrums ruptured and their sense of balance disrupted. The girl asks if he noticed her, and explains that the monster most likely won't attack them until they enter the room, and also wonders if the altar behind these doors is an ancestral one. Reiji Saiaki reports that, as far as he remembers, there shouldn't be a creature here. He asks where they should go this time. The man says there's a room with the boss on the left and suggests going down the right passage, to which he agrees. The woman tells Elena-sama there's a door and asks her to see what's behind it. Rei Saiaki says he's already on his way and hopes there's nothing scary behind them. Rei Saiaki then offers to take a look, after which the woman and the girl happily announce they've found him and he's there. The man announces that they have come to the ancestral altar. The woman confirms that this is the ancestral altar and explains that this is the place they have been searching for and where she will be reborn. He says yes, this is it. The woman calls it rebirth, but clarifies. The woman explains that this ritual is known to be hereditary, and if someone asks what it is, she would describe it as a ceremony that draws the monster's power from magical stones and makes that power yours. The man explains that, compared to humans, monsters are physically and magically stronger. Rei Saiaki asks if such a dangerous ceremony is being planned. The woman explains that what she described earlier was the result of previous fake ceremonies with fake altars discovered in the dungeons, and these examples were carried out at that time. He says that if all this is true, then it is understandable why the kingdom invested so much in this research, but instead of risking everything by holding fake ceremonies, wouldn't it be better to form a troupe of strong adventurers? He explains that with the real, Rei Saiaki explains that while there is a noble faction, it is nothing more than an alliance of noble families, nothing more, nothing less, and if something were to happen, they would most likely defect to the royal faction or a faction with ties to other nations. He says they need someone with... The girl says that her father has no time to worry about risk and gain, and if everything works out, she will become a symbol of the noble faction, which is something more, and if he hesitates, she will lose all respect for him. He says that she is doing this for the nobles, and... The woman says no one forced her. She prepared for everything and accepted this mission herself, and also says she doesn't know what Rei Saiaki presented there. Rei Saiaki asks what magic stone she will use. The woman asks if he's curious, and the woman says it's their family's greatest treasure and shows them the ancient dragon's magic stone. The man responds by saying its rank is equal to or greater than that of Lich Lord Grim, whom Reiji knows. The text explains that the ancient dragon is S rank, and even among. Rei Saiaki explains that they obtained the magic stone many years ago when the head of the Kerbal family led a squad of knights to defeat a dragon, and asks if the girl is sure everything will be alright if they use it. The girl explains that it's strange to see him worried, and says, the woman reports that the Vestian Empire also successfully performed the ceremony, but they are unable to extract the full power from the magical stones through impromptu ceremonies, despite having created enough creatures to form an entire troop. She explains that the kingdom's national strength is much weaker than that of the empire. Rei Saiaki informs Elena that they've checked everything. Elena says the preparations for the ceremony are complete. She explains to Rei Saiaki and Seth that the three of them won't be able to move during the ceremony, so if any Moestra appear, they'll have to take care of them. He says that if anything happens, they'll take care of it, and also advises them to focus on the ceremony. The woman thanks him for holding their lives in his hands. The woman says there's only one person in town capable of handling the task, and Rei Saiaki explains he's willing to help. The man nods in agreement. The boy responds to the call. The man asks Reiji to stand outside, explaining that they only have one chance, and regardless of the outcome, the altar will collapse after the ceremony. Reiji agrees and says that then they will stand outside and drive away the monsters. Rei Saiaki reports that it has begun, and at least he can be sure that no monsters will enter the room. The woman says that this is magic that can destroy everything around her and explains that she is going to use it to protect herself. Rei Saiaki and the man hear a sharp sound. Rei Saiaki turns sharply and says what's going on. The man steps forward. He asks Vam what he's doing. Vam explains that he's done everything he can to keep Reiji away and warns him that if he enters the circle, who knows what will happen, while forbidding him to even think about it. The man says that they should just sit quietly and watch Elena-sama's final moments. Rei Saiaki exclaims, "What's going on?" He says they need to kill her first, but it looks like she's already absorbed some of the power from the crystal, so it's better to destroy the stone. The woman explains why it's so noisy. He screams that he won't allow it, then gets hit in the back and cries out in pain, asking. Rei Saiaki yells, "Kast." The man explains that he said it was forbidden to enter the magic circle. Normal people would hesitate a little before entering, but Reiji quickly saw through his lie. He says he'll either help her or let her die, because there's only one chance, and there's no time to hesitate. The man says Kayast is acting strangely, and that might be the reason for what's happening. The man laughs and says, then catch him. Rei Saiaki yells for Kayast to stop and calls out to Seth. Rei Saiaki yells, M. The man says it's too late and everything is bad. The guy screams for them to stop. Then there's an explosion, or the crystals are destroyed. The boy says that this was the last chance to save the Millen Kingdom, and now they won't be able to stand against the Vesta Empire, and Rei Saiaki says that's such a failure. Rei Saiaki notes that they fell because the ceremony was interrupted. The man asks why he betrayed them. He asks why the man defected to the West Empire and explains that the correct answer is that his entire family deserted. The man says he'll give him 50 points for that. Rei Saiaki says the man must have a reason and asks if he's not a noble. The man explains that his father believes the kingdom will lose a war with the empire, or something along those lines. He explains that technological development is the main reason, and in the empire, the inheritance ceremony is held in a simpler form. Many people there have already undergone it, known as demonic soldiers. The man says that if you can't win, it's better to join, right, Regisa? Rei Saiaki reports that it's been about 5 years since he joined them. He asks if he's supposed to be Elena-sama's bodyguard and if he feels any affection for them, considering he's been with them for so long. The man explains that he did have some affection for them. The guy says he doesn't understand the logic or meaning and asks if this means the other guy is a lustful killer. The woman says she'll use that nickname from now on. The man says he likes it. That would be cute. Rei Saiaki says there's nothing fun about killing people. The man asks what could be more fun than controlling the lives of others and explains that it's simply a lot of fun and the wonderful feeling of butchering someone. In the top right, a man says that a beautiful song of human screams is heard when he stabs them and sees their bones, and that a precious look of their despair is revealed when he cuts out their organs and displays them. Below, the man says he was foolish to question the maniac. Rei Saiaki says one can imagine what kind of ability he'll gain, whether it'll be acid capable of dissolving a person or tentacles like the emerald wolf. He also reveals that he'll be able to increase his size, allowing one to see the beautiful look of despair on a child's face, and laughs. He says Kyasto is a little different. It's true that he doesn't like him, but one could even say he doesn't despise him, and his loyalty to Elena is stronger. The man asks if he really doesn't like him, and who knows. The man asks what he did to Kaya. Rei Saiaki says it's uncharacteristic for him to disregard Elena's life and attack him. The man says he believed they hated each other. The man explains that this is the culprit and offers a clue. The boy offers him some water to drink for his health. The man thanks him, and he asks if he poisoned the water. The man explains that's why the effect only manifested on Kyaste and shows him the antidote. He notes that the man also drank water from the same bottle, and the man confirms this and says, Rei Saiaki explains that he can't control someone if they categorically disagree with an order, but somewhere deep down they must be willing to carry it out, adding that he didn't think the dislike for him was so strong. The man laughs. Rei Saiaki says that he and the woman says his life will definitely end here. He screams, "What's going on?" The woman explains the name of the technique, the floating cut. The guy explains that these little creatures are magical creatures created by the Empire's alchemists as a defense, and that weak attacks will make it difficult to deal with these guys. Rei Saiaki says that's too bad and laughs. The guy asks how Reiji can be calm after his. He explains that if he aims for a gap in the robe's defenses, he can at least inflict a scratch, calling the weapon a poisoned dagger, a bizarre magical weapon with an annoying, paralyzing effect even from a small scratch. He asks if the other guy is right. The guy says the other guy might be right, but only if he's on his own, and calls him over. Rei Saiaki yells something. The masked man expresses surprise. He explains that he didn't have a chance at first, but now someone else is at a disadvantage. He's surprised and says it's impossible that someone would use brute force to break free from Seth's grip, and asks if it's the poison's effect. The man explains that he's not sure. Rei Saiaki shouts at Seth and commands the griffin, which makes a sound. The man fires a shot. The man explains that the Vestia Empire lent him a golem for a mission, one that is much more powerful than a normal golem, and neither he nor Seth were able to detect it. Rei Saiaki. He explains that a golem is an artificial being, subject to the will of man, created through alchemy and formed from stone or earth, while fundamentally a golem is a creature without emotions and will, obeying the commands of its master. He reports that an ordinary golem. Rei Saiaki reports that he helped him regain consciousness and asks if the shock was severe. The other guy says he feels a burning sensation and doesn't understand what's happening to him. He says it was his mistake and explains that he couldn't help but intervene. Rei Saiaki shouts that Vam is a bastard. Vam responds with surprise. Rei Saiaki demands to know what Vam wants. Vam says he can't move and asks to see that he actually remembers everything that happened when he was a puppet. The guy reveals that he planned to use the Princess General's head to earn some points, but in the end, everything worked out. He explains that he spent a lot of effort limiting the adventurer's power to rank D and ended up with him, an unusual adventurer, noting that. The boy orders the enemy to be killed, and Rei Saiaki shouts for him to leave. Rei Saiaki reports that the Kleist spear most likely isn't working. The man explains that the Clayist's physical strength is twice that of a normal one, and Rei Saiaki adds that the enemy's strength is 3 times that of a normal one. He says he never asks for forgiveness for being turned into a doll. He says he likes it when actions contradict words and laughs. He then explains that it's fun. The next scene shows a fight between several characters. Rei Saiaki reports that his strength is being forcibly increased by the stone, but Clayist's normal speed is superior, and he needs to knock him out. Rei Saiaki screams for him not to die and attacks. Clayist screams in pain. Rei Saiaki is surprised, and Clayist laughs. He says that the interlocutor may have tried to knock him out, but it won't work, and he honestly admits that such attacks only cause him more suffering. Rei Saiaki says he's been hired as one of Elena-sama's bodyguards and must do his job. The man orders him to be killed and then have someone else pay. Rei Saiaki asks if he's sure, to which the man replies, "Of course." The man explains that Reiji doesn't have. Rei Saiaki says the man has nothing to do with it, but he respects him as a warrior and can't defeat him even with a strengthening drug. He begs for it. The man cries out that he begs to be spared the shame and defeat the enemy so that he will pay for Elena's betrayal and show. He says he understands. He delivers a powerful blow, breaking through the wall. Rei Saiaki announces that this is a re-upload to correct errors and inaccuracies, warns that nothing will change, bids farewell, and wishes everyone good luck. Rei Saiaki explains that the re-upload was done to prevent comments about this being a new chapter, and thanks readers for their help. He says it's the end. The man says he's curious about that. The man orders him to appear. He's surprised and asks what happened. A golem came out of the bag. The man laughs and says he won't have a space bag. Rei Saiaki says that this little guy is pitifully small compared to Elena, but the size of the vault is determined by the number and rank of items used to make it, so it makes sense. He reports that he's pulled out one surprise after another. The man explains that just by observing his strength, one can tell that he's no weaker than an A rank. He says that then he just needs to get the upper hand and screams. The man explains that. Rei Saiaki says the tentacles are regenerating and there's no end to them. Then he makes a noise of displeasure and strikes. The man reports that Rei Saiaki is clearly stuck in his actions, but adds that there's something important. He says he hopes the girl can focus only on him. The man yells at Elena. He says he can't let the girl run away. The man swears. The man yells, "Stop." Rei Saiaki yells at Elena and Clayist. Clayist falls with a hole in his back, blood spurting from the wound. Elena tells Clayist to get hacking, asking what he's doing. He says it's a real disappointment and that he's achieved his goal, so he thinks everything is fine. The man swears and shouts that he'll kill Udok. The man throws the bottle. Rei Saiaki announces that he's not bathing and demands his medication. The man is surprised and says, "Eh." The man screams and delivers a powerful blow. He says it's the end. The man screams in pain. The creature makes a gurgling sound and expresses surprise. Rei Saiaki says this is serious. He attacks the opponent, who flies at him with a fist. Rei Saiaki reports a magical shield. He says that he self-destructed. The man is surprised and asks by whom. He explains that it won't happen again, and next time the man will die. The man says that he thought about it. He suggests that the man slowly pull out what's in the bag. The boy says he's fighting to the very end. The man says he's the winner this time. Rei Saiaki reports that with the Vestia Empire's level of technology, it's possible to create a single-use teleportation item, and explains that the stone was a magical teleportation item. The man says he escaped. He says he couldn't protect them. The man is silent. He abruptly hugs the other man. The man with the scythe notices that blood is flowing from the wound on the other man's back. Rei Saiaki says wait and asks what's going on. Then he says it's a wound. Rei Saiaki realizes that the crystal's activation conditions have been met. He explains that if Clayist hadn't covered the crystal, it likely wouldn't have activated, and says they never shared the same views, but Clayist was a loyal servant. The man reports that RR. Rei Saiaki says that Arpa should calm down and calls for Elena-sama. Elena-sama exclaims her name in surprise. He reports that the inheritance ceremony was interrupted halfway through and asks her to calm down, saying that everything is fine. The girl asks him to let her go. He explains that it is too dangerous to drag her outside the magic circle and that they cannot. Rei Saiaki tells them not to worry and explains that the ceremony can only be performed once and the magic circle will disappear once it's done. The man asks what a magic circle is. The girl shouts, "Elena-sama." Rei Saiaki asks Elena how much she remembers and clarifies if that includes her and Arla. Elena says she remembers everything up until the moment Well destroyed the stone. Rei Saiaki asks how Well was able to move within the magic circle, and Elena, The man reports that Kaias may have had some kind of alchemical item and that he had allied himself with the Empire. Rei Saiaki says that Kaiast betrayed them, just like Bam. The boy says that Kaiast will never betray, and the creature next to him expresses bewilderment. The girl asks if it's Kaiast and confirms that he died protecting the boy from Wells' golem. He can't believe it and asks how this could have happened, and the woman asks Reiji to take the remains to his vault and return the body to his family, then asks him to tell her everything that happened when she lost consciousness. Reiji agrees and says he sees that Kaias died with honor, explaining that they never got along, but how. The woman says that Well Cerise will pay for his betrayal. The man says that Kaias protected Elena-sama until the very end and will make sure the enemy pays for his betrayal. Rei Saiaki reports that the ceremony was interrupted but isn't sure if it worked, to which the woman replies that she believes she was able to obtain about 70% of the ancient dragon's power. The girl explains that for an interrupted ceremony, the result is quite good, and the mistake was that the man destroyed it. He says that after the ceremony, Elena seems much stronger. He reports that this is true. Rei Saiaki is confident they can handle it and says that no matter what, they have to do it. The girl says she'll go wherever they want. Rei Saiaki suggests they go and asks Rei and Seth to watch their backs while he and the other girl will look ahead. The man. He tells Elena that he has something. He explains that if everything goes according to plan, they will reach the surface in an instant, and if he uses it, the conditions for the seed will change slightly. Elena asks how. Rei Saiaki reports that the first change concerns information related to Seth, to information that could be used against him and Seth. The girl says that's good, it's a race against time, so she agrees to Semeni's terms and promises to stick to her word and must return to tell about the events. The guy asks what it is and says they're using it. The girl asks how they'll get out now. He explains that it's a twin ball connected to another ball, and he can contact it at any time. The girl notices the voice and thinks she thought about who it was but didn't. The man says he didn't expect to contact them so quickly, but he needs their help and asks them to wait a moment. Rei Saiaki says he did indeed do it and will explain everything later. He says he doesn't want to burden them, but they need to get outside and asks to be moved to a place where there aren't many people. Lord Grimm explains that it's not a problem and there's a spot on the ground floor with a few people. Elena Kerbal confirms that they've met again. The man tells them that if they go through it, they'll find themselves on a first floor. The woman thanks him and asks him to accept her gratitude, explaining that he can cast the spell without speaking it. Rei Saiaki asks if it was just an illusion. The man thanks her and says that if she imagined such a possibility, then with. He says he'll go first. Elena herself says that if that's what he wants, then fine. The girl runs and says she's going. Rei Saiaki announces that a portal has opened and explains that they can now reach another dimension. The man explains that this place is far away from here and that they must pass through it to reach their goal. The hooded man announces that he is back. A man reports that the assassination of the Princess General failed, and they were mistaken in expecting results from a traitor. Another man explains that their plan failed, so they have no reason to stay here, and they leave, calling those present incompetent trash. Rei Saiaki asks what to do with Luna and tells him to take him with him. The woman says they might be able to arrest Cerise's family before they leave the country, and says okay. The woman explains that the seal is ready and tells Arl that everything is ready. Arl notices that she's asleep. The woman remains silent. The woman asks for the letter to be delivered as quickly as possible and, if possible, for a high-level summoner to do it. The man replies that he will do it immediately. The girl says she'll rest now. The man expresses surprise. The woman reports that her vision has improved with the inherited power, and says that even from here she can tell that Rei's eyes are closed. Rei Saiaki wakes up and makes a sound of surprise. The woman reports that he seems to trust her. He sits next to the large creature and listens to the woman. Rei Saiaki says he doesn't understand what's going on and calls Elena by name. Elena says it's a set. She makes an ah sound. The girl apologizes and says she didn't mean to wake him, and he replies it's okay and asks about the letter. The girl explains that she sent the letter using a service at the hotel, which boasts the fastest messenger birds. He explains. The woman says that after everything that happened, she doesn't want to see Aru in a bad mood, and that she also received many things from him and considers them her gratitude and a gift. Rei Saiaki agrees and says that he will take it then. The man notices the gentle smile on the woman's face and is surprised that he didn't think about it. He asks where Uslusha was, and she explains that when she couldn't move but was conscious and eavesdropping, she had an ancient dragon stone that allowed her to resist the effects of Grimdona's magic. He clarifies whether this happened when Rei Saiaki offers some kind of magical item, like a free axe or something similar, and asks if that would be okay with the woman, as he was expecting something more serious. The woman says she doesn't plan to do anything, but if he doesn't mind, he can tell her about the world he came from and confesses. The woman says, the man looks at her silently. Rei Saiaki explains that his mistake was that he said too much and didn't mean to offend, hoping for forgiveness. The woman says she hates to think he thinks that way about her and asks for forgiveness, asking if it wasn't a lie that he was a student of the Ma. The girl says it sounds incredible and asks Reiji if he knows anything about this man. Reiji explains that apparently this man was considered the most powerful alchemist in the world. Rumor has it that the best alchemists in the world, and even the city of Ozos, famous for its alchemy. The woman says it's simply based on the knowledge imparted to her by Zepail, but Estanol was the kind of man who preferred to spend his time researching rather than raising disciples. Rei Saiaki explains that because of this quality, he spent his entire life as a bachelor, even though there's a chance. The girl says she wants to show him something and asks what it is when the guy shows her a crystal. The guy explains he was surprised when it turned into something after using it and says it's a crystal. The girl thanks Reiji and says it's thanks to him that she's still alive. Reiji is happy. The girl says that gifts from nobility are usually a bit over the top, adding that it is always like that. The maid informs Elena-sama that a guest, Volker-sama, has come to discuss their journey. Elena says she forgot about it and will be right there. The woman explains that she didn't expect the leader himself to come, noting that he moves too quickly for a man of his position, but Reiji Saiaki says he's leaving everything to someone else. The girl says she plans to leave tomorrow and advises them to rest in the meantime. Reiji Saiaki replies, "That's understandable." The woman says she's here. The man apologizes for taking up his time, and the woman explains she was going to meet him to deliver a report and asks for a little time. Reiji Saiaki says that as the guildmaster, he must ask about what happened there and explains that there are some things he can't tell. The woman confirms that it is an uninhabited altar. Reiji Saiaki says he doesn't mind if they tell him everything they can. The woman explains that, too. He says it's best to agree to this. He confirms that he understands. The girl is glad that he understands and says that she will ask someone to send him compensation and also thanks him for any help. The man thanks them for everything they've done for them, and the girl replies that you're welcome. The metropolis of Anessus is reportedly located just a short distance from the capital of Milena. It is comparable in size to the capital of Caerphilly and is widely known as the second largest city in the kingdom of Milena. It is reported that at the end of this city there is a mansion that can easily be called a palace. This is the residence of the Duke of Karbala. The man apologizes to Duke Liberté Kerbel and informs him that an urgent letter has arrived from a young lady. Duke Liberté Kerbel explains that he is the head of the noble faction, Elena's father, and a man with power second only to the king, after which the man reports that Cerisi's family has betrayed them. The man asks if he was called. Rei Saiaki explains that the captain of the Duke of Kerbala's knights, Marquis Désir's second son, Filma Désir, can lead the knights to kill Viscount Cerise before. The man explains that in such a situation they would have very little time to fight. The people accompanying Viscount Cerise would most likely be well equipped, and in the worst-case scenario, the Empire would send a detachment to pick them up. He understands this. Reiji Saiaki tells Phil Désir to coordinate the pursuit with the Dragon Knights and take care of Cerisi's family. The man asks if Reiji Saiaki is sure, to which he replies affirmatively. The man says that they were given a chance to get this information, so they must capture him, and says that they cannot allow them to fall into enemy hands, and also need to be careful with the demonic soldiers that were mentioned in the letter. Reiji Saiaki announces that he will prepare to leave as soon as possible, and says that he will do as he is ordered. The woman reports that the hired man is afraid of Seth, explains that he's not used to him, and asks how things were with them. The man says yes. The creature says it's counting on them. The man replies yes. Reiji Saiaki says the weather is fine today and should be what's called clear autumn weather. The girl explains that the harvest festival is about to begin, and when it's over, winter will arrive. The woman informs Elena that the war will resume in the spring, as spring will do nothing during the winter. The woman explains that when the time comes, she will definitely use the power of the ancient dragon. The woman tells Elena that she forgot that she was a temporary member of the group for the duration of the quest and has begun to get used to the fact that Yelena. The woman says, "I see, so that's how it is." Reiji Saiaki says, "Yes, although it seemed like they were a team for a short time, or rather, they were a team for a long time, but too little." The girl tells Reiji that he's ever considered leaving his life as an adventurer and joining the Night Corps. Reiji and the girl remain silent. Reiji Saiaki says that if he joins the Night Corps, It will be more difficult to obtain magic stones, and his goal is to help Seth grow, as required by beast magic. Rei Saiaki then explains that Zepat said that Seth's magical power is one of the most powerful, even. He says that if Seth's words are to be believed, he was born from his magic and has the potential to become stronger than Zeppel, who could destroy the army of an entire nation, and therefore they will achieve this. He explains that Seth can absorb magical stones and simultaneously accumulate battle experience. A woman declares that she will never again allow her loved ones to be in danger. A man with a mustache and two other men stare silently ahead. A road with a moving cart and a building with people at the entrance are visible. The man says he's glad Elena Dono returned safely and sees that Reiji is guarding them well. Reiji explains that if he were stronger, there wouldn't have been such losses. The man says Reiji's job was to guard Elena Dono, and he brought her back. The man asks Elena Dono to come with him and tell him what happened. She confirms and explains that something unexpected happened, leading to an incomplete mission, and that a new problem has arisen. The man asks her to explain what exactly he means. The man asks if he can congratulate her on her successful outcome. The man remains silent. The woman reports that she was able to absorb about 70% of the power from the ceremony, the main goal of their journey, which is 70% more than they expected from the ceremony, considering they used the ancient dragon stone and didn't expect to inherit all of its power, so it's easier for her. The guy reacts with surprise. The girl makes a soft sound, then she concentrates, and a powerful energy begins to manifest around her. The girl says she can't fully control it yet, but this is what it looks like. The man explains that achieving this is a feat in itself, and that they have gained extraordinary power, but that it's only 70%. He asks what the other problem is and reminds Dasker Dono of his subordinates who are with him. The man explains that Kayast, who arrived before them, and the woman explains that Well interrupted the ceremony by destroying the stone, which brought about the end, and the shock caused her to lose consciousness. Most likely, the man wanted to kill her, and Rei was the one who saved her. The man asks Rei Saiaki if what Elena Day said was true. The man says that the thought that someone from the noble faction, someone so close to Duke Kerbal, like Viscount Cerise, could defect to the Empire is an unfortunate turn of events. He says his father's reputation will suffer, the girl explains. The woman says that she will be prepared to respond to everything at once, explaining that this is a battle for the entire Miliana kingdom, and that she has no desire whatsoever to serve the Vestian Empire. The woman asks if they are sure this is okay and asks for forgiveness. The husband. The woman states that, given the events, she's glad she sent Reiji on this mission and explains that if another adventurer who met the requirements had been with them, Well would have killed him. She also says she's very grateful that Duster Dono chose Reiji. The man says that now that he's familiarized himself with the situation, he's sure they're tired from their journey here, so he asks them to rest in the prepared rooms. The woman thanks him for their kindness and asks if they'll allow her to leave. The man calls Arl to go, but Reiji asks him to stay to discuss something. The woman says good morning to Rei Saiaki and suggests they stay until the bell strikes 9. Rei Saiaki informs them that they still need to divide the monsters they killed in the dungeon. The woman agrees and asks him to come over. The woman asks what he wanted to talk about. Reiji explains that they haven't decided how to divide the monsters they killed in the dungeon, and lists the goblins, lizardmen, water monkeys, ogres, spriggans, and emeralds they've collected. The girl says that it seems like they caused trouble for Rei Saiaki with their request, and that they were also saved by him many times, so she believes that he can do whatever he wants with them. The woman says she doesn't see any problems, and besides, they won't be able to exchange magic stones and materials without outside help. He asks if she's sure. He explains that it makes sense. He heard that Well did this, and in that case, he'll sell. Rei Saiaki says he'll accept the gift then. Arla asks if she can bring tea and snacks and says she'll bring something suitable. The man agrees and says, okay, of course. The woman asks Reiji to lend an ear as she has something she wants to say. He says the name Elena. Then he's silent and then expresses bewilderment. In the far right frame, he sits down next to the girl. Rei Saiaki and a girl are kissing. Rei Saiaki, surprised, asks what's going on. He says it's a special award. The girl says that since she gave her first kiss to Rei Saiaki, that should be enough. The girl warns Reiji not to think she's kissing just anyone and asks him to listen to her. Reiji replies that he doesn't mind kissing her since it was his first kiss too. The girl says she found some homemade cookies and apologizes for keeping him waiting. He asks what the atmosphere is like here and if something happened while he was gone. The woman asks if something happened. Rei Saiaki says he really doesn't understand, but he doesn't like it. The girl says she can't think of anything. The man asks Rei Saiaki if he has anything to say. The girl says she can't take it anymore and asks him to stop. Rei Saiaki says he understands and apologizes. The girl with long hair says Rei didn't do anything. He explains he didn't do anything. The woman with short hair says she said he didn't do anything and asks him to listen to her. The guy with the raised sword demands to know if they did anything to Elena-sama. Rei Saiaki asks if she's sure he didn't do anything to her. She replies yes, and explains that since she's the only one who did anything, it's not technically a lie. The man says he was just about to send someone to call him. The man explains that first thing this morning he invited Elena-sama, the Duke's daughter, to a secret rendezvous and is confident that great progress has been made. The man laughs, he remains silent, and asks, surprised, Dev. The man asks not to say anything. Rei Saiaki says that nothing happened, so don't pay attention to it. The bird tells Gururu that he called him ahead of time because he wanted to see them both off. The woman thanks Reiji and says that if he hadn't been with them, they would likely have lost to the water monkeys, and Reiji allows himself to be thanked as well. The man tells the woman that he can't see. The girl turns to Rei Saiaki and thanks him for everything, and Rei Saiaki says that without him, they would not have been able to return Kaiast's body to his family in time. The woman informs him that if Rei Saiaki is ever able to, he should feel free to visit her as the heir to the House of Kerbal, and she will give him a warm welcome. Rei Saiaki says he will take care of the power axe he was given. Rei Saiaki tells her to take care of herself and promises to help if she's ever drawn into battle in the future. He warns her to be careful and says that with her and Seth, he's confident there won't be an enemy they can't defeat, then asks when they became so close that the servant tells Elena-sama it's time, and she replies, yes, very well. Elena tells Reiji that she gave him her first kiss and asks him to make sure he remembers it, as a lady's kiss isn't cheap. Reiji replies, until next time. The woman says that when she set out on her journey, she didn't expect it to end like this, and tells of Kaiast's death and Well's betrayal. She says she met Reidono and Seth, and together with them, completed the main task with the ancestral altar. The man explains that. The woman explains that the power she inherited from the ancient dragon makes her akin to immortality from a human perspective, as Rei Saiaki is essentially immortal, and she thinks she can live peacefully with him for a long time, considering it a good thing. The woman explains that the mage. They explain that a high dragon is an S-rank monster. The stone that Elena used belonged to an ancient dragon, a creature that was stronger than S-rank monsters and a true monster, and that only a few people have met a high dragon and lived to talk about it. In other words, only it is normal. Rei Saiaki says he didn't quite understand and apologizes if the translation is incorrect. The woman with the ears says she hasn't seen Reiji in a while and asks if he was on a mission. Then she asks if he was bullied, and if so, she asks him to tell her about it right now, promising to calm her down. Reiji says he's come to report the mission's completion and wants to collect his reward, but he hasn't cleared out all the monsters yet and will trade them later. The girl asks him to wait a bit. The woman calls out to Reiji. The man asks how he felt the first time he entered a dungeon, and Reiji. A man with a short haircut says that Reiji shouldn't show off just because he thinks Kenny-chan is a little cute. Another man explains that Reiji is at the age where he desperately wants to get stronger and calls him a brat. Reiji remains silent, his head down. Rei Saiaki asks if these guys are asking for trouble. The girl confirms that they seem to be. She explains that a brat like him shouldn't lie about going into a dungeon and think no one will notice while feeling pain. The man notices. A few days after parting with Elena and the others, he began butchering monsters and extracting their magic stones. They tested their newly acquired skills and prepared for a new journey. Rei Saiaki reports that he got up early, but the board is empty. He thinks that since there's nothing, he needs to practice his skills and take a regular request. Rei Saiaki looks at an ad for an escort for a long trip where he might encounter bandits and local monsters and notes. He says he doesn't know what the rumors are about, but he has a griffin, and his name is Rei. The woman asks if he's talking about the guy the rumors are about and clarifies that it's the one with the griffin. He explains that they were not far from. The woman says she forgot to introduce herself. Her name is Fiona, and he's Brasso. They're part of a group called the War Crushers. Raji Sakai explains that his name is Rei, he's a rank 0 solo adventurer, and it's nice to meet you. The man explains that. The woman says it would be better if he didn't take the quest and asks why not, as he seems to be looking at himself. He explains that the request is from the owner of the Gilm gun shop, who is a disgusting person who enjoys abusing his power. The woman explains that there's no point, as there are no adventurers left who would accept his quest, even if the reward were large, and that, knowing they wouldn't receive the reward, people stopped taking their quests, which is why it's still there. Rei Saiaki says that's understandable, and he explains that his family has been presidents of gun shops for generations, he's a talented businessman and pays a lot of taxes, he has more pros than cons, so people can't complain. The man says that instead of being a useless idiot, he's a useful idiot. The girl reports. The woman says that if the guy is as cool as rumors say, she might give him advice for personal reasons, such as hoping he'll help them if they take on a difficult mission, and asks him not to worry about it too much. The guy replies that, of course, it wasn't because he had anything to do. The woman explains that not every dwarf has a talent for blacksmithing, and warns him not to mention blacksmiths in front of Brasso, explaining that he originally wanted to become a blacksmith, but it didn't work out. Rei Saiaki points out that the woman has a point. The woman shouts that he says that the girl he called a drunk thinks that amount of alcohol is enough to get him drunk. The girl asks Reiji to try to work with her as a member of the group. Reiji agrees and says he thinks she should be happy that he works with. The dwarf proposes a toast to their fateful meeting, dwarven style. Rei Saiaki says he's not much of a drinker. The woman asks him to have a few drinks with the dwarf, explaining that if Brasso offered a drink, it means he liked him. Rei Saiaki reacts awkwardly. He says he feels terrible and the headache is killing him, that's the worst part. He explains he remembers drinking at the guild yesterday, but can't remember what happened after, and asks if this is his room. He says that's what it is. Rei Saiaki says his body is the pinnacle of his clan's magical power and techniques, and it can't do anything against something as trivial as alcohol. He expected some great healing power and calls this potion a curse. Rei Saiaki reports that nothing seems to have been stolen and is going to. The girl greets Rei Saiaki and asks how he's feeling. Rei Saiaki says it was hard getting out of bed, but overall everything's fine, and also tells him about what happened yesterday. The woman reports that someone has asked to meet Rei Saiaki. Rei Saiaki asks if she can meet him and inquires about Kenny's whereabouts. The woman explains that Kenny has family matters, so she'll be back in the afternoon. The woman thanks him for the story, and the guy asks if they were told the reason for the call and says she did something wrong that prompted her call. The girl explains that they didn't specify the reason, but simply wanted him to go and meet them, and apologizes that such requests are usually not considered. The woman explains that the person who requested the meeting also provides a large sum of money to the guild, so they cannot ignore this request. Rei Saiaki says, okay, the one who's wrong is the rude person who submitted the request, and asks who he is. He then tells him it's the president of the Azo company, Borntar-sama. Rei Saiaki explains it's the owner of the weapon stores and confirms it's him. The woman reports that a bigwig at the Azot company has specifically invited her to a meeting with a lowly D-rank adventurer. He explains that this is a one-sided request and asks her not to worry about going alone. The man says that's true. The woman says, Rei Saiaki says it's best to agree because it's clear from her face that he doesn't know something, and if she's that worried, then she'll get into trouble if she ignores it. Rei Saiaki says he doesn't know who Borntar is, so he'll go find out. The girl asks if he knows. He says he heard about it from the Crushing Warriors yesterday and asks what happened to them. The girl replies that after he passed out, they drank until late at night, and when she started her shift, they took the mission and left in the morning. He's in. Rei Saiaki explains that they're not monsters, but corporate veterans, and says he'll never drink with them again. The man thanks her and says he's leaving, and the girl asks him to be careful. The man replies that in any case, this card is his savior. In the hallway, the man calls Seth to come. The woman says they've been so busy lately that they've decided to take a week off and asks how he can say such cruel things. He says that if he hadn't caught the food, it would have fallen to the floor and asks him not to talk with his mouth full. The woman explains that. The woman asks Rei Saiaki if he's taken on a new mission and wonders if he'll be okay, warning him about the Azad company's bad reputation and advising him not to take Seth along. Rei Saiaki says he doesn't know if it can be called a mission, but he's been called in. The woman explains that the Azot company could do it without a second thought, or Borntar himself could do it, and that there were many people who caught his attention, had everything taken from them, and then were driven out of the city, and no one can say what he can do. He says he knows, but really. A boy asks a man with a bird-like face if he can stay here. The man replies that he'll look after him and asks him to be careful. The boy explains that it's his first time here, and there are a lot of big houses around. The man explains that this is a noble quarter, and there's a lot of gold. The boy approaches the gate, and the guards ask. A guy with a spear says he's here looking for a job with the president of the Azo company and warns him to leave. Otherwise, his spear will stain the road with blood. The man explains that this place isn't generous enough to hire brats like him. Another man says that it's wrong to turn people like him away. Rei Saiaki reports that he realized what a failure he had been and then went home. Azot Company President Borntar expresses confusion as to why Reiji, despite being an adventurer, disobeys his orders and asks if he should have told the guild to. The man explains that the Azo Company only hires adventurers of at least D rank and explains that provoking someone with a griffin isn't the best idea. He says he won't let a mere D rank adventurer make fun of him. The man says he doesn't think the man received a special mission from Margrave Ralk himself, and explains that, of course, that means he has connections to the lord of this city, so it would be best not to react so violently. Rei Saiaki says there's still a way to turn this to his advantage. He reports that Borntar from the Azot company has called him, and the man orders him to follow them. Reiji Seiki declines, saying that's all he wanted to say as he said goodbye. The man yells at him to wait and asks if Reiji knows who Borntar-san is, reminding him that he's from the Azo company and that he said that earlier. Reiji explains. He apologizes. The man explains that the situation was terrible. They called Reiji and reacted rudely and asks him to stand. He says bye. The guy says that rumor has it that these people are the kind of people who pressure others into submission, and admits he didn't expect that. The man explains that this is a consequence of them calling him out and then sending him away, and that no matter how the guy looks at it, it's their fault, so it's okay that he's skesk. The man says they're inviting him over and he should watch his attitude. Reiji Seiki says he promises everything will be fine today. The man explains that if he can, could he accompany them, adding that Reiji Seiki is being rude again. He says there's such a person among them, and he thinks it's wrong to draw conclusions based solely on rumors. He explains that perhaps Borntar's people aren't as bad as rumors suggest, and that it wouldn't hurt to meet him at least once. The two guards announce they will go together, and Reiji Saiaki thanks them. Galahad says he will now allow them to accompany Reiji. The man turns to Galahad. The armored man informs him that Rei is the man they were expecting yesterday, and the man explains that Rei is a guest whom Borntar-san personally invited, and says that it seems Rei arbitrarily sent him away yesterday. The man asks if Rei understands what he did. Reiji Seiki says he'll see to the two's punishments as they should be and asks them to ignore it, and the man apologizes for the trouble he's caused Reiji. Reiji Seiki replies, "Of course." The man says he'll now allow Reiji to be welcomed to the Boar residence. He says what he just said. The armored man demands the boots, the scythe, and the magical vault. The armored man asks Borntar-san to wait and asks why this boy was called here, and the other man demands to know who gave him permission to open. The man says he's heard all about Reiji Saiaki's magical items and will put them to better use than he can imagine, and asks for the griffin that walks with Reiji. Reiji Saiaki explains that he can sell the griffin or kill and butcher it because all these. He announces that he's announcing a contest in the comments for the most creative way to torture a pig. The man demands everything be handed over immediately and says he doesn't have time for Reiji because he's very busy. The man admires the scythe rumored to be a masterpiece. The man looks puzzled. Reiji Saiaki raises his sword above his head. It conveys the sound of impact. Reiji Saiaki screams for him to stop. He delivers a sharp blow that sends the man flying, smashing into the wall. The man says it's impossible, and blood pours from his mouth. He asks if the other person wants to be next. The two-headed man trembles and says, "Eek." The guy shouts, "Galahad-san." The two-headed man marvels at the strength in such a small body. The man says he can't believe Reiji Saiaki thinks he can get away with selling someone out, asks if he can't hear him, and demands to know who he is. Reiji Saiaki says he's going to kill and butcher the man, asking if the man understands. He asks if they really just said they'd kill Seth. The man shouts that he's the president of the Azog company and thinks an adventurer like Reiji can't do anything to him. He says that then the man should use his power to protect himself. Reiji Saiaki asks them to stop and begs them to spare his brother, explaining that even though he held back, he doesn't understand why they would do this for someone like him. He explains that even if his brother is like that, the fact is that he helped the guild gain social status, and despite. The woman says that if she asks, they won't try to take all her things again, and asks if it doesn't seem better to get rid of it now than later. The man remains silent. Reiji Saiaki says that next time he will do everything he can to stop him. The man asks for forgiveness this time. Reiji Saiaki remains silent. He says this is the first and last time, there will be no next time. The man thanks him. The man calls him Galahad-san. Below, the man scolds himself, calling himself humiliated, a brat of rank, a great me, and a fucking piece of shit. The guy asks if the man has found anything about him. The man says that, according to rumors, he's the apprentice of a prominent mage, joined the guild a month and a half ago, and most likely became an adventurer to gain battle experience and to complete his training, that's all. The man says he's making a bet, and if someone with the griffin had been here before, he would have known right away, but he doesn't know enough about this brat. The man explains that this brat is a mage's apprentice, and he couldn't find out who his teacher is, but the teacher is a recluse, and they always. The man explains that he's seen many weapons in his years, and they're flawless, as these weapons are activated by magic, while the scythe and bracelet likely have special hidden powers. He explains that if he's a mage, the scythe must be appropriate, and creating such perfect magical items would be difficult even for an alchemist. The man claims to have connections to Margrave Romrock and is most likely the one who defeated the Orc King in his last campaign. The man explains that he seems like the type who would make a fuss if lured into a trap and asks what connections this brat has. The man reports that as a result, he was promoted to D rank, after which he began to examine the details of the special mission in more detail. He explains that he believes this coincides with the arrival of the daughter of the head of the noble faction, the Duke of Karbala, and explains that he heard about the arrival. The man says that if it were only Dusker, he could put pressure on him with his power, but the risk would be great and the profit would be much less than the costs, and that Duke Kerbal is a different matter, because it would be bad to become an enemy of the noble faction, which would lead to his death in that case. The man explains that as long as Rei Saiaki uses magical items, they will need repairs, and when all the weapon shops refuse him, his letter will ring loud and clear. The man laughs. Rei Saiaki says that's understandable, so he returned home peacefully, but he can't afford it. He is silent. The man with the bird reports that there are a lot of people around. The guy asks why they're staring at him, and Rei Saiaki says it's probably because of what happened yesterday. The woman says something must have happened yesterday. He says she's right, but he's dealt with it. The woman says she knows. The man says, "Good morning." Reiji Seiki says that if they don't hand over the magical items they undeservedly obtained, they'll kill Seth and butcher him, and that's what he said. The girl reacts to what she heard. The woman says she was told to report any troubles involving him, but when he was called, she didn't report it and finds it a bit annoying. The bearded man and the woman next to him call each other Friona and Brasso, and the bearded man asks what's with the look. Reiji Seiki asks what's going on and who they're looking for, wondering if it's him. The woman confirms that she's looking for him and offers to go on a quest with them. Reiji Seiki asks why him and whether it wouldn't be better if they worked together. The man explains that if he accepts the quest, he asks if killing the harpies will affect them. The man explains that the harpies are not rank, but have started climbing up to the road near the mountain and attacking travelers and merchants. The man explains that the problem is the location, adding that these monsters are not like that. Reiji Seiki reports that there are between 20 and 30 of them, and also explains that since they are near the top, there is a chance they will encounter other monsters and exhaust themselves before they meet even one harpy. He explains that monsters appear from time to time, and the problem is precisely the location. The man says it's vital for adventurers to be able to repair and replace weapons, which requires metal. The woman says the mountain is a mine for ore and minerals, and he confirms. The woman explains that this mine produces iron and magical minerals, though nothing is considered particularly rare, and if you're lucky, you might stumble upon a water crystal or fire ore. She asks if it's possible to force the merchants to bring iron from other cities, to which the answer is yes. The woman explains that transportation costs will be added to the price of iron ore and asks who will be affected. Reiji Seiki explains that it will affect low-ranking adventurers. The man asks if it's so important, why aren't other adventurers taking this quest? The man states that even if it is harpish, it is still a serious problem, and asks if he thinks that with him and his griffin they have a better chance in battle, and then suggests that they team up and save the city. He explains that he has not yet received magical. The dwarf says he wasn't thinking about the magic stones, and Reiji Seiki says he doesn't mind splitting the reward equally and asks if the woman would mind if they deducted the price of the magic stones from her share. The woman asks when they're leaving, and Reiji Seiki, he tells Gurui that they will be working on a harpy extermination mission with Friona and Brasso. Friona hopes for Guru's help and introduces herself. Guru repeats his name. The boy explains that nothing will happen if you pet the griffin, so everything will be fine. The girl asks if it has a sharp beak and claws and if it's aggressive, and also says that being injured by it would be terrible. The boy confirms that this is true. The man pets the griffin. The guy says that of course they should think of the monster as a human and what to expect from an A-rank monster. The man says the journey there won't take several days, so they'll walk. The guy explains that in that case, he can store his things in the magical storage. The woman urges them to go and asks. Reiji Seiki says it's best to attack at night, when they all return to the nest, so he can swarm them and destroy them in one fell swoop. He explains that if they had a bird's head, they might have a chance, but they have the wings and legs of a bird and the head and body of a woman. Rei. The boy sighs and says that's life. The woman explains that usually at this time of year, the mountain is attacked by hordes of monsters, but thanks to Seth, none of the low-ranking monsters are approaching them. The bird speaks to the guru and explains that they don't need to carry their things. The woman says she's glad. The woman reports that they seem to have found their target. The man, woman, and Rei Saiaki react with surprise. He reports that it's a harpy and there's no mistake. The man explains that it looks like they weren't noticed because harpies are flying in the opposite direction and asks if it was some kind of prey. The woman says they're vile beasts and she'll show them what despair is. The man says he wouldn't be surprised if they were attacked at any moment as their nest is nearby and orders them to be prepared to fight, to which Rei Saiaki replies that he understands. The woman is delighted. He says he has no talent for blacksmithing, but he still dreams of becoming one of the blacksmiths and explains that his hammer is called the Earthbreaker Hammer. If charged with magical energy, it will strike 3 times harder than usual. He explains that the hammer's downside is Rei Saiaki says he can use fire magic to lure them into the nest, and it will be over in the blink of an eye. The magic will be aimed specifically at the nest, so the mountain won't be affected. The man explains that safety always comes first, given the chances of burning the mountain down. The woman explains that to successfully complete a higher-ranking mission, the group must use different methods, and says that they are experienced adventurers, so he is obligated to learn everything he can from them. The woman says she will do everything in her power. He sees harpies and Rei Saiaki says he doesn't want to fight them because they might call others, and asks what to do. He reports that the entrance appears to be narrow. The woman explains that Rei has a scythe, Brasso has a large hammer, and Seth's body is more than 2 meters. No one knows how wide the cave is inside, but when 3 people and 1 beast fight in there, it will be difficult. Considering that they built a nest here, you could say that in the back. The woman asks if Rei Saiaki can attack from a distance. Rei Saiaki explains that he can throw a spear or use wind magic, but it will be difficult. He also has fire magic, but those inside will notice him using it, so it will all be useless. The husband. He says he can kill one of them with a spear, Seth can ambush the other with an aerial attack from above, and the last option is that one of them can sit on Seth's back and suddenly attack the last one. The woman says that Fiona must be in the ambush and asks them to stop, and the man. Rei Saiaki says it makes sense, though he's not happy about it. The man says that if Rei wants to switch roles, he's fine with that. The woman says that Seth doesn't mind her riding on his back anyway, and asks if it's the same as a dragon only allowing its dragon knight to ride on its back. Rei Saiaki says that he said he doesn't mind, and the man confirms that it's fine, the woman asks. He says that now that he thinks about it, this is his interlocutor's first flight. The man says that it's obvious and he could have experienced something similar. The man explains that it's usually the more experienced adventurers who give the orders, and turns to Rei Saiaki. Rei Saiaki responds with a questioning look. The man says that once they complete this quest, they can think about joining the Crush Wars. He explains that he is smart and makes the right choices, and when Seth is with him, no one will doubt his strength. Rei Saiaki says that the life of a solo adventurer can't continue like this for long, and with his abilities, reaching A rank isn't an impossible dream, but if he continues to be a loner, it's pointless. Rei Saiaki says he needs time to consider the offer. He says that, frankly, he can see Seth in the dark and asks if dwarves have good eyesight. He then asks what's going on with Seth. The dwarf announces that the time has come and orders Reiji to get ready. The man shouts that now. Rei Saiaki strikes. The woman raises her arms, preparing to attack. The woman and the bird simultaneously attack the enemy, delivering a fatal blow to the head. The bearded man says it's a good thing he didn't have to do anything. He reports that they somehow managed without making a fuss. The woman says something else is important and asks how Reiji can call this normal, then says he was flying all over the place. Reiji says that's weird. Reiji says the set should be fine no matter who flies it, and once this is over, they'll resolve the issue. He explains that the reward for the mission is very small, so he wants to gather magic stones and useful materials, and he'll decide how much power to use for the spell himself, but asks not to. The woman informs them that, depending on the reward, they will be able to try different alcoholic drinks, and warns that a brain obsessed with alcohol can lead to unpredictable consequences. The man orders them to stop. Rei Saiaki says he's caught them. Rei Saiaki summons a raging flame of awakening. He reports 10 fireballs. The man asks what they are. The man reports that there was an exit on the other side. The boy says they've been spotted. The boy warns Rei Saiaki that one is flying toward him and starts screaming. Rei Saiaki replies that it's no problem. The guy yells to try it, the girl screams a war cry, and the bird makes a loud noise. Rei Saiaki reports that there are many of them, and he will finish them all off with a single spell. He explains that he is using flames that dance and swirl to dazzle everyone with their movements and destroy those mesmerized by his dance. The masked man reacts with surprise. The dancing flame tells Kiki-e-e and Ki-e-e-e. The elf speaks to Kikia, who lets out a piercing scream. The man then explains that he's been an adventurer for a long time and notes that few use fire magic of that level, and the woman admits that she may have underestimated Rei's abilities. The woman explains that everyone is charred, and they won't even be able to gather any materials, magic stones, or evidence of the extermination. If they had been afraid of Seth and had flown away, they would have built a nest elsewhere. She says that Rei made the right choice then, kill them all with one spell. The woman reports that it's already dawn. Rei Saiaki says he'd be happy to sleep, but first they need to dispose of the monsters, otherwise they'll be attacked by more drawn by the scent of blood. The man explains that it will be difficult to take care of everyone. Rei Saiaki asks what about helping. The man reports that they've slept very little and asks what they'll do with the remaining monsters. He says they're all low-ranking monsters and happened within a few hours, then asks the guru. The guru explains that the mountain's entire ecosystem is in disarray because of the harpies and asks. The man explains that if nothing is done with the corpses, people could get sick, because after the report, the mines will open, and if the workers start getting sick, all efforts will be in vain. He asks Reiji if there's anything he can do about it. Reiji says everything will be fine if he. Rei Saiaki tells them they are insignificant before his power and orders that even their hatred be burned away. He explains that this is a funeral fire and asks them to take its power and guide their souls to heaven. The man and woman are surprised and exclaim. Reiji explains that this flame isn't hot and that even if you touch it, it won't burn you. The man is surprised and asks how Reiji did it. A man asks Rei Saiaki what's wrong with him. Reiji says he's fine and needs some rest. Explains that the spell burns the bodies of monsters and people to prevent them from turning into undead, and if it had to be classified, it would most likely be a holy spell. The woman tells Reiji that they plan to check out the cave and asks what's up with him, offering to rest if he's tired. Reiji says, I'm fine, he'll go with them. The man explains to Seth that he's had enough rest and asks him not to worry. The woman says it's cooler than she expected, even cold, and Rei Saiaki explains that no matter how strong the fire magic is, it won't burn all night because of the mountain breeze that makes it cold here. The man says that's the case anyway. The boy turns to the woman. The woman tells her that Brasso wanted to become a blacksmith, but it didn't work out, and he confirms that he remembers it. The man explains that the main reason is his lack of a blacksmith's instincts, adding that he's still a dwarf who dreams of becoming a blacksmith. The man explains. Rei Saiaki says that Brasso's reaction suggests it's something very valuable, and before leaving, he said that none of the materials mined here are valuable. The woman explains that this is true, but judging by Brasso's reaction, this material is definitely unusual. Then Rei Saiaki reports. He says the place is huge. He says that, judging by the piles of corpses, there was definitely a harpy nest here. The girl asks what it is, and he explains that he doesn't know, but there's no doubt it was a nest. Rei Saiaki says the harpies carved something into the rock and are trying to figure out what exactly they were trying to do. The woman says she's never heard of harpies building nests like this before and suggests they may have stumbled upon the spot and decided it was ideal for settling. The man says that everything is very bad and everything is bad. He and the man react with surprise. The woman hopes Reiji is okay and says he's always worried about Rei-san. The girl says they're talking about Rei-san after all and that he has Set-chan, so he'll be okay. The woman asks what he's worried about then. Reiji explains that. The woman says this is the main entrance, which explains why about 20 harpies survived her magical attack. She explains that it looks like they killed all the harpies, so the mission is complete. Rei Saiaki says that's bad. The man explains that it seems they're mostly. He says that it is fire ore and asks to look at it, explaining that the ore contains fire magic. The man asks if Rei Saiaki can tell the guild that he's found fire ore, wondering if there's something wrong with it. Rei Saiaki explains that it's not that the man is wrong, and in principle, it's not that bad. The man responds in a panic. The guy asks why there are wind crystals here, noting that there are tons of crystals and even more emerost. He says he read about them in a book and explains that wind crystals form where the wind never stops and that they materialize due to the wind's magical energy. The boy says he heard one of them accelerates the recovery of magical power and explains that's probably why the harpies made their nest here. The woman asks if the boy has heard of them and explains that she's only read about them and is seeing them for the first time, adding that they are a very rare and valuable material. The woman says oh ho and asks if the girl is happy. The girl explains that it's good that she knows, but they can't take him. Rei Saiaki informs them that they can't. The woman explains that the mountain is on Margrave Ralk's territory, and taking anything from there will be considered a violation. She explains that this is why Brasso is not allowed to take the fire ore. He says he knows what will happen if they do, and confirms that it's enough. The gnome says he never even thought of that, and says the fire ore is incredible, but something else is more important. He explains that he's checked other ores, but this one was most likely created yesterday. Venera reports that the ore absorbed fire magic and became fire ore, and Rei Saiaki asks if it could have formed due to the magic Venera used yesterday. Venera explains that it could be a coincidence, but the fire magic Reiji used. The young man explains that if it was just an accident, they won't be able to repeat the actions, but if it was due to the successful completion of the mission will be accepted, and among them, the only one who can use magic is him. The old man says that if they show the ore to an expert in magical metal, Rei Saiaki says they need to discuss this with Margrave Rauch before it causes any more problems and asks if anyone can contact him. The man explains that usually, simply trying to talk to him won't work and says it'll be fine, but the man says he hasn't seen Dusker in a while and that problems like this are welcome. He suggests they sit down and have some tea, as Duster's companions seem restless. Duster replies that he's listening. Rei Saiaki explains that last night during a mission, he used fire magic, causing some of the ore to absorb the magic and turn into fire ore. However, this was an accident, so the chances of it happening again are very low, and he believes it's impossible to create more fire ore, the man explains. The man says he doesn't care about etiquette with nobles, as long as everyone is polite, and he thinks it's fine. He explains that it's impossible to create another fire ore, and since word could spread quickly, they decided to inform the man first. The woman says Rei Saiaki promises not to be implicated in the incident and asks how much fire ore is in the mine. The man reports that inside the cave there are also a huge number of wind crystals growing from the ceiling, as well as emerost. Rei Saiaki explains that. The bearded man reports that there's a huge amount of magical metals there, and he can't even imagine how much there is, and he understands the importance of reporting it as soon as possible. The mustachioed man asks if he's sure and explains that he's not the only one who saw them. He and Freon did too. The man asks if they've told anyone about this, to which Rei Saiaki replies that they haven't. The man says he'll be overseeing the matter from now on and advises them to keep their mouths shut if they don't want to get involved in any trouble, then asks if there are any other questions. Reiji. The man says he hasn't heard of him being able to do anything, but it's unknown what he can do. He refused his demands, but if he doesn't give in, he might do something, and if so, there will be a stir in the guild. The man explains that he's been dealing with the problem so far. The man explains that he will use his authority as a marquis to tell Azat to abandon the idea, and if they don't listen and decide to use harsher methods, Rei Saiaki will be free to do as he pleases. The girl says she's tired, and the man informs her that it's already nighttime. The woman says they now need to go to the guild and report on the mission's completion. The man says they need to decide what to do with the fire ore they received as a reward beforehand. He explains that given the size of the ore, there are many options, and since he has enough money, the woman offers to show Pomidor, to which the man replies that he can be trusted. Rei Saiaki says they know someone who can appraise the ore, and if they take it to some dubious place, they might be cheated. The man says this guy is serious, and they shouldn't worry. The girl informs him, Freeone and Brasso, of his return, and thanks them for their hard work in completing the mission, explaining that they recently received a letter from the Margrave confirming the successful completion of the mission, although it usually takes up to 10 days. He asks. Rei Saiaki says he's thought it all over and decided to continue working alone, though he understands he'll eventually need to form a team. He wants to continue working alone with the set for as long as possible. He adds that, although it was short-lived, he was glad to work together. He says it's sad, but if it's... The guy asks Pomidor if he's still there. The man responds sharply, asking what happened and informing them that he's about to close up shop, asking if they know what time it is. The man in the apron says, "Look who it is, Brasso and Freona," and explains that it's Rei, who has temporarily teamed up for a harpy extermination quest. Rei Saiaki asks who the kid is. The man in the apron repeats Rei's name. The man asks if they came here after finishing their business. The dwarf explains that they came for another reason, as they killed all the harpies and the mine will open soon, and thanks them for their work. He's ready to show the man something at the dwarf's request. The man, pondering. The man reports that the price of magical metals is falling, but the price of iron is rising due to shortages, and asks if Rei Saiaki's estimate was too low, and Saiaki explains that he thought at least 8 platinum ones. The man warns that strange rumors are circulating, and despite. He says Borntar is magnificent, and asks if he mentioned anything similar to the Margrave. The woman explains that she already explained everything, thought it would be okay if she threatened him, but didn't think he was capable of such treachery. The woman explains that underhandedness is a common tactic at the Azot company and reminds him that she's told him before about adventurers who met the same fate. The man says he remembers Milin from Burning Wind mentioning something similar and that she's a very famous person, then asks. The woman says that, in other words, he's prepared for such events and asks what he'll do now, having heard what Reiji said. The man in the apron explains that he came to Gilm to use his creations to help and protect the people fighting on the front lines. He'll be the kind of blacksmith that… The man says that Rei Saiaki has some strange tastes and that it's good to hear from him. Rei Saiaki says that the question is what to do with Borntar, since he's gone to such lengths that it's impossible to deal with him, and for now he needs to talk to Galahad about a promise not to. He informs them that he cannot let them leave and explains that if they leave, they will die. The man with the beard and the woman with the weapon are ready for battle. The man in the apron is also preparing to defend himself. Rei Saiaki says he remembers the man being with Borntar. The man shouts for Rei and asks if Rei is still there. The man lets out a cry of terror. A guy screams, a man screams in pain, a man clutches his neck. The man says they have uninvited guests. The man asks what's going on. The woman tells the man to come here and orders Pomidor to bring the medicine. The man says he just returned from a mission, and there are already tons of problems. Rei Saiaki asks how long they plan to hide there and demands to see him. He remains silent. The man places the knife on the ground next to the other man lying down. Rei Saiaki throws a shuriken down. Two masked men react with surprise. One of the men says that just by his clothes, it's obvious how skilled Rei Saiaki is at night fighting, and that, after all, he is a member of Team Azoth's assassination squad. The other man expresses dissatisfaction. He says that, judging by the skills of his interlocutors, it is quite normal to think that they can attack, and asks why they don't attack. Two masked men say that they are retreating. He is surprised. The man asks how their guests are. The woman replies that they… Rei Saiaki says this doesn't apply to them, and asks why they're rushing into trouble, warning that it will only lead to greater trouble. The man explains that they have their own reasons, and if they oppose the Azoth company, they'll end up involved in all of this one way or another, so it's easier to unite. The man says not to worry and to come when everything calms down. He will fix the sword. He asks to forgive him for these problems. Rei Saiaki announces he'll be back. The woman welcomes Rei Saiaki back. Rei Saiaki asks why it's so crowded today and explains he was hoping to grab a bite to eat, but it looks like it's cancelled. He asks her to prepare a normal meal for 4 and bring it to his room, as well as prepare the usual set. The woman replies that she will bring it soon. The woman says, "Ugh!" Rei Saiaki reports that he's out of power. The woman says that they felt like they were going on a harpy quest forever ago. They woke up, found a rare stone, ran to the guild, then visited the Margrave, after which they got into trouble and are now sitting in Reiji's room and can't go. The girl asks if she can ask a question. Rei Saiaki explains that his attack seriously injured Galahad and he barely escaped death using healing magic and potions, so even now he's unable to move freely, which is why he came to him. The boy asks. He explains that he simply assumed that an A-rank adventurer from the Azoth company would be more famous, warns not to forget what Borntar is like, and doubts that Galahad-san would have allowed himself to become a famous and beloved figure, if even half. The man reports that he heard Borntar was furious when he learned of this, and that he began exploiting Galahad-san's rank by boasting that Team Azoth had an A-rank adventurer, and then assigned him the most menial tasks. Rei Saiaki asks. The man explains that Galahad-san is the illegitimate son of Borntar's father, born to his mistress, and no matter how good a weapons dealer he may be, he remains a commoner. He says that if he were noble, even his mistress could become a respected man, but when? The woman says that many commoners have mistresses, and Rei Saiaki explains that when you're the mistress of the head of the scandalous Azoth company, things are different. The man explains that the deals were carried out by force and dishonestly, so every time someone fell victim to such deals, they took out all their anger. The man explains that Borntar's father was also Galahad-san's father, which caused him a lot of inconvenience, and every month he gave them a small amount of money, barely enough to survive. He asks how this makes Borntar such a loyal little dog. The man explains that, when? The man says that at least it can't be denied that Galahad-san sincerely believes this, and he'll ask him about it the next day when he's sober. Rei Saiaki asks if this means Borntar has changed since becoming the head of the Azoth company. The man explains that. The man explains that no matter how much you think about it, you can't understand it, and in general, Galahad-san feels indebted to Borntar. He explains that this act affected him so much because it happened when he was a child, even though his mother still passed away. Because of his attempt to save his mother, Galahad-san perceives. The woman says she's gotten a little better at understanding Reiji and asks why it was so important for him to find Rei. The man replies that it really was. The man remarks that it looks like they have guests again. They're downstairs. Reiji says abruptly, "Shut up," and the other man asks what's going on. The woman says they've already finished them off at Pamiador's and asks if they want more. The man explains that this squad is different from the others. They're more like small-time thugs, which is probably why they're so busy and have come for Mert. Rei Saiaki says that since he can hear everything going on downstairs from here, the girl must have good hearing, but his hearing can't compare to Seth's. The girl says that it's rather strange that Reiji considers him his role model. Reiji Saiaki explains that because of them, the hotel. He says to call that idiot here. The woman says there's no murder here, and even if he were, she still wouldn't meekly obey and now asks her to leave. The man explains that it's his duty to ensure the safety of his guests. He's the owner of this inn. Reiji. A man laughs and says, heh, then suddenly yells, just die. Reiji Saiaki reports. A man with a hockey stick in his hand suddenly strikes another man, who, in amazement, says, huh. A third man watches the scene unfold. The man says he quit and asks if they saw him. The man with long hair says he's going to beat the crap out of him. The man with short hair asks what's next. The man with long hair says some asshole almost hit him with a chair. The man with the boron. The guy says he's connected to the Azot company and asks if they'll be able to continue their business in Gilm if they cross him. The man explains that the people here are mostly traitors. He claims he's being protected by someone and addresses the others, calling them idiots. Reiji Saiaki says heh and poof and then laughs. Reiji Saiaki explains that he used to make threatening speeches, but now that there are more opponents, his interlocutor's face has become long, and now he's hoping for his own protection. Reiji Saiaki reports that he can't contain himself. He informs his interlocutors that they have two options: fight him and die, or apologize for the inconvenience, leave all their belongings, and run away. He adds that even if they choose the first option, he will still put their shoes on and advises them to run. The man explains that they came here. Reiji Saiaki says this sickle is questionable and asks if it's the Rei rumored to be behind it. He then explains that the man who single-handedly defeated the Orc King is truly serious. Reiji Saiaki then explains what it means that he took care of. The boy greets Reiji Saiaki and calls him an adventurer, then says he's treating everyone to a meal to make up for the bad mood. Reiji Saiaki remains silent, after which the boy asks if something's wrong. Reiji Saiaki replies that there isn't, the boy tells. Reiji reports that his hands are more like those of a woman, and you wouldn't even guess that they are the hands of someone who can wield a sickle. He explains that he must be a first-class warrior based on the strength of the wind he summons and his attacks, but that's something you can't learn even after many years. Reiji Saiaki asks what happened to the sickle. The man explains that he thinks Reiji has already figured it out, it's in his inventory, and says it's amazing. He suspected it, but seeing it with his own eyes is another matter. The man asks what it is and insists it's booze. He confirms it is booze and explains that it's his favorite, a very rare type of alcohol that's hard to come by, and thanks him for the treat. The man invites Reiji to join them. The man says the drink has a rich aroma and is high-quality stuff, then tells Reiji that he bets he's not a big drinker, and suggests not to waste such a fine drink, asking if Reiji would trust him with it. Reiji Saiaki reports that Galahad-san has almost recovered, but for safety's sake he went in his place and asked him to tell him why he wanted to talk and bring him to him. Reiji Saiaki explains that Galahad-san wants to take control of the Azot company. The man explains that there are many groups within the Azot company. Orntar explains that among the managers there are those who sympathize with Galahad-san, but are cold and do not recognize those who are below them in position, and those who want to stay away from shady dealings, but strive to work honestly for the good of the company, are part of Galahad-san's group. The man explains that even if Galahad seizes power, he's unlikely to be able to properly manage the company, and if he fails, he'll plunge the guild into even greater chaos. Reiji Saiaki explains that Galahad has always been by Borntar's side and has observed how he manages the company. Reiji Saiaki informs them that even if Galahad takes over the Azot company, it doesn't mean the guild's problems will end, and Borntar is likely aware of his plans, so they better go to Galahad now, as he's in danger. The guy asks how much they have. The man with the mask reports that they're still breathing and praises Reiji Saiaki for her excellent work. Reiji asks what they'll do with him, and the woman replies that they should hurry, as they won't die if left alone. The man with the mask explains that there were several interesting people at the inn. The man says Seth will have to stay, and he tells Seth to lie down somewhere but be alert. Seth makes a sound, asking if anyone is home, and the man asks him to wait a second, pulling the lever. The woman explains that this is another hidden door and emphasizes caution, as this is a secret base, and caution never hurts. The man explains that he brought Rei and tells Galahad that it's Mert. The man knocks on the door, and then it opens. The man apologizes for calling everyone so suddenly, says that Mert has already briefed them on the situation, and apologizes for not being able to stop his brother, and also asks for his brother's life to be spared, and explains that he is going to take control of the Azot company and his brother's position so that he can no longer. Reiji Saiaki reports that they've already visited Margrave and reported the situation to him. explaining that even for Margrave, Azod is a fairly large company, but under Borntar's leadership, it's nothing but a source of endless problems. Rei Saiaki explains that, in his opinion, if the company has a change, Rei Saiaki says he's different and that there won't be a next time. He believed the man's words, but that led to certain consequences. The man asks what all this led to, and Rei Saiaki explains that he should have been convinced, and that Borntar himself agreed with him. Rei Saiaki promises not to kill Borntar, and suggests they settle on that. The man agrees and says it's his fault, confirming Reiji's words. The man explains that Borntar's life is all that matters to him, and nothing more, and then says he wants to discuss the attack plan. Rei Saiaki says that if there are no further objections, he would like to begin. The man explains that the lights are usually not on at this time. The man says they are there. He says they're probably expecting them to come, and explains that it makes sense, since someone was hunting Murda, some small-time thugs, and someone attacked Seth, and neither of them came back. He reports that they've apparently hired more thugs, and the guy announces that they are here, and the two men express surprise. The man says they're under attack. Galahad has arrived, and they need to prepare for battle. The boy asks why he wasn't warned, since there are enemies there. Several men discuss how he really did arrive. One of them is seriously surprised, another laughs and calls it a miracle. The men say there are only. The man says they have no instinct for self-preservation. Their strength is nil. He says that, as Rei said, they are simply a disorganized bunch of people who rely only on their numerical superiority. The guy says, "Bastards, run home with your tail between your legs, and then so be it, we'll forget everything." And the other guy laughs. The man slams his hammer into the ground, causing destruction. The man says that this is the end. The old man advises those who are unable to fight him seriously to leave immediately, and declares that he will engage anyone who remains, daring them to attack him. Rei Saiaki and Griffin end up together, and someone is surprised to learn that this is the same guy who defeated Claw X. A crowd of men are surprised by the scream, and one of them shouts, "Get out of the way." The man with the axe says he's been waiting a long time to meet Reiji and intends to erase the shame of his loss. He notices a familiar voice but says he doesn't remember the man and doesn't recall anything. Reiji Saiaki says he finally remembers the man and thanks him for the battle axe. The man calls Reiji an asshole and says he risked his life in the dungeon to get the axe and that it was very generous of him. The man demands that Reiji give him more. Reiji Saiaki apologizes and announces that he's already sold the weapon, explaining that he sold it to a talented man who knows axes and is confident the axe will do well with its new owner. He adds that he knows this and asks not to worry. The man yells back, asking. Reiji Saiaki tells him not to mess with him and orders him to fire. The man reports that he parried Balgar-sana's attack with one hand and asks if he's serious. Another man yells at him to do it now. Reiji Saiaki notes that it's a good strategy and says, He says that these are all aces up his sleeve. The man says that he is just a monster and laughs. He deflects the arrows by spinning his hand. The man asks Galahad how he's doing and whether he has the strength to dodge the arrows, and also wonders if his comrades will be able to protect themselves from the arrows. Galahad says that this time he will protect himself. The woman explains that putting pressure on a wounded man who can barely move is low, and the boy reports a sudden blow, followed by exclamations of "ouch" and "ah." The man responds by saying that something unexpected is happening. A woman says she and her friend are shopping and planning to have fun. Her friend says it's a great day for a walk. A man screams in pain as his leg is pinned by a heavy object. Reiji Saiaki reports that no one is meeting them and asks what Borntar's friends are doing, noting that they've clearly made it easier for them to infiltrate the mansion. The man explains that perhaps their forces are lying in wait and that this sounds like something his brother would do. He asks why they're in ambush if they're in ambush and explains that all the street thugs and low-level traviers have already turned tail and fled, so there can't be many of them left. The man says they're probably waiting in the same room Reiji was in. The guy reports that the largest part of the entire estate is the dance hall. The man reports that the murderous intent can be felt even through the door, and there's no doubt about it. The girl says that there's too much murderous intent, considering there are only a couple of people left. The man asks if the guys are ready and explains that as soon as he opens the door, they'll reach the climax of this senseless encounter. Reiji Saiaki apologizes for dragging the other man into his family drama. The woman says it wasn't his fault and it all happened because of Borntar's stupidity. The boy asks if they'll be okay without him in the battle and asks to leave Galahad-san's safety to him. The man replies that they'll probably be fine. The woman says she thinks he's the only one who considers himself part of the fighting force. He opens the door. Reiji Saiaki reports 6 people. The man explains that the soldier and spearmen recently advanced to C rank and are called the Snow Wolves. Another man explains that the person overseeing all the thieves hired by the Azat company is over there, Tenna. He says that compared to the other adventurers, the guy in full armor seems to be several levels above them. The man says he doesn't know the guy and asks if his companions know about him. The man explains that he's never seen him before, and the man says that they came here and all they do is talk to each other, and asks if they know how long they have been waiting here, calling them the infamous Griffin Tamer, after which he suggests they have a little fun. Rei Saiaki announces that Seth will be the archer and will deal with the guy, asking the others to simply hold out until he's done. Rei Saiaki explains that the enemy's speed is quite good, but poses no threat to him. Rei Saiaki attacks. The girl says he can use tricks too, and agrees. The man says he's a monster, just like the rumors said, and makes a sound of displeasure. The guy delivers a series of rapid strikes, and the man, with a tense expression, says this is serious. Rei Saiaki explains that the opponent is starting to tire and his movements are slowing down, which is probably his limit. He explains that this is his first fight with a high-level knife master, so he'll beat him. He says that it looks like Seth is done too. Griffin makes a growling sound. The man with the short haircut feels pain in his arm. The woman reports that Frayne and Brasso are holding up well against the other three, as expected from a high-ranking party. Rei Saiaki asks where the armored one is, noting that the guy is strong and asking if he was expecting him. He screams, then attacks the enemy, but suddenly expresses surprise. The woman reports a weapon capable of exchanging blows if magic flows through it. Rei Saiaki expresses surprise and calls it a magical item. The knight silently tenses up and begins actively parrying the blows. He says he's been in countless battles and won every one, but the idea of any weapon existing that could withstand the power of this halberd is incomprehensible to him. The man remains silent, watching the battle. Rei Saiaki says this guy is experienced, doesn't respond to his tricks and provocations, and, on the other hand, tries to catch him with his tricks and feints and wonders who he is. Then, Rei Saiaki says the longer the fight goes on, the worse it will get. He announces a magical barrier and summons the Hand of Wind. He screams, then the armored man suddenly attacks. The armored man says he caught him, then expresses surprise. Rei Saiaki yells the name of the move POWAR/. The armored man reacts with surprise, then the man tries to block the attack by yelling. The woman announces that this is the end. He screams from the impact as he attacks the armored warrior. He says they are finished and then expresses surprise. Rei Saiaki says the other guy isn't human. He explains that the blow should have broken most of his ribs, and after that you can only move if you're half human or half monster. He reports that something strange is happening. He expresses surprise and notices an unexpected event. Rei Saiaki reports that this isn't the kind of power a seriously injured person should possess. He says he didn't sense any magic, in which case it could be a skill or a magical item with healing effects, or he's simply immortal. Rei Saiaki notes that his wounds. He says that there's no point in thinking about it now. He needs to focus on the battle. Then he expresses irritation. The man in the helmet reacts with surprise and says what's going on. Rei Saiaki reports that his speed has increased exponentially and asks how this happened. He makes sounds of effort and strain. He reports that everything he did damaged the enemy's armor and asks if he's let his guard down. The armored warrior remains silent, then suddenly leaves, to which he notices that he's gone. The armored warrior turns and our warrior turns and R. Rei Saiaki says that in the end he never knew who he was and asks what kind of regeneration that was. The boy says that if someone is planning to escape, he won't pursue them, and explains that he needs to help Frayne and Brasso. The man says he heard about this man's strength from her ladyship, but didn't expect him to be so strong. Filmadazir reports that he didn't expect his opponent's strength to be on par with his, and it's obvious he wasn't fighting at full strength as he's much stronger. He explains that this boy has hidden talent, as expected, and that he also has a griffin, and the man says the scythe must be of a very high level, perhaps created by the legendary alchemist Estinol, so that the Dragon Fang could survive the fight with Rei Saiaki. He explains that one attack from Rei is stronger than several of his own, and furthermore, Rei did it one after another. The man says he must now return and report everything, and that it will be difficult to convince Rei to join the noble faction. The man explains that it's safe to say they've dealt with his brother's hired thugs, and even if there are any left, there aren't many of them. Rei Saiaki says that they have known each other for 2 years now, and it makes him nostalgic, and also explains that the potion improves a person so much that he becomes a completely different being. A man reports that during an experiment, a rather strong adventurer was tortured for 10 days to the point of begging for death and was eventually killed. The man asks what the results were. Rei Saiaki reports that your vaunted warriors have been defeated. The man can't believe it and says he doesn't want to get involved, so they'll leave the place. The boy explains that they were a bit late, and the man asks what's going on. The boy asks who he is and if he's his brother's guest. The man explains that he and Borntar have made several different deals in the past, but he's a little busy today, so they decline. Rei Saiaki says they don't want to involve a third party in their dispute either. The man yells that Reiji is going to leave him here and reminds him how much he already owes him. The griffin makes an alarm sound. The man says that it is a family squabble and in this case they react with surprise. Reiji Saiaki says Seth is afraid of something and asks if they're the guys in the cloaks. The man explains that they're just partners with Borntar and nothing more, even if asked. The man says that if Seth is afraid of them, then they're definitely not ordinary people. The man says he doesn't think it's worth talking about now. He explains who, in his opinion, is the reason he was able to work in this city. The man shouts that Reiji has forgotten his place and everything he's done for him. The man makes a sound of indignation. Reishi Seiki says he can't talk about this matter to just anyone and promise not to spill their secrets. The man says he'd like to hear more about it. The man asks if they can leave now, as they don't have much free time. Reishi Seiki explains that it's not that simple. He reveals that he is connected to the neighboring empire of Vestia. He asks why he is considered connected to this empire. The man explains that he does not deny it because that is how it is. He confirms that he knew it. The guy says he's not going to answer questions and asks instead to tell him his name. The man is surprised by how easily the guy admitted it and says he literally rubbed them in the nose. The man asks what his name is and why it's necessary and offers to write it on the gravestone or make one up himself. The man says he actually gave the name that first came to mind and curses the fake name. Reiji Saiaki explains that he sees no point in telling his name to the puppet he controls and is outraged at being called a puppet. The man says they'll catch Galahad first, and then they'll deal with Borntar. He declares that he won't tolerate being bullied, calling his interlocutor a pathetic alchemist. Reiji Saiaki says he never imagined an alchemist from the Empire could infiltrate the city so easily, and that while he lives in this country, he wants to help its residents. The man warns, just in case, that Cordis and Minas are far stronger than the warriors they've already encountered. The man says that it is clear that they are clearly not simple warriors, and he says that the woman is right. Reiji Saiaki remains silent. The man says he and Seth will deal with them and asks to detain the alchemist so he doesn't escape, while the woman explains that they probably have magical attributes that will help them escape. The woman tells him that if he does anything suspicious, she can cut off one or both of his legs, and the main thing is not to relax. He says he understands. A man with a spear prepares to fight a winged creature. Reiji Saiaki announces that he will begin. Reiji Saiaki suddenly attacks his opponent, delivering a powerful punch that pierces the wall. The woman says that can't be, and the man expresses dissatisfaction. Then they show something flying out of the building's window. He notices it and reacts with surprise, after which he and the masked creature rush forward. Reiji Saiaki says that monsters are not humans and calls them demonic soldiers, clarifying that this is what Vam was talking about. The woman asks what happened and if he was frightened by their appearance. He explains that he is surprised that they look so human without the cloak. The man asks if they look human. The woman confirms and says that she thought they had a more monstrous appearance. The monster says this is insulting and doubts a human and monster can defeat them, explaining that even an A-rank monster is an ordinary monster and they cannot defeat those with a human consciousness and a monster's strength. Reiji Saiaki announces that he is going to interrogate. The man says he's underestimating them and that he'll crush his confidence. He screams and attacks the winged guy using the floating slash move. The man explains that the attack failed and says he understands that the armor. The man says that overconfidence will ruin you or even kill you, and he might say the same thing. Reiji Saiaki shouts floating slash several times and attacks, but the opponent says it's useless. The man makes a sound of pain. Reiji Saiaki says he's caught and attacks. The monster makes a loud sound, and he turns sharply with a weapon in his hands and makes a short sound. Reiji Saiaki reports that the shell's hardness has been determined, and they were able to figure out what happened to those tentacles as well. He asks if there are any more tricks left, and also says that if there are nothing left, the battle will be over faster than he expected. The man expresses bewilderment and says, the guy from the creature says that he can now fight again, and then the creature makes impact sounds and makes a sound of pain. Reiji Saiaki explains that the creature has the ability to regenerate, but the tentacles on its side have not yet appeared, and he is surprised by this ability, which only affects the lower half of the body. He reports that the armor resembles a crab's shell, and the tentacles resemble those of a caul. He says that in this case, he will continue to attack the upper half, and at the same time makes a kach sound. The image contains no text or speech, only showing the character making a sound similar to deep breathing or sighing. Rei Saiaki says things are bad and asks what it is. He reports a magical shield and yells haha as he attacks. Rei Saiaki runs and makes a goo. He says he knew it would happen this way and says the other person is someone who doesn't like to give up. The man makes a sound of displeasure. Rei Saiaki says squid monsters don't exist in nature, though perhaps there's some kind of kraken he hasn't heard of. He reports that they haven't used the squid's magic stone and asks if they're feeling tired. The woman screams that she will never accept this and will not lose, wondering how a monster like him can be stronger than her. Several flying creatures make noise and attack. The man then tells Seth to keep an eye on them and if they wake up, to strike them so hard that they lose consciousness again. Rei Saiaki reports that he dealt with those who attempted to escape with the magic stone, and that they were trying to be vigilant, as he said, knocking out the fugitive. He explains that the fugitive most likely intended to use the stone to escape. The man asks if the fugitive has been informed of this yet. The man says that his company cannot fall apart and asks not to talk nonsense, and also says that he will never allow some brat named Dasker to take the company away from him. Rei Saiaki says that none of this would have happened if they hadn't tried to take his place as head of the clan from him, and asks if this is how much they thank him for taking care of him. The man asks, what? He says he said to shut up, you fucking bastard, and laughs. The man asks Murtaugh to stop. He explains that it's a waste of food and water and reminds him that they've forgotten what he's already done, and Rei Saiaki says he already asked him to stop and explains that his brother gave him medicine for his mother. The man laughs and says he thought his stomach would burst from laughing. Another man laughs and says it's funny. The man on the couch laughs really loudly. The man with the beard. The man says he can tell you what made him laugh so much. Rei Saiaki says that he simply couldn't imagine that Galahad's childhood delusions would be so deeply ingrained in his brain, and calls him the most stupid idiot he's ever seen, after which he laughs. He says, really? The man orders him to be quiet and asks what he's going to say in this situation. Another man tells Galahad to remember well. The man says that this puppet gave medicine to Rei Saiaki's mother and asks what happened when he began to feel indebted to his brother. Rei Saiaki explains that this illness, he says it caused green spots all over his body and unbearable itching. A boy addresses a man, calling him brother. A blindfolded man asks if what the other man said is true. A man with a wrinkled face breathes heavily. Rei Saiaki says that if he can't win, he will die, and if he wins, he will die. He says that he had assumed something like this and thought about it, but since they have to hand the old man over to McGrath, he can't do that because the old man's limbs will still be needed to beat information about the Vestian Empire out of him. The old man shouts at him. Rei Saiaki reports that the Margrave has highly experienced interrogators who would be much better placed to use him, and he will allow them to do whatever they please with the man. The man responds, Rei Saiaki explains that it seems the man has finally understood. The man screams and asks if anything happened. He explains that the spell won't kill you, but will periodically cause excruciating pain throughout your body, as if you were dying, and when things get really bad, your body will forcibly heal itself, only to plunge you into that agony again. Rei Saiaki informs him that he will feel the pain of torture and interrogation during the day, and at night, a pain as if he were being burned alive, and that all of this is the result of his actions. He has signed his own death warrant. The man screams, asking if the master is okay. The woman asks who it is. He says he's useless. The man offers to decide what to do with him, explaining that since he's closest to Bornard, he probably knows a lot, so it would be better to hand him over. The other man says that even if he and the puppet were caught, it's useless. Rei Saiaki says that this is true, and he knows it without anyone else talking to him. The boy asks what this is and demands an explanation. The man says that Mert Galahad is unable to explain right now and offers to explain it himself. The man says, fine, he wants to say something before that. The man asks, as far as he remembers, the boy came to see Dasker-sama several times. Rei Saiaki reveals that those lying there are not ordinary people, but demonic soldiers, the secret weapon of the Vestia Empire, and is surprised at the reaction. The boy asks what kind of monsters these are, and the man replies that they're wonderful. He says it's an alchemist from Vestia. Another man asks who it is, and Reiji explains that, more precisely, Borntar was in cahoots with Vestia. The boy is surprised and asks. The three soldiers remain silent, and one of them leaves. The man explains that he didn't know the other man was an alchemist from this empire and had no intention of betraying his kingdom. Rei Saiaki explains that since this is an emergency, he has no right to make any decisions, so he must consult with. He tells Galahad to start already, and Galahad says that then he will. The man in armor is silent. Rei Saiaki tells the man to finally come to his senses. The man makes a sound of pain. Rei Saiaki tells him that he knew exactly what Borntar was like. The man apologizes and says he's fine. The other man says that he's seen Borntar act cruelly many times before. The woman reports that, as expected, there's been a lot of fuss. The man explains that Azad is on the brink of collapse, and such news would shock anyone. The man says that those who saw how Borntar's minions caused a commotion here might have guessed something. However, they could not have imagined that everything would turn out this way. The woman says she's been drinking alcohol since this morning, but they were planning to relax all day today, so that's okay, and explains that the alcohol is so weak it goes down like water. The man says it's still alcohol. The man says that since they've already eaten, they can get to the point and notes that it was delicious. The husband. Rei Saiaki says that 6 white gold coins, 2 for each, are payment for silence and seem a bit much. The woman explains that it seems one of the knights rushed here this morning and handed over the reward, but too much happened, and they didn't have time. He reports that he overheard some conversations in the tavern, where everyone talks only about the Azot company, and there is no mention of Vestia or alchemists, which, in his opinion, indicates a careful concealment of information for security reasons. He believes that even Dasker himself does not. The woman says that if the spies are caught in the capital, they'll likely immediately send out more to gather information. She explains that there's little to be gained in this city, so they won't rush, and if they develop a strategy to catch the spies in the meantime, there won't be any more problems, the man says. The man says he'll be appointing one of his men as her advisor. Rei Saiaki explains that close supervision means he'll be taking charge of her. The man says he didn't expect that, given the uproar she's caused. He says he assumed he would take over the company himself and didn't think he would leave things as they were, even under supervision. He says his interlocutor is partly involved in this as well. The woman explains that she explains that it was she who settled it. The man reports that he heard Galahad say Azot could still clear its name. Rei Saiaki says he now understands everything more or less and asks, by the way, if it was Galahad who took over the company. He says he won't waste any time and will hurry to Dusker and asks what the others have planned. The woman explains that she will go to her room and get a good night's sleep. The man says he will continue feasting. The woman says that this sounds like a message from the knight and that the grandfather says that the reward for the harpies will be divided later, if they don't mind. The girl says that they are going to have a good rest, and there is no need to rush. The guy answers, okay. The man says Rei Saiaki worked hard yesterday and suggests they sit down first. Rei Saiaki agrees. The man says the conversation might drag on too long and order some drinks and snacks. Rei Saiaki says he will. The man explains. He says he'll explain the details when the drinks arrive, but for now they can relax, and says he still needs to check these papers too. Rei Saiaki reports that he has quite a lot of documents, explaining that he doesn't usually have that many, but they've piled up because of yesterday's incident, and also saying that he personally prefers physical work to mental work. The man explains that as soon as his father stepped down as Margrave, the author explains that the title of Margrave carries a lot of weight and he's the leader of a neutral faction. If you use Dusker, you can not only settle in the capital, but also get the title of Baron, or even Viscount, which is not difficult, and to get such a strong person as Rei the most. The man says there's no need to fear the rules of propriety, and offers to take a look at him. He explains that he was heavily criticized for this in the capital, and despite being born into a marquise family, he lacks manners. The man brings drinks and snacks and apologizes for the intrusion, then announces that thanks to the other man, they managed to capture the Imperial Alchemist and their secret weapon. The man begins discussing yesterday and says the other man did a good job. Rei Saiaki explains that he wants to stay. The man asks if he can tell him anything more about the ancestral altars and clarifies whether he knows about them. He replies that he does. The man reports that the Empire conducts impromptu ceremonies with them. The man explains that they'll learn more about the creation of the demonic soldiers, as they're called, in the capital with the help of that alchemist, Postagera. Indeed, their appearance is completely different from human form. The girl explains that, recalling that after a similar ritual, Elena-sama didn't change at all. Does that mean? Rei Saiaki says that demonic soldiers, yes, and asks what progress they've made. The man reports that it's actually quite difficult. The man explains that the two, called demonic soldiers, are too dangerous, and because of this they couldn't do anything, just like the alchemist, and it's useless. The man explains that, unfortunately, they are only rank-and-file knights and not very skilled in torture and interrogation. Nessus is reportedly the most prosperous city in the Duchy of Carabel, home to the Duke of Carabel and the Prince of Carabel's mansion. The woman says she finally managed to obtain a book of dragon magic spells thanks to her father's connections, but the woman explains that she will need to decipher esoteric inscriptions and codes, and also explains that the spell to create a familiar involves infusing dragon magic into a monster's magic stone to summon your own familiar, adding that it won't be that difficult. The woman reads that the strength of the stone's magic depends on the alignment of the moon and stars, and says she wonders how to interpret that. Then the woman explains that, looking back, Rei Saiaki seemed fascinated by her hair. The film reveals that Elena herself requests an audience and asks if she's busy. Elena replies that she should come in. The woman behind the door apologizes for being rude but explains that this is Elena's private room. The woman says it would be more appropriate for an unmarried woman to receive a male guest in the drawing room and asks if the film doesn't have a wife and child and that he is known as a devoted husband. The man explains that the Duke said this information might brighten Milady's day. The woman explains. A woman reports that the other day, while she was at the guild, she heard an interesting story about a guy named Rei who would face any enemy and win. The man asks if it's true and what the story is about, and the woman explains that it was about the man mentioned. Rei Saiaki says he talked to him a little and realized he can trust him, and he has a special charm. The woman says that, judging by the information she gathered, he seemed hot-tempered, and explains that instead of saying he's the type to start fights, he's the type. The woman says that's when she fell in love with him. She explains that at that moment she realized something had changed inside her, and although she now knows what she felt, she didn't understand what it was then, and that these feelings were those of a woman, not a warrior. The man explains that even the princess general. The man says he heard Reiji has a griffin familiar, and explains that the griffin is an A-rank monster, making it an extremely valuable ally and a rarity. The woman explains that the griffin's name is Seth, and that he's very friendly with people, and that petting him is a must. The woman asks if she needs anything and says that Rei will never forgive those who crossed him. Even if they go to Gilm now, this Sporntar will no longer be there. She explains that Rei shows no leniency in retribution. The man explains that the Az Company. A few days after settling the dispute with the Azot Company, Rei Saiaki reports that these are just a fraction of the monsters he defeated in the dungeon and that he hasn't yet dealt with the rest. The girl explains that he definitely brought a lot and says that this is only a fraction. She also reports that at least. The girl says she knows the monster meat they'll bring won't be much since most of it will go to Seth, and asks why they're bringing so many magic stones. He explains that collecting magic stones is his hobby, and he likes to have 2 of each. The woman informs that once a request is submitted to the guild, a flyer will be issued calling for adventurers eager to dismember monsters. Rei Saiaki explains that he will then submit the request. The woman says she will need help completing all of this, and Reiji. He asks why the information is needed and whether the boys have responded to the request. The man explains that their weapons and equipment are badly worn out and require money to replace or repair them, so they were looking for quests they could complete in the city, as they are currently in a poor position for dangerous missions. Reiji Saiaki explains that the quest involves separating monster parts, and due to the huge number of corpses, it's impossible to do this inside the city. Therefore, it's better to complete the task outside the city, asking if they know how to destroy high-ranking monsters. He reveals that he's brought a book with detailed instructions on how to butcher high-ranking monsters. The man says, "A." The woman asks if they've already split up the harpy corpses and wonders if they've changed their minds about dividing them up, as they'd discussed earlier. Reiji Saiaki reports that he sent a request yesterday for help dissecting the bodies of the accumulated monsters. The man clarifies that Kelbies are monsters of the wounds. He says he needs 2 servings, no, 5. The woman says they don't have that many in stock and asks to order 1 serving per person. He replies that then he'll only have 1 and thanks her. The guy warns her not to say such reckless things and not to agree to anything. Reiji Saiaki says that if the girl just tried one of the kebabs, she would immediately agree with him and asks what's wrong with it. He explains that it's the most tender meat, cooked so deliciously that you'll swallow it. The rich, juicy sauce and all this combined with the perfect saltiness. Reiji Saiaki says it's delicious and goes well with alcohol. The man says he'll agree with him for now. Reiji Saiaki wants to sell some of his materials today, to which the woman replies that they brought in so much yesterday. The woman asks him to repeat if she heard correctly that he needs more. Rei Saiaki reports that he brought harpy parts today and conducted a quest to deal with them and the other 2. The woman says she doesn't seem thrilled about it and asks how much that idiot brought them yesterday. He says not to worry, as there's definitely less work today than yesterday. The girl says they can figure it out quickly. The woman explains that Kenny will be responsible for evaluating the parts that are proof of the monster's destruction, and they succeeded. The woman with ears says she'll give it her all. The woman says she's finished the evaluation and asks Kenny if he'll be back soon. Kenny replies, yes, yes. The woman explains that they're sharing in the quest and asks him to keep up the good work and to make sure Rei Saiaki signs the release for the parts he provided. The husband, the woman suggests he go to the salesperson's store after her shift, considering it an invaluable experience for him and saying it's very useful. The girl complains of pain when the woman tugs her ear and asks her to exercise restraint, as Reiji is starting to do similar things. Reiji Seiki announces that they've exchanged manners. The man tells Lenore to wait a second. Reiji Seiki lies in bed saying he's tired. The man stands at the meat counter. Reiji Seiki is asleep under the covers. Reiji Seiki is breathing in steam. He sees his own breath and explains that thanks to his dragon robe, this weather doesn't bother him, but winter is coming, and he needs to do something before it sets in. The girl asks if he could be Rei-san, to which he replies that it is him. Reiji Seiki says he's going to sit down somewhere near a pub and meet him there after he's done here, to which the man replies, "That's perfect." The man says he doesn't even know how to thank Reiji. Reiji explains that the long sword is a rapier, possibly an estoc. The cat-eared woman says Kenny acted inappropriately, and another woman asks how they're doing today. The cat-eared woman explains that she doesn't know much about the skills of the guy they just saw, but she can tell you a little about what kind of person he is, and since Reiji Seiki states that being more charismatic than Lenora, the girl would know more about Hosta-kun, and explains that Hosta-kun is a veteran adventurer who started his career in this city and was promoted to D rank about a year ago, and that he is very straightforward and does not. The girl explains that if he can hunt monster meat himself, the amount spent on supplies will decrease, which makes sense, since if he were on a team, his reward would be less, but he could always get more meat in exchange for fewer magic stones, the man explains. Reiji Saiaki explains that he doesn't have enough funds to hunt monsters and would like to defeat this monster himself, so Hosta shouldn't have asked him. He could have simply sent a request to the guild. Hosta explains that his family runs a diner and he obtains meat from the monsters they kill. He explains that Gamillion is a giant rabbit monster known to appear between autumn and winter and asks what type of monster it is. He explains that despite its furry appearance, Gamillion is extremely ferocious and Reiji Saiaki says he understands his interlocutor's situation and asks what benefit his help would bring. The man says he heard Reiji collects magic stones and explains his main goal is to get meat for the restaurant, offering to donate all his magic stones. He asks how the man knew he was collecting magic stones and explains that the amount he brings to the guild as a solo seeker is incredibly large and the profits from selling the stones attract many people. The man is surprised and says he hadn't thought about it. The man says that when it comes to that, he'll take care of it and explains that he was told that if he discloses his situation, they can accept his offer. Reiji Saiaki asks who told him this, and the man explains that he heard it from his neighbor, the blacksmith Pomidora. He says that Pomidao-san has recently moved, but now he is a real blacksmith, and the difference between his appearance and personality is quite noticeable. He says that he has no choice and he will not be able to refuse if this man sent another to him. Then he begins to say that he will say something. The guy acknowledges the request, explains that it's difficult to refuse the magical stones since they appear rarely, and thanks him. The woman asks when they'll start, says she's ready anytime, and asks him to just say when. She also says there's something she'd like to confirm and asks if it's true. The man explains that the Gamillions are quite large, so he'd like to use the object to store the bodies on the way back, and says that's his original purpose. Reiji Saiaki says he's fine with it, but asks what he'll offer in exchange. The man replies that it's labor and explains that he's helping out with the family business. He explains that the debt arose solely because of the repairs, and that they will, of course, be able to fix this problem, but he would like to pay it as soon as possible, and the man says that it is not because they are in debt or anything like that. The guy explains that the game lion's meat is only rank 5, but it's delicious, and those who eat it attract others to the restaurant. He explains how he came up with the game lion hunting plan. The man suggests trying to get as many magic stones as possible, not just the meat, and laughs. The man reports that he spoke to a friend of his father's who said that after talking to Reiji Saiaki, his sales skyrocketed, and so he appreciates any advice for his parents' restaurant. Reiji Saiaki asks if he means toasted sandwiches. The man explains that the owner decided to have them, and he kept serving them, and the man simply told him his opinion on the food. Reiji Saiaki explains that this is more than enough. Everyone will be surprised by the toasted sandwich. He says he can make some noodles. He explains that the only problem is that he knows little about how to make them, and if he had made them in a past life, he would have known, but he leaves the preparation to the professionals. He says he can give advice on the process and ingredients. Reiji Saiaki says he's happy to encounter monsters he's never seen before, and asks if that's true. The man explains that it's difficult, and he didn't think it would be easy, but he preferred to avoid camping outdoors if possible. The man adds that compared to spring or summer, the guy says good morning, he responds with a greeting. The man says he hasn't seen him in a while and asks if he's on another quest, then explains that they're hunting a chameleon. The guy asks if something's wrong. The girl asks with, a man reports that several groups have already been hunting chameleons, but now strange reports have started coming in. There have been reports of a chameleon over 8 meters tall, almost 3 times its normal size. Another man explains that it's most likely a rare breed of chameleon, but since nothing is known, he advises. Rei Saiaki informs them that for a D-rank adventurer like him, it's quite risky to reach S-rank, and B-rank is even riskier. He advises against panicking, as they'll definitely be able to handle a B-rank monster. The woman says she's a little worried and explains that it's a rare type. The woman says, ugh. The man says he doesn't think they've encountered goblins and asks if they need their meat. The dog replies, no, it's not necessary, the taste is terrible. He says, let's speed up. He explains that the area is filled with vegetation. Rei Saiaki notices someone walking and says they seem to be travelers, while another man adds that they're too far away. The 3 men discuss that if it's not Hasta, then one of them must have seen the other do it. He says he was going to interfere with the hunt, but if it's the infamous Reem and his griffin, then everything will be fine. He heard from the guards at the main gate about a rare specimen and asks if this could be why Reem has changed. The man explains that with such a talented... The woman says this place should be safe and asks Rei Saiaki if the griffin can search for chameleon from the sky. Rei Saiaki explains that they need to find something before they can do anything and says the griffin can. The griffin makes a sound. The man. He says it doesn't look like Seth noticed him and suggests they retreat and set up an ambush. The man explains that when he asked Reiji for help, he didn't mean for him to do everything himself. Rei Saiaki asks to make the first move and says that if things go badly, he'll always come to help. The man agrees and says he won't let Reiji die because of him, and if he feels threatened, he'll immediately intervene. Rei Saiaki says he's going. A woman runs after a fleeing animal, leaving a trail behind her. Then the woman looks ahead with concentration. The guy delivers a powerful kick, and the man screams and attacks. The guy falls to the ground. In the top panel on the right, the beast makes a sound of pain, the man makes a cry of surprise and pain, and the boy says that this could have ended badly. In the bottom panel, the boy explains that he thought their strength would be about the same, since they are both D-rank adventurers, and that he believed the beast's rank could. Rei Saiaki reports that the monster had the skill to effortlessly defeat Chameleon, which he fought to the end, and of his cannot be kept until the blood is drained. The man explains that even if he served as some sort of bait, the fact remains, the monster was able to. He says that if it comes down to it, wouldn't it be better to get at least 10 more, and informs them that the guild only allows 5 chameleons per party to be hunted. The man asks if this is true, and explains that since they only exist for a short period of time, one must be careful. Rei Saiaki asks if they'll be able to hunt year-round if they go to the Devil's Forest, and is sure some brave souls have already tried to enter it. The man laughs and says no adventurer would be crazy enough to even attempt to enter the Devil's Forest. He says that Seth should now look for another in heaven and understands that they will be very lucky if they get out of there alive. The man asks Seth if he is okay, and if so, he warns him to get ready, as it seems that something is chasing them. Rei Saiaki says it's time to begin, shouting, "Guru, Ruru." He confirms his resolve with the words, "Yes." The man with the spear orders them to turn back and run. Rei Saiaki exclaims in surprise and asks what the hell is going on. A man warns them to run and save themselves, while another man shouts for them to return. He says he'll hold off the enemy and orders them to go get the ticket. The man explains that he and Seth will intercept the enemy, and Hasta is to help the 4 adventurers reach safety. Rei Saiaki says they owe them a debt and asks them not to die, then calls for them to hurry. The man is silent, then surprised, and asks what. Rei Saiaki shouts that it's a hovering scythe and lets out a scream. He tells the flame to obey his call and burn the enemies. Then he calls the spell Fireball and releases it. The creature tries to defend itself with a magical shield. Rei Saiaki delivers a powerful blow. The creature lets out a loud scream. Rei Saiaki declares that the enemy is a slippery bastard. The beast lets out a loud roar. He screams and stabs the creature with his spear. The man with long blonde hair announces that the creature is now safe and they can ride, to which the other men react with surprise and agree. The boy reports that they heard from Hasta that he's the same Rei everyone's talking about, and that they seem much more powerful than rumors suggest. The woman explains that it's true that one person can kill a rare type, but the boy counters that one person and one creature defeated it. A man says they must have been the unluckiest of all to have encountered a rare type, and he was about to say goodbye to the living world. Another man thanks them for narrowly escaping death, thanks to them. Rei Saiaki explains that he has done nothing worthy of gratitude, and Sokulus reveals that he is the leader of a ranked C unit called Windblade, and tells Reiji that he saved everyone and that they are in his debt. Then Sokulus laughs and explains that not many people are capable of single-handedly destroying Gameleon. The man says it's their archer, Uwipka, the girl explains it's their thrower, Urei, and the man says it's their mage, Kutze. The girl thanks them for their help and says that without them, they would have long since become that guy's lunch. Rei Saiaki asks them not to praise him, explaining that. The man says that money is not the answer to his problem and asks if he has money problems. He says that he would be willing to part with one of the Hamiltons they didn't catch, but explains that they saved lives and are not going to do anything to. The man says that in their rush to get away from that weirdo, they left him behind and hopes he's still okay, suggesting that some other monster is already eating him. Rei Saiaki says they should be happy they're still alive and breathing. The woman says that now is not the time to rest or chat about oneself, they need to go back and pay the rent. The man agrees and says that they must return. He says goodbye and wishes them a safe journey. The man says that with Chameleon's size they will be able to get more meat, so Rei Saiaki explains that the only problem with something that large is that it will take some time to drain the blood, and asks what they can do, whether they'll drain the blood when they return to Gilm. The man explains that it might be better from a safety standpoint, but if they drain the blood, he says it sounds delicious and knows that when they return, he'll ask his father to prepare a feast from the Gameleon meat they've collected. The man says that he personally prefers simply grilling the meat and adding a little salt, which results in crispy skin and tender, juicy meat. The woman explains that, given Gameleon's size, this shouldn't be a problem. Besides, she only expected to catch one, so she offers to treat him to a feast. The man suggests that, in that case, perhaps some of Gameleon's meat could be used in udon, which he plans to teach the woman's father. The woman, Rei Saiaki, says it's a nice place. The man explains that it was recently renovated, which has resulted in a small debt that needs to be repaid. The other man confirms that it is indeed. Rei Saiaki asks if they'll be disturbing him if they go in now. The girl calls out to Seth-chan, and he asks if that's his sister. The man explains it's his younger sister, Arka. The woman asks if guests have arrived. The man explains it's his mother and says he might accept the offer. The older woman says it's a nice thought. The woman announces that she's leaving and wishes him a hasta. The man with the ears says that he seems to have arrived just in time. Rei Saiaki greets them and asks if they should begin making their way to the warehouse to divide up the chameleon they caught yesterday, and also wonders why the man's sister isn't using. The woman reports that Seth is very popular with the town's children, and while he's in the guild, he's surrounded by children who come to feed him treats. He explains that he sometimes sees children climbing on Seth when he leaves the guild, and that the guild is also used to it. Rei Saiaki suggests that it might be worthwhile to buy some land and build such a place, but he'll be unlikely to be able to come there often when he's busy killing large numbers of monsters. The man first offers to help dismantle the monsters he's collected, then asks if he could just use the place occasionally instead of asking for help. The guy says that it won't work for two at once in the first place, and asks if Gameleon needs to be pulled out. He says that it's a good point, and suggests starting with the usual one. Rei Saiaki announces that everything is ready and offers to accept a portion of the rare Gameleon as thanks, roasting it and enjoying it. The man thanks Rei Saiaki and says that's all for now. Rei Saiaki explains that this is your share, along with the materials and magic stones. The outskirts of the kingdom of Mitliana. Currently, 40% of the city's inhabitants are afflicted by a fever-causing illness whose name was discovered just 10 hours ago. The illness, known as magic fever, appears year-round in areas with hot and humid climates. Since the disease hasn't spread, Diargo explains what it is and what materials are missing. The text states that the city, located between the border lines and the central cities, is now spiraling downwards towards its demise. Cease explains that the herb, which is dried and ground into powder to make the medicine, grows only in areas with strong. The bearded man says they're talking about Gilma and asks if they have any Irani reserves, and also asks if the guild leaders from different cities could contact each other. Rei Saiaki says he's been thinking about it and suggests asking for help. The man with long hair explains. The man says he will contact the guildmaster of Gilm soon, and then adds that this is great, but the character says he knows what they're trying to say, and explains that the journey to Gilm will take at least 10 days, no matter how many Irani there are, and the average time is 30 days. The man says he'll hope for a reduction in interest rates, but despite that, they need to try to save as many people as possible. Another man explains he'll contact Gil immediately as ordered, and says he never thought he'd have to call her to ask for a favor. Rei Saiaki says he's surprised now, and asks how he can use this stone. He explains that rare-type skills would probably be much more useful, and asks if it's included. Rei Saiaki notices someone walking, apparently quite light, and adds. Rei Saiaki asks if it's Lenora and calls out to her, explaining that it's Lenora from the guild. Lenora laughs and calls out to Rei Saiaki, who asks her to be quiet and gives her water, for which she thanks. Lenora informs her that the guildmaster wants to meet. Rei Saiaki says he understands and is ready. The girl thanks him for the water, asks him to come as quickly as possible, and explains that she needs to go back and tell them he's already on his way, so she'll go back first. He reports that things look more chaotic than during the orc village and asks what's going on. He explains that, no matter how you look at it, it could be quite serious. The man asks what's going on the ground. The crowd demands that everything be centered, insisting on completing the circle as quickly as possible. The man reports that the 70% of supplies he provided are enough to cover all the townspeople here, and he's confident everything will be fine. Another man says they need to make sure they leave some for Gilm. A third man asks how much powder they have and explains that he bought that much. Rei Saiaki announces that he has brought Rei-san and introduces him to Guildmaster Lenore. Rei Saiaki explains what exactly is happening and that Rei-san will hear all the details from the Guildmaster. He says he needs to show him the time. He expected to see an old man, but the voice is ringing like a bell, and he asks if it's a woman. The woman at the door apologizes. Gilma Marina explains that she apologizes for the unexpected invitation. She is the guild master of the Alliance. The woman says she's a dark elf. Reiji Seiki thanks her for meeting her. The woman asks if it's Reiji. Reiji Seiki explains he's a D-rank adventurer registered with the guild. The girl tells Lenora she can leave them and asks her to continue cooking. He apologizes and asks what she needs from him. The woman explains that guilds stay in touch thanks to special magical items and reports that due to Baal's guild's request for support. Reiji Saiaki asks if the distant city of Baal needs a favor and is confirmed. He explains that Baal is a city separated from Gilm by 2 villages and a small town, and the distance to it would take 10 days of horse riding each way, even for a traveler well acquainted. The woman explains that Orani herb powder is used to make medicines that treat wizard fever, and that this herb only grows in areas with high levels of magical energy in the soil. She explains that wizard fever is a disease that only spreads in hot and humid climates. The woman explains that the magical fever doesn't usually spread in this area, especially this season, so Orani powder isn't prepared in advance in Baal. Furthermore, this herb was only found in places with magical energy. The man reports that the nearest one is in the Devil's Forest near G. The woman tells Reiji there's no need to be polite with her, saying she's heard all about him and he knows, so she suggests they talk normally. Reiji thanks her. The woman looks at him and says she'll see about the reward. Reiji Saiaki notices the spear and wonders why he only noticed it now. The woman asks him not to tell her that the man did this because she didn't notice. He asks if it's a magical item. The woman explains that it is indeed a powerful magical item, adding that he fights well with a scythe, but also uses other weapons for greater range, so perhaps a spear would be useful for his fighting style. Rage. The woman reports that the spear is louder than usual, and if you're expecting a sparring match with a dark elf, you might want to reconsider, as she can easily wield it with her slender arms. She explains that it's called a barbed spear, and to make it easier to understand, she demonstrates. The woman explains that the spikes can only be used to bind an enemy. They cannot be made to grow inside the body or used to attack, but they can damage the enemy while they are bound, and advises to start using the spikes after some time with the spear, since the amount of magical energy affects the time it takes for the spikes to appear. Reiji Saiaki understands and accepts the mission. The elf informs them that they have little time and asks if Reiji is ready to depart immediately after all preparations are completed. Reiji replies that he has gathered all the most important supplies and is ready to depart at any moment. The elf warns that the flight will be long. The woman asks if anyone would be willing to so easily hand over so many magical items to their apprentice, listing their qualities, the number of enchanted items, the rewards, the amount of magical energy, rumors of their abilities, and the beast they've tamed. The woman explains that this makes no sense and that there must be something else going on, wondering. The woman says that the same can be said about determining the value of things. Reishi Saiaki says she felt it and thinks, apparently, no, it's scary. The woman explains that it's a map of the kingdom of Miliano. Reishi Saiaki is surprised that it's a map. The elf explains that this is Gil, and if you follow this road, passing through a town and 2 villages, you can reach Baal. She says she'll give you a map, but after completing the quest, you must return it. Otherwise, you'll have to pay a fine equal to the value of the lost item and asks you to be careful. The guy asks the girl if she's sure she'll actually lend it to him and tells her he's heard about her and she knows. The woman explains that she's said this 3 times and asks for more. The woman says she trusts her guildmaster's instincts and warns that if Reiji Saiaki delays, the impact will be felt throughout the kingdom of Miliano because he didn't have a map and the city will fall. She reports that Margrave Raux is already aware of the situation and is giving. He says he'll definitely return it. The woman asks him to make sure his words are true. He promises to complete the task successfully, and the woman says she appreciates it. The woman explains that because of the urgency and importance of the task, she wrote a confirmation of the assignment. The woman says that now they need to hurry to ball, gather supplies, and act, and Rei Saiaki says that he is giving special permission for the flight while it is still within the city walls. A woman announces that Reiji has arrived. A man orders them to move away from the supplies. A group of people are counting on Reiji and calling him a child. They believe the task will be easy for him and assure him that he will definitely succeed. Reiji says he will succeed, then notices something and says, the man tells Rei Saiaki that if he gets cold during the journey, he can warm up with udon made from gamyeon stew, and Rei Saiaki says it sounds delicious. The man explains that his father has ordered an emergency supply run to Ball, so he quickly. The guy says, Guru-ru-ru-u-u, and says, great, go ahead. Guru-ru-ru-u-u replies that he sees it and thanks. Marina contacts a colleague and says that she sent someone to deliver a huge batch of Irani powder. The man asks if it is Marina. The woman explains that, at best, the patients will arrive in 10 days, and it will be good if they last that long, and the man asks if she is sure that everything is correct. The man says that it won't take 10 days since he is flying there, and asks her to wait slowly, and the woman tells him that the boy has only recently joined their guild, but he has a tamed beast that can fly right under the sky. The man asks if it's true that she bought a dragon knight, and the woman replies that it's not true. The woman explains that it's incredibly successful. The man says the correct answer is a griffin, and wonders why he hasn't heard any rumors about him being a traveler. The woman explains that the boy was resurrected by a mage in a secluded place, and his master is a self-proclaimed wizard who, within a couple of months of his promotion, the elf says she'll soon run out of magical energy, so they need to end it here, confirming this with the word of course. The man asks her not to die, explaining that losing her means losing one famous person in the world. Rei Saiaki says he doesn't have time for this and commands the flames to obey his summoning and burn away his enemies. He then summons Fireball, which spews fire toward the advancing insects. He announces the king's threats and makes a goo-goo-goo-go sound. He speaks now and orders a hovercut, repeating this several times. He excitedly notes that this is the city and says that this should have been taken care of. The guy sees several people and says that's great. Rei Saiaki looks at the map and says that this is the city of Abuo. He asks Seth to fly back and drop him off near those people, shouting Guru as he does so. He asks if he has a minute and stops the three men, demanding they stay still. One of the men explains that he doesn't like asking, but would like to see his guild card. He informs them that the griffin is tamed and harmless, and that it's traveled. The boy says he wants to ask something, and wonders if this is the city of Abuo, and the man explains it's legal and asks if it's important. The boy says there's no need to go into details, he just wanted to make sure he's going in the right direction, and the man asks what he wants. Rei Saiaki reports that he was attacked by about 50 of them. Half were burned to a crisp, but since the other half were cut down, he decided to wait for them to fall around here somewhere, and that he would just take his share, and the rest of them could do with the remains what they wanted, in. He says that Sablasta is probably next, and explains that Ball wasn't originally a place where one could catch a magical cold, and also doesn't surprise him if the Vestian Empire had a hand in it. The man asks if that's even possible. Rei Saiaki announces the name of the saber creature. Rei Saiaki eats while sitting on the saber. Rei Saiaki pets the saber. He reports that this should be enough for today. He explains that they are near the border, so there shouldn't be any monsters wandering around in this area. He suggests landing at a fork in the road and setting up camp for the night, while the bird makes a G sound. Griffin looks away, and Rei Saiaki explains that it wouldn't be better to attack now while they're eating, since they've gone unnoticed. Rei Saiaki reports that there's no sign of movement in their surroundings and that they probably have their reasons. He thinks he won't be able to sleep. He moves abruptly, creating a whirlwind around himself. The man with the club reveals that Rei knew where they were and calls him a little shit. The other men react with cries of pain and surprise. Rei Saiaki says that if they disappear from his sight right now, he'll turn a blind eye, but wonders what he'll do. He then assumes Rei wanted to ask who he is, and reveals that he's just a simple D-rank traveler. The man explains that they knew. The man asks, be that as it may, if he's friends with Griffin, and it's the first time he's heard of such a thing, so he asks him to repeat who he is. He explains that he's just a simple D-rank traveler and says the man wasn't listening. The man denies it. Rei Saiaki reports that he is very busy at the moment and intends to deal with this quickly. The man is silent. The man says they're retreating. The man orders another man, who's calling for Anika, to be silent. The man says they haven't even tried to fight him and warns they'll all die. The man explains he doesn't want to die, so they're retreating. The man says that. The guy reports that he sees him and explains that it is Baal. Reiji informs Seth that the main gate is closed and there must be a back entrance. Reiji explains that they might frighten the guards and needlessly provoke an attack, so he suggests landing close to them. Reiji says he doesn't think they can just fly in. Reiji announces that he is a traveler from Gilm and has come to deliver medicine to treat the townspeople infected with a magical cold, and will prove it if he is contacted by the guild. Suzanas explains that he is an exchange knight and says that Reiji has arrived. The man says it is Durrani powder and asks what it is. Rei Saiaki says it's the real deal. The man explains that he needed to make sure Reiji was the right man, so he tested him, and that they've already heard about him from the guildmaster, and that a traveler on a griffin is departing from Gilm. The man says it would be good if they were here for that, and explains that there have been a lot of suspicious people around, so he'd rather avoid causing more trouble. He asks if he can come in. The man replies that he understands, and the man behind him confirms that of course he can. The boy explains that he must put a tamed beast collar on the griffin until it does something stupid, and asks that the griffin not harm anyone. The man orders the gates opened and the griffin escorted quickly to the guild. Rei announces that he has brought Urani powder. Rei Saiaki says he'll call the guild master and asks him to go over what's in the briefcase, explaining it's a letter from the guild master. The woman explains that about 60% is already infected, and before leaving, she heard it was 40%. Sue says he must introduce himself, explains that he's the man Marina spoke of and that he was assigned to him immediately upon his arrival. He notices that Reiji does indeed have a lot of magical energy and now understands why Marina insisted on giving him the task, and also addresses. The man thanks Reiji Saiaki for delivering supplies from Gilm and reports that he has thus successfully completed the Marina's assignment. The old man informs him that he has another request. He wants him to find out the cause of the magical epidemic. The old man asks if Reiji wants to investigate. He explains that with his level of magical energy, he shouldn't worry about being affected. The man tells him to try drawing the dagger from its sheath, aiming it at the Atuwisha and channeling magical energy through it, then suggests giving it a try. Reiji Saiaki says questioningly. The man explains that those with water-bending abilities can do this. He says it's similar to the water whip Shola used. The man explains that, as the name suggests, it's a magical item that creates water, but it seems to have. The man explains that they might not be able to use water as a weapon, but they can transfer it to another when forming a team, and at least they won't have to worry about water supplies. Reiji Saiaki explains that thanks to Seth's skills, there's no need to worry, and given their magical abilities, they can create water. The man explains that Rei is the current lord of the city, and that in the past he, Maria, and the man were members of the same team. The man explains that this boy, Rei, is an adventurer who delivered supplies from Gilm. The man thanks Rei for coming, calling him a true hero, and says that now they can. The bearded man explains that their adventurers may not be as capable as those from Gilm, but their alchemists and doctors are not idle and are quickly developing a cure. Reiji Saiaki explains that he just asked the young man to help him find the source of the fever. The man says the sight of the griffin reminds him of the demons from his time as an adventurer, and confirms that the other man has a wonderful griffin. Another man asks if it's just the griffin, to which he answers affirmatively. The bearded man says the griffin looks much more. Reiji Saiaki reports that this griffin is much larger than the one they've seen before. Reiji Saiaki says the griffin is completely tame and asks if he can pet it. The man says it's incredible. He explains that the griffin is the majestic king of beasts and birds. The man asks how things are in Baal and says he understands, but is curious about the cause of the fever outbreak. The woman explains that she just received a report that they are already working on a cure, so there is no more. The man says the boy has completed many difficult missions, even though Rei is in charge. He explains that most of his missions, other than escorting the head princess, weren't extermination missions. The woman understands the man's point and explains that this will be his first investigation, and the reason. The elf explains that this is precisely why he can't stand the noble faction, and asks why they complain about their loss of dignity without even trying to solve the problem. Reiji Saiaki explains that he now remembers that she doesn't like the noble faction, and imagines how many problems she had with them. The man explains that he established a good relationship with Duke Kerbal, the head of the noble faction, some time ago, and can even rely on them in times of emergency, without it being a problem. The woman asks in what sense. The man explains that even Dusker is becoming more perceptive. When Marina was promoted to guildmaster of the Gilm Guild, she visited the former Margrave Raux, the governor of Gilm. Marina Alianza informed her that she had recently been appointed the new guildmaster. Rei Saiaki asked Raux to marry him, and the man says he wants to forget his immature self for the person who will become his first love, and even now she continues to tease him. He explains that he wishes she would dress more modestly, although judging by her behavior, she doesn't care, and perhaps she's just asking for attention, hopefully. The woman says that, based on what she has seen, Rei Saiaki is doing quite well in his duties as lord, although there have been problems with the Azok company. The woman says they should put more effort into counterintelligence, and her subordinates will handle it, and if they can't, she can always help. The man says he knew they were a problem for a while, but thought the situation would get out of control because they were in cahoots with. The woman says she doesn't think Rei Saiaki should worry more than necessary, but it's not important, and reminds him that he's not the only one here who cares about Gil. Rei Saiaki says it's somewhat related to what they're currently discussing and asks what the woman thinks. The man says that the war will most likely start in the spring of next year. Based on what he has seen, he thinks that it will start at the initiative of the Empire, but he does not know whether they will or will not start it first. He says that in that case they should start preparing, and asks. Most adventurers will be willing to take part in the war, as the guild will provide high rewards. The fighting force sent to the battlefield depends on the lord who recruits them. It is especially important for Dusker, the head of the neutral faction, to supply and gather as many people as possible. The man says he won't deny that Reiji doesn't like dealing with unpleasant things, but he's sure he's developed an attachment to the guild. The shadow on the right says that having an attachment to a place and fighting for it are two different things, and won't allow the man to force his people to do what they want. Rei Saiaki says that if he could go back in time, he would tell himself not to fall into the witch's trap, and remarks on how cruel it is of him to call her a witch. The woman says she is very upset and wants to show him the necklace he gave her as a token of his care. The woman laughs. He says he's serious and asks why he fell in love with this woman. The man explains that he learned about the situation from Dialogo-san and suggests that she feel free to ask him if there's anything he doesn't know about this city. He explains that now that the thought, Rei Saiaki explains that before the disease began to spread, soldiers with low magical energy stationed at the gates built a small hut to survive outside the city. He reports that the current lord of the city did cause some problems, but there's no doubt he must be. He asks how they plan to investigate the origin of the magnetic fever. The man explains that, frankly, he relies heavily on his combat prowess, but using his brain to figure it out isn't his specialty. He also says that he'd first like to see if there's anything special about this place compared to other places. The man says that if that were the case, Rei Saiaki would have noticed it spreading from the south and asks if it came from all over the place and adapted to Baal. He then explains that things would be completely different if someone had intentionally created the disease and spread it elsewhere. The girl with the ears asks how Rei Saiaki is, and hopes he hasn't caught the magical cold, while the woman says no one said monsters couldn't catch the disease and hopes Sechan is okay. Then they both sigh heavily. The girl tells them to get back to work, and Rei Saiaki says he's too nervous to work right now. Rei Saiaki explains that he doesn't understand why they'd attack such a remote place and asks if it's the Vestian Empire. He says it might be worth seeing how it works in the field. The man explains that if the rumors about the magical cold are true, then everyone will be careful to have a cure on hand. Rei Saiaki says that this could be true, so the likelihood of it being the Vestian Empire's doing is slim, and asks if there are any famous landmarks, famous products, unique resources, or other possibilities. The man explains that they merged their faces. He asks how many distilleries there are in this town. The man says there are only 3, the largest one is in the southern part of the town, and 1 each in the east and west. The man explains that they are there. The 2 men ask what Mr. Saiaki is doing in a place like this. The man explains. The guy says he's just patrolling the area. Another man asks if he's serious. Another man explains that they won't be able to hand over all the supplies because they're under strict control, and asks if the guy is about to make some crazy claim. Rei Saiaki tells them not to talk nonsense and explains that he's currently investigating the origins of a spreading magical cold, but the other man counters that it's all a misunderstanding. The man with the gun asks if they're in a similar place, and the other man replies, "Oh," and asks them to wait. Rei Saiaki reports that the boys are looking forward to their next training session together and thinks he has a good idea of what they think of him. He explains that all the problems arose because of the ones the boys brought last time and asks him to make sure they don't. Rei Saiaki tells them to make sure nothing gets drunk, saying that even he wouldn't be foolish enough to drink in such a situation. The man hopes that won't happen. The man explains that they'll work on the first floor, and the other man says he'll look at the second floor since it's smaller, and that's it. He reports that there is not a single lead. Rei Saiaki reports that there's nothing there and asks how the other character is doing. The other character replies that he didn't notice anything either. Rei Saiaki confirms this. The man explains that even Seth didn't sense anything unusual, meaning they can cross that place off the list. 2. The man also asks to keep an eye on Mr. Susanna's. Despite his behavior, he has a lot to do. Rei Saiaki says he'll keep an eye on him. The man says they're really popular. He explains it's not what he thinks, they were just messing with him. The man explains it's a Western distillery. The woman asks Mr. Susanna's what he's doing there and explains they're investigating. Rei Saiaki thanks him for the medical supplies he brought and says he can't express his gratitude enough, as his father survived thanks to them. The man replies that he was glad to help. Rei Saiaki explains that as part of their investigation into the magical cold, they would like to inspect the interior of the wineries. The guy says that only the one in the east remains and suggests they get started. Rei Saiaki says there's nothing here either. The woman asks Seth if something happened. He reports that this is the last one. In the top right, Rei Saiaki, with his weapon and the beast nearby, is making growling sounds. Reiji announces that it looks like they've hit the jackpot, and the man next to him calls him by name. In the top left, 2 guards ask who's with them and call Reiji. He says he can't afford to make a mistake. The man says they have to be careful. He takes the gun in his hands. Then there's a loud thud. Rei Saiaki says it's hard to say whether this is a magical cold incident, but there's definitely something there. The man says they have no choice but to check it out. The man asks if Rei Saiaki is sure he doesn't want to go in first. Rei Saiaki says yes. The man says his weapon has a long range and will be difficult to use if someone gets in before him. He says it's true. The girl says they're coming. Rei Saiaki reports that the inner region is there and says Gurururi. The man and Rei Saiaki simultaneously ask what it is. He says it's the core of the dungeon. The man is surprised and asks what it is. He says it was in Zapali's memories. The man asks him if he knows what it is. He is surprised and asks how. Rei Saiaki reports that this isn't a mistake and is definitely the dungeon core. The man demands to step aside for a minute and asks what the hell it's doing here. The man first asks how Reiji can be sure it's the dungeon core and whether it could be something completely different. Reiji. The woman says she can't tell the man about Zeppel's knowledge. The size and shape are slightly different from what she saw, but the unique aura makes her absolutely certain it's him. The man reports that the one who saw him was actually healthy. Rei Saiaki says he doesn't know if they can get rid of the dungeon core so easily, noting that it's unmistakably the core of the dungeon. The man suggests that perhaps the dungeon appeared in the middle of the city by accident. Rei Saiaki asks if the possibility of development can be ignored. The man apologizes and says he needs to report back and give instructions on what to do next. He says he won't be late and explains that it's just a matter of time before the heart begins to attract awakened monsters, but fortunately for them, it hasn't fully awakened yet. The man says he has urgent news and explains that it is an emergency, then says he understands. A man asks what happened. Rei Saiaki reports that the Eastern Distillery has confirmed the existence of a dungeon core in the city. The bearded man is surprised and asks what exactly. Another man explains that, to be precise, the core hasn't reached its full size yet, but that's safe. The man says he was the one who confirmed this and asks what they should do. He explains that he has never been to the dungeon, answering the man's question. Rei Saiaki explains that there's a risk of this place turning into a labyrinth city, so it shouldn't be taken lightly, and he shared the same opinion. The man explains that they're barely surviving because the magical cold is a known illness, and asks if Reiji can be sure. The old man explains that if the boss, the ruling lord, finds out about this, the man will be accused of arbitrarily disposing of the core for his own benefit, and it will be difficult to hide it since the lord himself is a mage. He says that he is sworn to protect the city until the end of time, as the acting lord and does. The man says he's heading off to meet the Purple Ray deep in the fog to take care of it, and with luck, they'll be able to limit their losses. Rei Saiaki says they're too late. The man explains that out of everyone, Reiji is the only one most likely to be able to. The man says to just leave it to them and asks to treat him to a glass of alcohol from the collection if they get out of there alive. Rei Saiaki says sure, let's celebrate with the ones he's saved for special events. He says that upon hearing this, he'll only want one thing, to get out of there safely, and that he'll leave immediately. A couple of minutes earlier, a man and a creature observe a glowing object. The man speaks to Gua, and the creature makes a sound in response. The man expresses surprise. Rei Saiaki says he sees purple smoke, then reveals it's not smoke, but fog. The top right corner states that the Dragon Age comics, Legend, volumes 1-9 are now on sale, and that the comic adaptation of the super popular isekai novel has surpassed 160,000 views. The bottom right explains that slimes are creatures that Rei Saiaki says, "Let's do it, Seth," and charges forward with the griffin, who roars. He then notes that the fog doesn't affect them, but it does increase the likelihood of something abnormal happening and scolds the fog. Rei Saiaki informs them that. He announces that dispersal is occurring. He lunges forward, making a guru puru ruru sound. Then there is an explosion with a whoosh and swoosh noise. He says, now, and then shouts, okay. Reiji Saeki shouts as he strikes, then the sound of impact is heard. Reiji Saeki, amazed, says what's happening and expresses surprise. He says it's defending itself, and asks if it's capable of something like that. Then it jumps. The man explains that something is growing. In the top panel, Reiji Saeki strikes with his scythe, accompanied by the sounds of whipping and thumping. In the middle panel, Reiji Saeki states that the weapon is powerful, but he can destroy it with his scythe, and expresses his determination in this case. The lower panels show the weapon being destroyed. He says that the tentacles have turned into even more slugs, and simply cutting them will create even more purple mist, so he needs to destroy the core as soon as possible. He announces that he is going to break through to the core and asks to cover him. The creature. Reiji Saiaki screams, then emits a bright light, followed by a cry. The man screams and curses as a powerful beam erupts from the glowing ball. He says it's over, and knew it would be, then makes a paw sound and smiles. He delivers a blow that causes a loud thud. A message appears stating that the Death Scythe has acquired the skill Terrain Manipulation Levi 1 Reiji. Reiji Saiaki ponders whether dungeon cores are considered the same as magic stones, and what that means, and also wonders if this is a core-specific feature, but realizes that he needs to clean up now and thinking about it won't change anything. Reiji Saiaki reports. He reports that the fog is seeping through the cracks in the door and that it's bad, so the residents need to evacuate. He explains that the one lying on the ground isn't paralyzed, just paralyzed, and adds that the fog is toxic. He says they'll retreat with two. Reiji Saiaki tells them to leave, warning that if the fog touches them, it will instantly paralyze them. Reiji explains that the fog is moving too quickly, and there isn't enough time to evacuate all the residents, and also wonders whether the fact that the distillery is located there is a blessing. Reiji Saiaki says he needs to report to Mr. Dialogue and the guild master now, and asks to be escorted. The man asks what's going on and what the purple mist is, and Reiji replies he'll explain later. The man greets Reiji and asks for an explanation. The man states that even if the main body is destroyed, the fog won't disappear so easily, and he thinks it will be difficult to find a solution to the lingering fog. The man asks if it will continue to spread, and he replies that it is still doing so. The man repeats the word, seems. Rage. The young man reports that the guards guarding the distillery haven't contracted the magical flu. The man explains that these guys fell paralyzed, meaning this must be done by people with a level of magical energy much higher than required to resist the magical flu. He also says that they don't yet know what it is. The man suggests using wind magic to disperse the fog beyond the city limits or increasing the temperature to disperse it, but warns that the fog may be different from normal, and this may not work. The woman tells Reiji Saiaki that with his level of magical energy, he can cast powerful spells. The man asks if he remembers the magic item they found in the pure white dungeon, and reveals that it was the item Marina used to help defeat the water golem when its magic was lacking. Reiji Saiaki explains that this item allows one to share magical energy with others, and reveals that these are magical items called resonance necklaces. He explains that they are a set of two necklaces. One necklace transfers the wearer's magical energy to the wearer of the second necklace. He says it would be very helpful if the other person agreed, but he won't force him, and explains that leaving things as they are will ruin all efforts to fight the magical cold. He then asks what happened. The man says that now it's necessary. The man reports that he felt like Reiji Saiaki acted differently between their two meetings, and that this must be the reason for his popularity among his charges. Reiji Saiaki explains that he doesn't do anything special and is simply transferring magical energy, asking them to leave it to him, and thanks him for it. He says this is the most suitable place. The man hands over the object and tells her to take it. He explains that it is the dagger of running water and confirms that it is the resonance necklace. The man explains that he has been a magician for a long time, but this is the first time he has observed such a phenomenon, and in case of a mistake or something worse, he wants to make sure he keeps his word. He explains that he will wear the receiving necklace, the white one, and the other person will wear the giving necklace. The man explains that while Reiji Saiaki is wearing the necklace, he won't be able to use his own magic, so he needs to be careful. He explains that if Reiji Saiaki tries to use magic, the item will automatically send it through the necklace to the man, as the item is designed to. He announces that they have united to dispel the ominous fog. The man shouts a battle cry and feels a surge of energy, explaining that he is receiving even more energy than before. He remains silent and clasps his hands behind his head. The man offers his magic. Rei Saiaki informs me that he also needs to control Rei's magical energy. The man talks about the need to appear before me as the great wrath of the wind spirits and explains that he must ensure the spell and magical energy are perfectly woven together. He says that he is gradually adding Rei's power to the spell so that this rage becomes his magical power and malice becomes his strength, obeying his will. The man says it's Sylph's rage. Rei Saiaki explains that despite being a powerful tornado, it doesn't damage the surrounding area, but simply absorbs the fog, calling it impressive. The guy says he has complete control over magical energy and says he wonders how many years of experience and effort it took to achieve this. Reiji announces that they're coming. The man makes a wind sound. The man breathes heavily and makes ah. Reiji reports that the tornado is turning purple, and more than 80% of the purple fog covering the city has been absorbed, leaving only the warehouse containing the core. The man explains that he can't collect all the fog through the entrance alone and asks Reiji to do something for him. Reiji Seki reports that this fog cannot be dealt with naturally and receives confirmation. The man is surprised. Reiji Seki explains that his scythe is a masterpiece made from the wood of a 500-year-old elder tree, but the quality of a magical item is on another level. The man admires it and asks. He reports that a strong hurricane has begun in the city, which is destroying everything in its path, causing a loud roar and the sound of falling objects. Reiji announces that he even plans to use the wine barrels to boost the flames when it comes time to burn away the fog, and he's impressed. The man shouts to Reiji that he's going to carry this out of the city and asks if he's ready. Reiji replies that he is and jumps. Rei Saiaki says that the flame must manifest the resolution it brings in its only form, and that it must burn and eradicate everything until nothing remains, and also bring devastating destruction to begin new life. Rei Saiaki casts the spell of scorching hellfire. The explosion occurs with a loud sound. Rei Saiaki asks if this should be all taken care of, and the griffin makes a sound. The man exclaims in surprise. Rei Saiaki announces that the guildmaster has landed, and the man shouts, "Guildmaster." Rei Saiaki orders him to be taken quickly to. The boy reports that his condition was most likely caused by using a spell that exceeded its limit, and fortunately, his life is not in danger. The man says the boy actually completed the task and thanks him for his efforts, explaining that despite his age, he still makes reckless decisions. Rei Saiaki explains that in his rush to remove the necklace and use magic, the chain broke, but not to worry, a broken chain can easily be repaired. The man says he has no time to waste emotions and advises Rei Saiaki to rest at the same inn. The man reports that Baron Soleil Levin, the lord of the city, has requested his presence and says he will escort him to a meeting with him. He is surprised and asks if this is the lord of the city, as he thought Dialogo was the head of this city and is interested. Rei Saiaki says that clicking your tongue after knocking on the door is a bad omen and announces that he will wait at the front door, urging you to hurry. He explains that simply being a servant of the Lord does not make one superior. The man explains that if Lord Soleil is kept waiting for too long, Rei Saiaki begins to feel like he's facing another noble who enjoys causing all sorts of trouble. But he also wonders who this man is and why he's attacking the inn. The man thanks him for waiting and reveals that he's Mr. Soleil's bodyguard, named Komish, Rei Saiaki. The man informs him that Mr. Soleil is waiting in the back room and, despite his actions, he is not being disrespectful. The man explains that he brought the adventurer Rei, as Mr. Soleil ordered. The man warns that Mr. Soleil may do a few rude things, but the man says, and then says that Rei Saiaki saved this city. Rei Saiaki asks, The man falls out of his chair, making a thud and sliding sound. Rei Saiaki exclaims, "Ooh, wah-ah," and asks who and what that is. Ness. The guy says the gentleman calmed down and only lost consciousness, and it's best to find out the details from the other guy. He thinks he's seen a similar reaction before, the girl exclaims. He says she also reacted the same way after seeing his magical energy. A man reports that he fainted after seeing someone with strong magical energy, and that it was bound to happen. The man thinks he knew someone could see it. Rei Saiaki explains that he is Rei, an adventurer from Gilm. The man asks if that's true. He says that not only magical energy, but he can even see it, and reports that he heard that he is an experienced magician, but assumed that he is at a higher level. Rei Saiaki says he heard the man is a skilled mage, and asks if he was surprised he could say that. The man explains that he's proud of his skills as a mage, and that he's considered an ordinary aristocrat enjoying his hobby, after which he laughs and confesses. He says the guy is just a crazy researcher. He explains that a dungeon core has appeared. The man explains that the magical cold that has spread throughout the city was caused by the dungeon core. The other man says he knew about it and curses the situation, asking, Rei Saiaki explains that there are still many things in the dungeons they know nothing about and asks why he simply destroyed the dungeon core. He explains that they haven't even scratched the surface and the man has a vault with him, so he suggests storing the core there temporarily. He tells Arla that she's here and asks why she's here. Arla says she brought medicinal herbs for the magical cold. The guy explains that it's logical, given her background, that Arla is here and asks why she's here if she's not one of Elena's bodyguards. Arla says that on Elena's orders, she'll return Baron Soleil to Anessus herself. The guy tells Anessus. Arla explains that it's a city where a special Rei Saiaki reports that he heard about the appearance of a magical cold in Baal, a place where such cases shouldn't occur, and explains that, despite everything, he just couldn't seem to stay still. The man silently blows into his palms. The boy asks if the girl has come to take him back and says she knows they won't be able to leave for a while. The girl explains that people can't leave the city until they're confirmed free of the magical cold. He's surprised and asks, "Ah?" The girl confirms. Rei Saiaki informs them that they risk spreading the magical flu to Anessus, and that perhaps they can use the noble's authority to circumvent it. The boy says they really won't be able to go anywhere, and asks if that's the worst possible outcome. He asks how they managed to infiltrate the city and if there were guards blocking the entrance. The man explains that they had the authority of the ruling lord to bypass the guards. The guy explains that he originally intended to use this time to investigate the cause of the incident, but that it's not a problem. The guy says that even if his every move isn't monitored, he'll stay here and has no intention of running away. He suggests using this time to catch up with his reunited friend. Rei Saiaki says they need to take another look at the eastern warehouse now, as there might be a fragment of the dungeon core there. The man explains that they were forced to march all the way here and asks if they can rest for a bit. The other man counters that while they're here, there's no time to sit, and he asks if the dungeon's core is here and if that was the cause of the magical cold. The man replies that it's possible. He says he didn't think they could meet here and says the man is used to wielding the axe of power. The man explains that it was a gift from Mistress Elena. Rei Saiaki reports that Elena's father's entire family fled to the Vestian Empire, with about 40% escaping. Elena's father, Mr. Liberté, attempted to pursue them but also escaped, though he doesn't have much information. The man asks if they know each other and explains. He says he doesn't remember meeting anyone so important and couldn't understand how they could have run into each other, then says it's logical. The girl explains that all sorts of rumors are spread among the knights, so she thought that perhaps something happened while the captain was traveling. Rei Saiaki says he's right and doesn't know, even if the captain heard about him from her. The man says he's been busy with various things since their meeting and asks what Reiji has been up to lately. The woman reports that Mr. Dialogue has requested a meeting with Mr. He and asks if it is Mr. Dialogue. The man confirms that it is Mr. Dialogue who wishes to discuss matters concerning Mr. Soleil and says that, of course they can. The woman invites him. Rei Saiaki says he wants to know how Elena is doing and promises to tell Arla the rest when he gets the chance. He'd also like to take home a few stories to tell his mistress. Arla says that if anything happens, they should tell Dialogo-san. He should know where to find Reiji. The man reports that all the paralyzed people recovered overnight and explains that doctors have reported no side effects, but due to the nature of the pathogen, they will continue to monitor everyone. The man reports that the boy woke up early this morning, lost consciousness after jumping in over his head, and is now unable to control his magical energy. The man explains that he used a resonance necklace, an item that allows one to receive another's magical energy. Rei Saiaki finds it strange that the man says he can be free now, asks to be informed if Baron Soleil brings trouble, and promises to do everything possible. He thanks. He and the other guy are practicing with axes. He and the guy are talking to the man, a bird with. The upper right corner depicts people standing against a wall. Rei Saiaki announces that he helped during the emergency and hands over papers confirming the mission's completion. He also explains that if he hadn't come, the number of deaths from magical flu would have increased significantly. The bearded man and the other man expressed their gratitude to Rei Saiaki as the ruling lord of Bala, and Reiji says that the recovery will be difficult, but they are holding on. The bearded man promises to show them how to do it in no time and says that when it happens, the man reports that everyone has contributed to the payment, and this is from all the guards, urging them not to worry. Another man explains that he's not particularly fond of alcohol, but he knows several people in the guild who are much more enthusiastic about the drink, and he'd be happy to accept the gift. Raiji-sa. Rei Saiaki says he might not be busy this winter, and it would be nice to write 1 or 2 letters once winter arrives, as they'll take longer to arrive. The girl says it's true. The man in the right corner expresses surprise. He explains that if that's the reason, he should have asked her to write the letter while they were at the ball. The man gives the delivery address, and the girl agrees. He says that if he gets a chance, he'll drop by again. The man announces that they're heading home and says goodbye. Rei Saiaki informs Seth that winter is in full swing and suggests they land and set up camp for the night before it gets too dark. Seth asks about the snow. Rei Saiaki explains that he wants to absorb some magic stones and test his earth manipulation skills. Rei Saiaki. He says he has to say, the meat is delicious. The creature makes a guru oo sound. Rei Saiaki announces that they'll practice a bit after eating. The girl explains that they should first imagine the ground beneath their feet sinking a meter and talks about manipulating the ground. He explains that only 10 centimeters is the limit, and 10 centimeters is the same limit in reverse. He hoped that if he could manipulate even a meter, he could use it in battle, and explains that they should try absorbing several magic stones. The man talks about mana. Rei Saiaki says he has magic for emergencies, so he should absorb the common stones and let Seth have the rare ones, and suggests they watch first. He then explains that the bee sword isn't what he planned, and suggests saving the rarest stones for the end. He says it's his turn and throws something at the creature. The creature reports that nothing happened. He explains that, judging by how it worked before, he'll probably learn a new skill if he takes rare items. Reiji reports that Seth will study the level 21 Poison Claw, and explains that the Gamalian Fang contains level 2 poison, which affected the ogre. It takes about 10 minutes for the poison to spread throughout the body, and he wonders how much faster it will be. He says it's worth a try anyway. The girl screams for Rei Saiaki, and he lifts her into his arms. Men in the background cheer and support them. The text states that a warm welcome awaited him at Rei Saiaki's home. The girl asks if everything is okay, if he's injured, and says that instead of being injured, he could have gotten sick. He replies that he's not worried and is fine. The girl says she was wondering why there was so much noise downstairs, and it turns out he's back, after which the woman first allows Rei Saiaki to return his card, then thanks him for returning it and asks if it was useful. Rei Saiaki says it was only thanks to her that he didn't get lost, and the woman is pleased to hear this. The woman explains that she just spoke with the other party and has already received the basic information from Sa. The elf says he sees that he already understood how it works. He explains that when he arrived there, the guards at the main gate had already been notified that an adventurer on a griffin would arrive with medicinal herbs, so he wasn't surprised and assumed that. Rei Saiaki asks if what was found in Baal is truly the dungeon's core, and the girl explains that, based on its magical energy and aura in general, it most likely is. Rei Saiaki clarifies that this means she can't say for sure. The girl then explains that. The woman says he's not the kind of person who would want money as a reward and would probably give a different item. She explains that she only asks for it to be kept confidential and agrees. A few days later, the man reports that the door creaks when opened. The man explains that they arrived at school. Rei Saiaki explains that they're drinking during the day now because there's no work and winter is in full swing. Rei Saiaki asks if that's Rei. The man greets Min, Yelk, and Rhodes and says it's been a while. He says they were traveling to another city to deal with a pesky monster and helped out here and there along the way. He asks what they've been doing since their last encounter. The man says it was a pesky monster and explains it's a stone dragon. The type of dragon used to make the dragon robe that Rei wears is the ancient dragon whose magic stone was obtained by Elena, the highest class, smarter than humans and able to perfect unique dragon magic, the strongest dragon, a true monster that lived for thousands of years. The man says that instead of assigning Rengu S to fight the dragon, he assigned him to guard the base, and Rei Saiaki says that assigning Rengu S to fight the dragon would be cruel. The man yells at Reiji to shut up because the man says it's not good for Reiji to continue to be completely dependent on them and asks what Reiji will say. Reiji, surprised, replies that it was him. The man asks what they think about the two of them going on a hunt. Reiji remains silent. The husband. The woman says Rhodes is a young and outstanding adventurer and asks why they're both acting like this. Isn't it their plan to rest until spring when the work is over? She explains that his rank was achieved through being the fruit of his parents' hard work and asks if he knew. The woman says the thought of letting her beloved son sail alone haunted her, but when she heard X's proposal, she felt it was a sign from God. The man says that since everything has already been decided, let's choose a monster hunting quest, and explains that it's just in time for. Rei Saiaki says enough of the endless sighing and that he's the one here who needs to breathe. The man says they've already gone so far that it's too late for complaints and orders him to shut up. The girl explains that she doesn't understand why she's doing this and says that she was the one being forced. He says it doesn't matter and suggests ending the quest, and the man asks where the blue caterpillar is. The man explains that rumors are circulating that they roam in places like this and suggests that, as usual, they'll leave it to Seth. He asks for a quest. Rei Saiaki says that now that Seth is no longer here, they're covering their own. The man asks Reiji how many small fry they'd have to deal with before they found any caterpillars. The man explains that the only problem is quantity, but it's unlikely. The man says it makes him jealous, and he explains that he's jealous that the man can get by with just a robe, and that it might be cold, but being too warm slows him down. The man asks if he wants to sell the robe. Rei Saiaki reports that he should be back soon. Seth is also skilled in reconnaissance, and he still seems to hate him. Rei Saiaki explains that he'll come around eventually. He just needs time, and says his initial reaction wasn't the best. The man asks. He says that the main reason they took on this quest was to dispel rumors about him, and asks if he wants to handle them on his own. The man asks what he means now, and reports that Reiji was talking about killing them. The man explains that if anyone ever says such a thing, they will only be as good as their ridiculous words, and says he has no use for people who can't understand their own abilities, and are only capable of envy. Rei Saiaki explains that they accepted this quest together in the end, and that although he states that he has no intention of allowing foolish emotions to cloud his judgment and asks for forgiveness. He explains that he underestimated the other person. He then says it doesn't matter and suggests moving forward. Rei Saiaki says he knows the color blue and still thinks it's blue, but this guy has a strange color. He explains that for some reason it looks shiny, like something you don't want to touch, or that it's poisonous. He also explains that it shouldn't be poisonous and that it's just a shape. The guy says he must have spotted us. He explains that now that he's spotted his favorite food and people, he's running toward them. Then the guy says that, surprisingly, he's fast. Rei Saiaki reports that the web PV has surpassed 170,000 views and is adapting an incredibly popular isekai novel. He explains that one must embrace one's noble pride and strike. The man asks how many magical items Reiji has hidden up his sleeve, and are. He says he's more experienced in fighting. The man asks who he thinks he's talking to. Rei Saiaki commands the veil to be lifted, revealing the power of the thorn spear hidden beneath it. Rei Saiaki shouts the name of the attack. The man shouts the name of the attack and strikes with his sword. Rei Saiaki reacts with surprise. He says wind magic, and then says that he won't be caught off guard like that again and laughs. Rei Saiaki says that for his father, the barrier isn't an obstacle, and it's definitely not an air barrier. He's seen his father fight, but that's different. He explains that he knew his father was so far away, sighs, and says the shield is weak against physical attacks. Rei Saiaki explains that his father. In the upper right, the fangs are being inserted. Below, the girl says she's sorry. The young man explains that what's done can't be undone, and offers to try to salvage everything possible. He'll take compensation for the mistake from the other man's share of the reward. The man explains that the magical stones, at least some of the evidence of subjugation, remain intact. Rei Saiaki says the thorn spear is a useful weapon, but NIPs can only be created when the blade is embedded in something, and if the spikes remained after the spear was pulled out, it would be quite versatile. Rei Saiaki says it's Seth's turn now. He says the name of the attack, the hovering scythe, after which the man says that the total is 6. He says that they are finally finished and suggests returning before sunset, and the man explains that he doesn't mind if there is something simpler for lunch, but for dinner, he wants something more filling. Rei Saiaki says he's afraid to expect such luxury when he accepts quests from this man, and says he calls the ingredients simple because he's lucky because of the storage facility. The man asks what the problem is and holds out his hand. Rei Saiaki explains that. He reports that even Seth left as soon as they were spotted, and it's not his imagination. He explains that there are no signs of anyone in the area, but if someone is hiding their presence, Seth can sense them. Seth makes a guru-oo sound and says his name. Rei Saiaki reports that even Seth can't feel anything. He says that even if they had escaped, he could have destroyed at least something, but the aliens retreated without his knowledge and disappeared. The man calls out and asks if it's teleportation. He asks not to scare him like that and apologizes. The upper right-hand side of the image shows the entrance to a building with people at the door. Rei Saiaki announces that he's showing his guild card and beast collar. The man explains that he feels they're being followed, but the large number of people around makes it difficult to pinpoint their exact location and suggests luring the pursuers. He says he has some things to do and just remembered, so he can't leave Rhodes with the quest completion report. Rhodes says he's sorry, but can he leave the report to him? The man asks if everything is okay, as Rhodes is acting strangely. Rei Saiaki says everything is fine and he just imagined it. He wonders if anyone noticed anything. Rei Saiaki says he thinks he was so on guard that his responses during the conversation were too slow, and now, he says that he came here to meet someone. The woman asks what gave her away. Rei Saiaki says he simply knew it wasn't something unexpected, and notes that the woman seemed to have been following him all day, asking what she wanted. The woman says she was confident in her hidden movements. Rei Saiaki asks, the woman says she understands, meaning he's noticed her. He explains that his confidence has been waning considerably and asks if she'd like to help him train next time. The man suggests she say he's not surprised. Rei Saiaki says he'd appreciate it if they get straight to the point and asks if the girl was really watching him so intently just for fun. The girl explains that she was confident in her appearance and calls Reiji an insensitive person. He says, just forget about it and don't think you can just go home, saying you have nothing to do. The man says that they highly value his remarkable talents, his enormous magical power and impressive abilities in battle, as well as even this vulture. The woman asks what they think about going with them. Reiji Saiaki remains silent and mutters about the Vestia Empire while clenching his hand and cursing under his breath. Reiji Saiaki explains that normally he wouldn't notice them, but 3 people seem to be. Reiji Saiaki says he won't miss a beat now. The man explains that they're aiming to increase the Empire's power by diminishing this country's, and it could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Reiji Saiaki understands this and asks, more importantly, that he's not. The man is silent. Reiji Saiaki says he's very happy in this city and asks what the Empire is like after this. The man says he's sure Reiji already knows about the Empire's plans to wage war against the kingdom next spring, and explains that, knowing about the existence of the assassins, the man says that with the arrival of next spring, the hero will be one of the Empire's targets when the war begins, and even if he has no intention of participating in it, he will not be let go so easily after all the troubles he has brought. But if he goes over to the Empire's side, he will be generously rewarded. Husband. The woman reports that the negotiations have failed and asks if he wants to say so. Reiji Saiaki explains that they were enemies up until this point and that he has become quite attached to the city, and moreover, he says he wants nothing from a country that has a bastard like Vela on their side, and he regrets it. The man shouts that the Uluipka needles were blocked by a regular robe and demands an explanation. Then the man orders them to run, and the other man is shocked. Reiji Saiaki explains the folly of turning one's back on the one they're targeting, and reveals that their opponents have greatly underestimated them. He explains that he doesn't know much about the Empire's standard equipment, but special items created through alchemy aren't easy to obtain given. The woman reports that all 3 have been captured and asks the captain what they should do. He explains that even under normal circumstances, the boy has deprived them of too many alchemists and demonic soldiers. The boy suggests going to the library and looking for some interesting books, but the creature asks for 6. Reiji Saiaki notices something and asks what it is. The man asks what happened and explains that a prisoner convoy was attacked last night, asking if Reiji knows. He reports that they not only killed everyone, but also burned everything after themselves so that the evidence would disappear, and adds that this is all he knows. The man reports that they say this is the work of the Bestia Empire again. Reiji Saiaki thanks him for the information. Reiji Saiaki asks if the dead are the same criminals he caught yesterday and wonders if it was done for secrecy. The man explains that they should have known that. He reports that trouble is brewing again, and it will definitely not go without consequences. The man greets him, says he was looking for him, and is surprised that he isn't at the main gate as he rarely sees him in the city. He responds to this. The man says he wanted to know about yesterday's events, clarifies that the attackers were from the Bestia Empire, and explains that their bodies were found, although they were almost completely burned. He asks what happened to the 3 he captured. Reiji Saiaki explains that he didn't. He asks if they used fire magic. The man replies that he doesn't know if it was magic or not, but they definitely burned everyone together, tied up. Reiji Saiaki says it sounds like they're telling him to notice. He asks if it seems odd that they use such a conspicuous method of killing and wonders what the motive might be for such actions. The man explains that it's usually to conceal evidence. The man says that when the information spreads, the criminals will definitely leave the city, but at the same time they commit a notable crime, and here everything is somehow not going well. The man says that in fact, it was an ordinary resident who told them about this, and the girl says that this story will definitely have a continuation. Reiji Saiaki says he wants the other guy to figure it out and asks him to be sure to let them know if he learns anything. The other guy says he understands and will send the task to the guild. The man apologizes for how things are and reminds me that he's on vacation right now. He says it's okay, he'll be leveling up soon, and says he feels better now. Reiji Saiaki says it's the item they used yesterday when he was attacked, and it might be helpful in the investigation. The man thanks him and suggests they go to the guild. The girl is surprised by the rare combination of Reiji Saiaki and a Sir of rank. The man greets Kenny and the woman explains that it's related to the incident and says he caught the man yesterday. The man says that if they were killed for concealing information, then he will be their next target, and he doesn't doubt his strength, but it will be safer if he goes with him, considering. The man says that Rei is their ace in the hole. The girl understands this and asks for the paperwork to be filled out. The girl turns to Rei Saiaki and asks if everything is okay, to which he honestly replies that he doesn't know. Rei Saiaki asks what the enemy's main target is, and he says that usually in such situations the best solution would be to run away. But after what happened, police officers were stationed all over the city, and it won't be so easy to run away. Jumping over the wall is also impossible, so what will they do? A magical wall or barrier is just as resilient to the person attempting to resist it, and at the same time, monsters have been stationed near the barriers just in case. Rei Saiaki says that if you have that magical item, you have no obstacles, but if you had that item, they would probably have already fled. The girl asks, "What is it?" Reiji says it's nothing. Kenny asks if this will do. Reiji says no and points to the document, confirming that everything is correct. The girl says she'll go on with the paperwork, warns him to be careful, and invites Reiji to dinner after the mission. The man explains that it's best for Reiji to remain on site until the operation begins, so as not to involve anyone else if he's attacked, and asks for help finding the enemy's hideout. The man explains that the police don't cooperate with the Mage Knights and tells Kenny that they rely on him too. Rei Saiaki and the bird-like creature make noises. Rei Saiaki explains that Seth, the griffin, has highly developed senses, including smell. He explains that they tried too, because they also have detective dogs. The man turns to Rei Saiaki and asks what's wrong, and the creature responds. The man reports that they couldn't detect anything other than burning after the fire, but if it was Seth, an A-class monster, Rei Saiaki asks if the man can go with him to the scene now, and the man confirms this. The man asks how Seth is feeling and if he feels anything. Seth growls. He asks if they'll call the police and what to do now. The man is surprised it's already over, and Seth growls, and the man says that's great. The man says it's best not to, and asks Seth to lead them to the place first, explaining that if they explore the area themselves, they can call others. Seth replies, "Let's go then." The man remarks that these are slums, and adds that they can sense the presence of people here. Seth notes that. Rei Saiaki says he feels a lot of eyes on him, and that they're all directed at Seth. The man reports that he can literally feel the atmosphere. The guy says there aren't many of them here, and they can probably handle it themselves, calling for backup if anything happens. The man says he's not sure whether to call them or not. Reiji says there's nothing to be done and suggests they explore the area. The man makes a TSS sound. Reiji strikes with a sword. The woman says she didn't think they'd be found so quickly and is surprised. Reiji Saiaki explains that they were here after all. The woman tells the two to report to the captain, to which they respond, "Yes, there is one," and run towards the building. The ninja announces that the others will fight him for now. Two ninjas shout that they're attacking and say they've forgotten the item. Reiji Saiaki and the beast react to this. Three men apologize. He says it's the same. He expresses surprise. He screams Seth's name when the creature attacks him. In the top panel on the right, a man with claws attacks three opponents, who scream in pain and fly back. In the middle panel on the right, Reiji Saiaki screams, expressing surprise and indignation. In the bottom panel, a man with a sword and Reiji Saiaki stand surrounded by armed opponents, the man asking. The woman asks what it was and says she's speaking to the commander. Then the woman says something else, then turns her head sharply. The man sits with his head down. Reiji Saiaki says that it was unexpected and asks what just happened. The guy says that if he can't win, he will die. Reiji Saiaki says he asked her. The man says they weren't told they'd encounter such a monster and asks if that means he's the owner of that item. He says it was planning to escape alone. Reiji Saiaki says he sees nothing but despair and demands to know where Seth, who teleported away, is, threatening to answer or die. The man says he can't tell. Reiji Saiaki asks if he's sure he won't get the information if he kills him, the husband. The man feels like they're at a dead end and have no choice but to give up. He says that if he weren't there, they have to do something. The man starts to say something, but then stops. The man talks about a river near Gilm. The griffin says it's looking for Rei, making growling sounds. The griffin continues to growl and lowers its head, making a soft sound. The griffin says it's sad. The griffin remains silent, then begins to walk down the tunnel. The griffin roars and destroys the wall, after which another griffin emerges from the rubble, making sounds similar to a roar. The bird roars and makes a loud sound, then takes off into the sky. The griffin makes a sound of surprise and flaps its wings. It announces the name of the place, Gilm. Two griffins make the sounds grew and grew. The griffin flies forward sharply, making the sound grew. The woman says, "Oh, the devil," and orders the enemies to finally die. The man and the girl prepare for battle. The three monsters watch silently. The woman smiles and says, "Grew," and the guy with the ears repeats, "Grew," with difficulty. Rei Saiaki says, "A little patience." The man warns Milena to be careful. Milena asks how much longer. Then the monster suddenly attacks Milena and she screams. Rei Saiaki curses. Milena asks, "What?" He reports that the monster is breathing fire and screams in horror. The monster roars. The woman speaks to Seth, addressing him, and the bird makes a growling sound. The woman, with joy and tears in her eyes, thanks Seth for saving her. The woman hugs the bird and says that it is so beautiful, strong and sweet like a prince, and that she adores him. The man says that since Seth is here, that means Rei is too. Rei Saiaki asks Seth if she's alone. The creature makes sounds. The man explains that Gilma is that way, and Rei Saiaki understands what Rei means. The creature confirms that it's in Gilma, and Gru says he's a poor thing, and that he's such a good boy for pulling through. The man says she's talking to him and has so much love for him. The girl explains what she was thinking Seth, and offers to come with them. The woman explains that Seth will get there in 2 flaps, and says she understands Melina's emotions, but asks him. Melina says she knows, and asks what he thinks. The man is silent and then looks up at the sky. The man roars, and the woman rejoices and shouts, "Hooray!" The soldiers report that they have escaped. The man reports to the captain that reinforcements have arrived. The captain says he will relay all the information later and allows Rei Saiaki to go, warning him to be careful on the way home. Rei Saiaki agrees and leaves. He states that he hasn't yet activated the magic stone, holding it in his hand. He then swings his scythe, creating a powerful energy blast. Rei Saiaki reports that the wind hand skill has activated. He spots several people near the bushes and explains that adventurers couldn't be in such a place. He says it will at least distract him. The man makes a sound of surprise. The winged creature calls out to Seth and growls. Rei Saiaki says the creature is fine, and it growls in response. The woman screams Rei Saiaki's name and calls for Satachka, while the man and the girl look alarmed. Rei Saiaki expresses envy and asks why the creature is here when he should be in Gilm. He asks what the girl is doing here and if she has an urgent task. The girl replies that they got into an argument and Seth helped her. He is surprised and asks why this happened. The girl says, thoughtfully, and he says it with embarrassment. The man reveals that Milena actually spent all her money at the bar. The woman says they're used to it and that she's incorrigible, and the man asks her not to say it in front of Seth. The man asks for more details. Rei Saiaki says it's time for them to go back. The woman says she'll try to return by nightfall and says she'll definitely do it. The guy says, "Gru." The woman says she'll book a table at the cafe. He says, "Gru," and explains that he needs to fly to the place he teleported to check something. He says, "Gru." The woman apologizes to Rei Saiaki and says it's okay, they'd gotten used to each other, and asks if the matter went well. Rei Saiaki replies that yes, everything is fine. The man asks Rei Saiaki how he liked the food at the bar. The man explains that it's because of the infection. He says he's made udon. The man is happy to hear this. The old man thanks her and explains that this udon has its own method of eating. The girl explains that she loves this udon. Rei Saiaki says that it means there are many high-ranking monsters in the sea, and explains that this is how. He says that, by the way, Helen was also in that battle. He explains that the dragon seems friendly and seems to be asking for the door to be opened. The dragon makes sounds. He opens the door, and the dragon makes sounds again. Rei. The bird-like creature says Q and asks if the person he's talking to wants to take off something. Rei Saiaki says Q. Rei Saiaki notices the letter and asks if it's a letter. The bird-like creature says Q again. Rei Saiaki says Ellen and shows the con. He reads a letter in which he is addressed as Dear Reiji. The woman says she's always filling out paperwork, but this is her first time writing a letter, and asks for forgiveness if anything seems strange. Rei Saiaki explains that he's a little concerned about the recipient's health and conveys that he's been working tirelessly. The man says he was very surprised to hear that. He reports that after they parted ways in Gilm, they defeated the enemies, but then the survivors fled to the kingdom of Bestia. The girl is certain that Val was among them, and vows to repay him for his betrayal, as it is her responsibility as the daughter of Count Helen. The woman informs him that the dragon she sent with the letter can only speak its own language, but is gradually developing, and she has named it Yellow. She asks him not to neglect it, as it will be useful, and hopes to soon learn how to create more powerful dragons. Rei Saiaki reveals that his magic form is not real and can become invisible. The woman states that she hasn't yet had a chance to try out all her abilities, confides this to the recipient, hopes the letter will reach them, and concludes by saying that they'll see each other in the spring and looks forward to it, adding that this is probably where she'll end the letter. The woman signs herself as Helene Kerber. Rei Saiaki says that means she created it and the dragon makes a Q sound. Rei Saiaki also says, The woman says she does have some interesting abilities. The man says that if he speaks dragon language, it means he can communicate with other dragons, and asks how to test this. He says he's curious, maybe one of his mages can distinguish animal sounds. Rei Saiaki asks if the creature can become invisible, and the creature answers with a Q. Reiji tells her he needs to send her a reply and asks her to wait a moment, to which the dragon replies, Q. Reiji explains that he's completely invisible and asks how the dragon got to him unharmed, considering he's so small. Reiji begins writing a letter and Rei Saiaki says he's never written a letter in his life and asks where to begin. He explains he'll tell them about the item he received from the guildmaster and suggests he write about how Master Bara and their guildmaster used to be in the same party. He says it's cold now, so he needs to dress warmly and take care of himself. He's almost finished writing the letter. The man asks if Seth has said hello and says it turned out well. The man wonders if the dragon will be able to deliver the letter and if he's planning on returning. The dragon replies. Rei Saiaki says that Seth doesn't seem to be picky, and if he's hungry, he'll probably let you know somehow. Rei Saiaki says they'll go to Seth's first, and he'll introduce Q to him. Rei Saiaki finds it convenient to open the door. Rei say. He says that there were knights somewhere here and they need to hurry. He asks Gru. Gru answers. Then he says that Seth sees Gru. He asks if everything is okay. Gru and Seth exchange greetings. Rei Saiaki tells Yellow that if she hears anyone, she should hide, adding the sound Yellow makes. Rei Saiaki explains that the main thing is that they didn't fight. The guy says they wanted to go for a walk around the city and asks if Seth will come. Seth makes a sound. The animal eats meat. Rei Saiaki says he wasn't mistaken after all, and he's quite the meat eater. Rei Saiaki asks if the little dragon will come inside with him, to which the dragon replies, Q. The girl greets Rei Saiaki and asks. He says it's the same as always, and laughs. The woman confirms that it's true. The girl with the ponytail and glasses says that despite this, they continue to work and greets Reiji. The woman asks about Nora, and she answers in the affirmative. He asks. The woman says that there are many girls around him and asks if there is one among them that is dear to him. The girl says he needs to take a good look at it and remember it. She orders him to do so. Rei Saiaki asks, what's with the scorching cold? The girl says it seems like it's not the right time anymore. She explains that Lady Melina is very fond of spending money, and Sulinen told her that. The girl tells Kenny that this information isn't for everyone, and warns that even if it's Rei, it's still not allowed. Kenny replies that he already knows this and curses. The girl and Kenny explain that these are basic guild admin rules. The girl with the ears says A and asks. The woman begins with good news and congratulates Rei Saiaki on his promotion. Rei Saiaki says he's already been told about it and explains that C rank means a mandatory assignment related to the promotion. The woman is surprised that he's not surprised and says she wanted to train him, but he says that exams only happen when you move from rank E to D and from C to B. The girl explains that it's not an exam, but just a test, so even if you fail the task, nothing will happen to your rank. Everyone from ranks has such tasks, that's why it's official. Rei Saiaki says he's leaving then, and says goodbye. The girl screams and then tries to grab Rei Saiaki by the sleeve. The guy asks if there's anything else. The girl replies that there isn't anything else. The girl proposes marriage. The woman informs him that this is where things get really important and orders him to keep an eye on all the girls who are interested in Reiji. The woman explains that if anyone tries to pick him up, they need to be stopped and asks if she understands. The little dragon confirms. Rei Saiaki asks what happened and says that yesterday's letter could have stayed longer. The little creature says Q and asks if Reiji wants to return to Helen. He says to be careful and shouts to Q. He explains that there's an owl statue on the gate and a third mansion to the left. The man says that he has to go too. Q says, well, Rei Saiaki says, are they aristocrats after all? He explains that he wouldn't call it a mansion. Rei Saiaki says it looks like an ordinary house. He explains that the side that's not very visible from the street is unkempt and likely owned by poor rather than greedy owners. He apologizes and asks if the girl from the guild is an adventurer. The girl reveals that she's the Cisne family's maid, Acesia. The girl says she thought she should meet Rei Saiaki and explains she didn't have time to buy groceries. Rei Saiaki asks if that's Seth and says he really is a real griffin. The griffin says he'll call Rei Saiaki now, who will be training the masters. The woman says this is a garden. The guy asks if she minds if he waits in the garden. The creature tells Seth that he will have to stay here. Rei Saiaki tells Seth that he's a decent griffin and there's no need to worry about him, as she's very worried. The girl apologizes. Rei Saiaki notices that the house is quite clean and simple, but there are no paintings or valuables and wonders what happened. The man says they can skip the formalities, as they're not as rich as other aristocrats and aren't used to behaving like them. He says it's a pleasure to meet them. The man explains that this is his son, Basilero, and offers to say hello. Basilero says it's an honor to meet them. Rei Saiaki says it's truly delicious, better than the store-bought stuff, and asks for confirmation. The man says Asha brews it better than anyone else and suggests getting down to business. The man explains that his job is to train his son, as was already written down on paper. Rei Saiaki asks to be trained. He understands what they mean and asks what can be taught to a child in a week. He says that he learned his fighting style himself, adjusting his abilities to suit himself, and that no one taught him. The man explains that it will be difficult for your son to adopt his methods, but they are in a difficult situation, so it's important for his son to learn at least something. Rei Saiaki says he understands, asks if the man is confident he can handle it, and reminds him that he won't coddle him. The man confirms. The man promises that he will try his best not to disappoint and asks if he agrees, stating that they need him. He expresses doubt. Rei Saiaki informs him that refusing to accept a rank promotion will be considered weakness, and explains that the mission is related to the rank promotion and that winter is always a busy time for him. He explains that the Cisne family traces its history back to when Matt Cisne's great-grandfather fought in the war with the Imperials. Their position plummeted, and they sank into poverty. They had a small territory left in their possession, but when another war broke out, they lost that too. The man explains that the mistake was that their family wasn't affiliated with any of the factions, and Matt, who also lacked exceptional talent, suffered humiliation and insults. He says that thanks to this, he, his son, and their only maid moved to a place that was more or less. Rei Saiaki says he understands. The man explains that he honed his skills by watching others, but he doesn't want his son to be criticized for the commoner's methods in the future, and suggests starting with the basics. He says that everyone in the guild talks about his interlocutor's skill, and he believes that even the basics will be enough to level up. The man explains that the backyard will be quite sufficient, as it's quite spacious. He says they need a place for training. The man says that the fights. The man asks how Rei Saiaki usually trains and is interested in his son's abilities. Rei Saiaki explains that his son uses his great-grandfather's notes, but he doesn't understand anything about them and asks to see for himself. The woman agrees and says she'll start right away. The man says he's got everything ready. The man asks to what extent the practice was and clarifies in what sense. He explains that he would like to know how much pressure to apply so as not to cause harm, and says that he is talking about bruises, abrasions, or fractures. The man says that if anything happens, their Azaya is the owner. The man says that his great-grandfather once saved Asia's family, and since then their family has served them for generations. He also says that he told her about this more than once, but she stubbornly stands her ground. The guy asks if the rest of her family works for them, to which the man replies that no, they're barely holding on and can't afford to pay the rest of the family's salaries. The man apologizes and says he crossed the line. The boy says he's ready and suggests they begin training. The man explains that the armor belongs to his great-grandfather. Rei Saiaki says it's his great-grandfather's armor and asks if the man has changed his mind about training him. The man confirms, says he understands, and calls them over. Reiji. The guy says the yard was so run down and dirty, and he didn't hear the griffins cleaning it. He says it wouldn't have bothered them anyway, and thanks, Seth. The guy tells Asia that she can go home for now, and that if anything happens, he'll call her, but warns her that she'll freeze if she stands there. The girl explains that this is his first lesson, so he wanted to watch. The man asks Basilero if he's ready to start and receives an affirmative answer. The guy warns. Rei Saiaki tells Asia that she'll be fine and asks her to come home. The teacher says they'll have problems if Reiji gets sick. The girl wishes the master good luck and asks him to call her immediately if anything happens. The man says, okay. Rei Saiaki explains that. Rei Saiaki announces that he's done talking and asks if the other man is ready. The man confirms he is. The man says he's heard Reiji uses a scythe as a weapon. Rei Saiaki confirms this and explains that he chose a less powerful weapon for now to gauge his abilities. The boy asks if they'll take a real scythe if they see he's ready. He agrees. The beast growls. The boy asks the teacher if his name is Seth and what he's saying. The teacher explains that Seth says the boy can't defeat him, and Seth himself announces that he's attacking. The boy screams and attacks, but Seth confidently dodges, after which the boy decides to force him to use a spear. Rei Saiaki asks where the opponent's leg is, who screams in pain and falls down, cursing. The boy says that for a 10-year-old, he's got some pretty good moves, but that's not enough. He can only defeat one goblin. The boy shouts that there's more to come. Rei Saiaki explains that the adventurer's path will be challenging for him, and admits he's probably overthinking things, as not everyone gets it right the first time. He notes that there are flaws, but the hero hasn't been trained, and if he encounters a monster, he'll quickly lose. The man says he is tired and breathing heavily, and he smiles and reacts to this. The girl screams that she's attacking. Rei Saiaki deflects her attack with his spear. The guy with the sword announces that he's ready to fight. He says he dropped his sword. The man screams in surprise. The man asks how it happened so easily. The girl is surprised and asks if Rei Saiaki thought he'd defeat her on the first try. Rei Saiaki explains that he's a C-rank adventurer and can't lose so easily to a child. A woman says she's come to see Seth. The man in bed asks what's wrong. The woman says she's going to see him. The man reacts with confusion. The teacher greets Rei Saiaki, who returns the greeting and asks if Seth was guarding today. Seth eats, making noises, and says he doesn't mind. Rei Saiaki recalls that they emphasized the lesson yesterday and confirms it. The man inquires. He explains that before moving on, he needs to work on the mistake, and says that until you master it, nothing will work, so you need to practice a lot. The man says that before this, Reiji trained alone and had never encountered this, but he has good speed and reaction time for. The guy says yes, the girl says to start, the guy says then let's start, the girl says ha. Rei Saiaki tells the girl that she's wasting too much energy on defense and advises her to focus on attacking, countering the enemy's attack with one of her own. The girl breathes heavily and agrees, then resolutely replies that she understands. It is reported that this is the second day of training. He tells her to continue in the same spirit, and the girl agrees. The guy screams, ha, ah. He announces that today there will be training mixed with magic, and the goal of the training is to get used to magic. He explains that there will be just a little fire, so there's no need to worry, and also says that it's okay and that everyone will see right now. The girl says that she has a completely ordinary sword. Rei Saiaki says it's terrible when there's a big difference in abilities, but you have to be prepared for any situation. He confirms this with the word yes. The man explains that he channels the fire and commands it to blaze with a fierce heat, and also tells him to devour its magic and gain power. The guy yells, come on, and yes, then shouts ha-ah and announces that he's done it. He receives approval and the words, well done, keep going, and also hears the commands eat, ha, and take that. The guy exclaims damn and yes, explaining that he shouldn't try to do everything with just the sword. The sign announces that it's the 6th day of training. Rei Saiaki and a girl are standing outside the building. The girl says her name is Baslaro Sisne. Rei Saiaki asks who she is, and the girl replies that she's his student. The girl, blushing, explains that it's clear now and announces that. The guy asks if they'll be training here today, and the man replies yes, but with a caveat. He thanks the man for agreeing to help, and the man says he has a lot of free time right now and is always happy to help. The girl asks if it's him, and the man confirms it's the enemy. Rei Saiaki announces that today's opponent will be Baslaro, a D-rank solo adventurer of Hasta. Baslaro says his name is Baslaro Sisne and it's nice to meet you. Rei Saiaki responds in kind. Baslaro clarifies that the fight will be with swords, to which he says that the enemy is strong, superior to a D-rank adventurer, uses Eston, but he has no special abilities, and it is unlikely that he will be able to stop his sword. Rei Saiaki shouts and says, go ahead. The man says he's attacking. The man asks if Reiji thought he couldn't stop him. Reiji, surprised, says, the woman explains to Baslaro that when you fight, you need to think about what your opponent won't do, otherwise you'll be too predictable and likely lose. Baslaro says he understands. The man says they should take that into account next time, and Baslaro agrees. A guy announces that today is the 7th day of training and asks if the teacher will be performing a hasta today, to which another guy replies that the teacher is busy today, but he has found someone else. Rei Saiaki runs up and shouts that it's her. The girl on the griffin calls out to Rei Saiaki. The woman says she has a strange personality, but she's quite strong and she'll easily defeat Hastu. A man with straight, medium-length dark hair and neat bangs is surprised that it's easy, and the other man agrees. Milena says her name is Milena, and it's a pleasure to work with her, then reveals that she is Baslaro Sisne. Rei Saiaki explains that it is an honor for him to fight someone of a higher rank than his master. Milena explains that Reiji is a shy person. The woman reminds him not to forget his promise. He says he talked to Seda, and the woman says that's great. He explains that he seems to have changed his mind about becoming an adventurer, and a man advises him not to pay attention. All adventurers are like that, the woman says. The guy notices the girl has a new sword. The man exhales. The girl remains silent. The man announces that he's attacking and begins attacking the girl. Rei Saiaki says it's hard. The girl yells, eh? The girl explains that Rei Saiaki has serious defense issues and advises trying to parry with a blade, as his build makes it difficult to stop an attack with force. The guy says the girl is too relaxed now and yells ha as he attacks her. The girl explains that they need to maintain their strength and find a happy medium, and the guy agrees. The girl says it's better to tilt the blade slightly diagonally and let the attack pass when it's coming at her, not. Rei Saiaki asks Melina what she's doing here. She explains that she wanted to see Seth and wants to show him something interesting, adding that he won't be able to use it now, but it will come in handy in the future. Rei Saiaki tells him to take the weapon, to which the other boy agrees. The woman says she's tired, and he says he's attacking. He screams and attacks. The woman says it was one of her favorite moves. Rei Saiaki, surprised, says the man didn't even drop the spear, calling it sad. The man exclaims in surprise, and the woman delivers a shocking blow. The man explains that it's a skill that channels magic through a weapon, though it's more of a gimmick. The woman is surprised that the teacher is so impressed and asks Mylena how she did it. Mylena explains that she doesn't have much mana, so she came up with this technique, but on Rei, it's all over. The woman explains that everything starts with the basics, demonstrates her technique to understand this, and says that you need to move gradually, otherwise you will never become an adventurer, warning that if you ignore the rules, it can turn into something unfortunate, and asks you to realize this. Rei Saiaki thanks for. He reports that someone here has his eye on Seth. The woman explains that she has an untouchable, pure love with him, a heart and soul devotion, a true love. Rei Saiaki reveals that he aims to become a formidable warrior of the future and is making every effort to achieve this. The woman says she doesn't know where the merchants are at this time of day, only asks them to move faster, and explains that they were attacked by about 50 icebirds. The man says it's winter to fight icebirds. The woman adds that this is an emergency call and asks what will happen next. A woman calls Rei Saiaki and says that he seems to be good at fire magic. Rei Saiaki confirms this. The woman says this makes the job much easier and explains that icebirds can't stand fire. He explains that the icebird grows to 1 meter tall and is a D-rank monster, appears only during the cold season and attacks using sharp claws and a hook. The woman asks him to hurry, explaining that she'll complete all the paperwork later and has already received clearance for departure. Rei Saiaki announces that he's accepted and makes a sound. The man says he'll see him there and will be with Ekril and Sulanin. The boy says the teacher shouldn't go because there's a C-rank monster there and it's beyond their capabilities. The man explains that the teacher will only get in the way and shouldn't talk nonsense. The girl says she'll go with them too. The girl asks Reiji to be careful. Reiji says he exaggerated a bit to intimidate Baslereau, is sure there will be birds below C rank, and that he has mastered fire magic, so he'll manage somehow. Then Reiji orders Seth to go ahead. The girl is silent. Rei Saiaki says what's going on there. There are a lot of people and birds on the road around the horse-drawn carriages. He says they won't be able to attack the enemies with one powerful blow because they are too close, and suggests going to the right while Seth goes to the left. He shouts and prepares to attack. The beast roars. Birds make sounds. Rei Saiaki strikes the flying owls and orders them to retrieve them. The man with the sword asks who he is and reveals that he is Rei, an adventurer the guild has called for help. He says to tell everyone that the griffin is their ally, and the other guy replies that he understands. The boy reports that the griffin is on their side and asks them not to attack those who wield magic, as they are from the guild. Rei Saiaki explains that this is help from the guild and expresses confusion as to why the griffin is on their side. A girl with long dark hair says. He shouts, "Fable," the woman says, "Damn." The woman with the sword and shield makes the attack sound, "Groo, ooh." The griffin makes a sound and smashes the food. Rei Saiaki says he's never seen a griffin before, and the girl and woman confirm it. The woman with the bow says help has arrived. The man asks Fable and Ruda if they can fight, and Fable replies that she can't hold out for long. He announces that he will launch a powerful attack and asks not to interfere, as there are still too many enemies. The man replies that he understands. The man says that they will cope, gathering all their last strength. The man urges them to move forward. He casts a spell, causing a burning. Rei Saiaki reveals the name of the technique, Flame Tornado. The three men report that they have never seen such powerful magic and express surprise. He says he is keeping up the pace and asks the flame to gather all its power, become a flying creature, and fly like a swift mist. A man announces that they are about to attack. Several fighters shout battle cries and prepare to attack. Rei Saiaki says that their numbers have greatly diminished, then expresses surprise and asks why. A cry of a phoenix is heard from above, swiftly conquering the guy asks why he's here and calls out for Milena. The girl yells for them to stop disturbing her and says they're actually busy here. The man remains silent. The woman is surprised and asks where someone came from, saying that he snuck in on his own. Rei Saiaki says that he hasn't been noticed yet and that he needs to be brought back. Rei Saiaki says that he'll use a powerful spell and go cover Baslereau, and the woman takes off. He tells Ekril that it's going to be a little tight now, so she needs to push harder, and says it's accepted. Ekril exclaims in response. Rei Saiaki says the idiot needs to stop. The man yells for him to take the blow. The man raises his sword, preparing to strike, and yells something in response to the unexpected event. He reports hearing a chirping sound and tries to cut the chain. The girl screams that she doesn't understand how this happened. The bird lets out a piercing cry. The guy says, "Damn," the woman screams. Reiji, and the girl watches with her hands over her mouth. Rei Saiaki says it hurts. The man calls the bird stupid. The woman announces victory. The woman and man sigh with relief. Birds take off from the ground. One bird tells the other that he is a boy. A guy with his hands raised shouts that they're saved, and the other men rejoice and shout hooray. The men in the window ask if it's all over and if they're really saved. The guy says he warned her that she would only get in the way and accuses her of interfering, asking her not to cry. The girl cries. The guy tells her she's lucky he did it in time, but if it had been someone else, the situation could have been different. The guy says he would have died because of the girl. The girl apologizes and says it's her. Rei Saiaki explains that he already understands everything and shouldn't put so much pressure on him, grinning. The girl screams at the master and accuses him of doing such a thing to her. The guy is surprised. Asia apologizes and introduces herself as the Cisne family's maid, explaining that the master has caused a lot of trouble this time. The man says nothing, and the woman says that Reiji actually got a little roughed up because of him. The girl yells, "What were they thinking?" and asks, "Imagining." The woman says Rei Saiaki is definitely fine, but no one has Ronnie. The guy offers to help Rei Saiaki, but he says he's fine. Rei Saiaki explains that it's best to take Bastharo home, as today was his first time on the battlefield, and he'd better be fine. He says he's still glad he was able to be there. The man replies, "No." The girl says they're saying goodbye for today and thanks him, wishing him a goodbye tomorrow. The man and girl leave holding hands. The girl explains that Kenny called Reggie to fill out the paperwork. The woman says this is the kingdom of Mylian, the capital of Yonesis. The woman says Yemo, and the small creature answers Q. The woman says he's a good man for coming back and still uninjured, and the small creature answers Q again. The woman announces that she brought tea and apologizes. The girl says that means the man delivered the letter and thanks him. Rei Saiaki is delighted. The woman reports that Lady Helen seems happy, and the dragon explains that a letter has arrived from him. Lady Helen denies it, then sheepishly confirms it. The woman explains that a magical item can be inconvenient to use, but for him, it's just right. The woman says the beauty is Mistress Helen. The girl says yes and calls Allah. Allah is surprised. The woman says she remembers the girl talking about meeting the guildmaster at the bar and asks what kind of person he is and if he's too old. The girl confirms this. Rei Saiaki says it's hard to say, although yes, they looked rather decrepit. The woman explains that the woman Rei is writing about is also not young, but if she's an elf, age doesn't have much of an effect on appearance. The woman tells Yellow to show her what he saw, then she calls him Q and confirms it. Yellow makes the sound Q. The girl says, The man says that mages who can create magical creatures have a big advantage. The man talks about mages. The woman says it's such a shame he sold himself to her lips, and she reports that Yelmo has no memories of this master, and nothing can be done. The text states that from that day on, all of Helen's thoughts were occupied by this true beauty. Rei Saiaki announces that there's a festival at school today and says he's decided to participate in organizing it this year. He explains that the festival will feature a variety of events and invites everyone to attend. The woman informs Kenny that she's taking the day off today and asks how he is. He explains that he completed the practical training task and will now have a rank increase. The woman confirms this and says she'll go make some changes to his record. The man thinks. The man asks if he's Mr. Rei and asks if he has any business. Rei Saiaki explains that he thinks he has a magical stone obtained from an ice bird and offers to look at it together to figure out what to do next. The man apologizes. The man says he was the one who received yesterday's goods and is happy that everyone received them. He says he couldn't figure out how to thank them, but he received his magic stone and asks them to ignore him. The man recalls that a woman named Melina said this. Then, rage. Rei Saiaki reveals that the griffin's name is Satoche, a very popular adventurer who rose from D rank to C rank in 6 months after joining the Gilmla Guild. He explains that it's true that Satoshi broke the guild's record for fastest rank up. The woman says it's true about that incident. She saw it with her own eyes, and the man starts explaining what it is. The man explains that he's currently a D rank, but his powers are on par with those of an A rank. That's what adventurers say, and that his abilities are self-explanatory. The woman explains that he has a hobby collecting magical objects, primarily magical stones, both for jewelry and crafting. The man says he would be honored to repay her in this way and would like to treat her. The man thanks her for the valuable information and says it will be useful to him. Rei Saiaki says that they should take a seat at the bar, and as soon as he's done, he'll come over and ask for some iced tea, as he doesn't like vodka. The man says he understands. Rei Saiaki says, okay. He asks if the man in front of him is from the Bestia Empire, and remarks that he wouldn't dare walk around like that, since the police are always on the lookout. The girl apologizes for the wait and calls out to him, who replies, phew. The girl notices that he's lost in thought, and the woman informs him that, as of today, Rei Saiaki is considered a professional in this field and a C-rank adventurer, so he must take every task more seriously. Rei Saiaki says this is somewhat frightening. The man calls Rei Saiaki over, Rei Saiaki. The man congratulates him on his promotion and says it's his gift, offering him as much food as he wants. The man explains that he's a merchant and asks him not to refuse the treat for nothing. He asks if there's a reason he was invited and asks him to speak quickly. Alexander first introduces himself, explaining that he is a merchant and the captain who received yesterday's cargo. Rei Saiaki says the captain had a hard time and notes that the cargo wasn't that large. Alexander agrees. Alexander reports that due to an attack by icebergs, they lost one carriage. The hired adventurer who guarded the trip was killed, and the horses, for which the carriers paid a lot of money, were weakened due to the weather conditions. He says that the family was reportedly murdered right before his eyes, and he prepared himself for death. Then Rei and Seth appeared. Just when he realized he was about to die, it miraculously passed him by. It's reportedly no surprise that this man wanted to meet Rei. The man reports that their child is very ill, and the medicine only grows in Gilm. Rei Saiaki says he wouldn't have gone there unless absolutely necessary at this time of year, but it was an urgent matter for an aristocratic family. The man explains that especially dangerous monsters come out in winter. The man says he knows about what happened at the bar, but that's something completely different. He explains that typically, as a child grows, their magical power increases, but the growth is very slow, resulting in health problems. The man explains that the cure is only one plant, or more precisely, its root. Rei Saiaki says that yesterday's incident left them with heavy losses, and they're facing a shortage of escorts, and he saw that 7 survived. The man asks if that's not enough. Rei Saiaki explains that if they'd agreed, of course, there wouldn't have been a problem. The man explains that the D-rank adventurers heading to Gilma had stopped their journey due to the onset of winter, and deemed it dangerous to travel at this time, so they stopped in the town of Sabale. He says that for safety's sake, it was decided to find them and make arrangements with the rest of the group. The man apologizes for the inappropriate conversation during his promotion celebration and explains that he wanted to ask for something. Rei Saiaki asks if the man wants to hire him, and the man is surprised. The man says he was shocked yesterday and would like to ask not only to accompany him this time, but also to sign a permanent contract. He explains that he has enough of his own affairs, so he will decline the contract but agrees to accompany him to Sablist and asks what the man thinks. The woman informs them that the party consists of 3 D-rank girls, and the man explains that these are the same girls who were with them. The man asks what the reward will be and asks them to consider their current situation. Rei Saiaki explains that even if the tip is a little rusty, it will be a plus if it deals damage. A woman asks him if it's him and thanks him for last time. He's standing next to a large creature. The woman tells Rumid to behave normally. Another girl calls the creature cute, and he tells her not to whine. In response, the creature makes a sound. The woman asks if he should introduce himself first. Rei Saiaki says his name is Rei, he's a mage, and this is his griffin, Seth. The woman explains that she's the leader of the D-rank team Amazing Dues, Tanya, and her weapon is a halberd for mid-range attacks, Fable. The woman says she'd like to play with him some more, but thinks he'd become friends with Melina, though they'd probably end up breaking up. He apologizes for the woman's behavior and explains that she's very helpful. The man tells her not to worry and tells. The girl says Reiji calmed her down and asks why he's using a scythe today instead of a regular weapon. Reiji says he has a pretty big one and asks to see. Reiji shows her the scythe, which is spilling items, causing the girl and woman to scream in panic. The woman says the heroine has been like this since childhood, and the man agrees. Rei Saiaki explains that he and the other 2 have known each other for a long time and have been friends since childhood. The woman suggests they finish the greetings and asks Reiji if he has worked as an escort before. Reiji replies that he hasn't. The woman says nothing will happen if she takes charge and asks her to work hard today. He says he doesn't mind and it's a pleasure to work with her, and also reminds her that he said 20 would be enough. The man explains that the salespeople were happy that they could. The girl tells Reiji what he's going to do with them, as they belong in the trash. Reiji says he'll use them for long-range attacks. The girl explains that Reiji's thin arm can't lift things that weigh about 2 to 3 kilograms and asks him not to tell her. The woman says she's a little tired and plans to spend the night here, leaving everything in Fable's hands. Rei Saiaki says he's going to spend the night here and leaves everything in Fable's hands, then yells, demanding that they stop and asking where she's going. The woman replies, "Yeah." The woman says she spent a lot of time mastering the halberd and is surprised how anyone can do it. He suggests calming down first. The man explains that if Tanya escapes, he'll have to command Rei, and says he can't do that. The girl says it's just... Reiji says he'll be on the left. Fable says he'll be on the right. The woman explains that Ruid has good eyesight, so she's front and center. The man tells Reiji he'll be in the back. The girl explains that this is a very important place, so he shouldn't relax, and says that he still has a set with him. Reiji Saiaki says that it's okay if she leaves him like that. The man asks if they're walking, and explains that if they sit in the carriage, they won't be able to react quickly. The guy says that the girl is right, but this time it will be even harder with them because of the large number of things, the girl understands. The man says that they have already moved away from the city quite a bit and will restore order. The girl says accepted. The man says grew. The man says that it is getting light. The girl says grew. One man reports that there are far fewer monsters this time compared to the previous route, while the other man says it's like a good luck charm. Rei Saiaki asks if they were often plagued by monsters. The man says that Abuo has been to Gilm 3 times. He explains that there were a lot of them, but not critical ones. He adds that it's outside the city, so naturally there are a lot of monsters. He says that Seth is with them this time, so we don't have to worry. Rei Saiaki says the people don't understand what Seth Griffin is until they see him with their own eyes, and that on their trip they have more to fear from bandits. He reports that they also emerged near Sablesta. The man says they'll be on the lookout for them. The man explains that's probably how it is. The girl asks if anyone is helping from Sablesta and warns that, God forbid, if they attack, they'll destroy. The woman says that the more merchants go bankrupt, the worse their reputation will be, and confirms that this is absolutely true. She explains that this is the only way to Gilm, so they don't really have much to lose. The man says they've relied on Rei Saiaki this time, and it's no wonder the captain hired him as a strong adventurer. Rei Saiaki hopes to live up to their expectations. The man says he's hungry, and Rei Saiaki confirms it's lunchtime. The woman calls everyone to get ready. The man says it's for Rei Saiaki and apologizes for the awkwardness. In the background, a group of people around a campfire in the mountains. Rei Saiaki tells Gru to wait a second, explaining that Seth's food is with the captain personally. The man apologizes for the wait and hands over a package, explaining that it's an item storage area. Gru says the package is for them. Rei Saiaki explains that they borrowed it from a family. He reports that a war is planned for the spring. The man explains that, in terms of strength, the Empire is considered stronger. But they are not weak either, and no matter how hard the Empire prepares, it will not be able to defeat them. The man explains that he thinks the war will end without ever being resolved. Rei Saiaki says the war is so expensive and asks why the Empire keeps trying to invade their lands. The man explains that, to put it simply, the young man explains that the Beast Empire is surrounded by mountains and has a vast territory, so it has a real wealth of natural resources. But the Empire has always wanted only one thing: the sea. He explains that since they are surrounded by mountains and have no access to the sea is also considered a considerable treasure. Rei Saiaki reports that there are far more bandits in the spring than in the winter, and they were also attacked when they were transporting goods last time. He explains that there will be a lot of bandits further along the route, and they will need to be wary of them. Rei Saiaki confirms this. The man reports that they have excellent reinforcements behind them, and there's nothing to worry about. He says that's for sure. Several people shout Griffin's name, expressing alarm and fear. Rei Saiaki says it's a griffin. The man says the griffin is their ally and asks them not to attack. A man says it's an ally. A woman asks if it's true, and a man explains it's Mr. Rei's griffin. A man says he's heard of such an adventurer. Another man says everyone in Gilm knows he's very powerful. Another man says he's their own mage. The man says that it's fine, just in case they'll check the guild card and the documents of the entire escort team. The woman replies that, of course, she agrees. The man reports that he checked on a C-rank adventurer from Gimla named Rei. His record is spotless, and he's tamed a griffin, which isn't surprising given his much higher rank. The woman says that's unfair, since they haven't even done anything wrong. The husband. The woman says she understands Rei Saiaki's feelings, but the town will be in an uproar if the residents see a real griffin, and the knights will immediately attack it. Rei Saiaki explains to the griffin that it looks like it will be spending the night outside, and he along with it. The man says, let's go into town. There are places here where they cook very tasty food, and he offers to eat well to fill their empty stomachs. Rei Saiaki says they urgently need to find meat for Seth, preferably something inexpensive. He explains that this is a very popular hotel with a bar for visiting merchants. Rei Saiaki says it's here. He leaves the horses with Clairon. Clairon says no problem but asks for a lot of food in exchange, to which Clairon replies that he understands. The man greets them and says, "Welcome." Rei Saiaki says it's been a while and asks if there's room for them. The man replies that there's always room for them. Rei Saiaki apologizes and explains that they didn't want the set to be left out in the cold. He says that he thinks he's actually hunting right now and asks them to ignore him, as he'll be even more comfortable if he wants to fly. The man says that Rage's words calm them down, albeit a little, and reminds them that he promised good conditions. Rage. The guy looks at the stars and explains that they're brighter here than back home, and that the girl will catch a cold herself. The girl says they've lost the guy and asks what he's doing here. The guy laughs and says he has a very strong immune system and is fine. The woman invites Reiji to join their team after the quest is completed and asks if they join a guild, he will join them. Reiji remains silent. The man explains that he has business to attend to there and that it would be nice, but they are not from the guild. The woman says she relies more on her own strength, even though she has a set and would rather be solo. She explains that she can't just dash her hopes like that and asks why he said that in the first place. Reiji Saiaki says he'll be careful from now on and admits he's not in the mood. He tells. He refuses, explaining that he only offered it because he helped with the icebergs and wonders if it could be because he's obedient and quiet. He's surprised and incredulous at what's happening, asking her to stop. He doubts what it is. The girl says that we need to change the subject and at the same time denies something, repeating no several times. The girl asks Reiji what he plans to do after the mission is over and wonders if he'll do what he just said. Reiji replies that it's best not to talk about magical beasts, explains that he does unimportant things every day, and plans to participate in the war against the Bestia Empire. The woman says that the war could lead to Reiji Saiyaki's death, even though he's an adventurer, and it could happen to him at any moment. Then she says there's no need to think about such things now. The man asks what's wrong, to which the woman replies that nothing, she just thought it was cool and would rather go. He says that the stars are brighter in winter, and that's not a bad thing. And the man says that Reiji may be resistant to the cold, but winter is the enemy of women. He explains that he's leaving all the problems for later and now just wants to enjoy talking to a man. Reiji Saiaki tells Tanya that maybe she should come back then and asks if he's frozen since she has to get up early tomorrow. Tanya responds with surprise. The woman yells that everything is clear with the guy and expresses irritation. The woman admits she's a fool. He asks why she's angry, then notices someone and says it's that same person. Reiji Saiaki says it seems to be from that incident. The man confirms that it's true and says Reiji was very helpful back then. Reiji Saiaki explains that without Seth, he's not very noticeable and asks how the man recognized him. The guy explains that they had to give up most of the beast sword and he can't forget the face of his savior. The woman says she's glad the guy's alive and well and asks what they're doing here at this hour. He says he has a bad feeling about this, and the guy behind him confirms. The man tells Reiji to see him soon and tells him they're in his debt, and if they need anything, he'll definitely ask for help. Reiji explains that last time he was here, he defeated a bee monster but didn't have time to mess around with the artifact, so he gave it to the first people he met. The woman says that Reiji Saiaki did have a storage unit. Reiji Saiaki explains that he didn't, but that it also took time. He says hello to Gru and asks if he's hungry, noting that he's fine. Gru makes noises. He reports that they're already quite far from the city and asks the escorts to work as they did yesterday, warning that they'll be spending the night in. The woman says that Seth's presence is probably the reason they're not being attacked by monsters. But another problem has arisen. Abuo probably has its own people. Reiji Saiaki says that this is the third time they've only recently left the city and warns that they're already here. The woman asks R. He says they're in no hurry and want to quietly survey the situation. The girl explains that although intelligent beings wouldn't do that, she still feels like they'll attack. He asks why, and the girl replies that there's no point, since the griffin is with them. Reiji Saiaki says yes, but asks when he thinks that will be and remains silent. The woman says security will be at its lowest early in the morning and offers to take over at that time. He agrees to take the morning shift. The man suggests splitting the shift and asks if they're okay with it. The woman points out that if he says so, it means he has his own suspicions. The woman says there are 2 shifts, and there are 3 of them, and asks Reiji if he can handle it alone. Reiji explains that Seth does all the work for him, if that's okay with him. The girl asks what the woman thinks of Reiji. The woman is surprised and asks for more details. The woman says she's talking about work. The girl explains she was scared and says the small child is an adventurer of a certain rank and a tamed griffin, asking if that seems strange. Rei Saiaki says he agrees, but there are exceptions. At that moment, the griffin, Ruid, tells Fable to wake Rei Saiaki and prepare for an attack, and Fable agrees. Then an enemy appears, and Ruid screams, after which Fable announces that he's listening. Rei Saiaki says they've seen their opponent's movements, and now all that remains is to win. The girl confirms this and calls it a fireball. The man shouts that the fire and magic have exposed them, causing someone in the fire to scream. The man, sword in hand, jumps back sharply. The woman tells him and Seth to go into the village and attack the robbers. He says that they will be with the merchants and orders Seth to attack from above. In the top right panel, a man announces that they are unlucky because he is their enemy. In the top left panel, a bird makes a growling sound and flies toward a group of people who respond by screaming and covering themselves. The top panel shows several opponents being hit hard and sent flying. Rei Saiaki says they'll get what they deserve and asks how their conscience allows them to steal other people's things. In the next panel, Rei Saiaki delivers a powerful blow, making a growling sound. 3 men ask not to kill them, promise to do whatever is asked, and surrender. The woman reports that 3 people survived, about 5 escaped, and there were about 30 of them in total. Rei Saiaki screams something and calls her. The woman demands he stop and asks what he's doing. Rei Saiaki explains that they need to get information and asks. He says that if she answers his 3 questions honestly, he might let her go. The woman asks how many there are, and the man explains that there are about 50, but if you count the dead, then about 20. The woman asks where their hideout is, and the man says that it's a cave near the river. Rei Saiaki asks why the girl let them escape, and does she really think they'll repent? The girl replies that of course not, and says she doesn't think so either. He says that with this look, you need to plunge into the dark night. Rei Saiaki reports that those who use arrows are able to conceal their presence and tells of Ruud on a secret mission. The boy asks what Tanya is trying to achieve. He reports that their leader is not with them and that they are probably also being guarded by someone. He says that means it's on purpose, and he confirms this with the word yes. Rei Saiaki says the hideout is full of treasures and wonders if there's some sort of item storage among the wealth, then says he'll take whatever they take for himself. The girl asks him not to be too greedy, then asks if he'll help them and says he's back, and asks if the girl saw where the shelter is. The girl explains that the cave is full of people, but there are a lot of traps there, and they're waiting for them. The guy asks who will go with him and Seth. He says he knows what to do. The boy asks who will guard the merchants if they go with them, and says Fable and Seth will stay behind, while he, Ruud, and the girl will go with the bandits. The girl says she also wants to be with Seth. The man remarks that it's unfair that it's always Fable. Reiji says that only he knows where their hideout is, and that he's going with them, so they ask them to obey him. The man asks if they're in favor of it too, and receives a confirmation that they are, of course, and that he wants them to destroy them. Seth responds hesitantly, and the boy agrees. Griff. The man says it's best to remove the corpses, as they'll stink, there's a risk of catching a disease, and the monsters will be drawn to the smell. The woman agrees. Rei Saiaki says they'll just sit here, but the woman denies it. The girl orders Ruida to lead the way, and Ruida. The woman says that if the girl is good, she'll bring her a gift. The girl replies that she listens to her mother. The man says he doesn't need a daughter like her and asks her not to make that face because it hurts. Rei Saiaki notices the screams and asks if Ruida is the right path, and the girl confirms. The woman asks what's going on. Rei Saiaki explains that he hears screams, and the girl reports that the leaders are scolding them. On the top panel, a group of people are running, one of them shouting at them. He says the smell of blood isn't right and asks what it is. The man says someone is fighting, and he thinks they're fighting each other. The girl notices what's going on here and asks what it is. The man explains it's quite a sight, and Rei, a man with a gun, asks Tanya what to do. Tanya explains that she wants treasure, but there are too many enemies, and she doesn't even know if she has the strength. Rei Saiaki sees a familiar face and says that they are the same ones who attacked her last time when they were going to Zablasta. The man says it's him and asks her to stop, calling him a man. The girl confirms it's definitely him. He explains that it's the leader of the Luga Wolves and specifies that the Luga Wolves are, simply put, thieves. He says they're a little more reasonable. Rei Saiaki reports that it seems to be finished. The man with the spear shouts what he's doing. The man in the fur cape asks what they're talking about. He explains that he's the same thief as them, but he acts very vilely and asks if he's saying he's the same. Rei Saiaki says it's an ability. He explains that Milena once said she created her skills herself and suggests that he probably has the same thing. Another man yells at them for being idiots. The guy says, damn, he's really going to kill them, and turns to the man. The man explains that, of course, he warned them. The other man says they've started attacking their own, but the guy says he's ignored it. The man asks what he's talking about. A man explains that the wonderful sensation of blood spurting from a victim's throat is the joy they experience when killing, and asks if Rei Saiaki knows about it. Rei Saiaki says it's terrifying. Another man explains that even bandits have their limits, and the man yells, "Shut up," and swings his sword forcefully, saying, "Die." He calls the man an idiot. The man strikes with his sword, causing the opponent's body to shatter into pieces. The man remains silent, and he expresses surprise. The man shouts that it's useless to try to hide his presence and asks if they support the other two, ordering them to come out of hiding and respond before he injures them the same way he did the other one, giving them 10 seconds. The girl and Rei Saiaki are surprised at the two. He tells them they can still fix the situation, but if they make even one mistake, it will be dangerous. The man explains that their enemy is a bandit, and even if they are wolves of the meadow, there is no guarantee of success, so it is too risky to go out now. The girl says she understands and asks. The guy says he'll go first, and the others should wait here. The girl says they'll call for backup if anything happens. The girl asks the guy if he's absolutely sure, to which he replies yes, and says he can already roughly see how it will end. The guy says hello and says he hasn't seen him in a while. The guy says it's definitely him. The man asks why he's here. The man says that if he's here, that means his griffin is somewhere nearby too. The other man explains that no, that's not how he sat in the grove with the griffin last night. Rei Saiaki says he has no intention of fighting them and will therefore answer honestly. He explains that he sensed the presence of two people, but not him, and asks why he came out. The man explains that their human merchants were attacked by bandits who wanted to completely destroy them and came. The man asks what he will do, whether he will fight them since their goal is no longer there. He says he probably won't win, but at least he will have fun. The girl screams at him. The woman asks what he plans to do. The guy says he personally doesn't want to deal with the wolves of the meadow and agrees it would be safe in that case. The girl says she also agrees with Tanya. Reiji says that if they don't mind, he doesn't want to fight either, but they now owe him for not fighting them, and asks if that's clear. Reiji says it would be a shame if they were left with nothing. The man quickly catches on and asks Rei why. Rei Saiaki announces to the wolves of the meadow that they now owe a debt to a man named Rei and states his name. The man explains that they, too, have their own people, and that back in the bushes, they still call each other by their first names. He says the man has good hearing, but it's unpleasant to hear him praise her, as he immediately becomes suspicious. The man explains that today was a terrible day. He says he gave the compliment from the bottom of his heart and suggests they part ways. The man says that in his opinion, the juice. The man says that not all the treasures will be theirs, as they have many people to distribute them to. Rei Saiaki says that he is still not bad. He says he was just lucky that he managed to get the debtor today with almost no damage. The man says it's even better that the debt is owed by the bandits themselves. The woman explains that she thought Reiji was joking when he started dictating the terms to them and asks not to. Rei Saiaki suggests they go faster, explaining that if there are attacks there too, it will be ridiculous, adding that they haven't even wanted to sleep yet. The man asks if they've already eliminated all the bandits quickly enough. The woman says it didn't work. By the time they arrived, they were already cut down. The guy asks how things are going. He reports that nothing happened after he left, and they, as he said, removed the bodies. The guy explains that he wonders how the wolves of the meadow ended up here at this time. The guy reports that the saber is visible. Rei Saiaki asks if there will be any noise if he lets her fly, and the man replies that it's also beneficial to them. Reiji informs Seth that they won't be spending the night tonight, so he can go play for a while. The man asks what's going on. The other man explains that they only agreed to accompany him to the city and thinks there shouldn't be any problems. The man clarifies what Reiji just said. The woman explains that if they fly on Seth, it will only take half a day to reach Gilm. But flying right now is not an option because the main gates will most likely be closed, and they will have to spend the night in the countryside anyway. The man suggests that they might then spend the night in A. The man on the top right announces that they've finally finished the task and thanks them. Rei Saiaki explains that they've gained a lot of experience this time and wouldn't mind working together again sometime, to which the woman agrees and says, "See you next time," and the man confirms. The woman asks if Rei Saiaki is satisfied. The man says Tanechka seems to have fallen in love, and it's a tragedy. The girl says she just broke up with Satochka. He yells that he doesn't understand what she's talking about. Rei Saiaki informs him that to mount Seth, they need to go a little further out of town. He thinks that's enough. The man says, "What difference does it make to you?" And that, wow, if you're so reluctant to admit it, it must be serious. The man yells that the guy has misunderstood everything and laughs. He says he's kept you waiting and presents you with a gift. He suggests going back into the hall. He makes a groo-oo sound. Rei Saiaki tells Seth they're going there today, and Seth replies, Gru. Rei Saiaki explains that nothing special happened. Seth asks Gru. Rei Saiaki explains that he planned to spend the night there, so he bought provisions in advance in Sabelist. He announces that they've now eaten and shows them a magical stone from the ice birds. He offers to eat it, after which Seth masters first-level ice arrow magic. Rei Saiaki says that ice arrows will be superior and asks what exactly. He explains that it's more likely to be a symbiosis of fire and ice. He says nothing and asks Seth to demonstrate his new skill, pointing at the stone as a target. The creature, with a questioning expression, says, Gru? The creature with wings and glowing crystals around it makes a sound, Gru-oo-oo. Rei Saiaki reports that the abilities are quite weak, although that's not surprising. The level of the abilities is still low. The bird makes a sound, Gru-oo. Rei Saiaki says that even this level is enough to defeat a lesser monster. The bird makes a sound, Gru, Rei Saiaki. He says Seth is a good guy, but Seth remains silent. The next panel shows flying rocks. Rei Saiaki says that if it snows, it will be a hindrance and urges them to hurry. The man welcomes Rei Saiaki back and reports that he only escorted as far as Abuo quite quickly. He says they decided not to delay their return and flew home on the set. The man says he was always amazed at its speed. Griffin makes a sound. The woman says the food at Sable was bad, and she's still sick of the taste, and Rei Saiaki explains that if there's udon, it's only here, and says it's delicious. Rei Saiaki says the inn is fun and delicious, and that he'll be happy to see her in her free time. The guy says, damn, and asks what else. The woman says she hasn't gone full force yet. The guy apologizes. The woman confirms they're done for today and can go. The other guy says Ms. Helen did a good job. The woman says she hopes this guy won't cause too much trouble and makes a Q sound. The text states that the Kerberos family has been ordered to gather all the knights from the aristocratic families and conduct military training with them, as they are currently preparing for war with the Bestia Empire. The woman explains that they initially tried to stop them, but to no avail, and since they are all people from the upper classes, they are becoming more brazen. She reports that they are increasingly committing indecent acts toward Helen. Thus a feud arose between the knights over the hand of the lady. They challenged her to a duel, saying that if she lost, she would have to become his wife. The outcome of the battle was not long in coming. Rei Saiaki says they must be subdued, otherwise nothing worthwhile will come of it, and the girl adds that the boy says he thinks this war will bring great sacrifices and asks if everything will be okay if he leaves it like this. The woman says the Empire has beastmen, and that's dangerous. The woman speaks to Rei Saiaki, addressing him by name. Rei Saiaki remains silent. The man and woman say that it's good that they spend the winter here, and the man begins to say a word beginning with M. The text states that the Malian Empire is located in the south, close to the sea, and the man says there's a lot of snow in Gilm right now. The woman agrees, saying she wouldn't mind staying there and reading something interesting. The man says that then his and Rhodes's bodies will be gone, and Rhodes has finally reached C rank, so they won't waste it. The man says, Daddy, Mommy? The man asks them to slow down a little, as there's too much cargo and he can't see what's ahead. The man suggests they come here. The man says he's fine as is. He specializes more in speed and adds that Rei Saiaki is strong in both areas. The man asks for more endurance. Rei Saiaki is indignant at not being compared to him. The woman asks if it's just a show. The boy reports that he felt it too and says he wasn't imagining it. He hopes it's just the look of an adventurer surprised by Rhodes's scream and adds that he'll keep hoping for that. The man, with a questioning expression, remains silent. Rei Saiaki says he rarely came here, but he didn't know they had sandwiches like this, or how delicious they were. The creature next to him makes a sound. About a month had passed since the escort mission. The cold was gradually lifting, and the arrival of spring could be heard. Reiji explains that he and Seth were exploring new places and found a delicious sandwich, which they ate while chatting happily. Reiji explains that it's getting warmer, spring is coming, which means war, and he'll be fighting for the kingdom against the Bee Empire. The guy notices a barrel of tools and says it's usable, then says he should try it and that it wouldn't be hard for him to do. The man behind the counter greets the guy and asks what he's interested in. The guy replies that he wants everything in the barrel outside the shop and will also buy a lot of old ones. The seller says it's junk and doesn't mind. Rei Saiaki explains that he's using it for its intended purpose. The seller says that Rei Saiaki paid too much back then, 1 coin would have been enough, and hints at that. The man says he'll bring everything now, and he says he'll ask his parents if they have any old blades. Rei Saiaki reveals that his trump card is a fire tornado that causes damage over a fairly wide area, and wonders what would happen if someone were to throw some old iron in there. The man says he's kept Reiji waiting and asks if he's the one taking the trash. The man says it's just trash that was in their way, and he's glad it's useful to someone, and says he's already paid. Rei Saiaki asks if he's okay and clarifies that it's a whopping 3 bronze coins. The man replies that it is, absolutely, and wishes him luck. The woman confirms that Mr. Elk is waiting in the dining room, and he asks about Elk. Rei Saiaki says he'll be there soon and asks for some tea, to which the girl replies that she understands. Rei Saiaki thinks he heard someone will be away until spring. The man greets Rei Saiaki, says they haven't seen each other in a while, and asks how he's been. He says he's too conspicuous and offers to go into his room, to which the man replies that it would be beneficial for him too. He thinks the man doesn't want others to hear this, and suggests that he might have had a fight with his wife, but doesn't think it's because of work. Rei Saiaki says, "Damn, what is Elk doing?" Rei Saiaki says, "What is Elk doing?" The man apologizes to him and says that he must kill him, but asks him not to forgive him, not to hate him, and to disappear from this earth. Rei Saiaki explains that he feels no urge to kill, and that the elk state doesn't resemble being controlled. He then states that his weapon is useless indoors and expresses dissatisfaction. The man attacks Reiji, who dodges, after which the man screams that the attack was. He says that this is his phrase and delivers a blow that makes the man scream in pain. Rei Saiaki screams, and the man responds with a loud cry. Rei Saiaki grabs the man's arm, and the man struggles to free himself and screams. The man delivers a powerful kick. He jumps from the roof of the building down and lands on the ground. The man raises his weapon to strike. Rei Saiaki notices this and says stop. Incidentally, at first he thought someone had a fight since he couldn't see Rhodes and Mina, but his appearance and the absence of the two raises questions. The guy is silent and then says, "Really?" Elk explains that he's renowned for his immense strength, but was inferior to Reiji in speed because he was using his beloved Thunder God axe. He explains that, despite this, he didn't miss Reiji's attacks due to his confidence. Elk explains that he relied more on his physical prowess. The man asks if something happened to Rhodes and Mina. Reiji Saiaki explains that in normal battles, he relied solely on the power of his axe, and Reiji noticed this. Reiji Saiaki explains that he thought so, that they were captured and held hostage, and in order to. He explains that he doesn't feel the urge to kill, but he doesn't stop, and wonders if he's being watched or if he simply can't stop. The man reacts with surprise. He says that he needs to find the warden first and asks the man to give a brief explanation. Mina and Rhodes are being held hostage. There's only one observer nearby. Mina and Rhodes are in a buzalo. There are 3 observers, and there are 4 enemies. Rei Saiaki tells him to use an attack like pushing him into a cage, and he'll contact Seth, the man reports. The man is silent, then says yes, after which he releases a powerful electric discharge from the gun. Rei Saiaki says he has a favor to ask of Seth. The creature responds with a sound similar to Gru. Rei Saiaki exhales and says, "Phew." He shouts, calling for an attack. The man declares that he will end this fight. The man, weapon in hand, prepares to attack, lightning sparking around him. He rushes forward with a battle cry. The man and he clash in combat. Rei Saiaki tells his opponent to go easy on him and asks him to be gentle, explaining that if it weren't for him, the other guy would already be dead. The man explains that he hasn't fought Rei Saiaki in a long time and is only giving him this opportunity because it's him. Rei Saiaki says that. A man screams in pain as he delivers a powerful blow with his sword, causing an explosion. The man coughs heavily and says he was nearly seriously injured. Rei Saiaki asks if it hurts. The man is surprised to notice something. A bird appears, and the man calls it familiar. Rei Saiaki asks if it's the same observer. The man confirms and explains that. He says he'll check if he has any means of communication, and that it will be difficult if he gets through to his people. The man asks what he's doing. The man orders him to stop. He says that's how it is. The man asks why. He says he received orders to kill Rei Saiaki and asks why he's protecting him. Rei Saiaki says why. He says he's not protecting him but waiting to extract information from him, although he has an idea where he came from. The man says it won't be easy because these are his compatriots. The man clarifies that these are compatriots of the Bestia Empire. The man says that he, of course, could not even imagine that these were ours. The man asks what the other man will do. Rei Saiaki, without question, says he'll go and save his family. The man says that's impossible and suggests he think carefully. Several men discuss the noise and ask what's going on, noting that it's Mr. Elk. He tells him that it will take exactly half a day from there to Abuo, even on Jima's fastest horse, and if nothing is done before then, the two will be killed. He asks if that's true. The man explains that Reiji has several broken ribs and The armored man says he'll go to Abuelo and proposes a plan, explaining that Seth will only take a few hours and he'll be there in time, unlike his interlocutor. Rei Saiaki agrees and says he thinks so too. Another man with a mustache addresses Rei. The man explains that they are talking about an A-rank adventurer, and the regular police would never be able to spot the tricks of someone like him, and also mentions Mr. Elk. He says that then he must fly and will not allow any trouble under any circumstances, asking for Seth to be given to him. The husband. Rei Saiaki reveals that the hostages are Rodosi and Mina, and that he is the only one who can save them. He explains that Seth will get tired from the wig and says that the guy is too heavy so he won't understand. The man says his scythe weighs just as much as the other man's, and he'll be much lighter, adding that he has the scythe in his item storage. The man says he's family. He explains that it's not the time for that, he's already been to Abuelo and knows roughly where everything is. The man suggests consulting with the guildmaster. Rei Saiaki apologizes. The man says that if they do this, then while Rei is flying there, they will be able to formulate an attack and rescue plan, and explains that she will be able to contact Abuelo. The man says they won't let him in. He explains that he understands he has no right to ask for help since he tried to kill Rei Saiaki just minutes ago, but he still promises to give him the Thunder God's axe and anything else if Reiji saves them, and says that the floor. The man says that even if this does not soften the interlocutor, he will give his life and asks only to save them. The man asks for help to save Rhodes, Mina, and the others, no matter the cost. Rei Saiaki says he can't promise anything, but he'll do everything he can. The man explains that they need to act quickly if they want to save Elk's family and suggests going to the guild. The woman says she has urgent business with her interlocutor. The man confirms that this is indeed the case. Rei Saiaki says he's asking to borrow his strength. He explains that is exactly how. The man and the boy laugh, and the man says, "Master," in surprise. Elk tells Reiji that he wants him to contact the guild master, as Mina and Rhodes are being held hostage in Abuelo, and asks what exactly Reiji wants from him. Reiji explains that he'll help. The woman says he's a good man, and will definitely help them, and asks what else they need. Rei Saiaki says he wants to fly there with Seth and sort everything out tonight, because they have very little time to gather anyone. The woman agrees and suggests they get started. She admits that the fastest way is... Elf says he hasn't seen Tyler in a while and has a lot to tell him. He also asks for a favor, asking if Tyler knows Elka. Tyler greets Elka and agrees. The armored man says Tyler still has a top cop. The woman reports that they're holding the Elk family hostage and asks if it wouldn't be easier to free them themselves right now. The man explains that this time it's the Bestia Empire's doing. The woman confirms this and says they'll send Reiji, and the man should help gather information. The woman says she understands and will certainly help, thanking them for their understanding. The man explains that they are starting preparations, asks if there are any other requests, and says they would be happy to help. Rei Saiaki asks if there are any other requests. The man explains that Seda didn't get it last time. He says he'll inform the guards and the other adventurers and asks them not to object. The man asks Reiji to try not to stand out too much. The man asks Reiji. Reiji agrees. Reiji orders Seth to fly at full speed to Abuo. Rei Saiaki says they have reached the light. He tells Seth that they are going down and will continue on foot. The man makes a sound. The man informs them that C-rank adventurer Rei and the griffin Seth have been waiting for them and invites them to come with him as the guildmaster is waiting. Guildmaster Tyler greets Rei and Seth and says it's a pleasure to work together. Rei introduces himself as a C-rank adventurer. The man offers to drop the formalities and invites them to sit down, explaining that he's not making good tea and apologizes. Rei Saiaki says they're not such strangers and thanks him for making it more comfortable. He reports that the kettle has started making a sound and explains that the water will soon boil. Rei Saiaki says that a magical item called the Instant of Water exists, and that their guild has many people who also need treats. The man explains that after the call, he ordered the adventurers to find the enemy's hiding place, but since their numbers are small, he asked for people like the spies. The man says it's difficult to find anything in a short time, so there's been no results so far, and explains that he suspects it's the Bestia Empire's doing. He says it's okay and says they understand the situation too and everything is fine. The man explains that Marina is speaking. The man says they'll definitely help with that, and Rei Saiaki says fine. Rei Saiaki asks if the master called him, to which the man replies, "Yes, come in." The woman apologizes for the intrusion and calls Bird, who asks to gather everyone on the list. The woman says she'll do everything at once, including the Heart of Ogre. The man says there are many people with special powers on this team. The woman confirms and accepts the request, he reports. Rei Saiaki says that this reaction is the same as Mina and Soli's, and explains that it is most likely a censor, a person who senses magic. He asks for advice on what to watch out for when fighting them, and explains that those he fought had a magical item in the form of a teleporter, so he asks people not to give them a chance to escape, although this item is not so easy to notice. He explains that the body. The woman says that the men have returned from a reconnaissance mission and found something interesting, so she asks to call them right away to find out. The man tells her to come through. The woman accepts the request. The man apologizes for intruding. Rei Saiaki expresses surprise. The man shouts that Rei Saiaki is the one with the griffin. The woman announces that he is indeed with the griffin. The guy says they've seen each other before, like at the Blue Blade. The man asks if they know each other. The man explains he never thought they'd meet here and confirms they're a D-rank team. The guy asks if they weren't a D-rank team last time. Bilt says his name is Bilt. His weapon is a longsword, and he is the guild leader. Beglif says he uses an axe. Bilka says her name is Bilka, she wields a spear, and she is Bilt's younger sister. The woman says she plays a key role in this operation, and identifies herself as Kara. Kara reveals she's a C-rank adventurer. Rei Saiaki thanks Kara for her assistance. Kara asks if she can now learn more about the case. The man explains he's found a building in Slim. He says that this is a case where the guild had to pay a fine. He reports that there is a building near that place, on the second floor of which a man and a woman are tied up. The man reports that 3 people are guarding a place nearby. Rei Saiaki says he thinks this is the place and urges them to hurry. The guy says there are few people here and asks, "Tell me." He says that when he was born, there were very few people here, although there are those who even insult their master. But when Master Tyler became master, everything began to change for the better. Another guy says that. The guy says it was Bilt's fault and that they shouldn't have bothered, and the girl says they owe Reiji a huge debt. The guy explains that he can't imagine what they would do without him, and Reiji confirms this. The man reminds them that it was the guy who created this in the first place. The girl says that thanks to this they met Reiji and asks him to calm down, and also says that it's not every day that you meet a famous adventurer, confirming this with the words that this is indeed true. The guy says he'll take the entire reward for himself, but at the same time reminds them who's in charge today and explains that he needs a lot of money to fulfill his dream. Rei Saiaki says that finally. The guy says it's there, and he says they seem to be right. The guy suggests they get started. The griffin makes a sound, and the guy expresses surprise. The crowd asks who they are and what they mean by that, noting that it's just them, Reiji, and the guy. Rei Saiaki says what's going on and asks who's there. 2 men on their knees inform him that they are not enemies. He steps back abruptly, expressing fear. Rei Saiaki says that a lofty goal is like the azure sky. The guy explains that he heard that this guild has caused a lot of trouble and asks to explain what is going on. The guy reports that they recently caused a ruckus around the Guildmon family nearby and explains that Ogreheart is a guild of about 10 people, turning to Rei Saiaki and Seth. The man apologizes. The man reports that they were fined for this. He says it's no surprise that problems have arisen now. The man explains that there's no point in talking about anything here and says that they need to quickly rescue these 2 before the enemy discovers them. The woman says there may be casualties, but she'll be grateful if they understand, and that those who didn't stick to the plan from the start are to blame, which she receives confirmation of. Rei Saiaki says he's entrusting the rest of them. Rei Saiaki shouts at Seth, the man thinks. He tells Seth to grab him with his claws and pick up speed. Seth says he'll go alone and asks to be thrown into the building, explaining that when he's jumping he'll be able to flip and stop. The guy tells Gru not to worry and that everything will be fine. He then encourages Gru to start moving, and Gru makes a sound. A man sits with his arms crossed, looking at a flying, winged figure. The man notices something and speaks, then turns sharply and expresses surprise. The man tries to say something but is punched in the face. Rei Saiaki appears with a weapon and prepares for battle. The guy is screaming, and the man is saying what's going on. Rei Saiaki tells him not to move, and notices that it's him, Rei, with the scythe. The man says that if it weren't for Rei, they would have succeeded and accuses him, and Rei Saiaki demands he shut up. The man asks Rei Saiaki what he's doing here and where his father is. The man says Elk is fine, only slightly injured but will recover quickly. The woman says they still had to fight. Rei Saiaki says it's Tsu. The man waves his hand. The sound of a gunshot is heard. He screams at them not to kill the man and swears. The man says he didn't think he'd be alive and reacts with surprise to what's happening. Rei Saiaki reports that he managed to report to the others by sacrificing himself, and that is not bad, but if he approaches him, he may fall into a trap. He says he's conducting a magical check. He explains that there are no traces left. He examines the body and says there's nothing wrong with it. The man asks what's going on here and notices Rhodes' voice. He says everything seems clean. Rei Saiaki says this concerns them too, and they won't give it up so easily. The man and the boy demand it be given to them and urge them to hurry, but Rei Saiaki orders them to shut up. He says he thought so. The man asks who the brat is. The man yells that this is no place, tells him to get lost, and asks where he came from, and the woman says they're already busy. Rei Saiaki says it's an ogre's heart and asks if they weren't ashamed to argue with an A-rank team while being E-rank. A man with short blonde hair and two other men ask him in surprise. The other man smirks. He says they came on the guildmaster's orders. The man explains they won't listen to such a frail old man and laughs, saying they're A-rank. Another man laughs and says Reiji's completely lost his mind. The man adds that the guy confirms that they understand each other perfectly. The man says that they'll forgive their frivolous attitude this time, as he quickly got up his ass and got out of there, and orders them to get lost. Rei Saiaki laughs. The man warns the boys that the one they're with now, the guy yells that they're mistaken if they think they'll coddle someone like him, and orders them to get lost, calling the man a freak and claiming they didn't give him a word. The man reacts nervously. He says that if they are so confident in their strength, then why don't they join a guild, and adds that there are many talented guys like them there. The man explains that the young guy doesn't understand anything. Another man yells at him to look at himself, calling him a scumbag. Rei Saiaki says that everyone says the guild is full of cool adventurers, but in reality, it's all idiots, and they're the ones with the talent, no one else. The man explains that it turns out they're simply not right for the guild, and explains that the guild's name, Heart. The woman says it's always like that with Rei and calls them idiots. The man says his father isn't that weak, especially since Rei said he's alive and well, and confirms everything is fine. The woman says that, by the way, if it were Rei here instead of Elk, she'd be worried because… The girl explains that they started this whole mess because they want to destroy them so badly, and the reason is that Elk is an A-rank adventurer. She explains that all of this, of course, isn't just because of Rei. The text says that in their world, military certainty is determined by the number of adventurers. Their original plan was for Elk to kill Rei, hoping he was an A-rank adventurer. Rei would defeat Elk, which was the spy's downfall, but they couldn't have guessed. The man reports that everything seems to be all right. The man says he thought the scene was staged to stall for time and asks if they were serious. Rei Saiaki says there were some pretty good guys among them and asks him not to say that, maybe they're weak for a man. He calls them complicated goblins, but notes that they're still somehow different and says he doesn't understand why they keep using the word goblins. The man asks if Reiji has any grudge against them. Then another man calls the two of them together. The woman thanks him and says that they will definitely return the debt, Rei Saiaki screams, expressing bewilderment. He says, no thanks, but yes, in the future you will fulfill his request somehow. The man expresses dissatisfaction with the TSTSTST sound. The woman explains that Rhodes is more concerned about being younger than him, although he understands that he is stronger than him. The man explains that his son has more experience, and that Rei surpasses Rhodes in strength, but is less good at communicating with people, and that Reiji has had almost no escort, security, or investigation assignments. The woman says that perhaps the day will come when he will understand this, and explains that. Rei Saiaki says he doesn't even know what punishment he'll get, and suggests it might be a rank reduction. The man says, Gru-a. Rei Saiaki apologizes to Gru for the trouble he caused and thanks him, and Gru reassures him that thanks to them, everything went well. The man apologizes and confirms. The man tries to say something but is interrupted by the creature's scream. He says that first they need to inform the guildmaster of everything that happened, and the man agrees. He adds that, by the way, Rei Saiaki reports that he didn't notice the Beastmen Knights, and speculates that they may be hiding elsewhere or that they haven't even been here yet. He explains that the man was said to be very strong, but the one to be most wary of was his griffin, which Reiji immediately noticed. Reiji explains. He reports that they failed the mission almost 90%, but they did understand who Rei and Elk were, and that fighting them face to face was too dangerous and risky. He explains that he is literally the only survivor and is pondering what to do next. The woman is glad everyone is alive, says she hasn't seen Bird in a while and that she's made him worry this time. The man says he hasn't seen Bird in a while. The woman explains she heard about the big commotion, sincerely regrets what happened, asks everyone to ignore it, and says, the man reports that after saving Mina and Rhodes, Rei Saiaki wandered around Abuzlo alone. The man reports that Mina and Rhodes were just giving testimony in the kidnapping case, and the woman explains that that's why they were busy. Meanwhile, Rei Saiaki took a day off and decided to explore the city, something he hadn't had the chance to do before. A man asks what Rei Saiaki is doing, and he says he's eating fried udon while he can. A girl and two men look at Rei. He says he's treating her and asks if there will be any more. The girl replies that there will be. The man asks how much he bought and says that everything at Abuo was very tasty, so he ordered several servings. The man reports that they saw Reijisaki's things yesterday and brought them to the guild. Reijisaki says he won't have to lug the baggage around and thanks him, noting that it's truly incredibly delicious. He reports that Rhodes and Mina are alive. The man screams that it hurts and asks to know when to stop, and he calls for his father. The man hugs Rhodes and Mina. The man says he received a message from the guild master about meeting them and hands Reiji Saiki a guild card, saying it's a good job. Reiji Saiki says he'll go right away. The boy asks Reiji Saiki to do something about his father, but the girl says she heard Rei was urgently called to Abuelo, but he returned fairly quickly. Rei says no one was notified that he went to rescue Mina and Rhodes. Rei says he heard Kenny calling him and confirms he just returned. Reiji says he's finally arrived and accuses them of deception and betrayal. A man from the group apologizes for the wait and invites them inside. The woman says she's glad everyone returned alive, wants to hear all the details, and will go make tea, offering to sit down. She invites them to begin their story. The woman says she asked Elk, but he couldn't explain what really happened. Reiji Saiaki says they told the guildmaster everything and asks if he reported it. The woman explains she heard about it, but it's better to find out from those who were actually there. The woman explains that they owe a great debt to Abuelo, so they must repay him and, whenever they ask for help or need reinforcements, Elk must immediately fulfill their every whim. The man explains that he understands and says he will do everything to repay her for helping him save his family. Reiji Saiaki says that the reward is usually money, but he doesn't really need it, so a magic item isn't appropriate. He explains that the enemy's weapon is indeed very powerful, but it's completely unsuitable for his fighting style, so a reward of a magic item won't do. Reiji Saiaki explains that besides. He says that there will soon be a war with the Bastia Empire and wants Elk to take part in it. Reiji Saiaki informs him that he will make a major, even enormous, contribution to their army and will be expected to inflict enormous damage on the Empire. The man asks what, and that's all, and he explains that he had planned to participate anyway. Reiji Saiaki says, yeah. He says that he will not be satisfied with ordinary beats. He expects greater results and demands to kill the squad captain. The woman announces that Elk will be at war, explaining that this applies to Mina and Rhodes as well, and concerns not only Reiji Saiaki, but the entire party, adding that this cannot be allowed to happen. Reiji Saiaki says it was because of him, and the man screams, demanding an explanation. The man announces that Mina and Rhodes will also be punished and asks Elk to calm down. The woman says that they aren't thrilled with the Bestia Empire either. He explains that Rhodes will be next to him and won't be standing in the front row and asks her not to worry. The man explains that their power can boost the army's morale, although Rhodes won't play a key role. The woman explains that it's been decided the punishment will be participation in the war. The guild will provide all the necessary funds for the fight, and they must also pay, to which the man replies that he understands. Reiji Saiaki. He says they can go get a bite to eat together and offers to buy it. The man agrees and says that if so, he'll be happy to go, specifying that Seth is also with them. He asks where they're going and says that a regular place wouldn't be suitable for Seth, but inn. A man asks Kamina if she knows about the healthy shop. Kamina tells him the manager's son is an adventurer. The woman says she's heard the food there is delicious and not that expensive. Reiji Saiaki confirms this. He says that everyone is tired today, so they need to gain strength, and says that then it's decided. The man tells Reiji and Seth not to be shy and suggests going to the nutritious shop. The man expresses interest. The man apologizes for the wait and announces he has a gift for Reiji Saiaki. Reiji Saiaki says it's fried abuelo udon. The man comments that it looks quite delicious. The man says he can include it in the new menu and thanks him. He screams, "Ooh, ah, ah." The man says he can't remember the last time he felt this happy. The man tells Reiji that they made him tense and apologizes for it. Reiji says he's apologized enough and is glad he didn't hurt them. The woman explains that they owe Reiji too much and suggests he ask them for whatever he wants. Reiji Saiaki says that his magical power isn't quite right either, and the man says that he shouldn't do that, otherwise he'll start puffing. The man tells Reiji he'll tell him right away that he won't give him the item, and calls him by name. Reiji explains he didn't even ask for it. The man says that if Reiji wants the magical item, he can give him his axe, and Reiji says the man told him so himself. The man says he really did say that and confirms it. The girl calls the man Elk and asks him to ask for something else, explaining that Elk's axe means a lot to him, and apologizes to Reiji Saiaki. He says it's enough for him that they'll be participating in the war and asks Mina if she's drunk too, to which Mina replies definitively. Then the man announces that an assignment to participate in the war has been issued. A few days later, Rei Saiaki announces that he will participate and says he's heard rumors. The man asks what he will do. Rei Saiaki says he will show the full might of their kingdom and won't let the empire set foot on their lands. The men discuss how monsters generally don't like. The woman explains that they've been asked to act quickly, likely because of the war, and that a large amount of weapons will need to be transported. She explains that if there's a storage facility for the items, there won't be any problems with the transport. He confirms that he understands about the storage facility and agrees that this is the case. The woman says she's sure they knew about the mission in advance and therefore prepared everything in advance. Reiji Seki says she's right and he'll go get ready, but the woman asks him to hurry. The woman asks Reiji not to die. Reiji Seki replies that he has Seth. The headline announces that Rei has entrusted Daska with the matter. Reiji Saiaki explains that he has come to see Lord Daska on assignment. The girl informs the master that she has brought the adventurer Rei. The man greets Reiji Saiaki and asks for Kyo. The man says that with the help of Reiji Saiaki, they will speed up the process, but Reiji Saiaki says that he will not be able to transport living creatures. The man says they'll put his subordinates on them and send them on their way. The subordinates are ordinary knights, so let them work hard. He explains that this will preserve the fighter's physical fitness and says he'll have to move objects not only at the man's request. The man states that the aristocrats and the royal family have requested that they be prepared for this, and Reiji Saiaki asks about the other factions. The man says that the Bestia Empire will show its full potential in this battle, and if factional squabbles break out during this battle, their situation will worsen significantly. He then confirms this with the word, yes. The woman says she's brought Kyo and asks if Lord Daska wanted to see her. Lord Daska confirms and says they haven't met yet. He explains that they need to correct others' mistakes to avoid ruining the kingdom and that they need neutrality. Lord Daska. Reiji Saiaki explains that he understands correctly that since he's here, he agrees to the offer and confirms this. Kyo Niggs announces that he's in charge of transportation, greets Reiji Saiaki, and says it's a pleasure to meet him. Reiji Saiaki is surprised to see him and greets Kon. The man thanks him and says that without him, they would have a hard time, and he says that he has a storage of items, so everything will be fine. Reiji Saiaki says he doesn't know how much this thing can hold, and that he's never had any problems with capacity before, but he can't draw it all at once either. He explains that if you stack the swords one by one, it will draw the same way. The man asks if there are any. He explains that if all the swords are packed into one container, they can be retrieved together, but only he can use it. He explains that it would be more convenient to put everything in one container at once, but it's inconvenient that only he can use it. He explains. The man asks what they're going to do, and Reiji Saiaki says he's kinda weird. He explains that, firstly, he's hard to kill, and he has a griffin named Seth, which he hasn't yet talked about. He says that his strength is equal to that of an A-rank adventurer. He then calls Seth his partner, dear friend, and family. The man says he's heard it's a very cute creature and explains that not everyone thinks that way. Reiji Saiaki says the man is right. The man asks if it wouldn't be better to tell the others about the griffin in advance to avoid unnecessary panic, suggesting that doing so would help them avoid unnecessary worry. He says that if he tells them that he will be obedient and follow orders, their panic and fears will disappear, but there will be those who want to take advantage of this fact for bad purposes. The man confirms this is true and explains that the problem can arise especially in other factions, but he has his own under control. The man explains that most aristocrats despise those below them in status, adding that this also applies to the royal faction. Aranga and Griffin explain that the aristocrats will definitely want to use them for their own purposes in order to enrich themselves even more. The man hopes that if he tells everything in person, he can calm the aristocratic factions a bit, though he can't promise that they'll all listen. He tells Reiji that if anyone tries to take advantage of them, force must be used immediately. Reiji Saiaki says they must meet the Imperial Army. The man says they'll only get in the way and asks how Reiji thinks they should fight when they have such scoundrels on their side. Reiji Saiaki replies, of course. The man asks, is it even possible? He informs them that, especially in carrying out their plans, it will be better if they immediately dispose of the waste. The man warns that he will take advantage of all his privileges. The other man asks them to refrain from killing and promises to try his best if he is so asked. The man says it's scary, and indeed it is. Reiji Saiaki says he'd be grateful if they told him all the benefits of the vault, adding that he can't remember right away. Reiji Saiaki asks Kyo what warriors usually eat, cheese and bread, right? The man explains. The man says he has some useful information. If you put a product into storage in one state, you can take it out in the same state. He then explains what it means to use the storage. Rei Saiaki announces that the warriors will be able to enjoy hot soups and freshly baked bread, and don't forget the sake. He says that after eating delicious food, their mindset will be completely different and everything will be fine. The man agrees, saying it will save them from food shortages. The man says he'll be heading straight to the kitchen to give orders regarding preparations, and that they'll have time to prepare for the squad that's leaving soon. The text explains that he's accepted the assignment and is now helping with the transport, though a regular person in this position would receive 1 gold coin. They report that soup for 500 people is ready. 3 pots, the bread has already cooled and can be taken, and also that there is not enough space to lay out the next batch, and they ask to do it faster. A young man asks where to leave the wine he brought. The man says the fried vegetables are ready and they need to serve everything quickly. The woman says there are too many orders and requests and they can't keep up. Reiji announces he's finished with the soup and passes it to the man, who accepts it and says, "Accepted." Reiji asks for bread, and the man says there are only 180 pieces. The man calls Reiji and says he made udon according to his recipe, promising it will be delicious. Reiji replies that he'll be right back. Reiji Seki says he's tired too. The man says they've sorted out the food and it's time to visit the trading post, adding that they need weapons, medicine, horse feed, and water containers, but they haven't sat down for a second. Griffin asks what's going on. He says that he also hopes to have time to finish everything, and the man says that there is very little time left. They have 10 more days. Reiji Seiki asks why the man is coming with them and whether it wouldn't be more convenient for him to return. The man replies that he now has a lot of work to do with Reiji Seiki, so he thought it would be more convenient to be close, and that he was actually under orders from above. Reiji reports that he and Kyo worked together actively for the remaining 10 days. He explains that they continued to gather all the necessary supplies. Reiji then reports the presence of 800 adventurers, 500 knights, and 3,000 guerrillas. Finally, he announces that the day has arrived. The man reports that there are almost 5,000 people, and that there should be as many partisans as possible. He explains that they need to actively participate in this battle and hand over as many soldiers as possible, and not only them, but also the royal and aristocratic factions. The man reports that the aristocratic factions have more or less listened, but the royal faction. The man says that if the Bestia Empire truly wants to destroy the kingdom, then with such an army they will definitely not win, and adds that this is no good. The man tells everyone to listen to Mr. Dusky's words and explains that this war is an invasion from the Bestia Empire, and also says that they have been trying to get the sea for years. The boy says that trying to increase their country's power brings untold riches, and they are trying to do so. The man asks if this attempt could harm their kingdom. The woman says they can't forgive them for this. The girl explains that no matter how much they want for themselves, they can't take it away from others. The bearded man explains that this is a war in which one person kills another. The bearded man, the man, and the woman say they are going to the battlefield to protect. The guy reports that half of the adventurers are at the front of a column. The man explains that they chose those who were good at spotting enemies and placed them at the front to make it easier to fight them. Reiji Saiaki reports that he and Seth were also among this group. The griffin cleared the path of small monsters. Next come the partisans and knights. After the adventurers comes the weasel troop and then the wagons. Finally, the other half of the adventurers. Everyone knows that attacking from behind results in the most casualties, so it was necessary to put strong adventurers at the end. It is reported that the squad of the second half of the adventurers is led by the A-rank team, Thunder God's Axe, and everyone was confident that in the end it would be this team that would be chosen, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The man growls. Reiji Saiaki asks what's going on. The man says it was most likely a timber wolf. Reiji Saiaki explains that he detected the monster's approach with his abilities. The man confirms this and smiles. The man explains that the forest usually. It is reported that since the number of people exceeded 5,000, they did not manage to reach Abuo by the end of the day. The woman informs Reiji Saiaki that they will arrive soon. Reiji Saiaki rises to the partisans' breakfast. He explains that he had never done anything like this before and had to keep himself motivated. There was muscle pain, but the fatigue was mostly due to the long, monotonous work. Reiji reports that after cleaning and packing, even the squad leaders realized he was shouldering the heaviest burden. He explains that as a result, Lord Daska allowed him to postpone transporting the supplies for a while. Reiji says everyone ordered him to lie down and rest. Reiji Saiaki reports that Sablasta is a middle faction. The man explains that it is a faction of aristocrats. The man reports that they received a letter from them expressing their desire to unite. He explains that Mr. Daska considers it foolish to discriminate between factions, and the guys from Sablasta agree. The man explains that the kingdom's strongest squad, the Larkus squad, will be with them, which is very revealing. The man explains that everything before Abuelo is borderland, so there are many more monsters there, and when they leave the borderland, they will encounter bandits and barbarians. The likelihood of an attack is extremely low, as there are many of them, but there are also those who simply enjoy killing. Rei Saiaki says that if they go against the bandits, it'll be much easier if they join forces with other units, and notes that after Abuziolo, the territory of the Wolves of the Meadows will begin. He wonders if they can count on assistance. Two men report that the Kerberos faction is Nab. He says he wants to talk to Margrave Larkus and maybe get new support. The man says that's impossible now. He asks why so abruptly. The man says that the commander of the Abulo army is Viscount Viper, and Rei Saiaki explains that he's not the owner of Abulo, but the deputy commander. The man says fine and suggests going to Daska immediately after joining their army, to which Rei Saiaki responds. The man says this cart is unusual and different from the others. He says it's actually a kind of magical object and expresses surprise. The man asks what it's all about and something about support. He explains that the cart is similar to E's cart. Rei Saiaki reports that, although he is a man of quite a high position, he did not expect at all that he would agree to accept help from the bandits themselves. He says he may have received information about this gang before. The man shouts that they've been found and suggests they come down. Three armed men notice him approaching on a winged creature and shout out who he is, expressing surprise. Rei Saiaki announces that he is Rei, a C-rank adventurer, and tell Egu that he has come to collect his debt. The man says he'll wait a little bit. The man with short hair and a beard says he's the adventurer. The man in the helmet asks if he's kept him waiting, to which he replies that everything is fine. Rei Saiaki tells the man to stop acting like that, and the man replies that he has no complaints about Rei Saiaki's guest. Rei Saiaki reports that the guest didn't even warn him of his visit and asks the man, Kirtos, if he has any complaints about the guest. The man, he says he wants them to become a scouting troop and join the Larkus squad, and asks if the other man knows about the war. The man replies that this is a joke and asks if Reiji is suggesting they submit to the kingdom. The man on the right says they don't want to make a shield out of them. The man on the left says they won't accept that request. The man says he understands what Rei Saiaki wants, but as they say, they won't listen to orders from above. Rei Saiaki asks if the man doesn't want to do his duty and suggests dealing with them differently, to which the man replies that he had no intention of refusing. The boy shouts that they can't lose to him and asks why they should listen to him. The man explains that they've never fought him and don't understand how strong he is, especially now with a griffin. The other man says there are so many of them, they'll definitely defeat him, he reports. The man says that if you win, they won't help Rei, and if you lose, they'll do the opposite, and he suggests fighting Rei. Rei Saiaki says he should be the one fighting. The man says he's willing to help, explaining that it's better than being alone, even though it's unpleasant. He says he understands and agrees if that's what they say. The man orders them not to try to kill each other and declares he'll referee the fight. The man says the fight will be quick. Rei Saiaki says, "You think he'll lose?" Rei Saiaki yells for the fight to begin. He reports that it's pretty good. He says TC. He explains that he's increasing the speed. His opponent reports that, unfortunately, Rei Saiaki says that this won't take him and shouts. The man announces that the fight is over and laughs, saying that it's incredible to make bandits his allies. Another man says that they are repaying the debt he owed and asks if anyone minds, to which he replies, yes. The man apologizes to him for making him work harder than he should. The man says he knows Rei Saiaki's hobby and suggests he thinks about it. If he comes up with something useful for everyone, he'll give him a very interesting magical item. Rei Saiaki agrees. Below, it's explained that the Larkus faction, which controls the border, despite not, he understands and says that he will show himself in the best light in this war. The man says that with Reiji, they have a better chance of winning. He asks who this man is, to which the man replies that his name is Egg and he is the leader of the bandit gang, Wolves. The man laughs and says he said it without a shred of fear and asks how they feel about it. Rei Saiaki says it takes a lot of courage and the other man explains he couldn't do it, especially not the bandits. The man says he's a little offended, though it's true, and asks her to choose her words carefully. He says the bandits will be needed in the battle and everything can be agreed upon. The man agrees and says he can trust her words since he knows the wolves of the meadow. The man says they're short on scouts and spies and would be happy if Rei Saiaki joined them. Rei Saiaki explains they're just repaying Reio's debt and agrees to work with them. The man says Rei Saiaki is truly a capable man. The man says he simply wants the other person to remember and keep this in mind. The man says he understands the other person's point. The man says there's no need to worry about other bandits now and asks if Rei Saiaki really called the wolves of the meadow. Rei Saiaki explains that the others are unlikely to be involved, as they have over 7,000 men and wouldn't take any risks. The man asks. The soldier reports that bandits don't act alone, that night patrols are good fodder for bandits, and that everyone is tired, so their attention will be reduced. He explains that Lord Daska has taken care of this and has posted several adventurers on guard, but he thinks that in other places, a man reports that Sablasta is close. Rei Saiaki says it's good that they're teaming up, but wonders what will happen next. Another man asks what exactly. He says that the more people there are, the slower they'll move, meaning they'll arrive at the general meeting point later. The man says that as far as they know, there will be less than 1,000 people from Sablasta. The guy asks how few. The man explains that he doesn't think this will change anything. The man says that he really decided not to send all the troops because of the costs. Rei Saiaki reports that there's talk of someone being connected to bandits, and he thinks it's true. Otherwise, how would the large bandit presence here explain? He explains that while it may be true that they're connected to bandits, that doesn't mean they only attack merchants. The man says that this is how many there are, and says that it could be, but the truth is, there are less than 1,000. He says that he doesn't think there are 500 at most. The man explains that, at least, unlike them, they have no disagreements with Mr. Daska, and says, the man says that Mr. Daska will show his best in this battle, and is well prepared for it, and also explains that after the battle he can make loud statements, and asks, what if he puts in a word about this incident? What does the interlocutor think? Rei Saiaki asks where they're going, and clarifies that it's a fork in the road. The man explains that it's a fork between the capital and Bar. The man explains that those who don't do their job properly will suffer a bad fate, and clarifies that it's not a matter of honor. The man reports that Lord Daska said the current battle would be different from previous ones, although anything can be expected from him. He says that if this continues, the battle will take place on the Selemus Plain and confirms that this is true. The man reports that there will be at least 10,000 warriors on both sides, and suggests that perhaps that's why they'll be on the plain. Rei Saiaki says that would normally be the case, but the man replies that there's no need to worry because Rei is with them, and they'll defeat the enemy. The man agrees. For 2 weeks after their departure, they continued moving toward the Selemus Plain, and Reiji, despite the hassle, got used to this pace, no longer feeling the same tension as at the beginning, and somehow got used to this way of life. Reiji reports that they will arrive at. The Selemus Plain is the site of a battle between the Malian Kingdom and the Bestia Empire. Rei Saiaki reports that it is a rich area that has been the center of many battles. In the past, small countries existed here, but each time the swamp claimed the warriors, so none remain. Here, they relied more on sacred magic, but over the centuries, other directions began to develop, and now, as a result of all the changes, it has become almost a traditional place for battles. Rei Saiaki says that tents are currently set up across a large portion of the area, both for the upcoming battle and to once again soak the plain with the blood of valiant warriors. He reports that Daska ordered as many people as possible to be rescued, and, in fact, the aristocrats have handed him over. The man reports that, despite Count Kerberos' orders, there were those who chose to keep the warriors with them. He explains that the royal troops, despite their strength, constitute only 1/5 of the entire army. The man also explains that this time, not everything is going smoothly, and quite a few skirmishes are breaking out. The man says he was surprised that the kingdom sent some of its strongest troops, and Rei Saiaki explains that it's usually the other way around, based on his experience. He became interested to see what they were like, those very ones about whom they talk so much and mysteriously. He says that he would like to see them sooner, and asks, Rei Saiaki reports that, no matter how you look at it, knights are coming to him, and hopefully everything will go smoothly. The man in armor asks if he can speak to him. Rei Saiaki is surprised. The man in armor explains that he didn't even move, even though Seth was nearby. Seminole Gupsos says he's the next head of the Count Gupsos family, and explains he's come to speak with him. He reveals he's a C-rank adventurer and represents Seth. Seminole Gupsos explains that Reiji. The man says he'll ask directly and says it seems Reiji doesn't understand. Reiji asks if he'll go to the man as a subordinate, and the man asks if he'll go to him. Rei Saiaki explains that his family is part of the royal faction, and, indeed, they've been a bit battered since his father had a minor falling out with the royals, and now the family is causing trouble. The man asks if they've been battered. Rei Saiaki explains that he has no plans to leave anytime soon. He laughs and says that his interlocutor is a really interesting person, and the man explains that he, an aristocrat, was so easily rejected. The man says he doesn't want to force the other person and that it can't be helped. Okay. The man explains that there was an invitation from the princess's squad. The man says that now it's clear why he didn't even think twice. The man says that it seems he wasn't the only one with an offer. Rei Saiaki announces that he is taking his leave for today, explains that whenever the other person wants or needs help, they can contact him, and says that he will always be happy to help. The girl says she's come for Reiji and Seth and greets them, noting it's been a while. Reiji asks what she wants. The girl informs them that Lady Helen is waiting for them. Reiji explains that Lord Dasuke has already been told and that he doesn't mind if... The woman says it's her job and that Ms. Helen is waiting for Rei Saiaki. Rei Saiaki says he'd also like to meet her and shows the man to the door, offering to let him in. The man explains that if he tells him where to go, he can go himself. Rei Saiaki says he knows He says that if anything goes wrong, it will be his fault, and asks if they will be allowed to see her easily, and also reminds that if they simply come to the princess's detachment in this form, they should be aware of the status of the mistress. The man apologizes. Reiji Saiaki says he has a bad feeling about this, though that's impossible. The man turns to the adventurer and says he has a rare monster. Reiji Saiaki asks Mr. Renault if he has any business. The man demands he be quiet and keep his mouth shut. The man says that rudeness will cost his life. The woman says that they just arrived and are already arguing, and says, "Oh, you two." A beautiful lady appears. The woman explains what she thinks is going on, and asks Renosis if it has to do with her subordinate or her guest. Reiji Saiaki tells him that the adventurer acted inappropriately. The man explains that he was just trying to teach him a lesson. Reiji Saiaki yells at him for being stupid and not understanding what he's saying, and the man replies that he is. The other man, confused, explains that it was. The guy shouts that he's out, and he says he doesn't understand. The guy asks Mrs. Helen to calm down and says that her power is too great. Reiji Saiaki says it looks pretty good on the outside, and on the inside too. He says it's the princess's squad after all, there's no other way. The woman says she is glad to see him, and notes that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and he says that he was surprised when he received a letter from her, and says that it is good that it arrived. The girl says that with such an artifact, it would be easy to communicate during battle, and asks what Reiji Saiaki thinks. Reiji Saiaki says that such an item does exist. The girl explains that the guild masters have a special item that allows for long-distance communication, and that if... The woman explains that it's usually found in dungeons. Scientists are scrambling to study its properties, and have only managed to create one with a 20-meter range and a massive amount of magic. The woman explains that many different ingredients are also needed, and since it can be found, the girl says they'll leave once the war is over. The man explains that he only knows the dungeon he visited with the girl, but has heard of others that are very important to the Malian kingdom, where, like the border, rare monsters live. The man confirms this with a yes. The woman says that monsters only exist in dungeons. Reiji Saiaki says he's curious and would like to see them. The man explains that there are many other magical items in the dungeons as well. He says that the weapon that belongs to Ara, the orb with which one can speak at a distance, and many other things are there, and he wonders what else he can take with him. The man reacts to this with a sound and says that this is... The girl says that she knows that she was the one who started the topic of dungeons, but this does not mean that one can go into one's thoughts, especially while in the girl's room, and leave one's interlocutor. Reiji Saiaki says they haven't seen each other in a while, and suggests asking him something about him, explaining that he feels like he's talking alone. The girl says she didn't miss him and begins to say things like, he apologizes and says he's never interacted so closely with women. The woman explains that she too was constantly immersed in training and studying magic, not living the life of a typical aristocrat. The woman says she's not into anything involving men. Reiji Saiaki asks the girl if she has any other armor. The girl confirms and explains that she thought they were in close combat, so she changed her armor, but admits that it's a bit of a hindrance with a full plate and doesn't suit her technique, so it could use some adjustments. The man says he's already realized they're both having a good time, but he wants them to remember his presence. He apologizes, and the girl says they got a little carried away. Reiji Saiaki announces that they've finally calmed down and will therefore get down to business. He asks if it's business, as he'd already assumed they'd just invited him for a chat. The woman explains that they'd actually sent a spy into the Empire and learned some information. Reiji Saiaki. The guy says that since he's hearing this news now, they've received the response and suggests they figure it out themselves, since this is their traitor. The girl explains that Mr. Gerber didn't say it directly, but she thinks that's what he meant. Reiji Saiaki explains that he's already been treated, but he was most likely badly injured and found another use for him. The girl reports that they were told something like a tree root is growing out of his left arm. His face is still there, but now it has 4 eyes. She asks if he knew about it. Reiji apologizes for bothering him and says he's fine. The man asks Mr. Dusk if he mentioned someone a couple of days ago. 3 men at the table discuss whether he's too small, and one of them asks if he doesn't trust them. The man says he's just an aristocrat from the borderland and often meets adventurers on his way, all of whom look healthy and strong. Rei Saiaki says that under no circumstances. A man says there are few mages in the countryside, but many knights, and agrees. Another man asks if they're mistaken. He explains that Rei is a true mage with enormous potential that isn't immediately apparent, and explains that he's more than just a mage. The man with the mustache asks what's going on. Another man replies that he also has the griffin, and a third man says the griffin is a huge advantage. The man with the mustache explains that they're talking about Rei himself now and confirms that the griffin plays a big role for them, adding that it's just as good. The man says you won't find another like him anywhere, and it's unknown how Rei Saiaki will respond to their offer. Rei Saiaki thinks they're trying to use him again in some kind of gamble, and that everyone's been talking about him, and he wonders what they're talking about. The man in the lower right. The man reports that they have gathered under the leadership of Mr. Daska and says that he has heard about the abilities of his interlocutor, but imagined him to be completely different. Rei Saiaki says he understands this isn't the first time he's been told this. The man apologizes. The man says they wanted to discuss the aristocratic and royal factions, and that the royal faction isn't taking the current war seriously at all. The man says Lord Daska warned them, but they still consider this war just like any other war. The man calms him down and explains that the royal faction isn't going to strain themselves, as they believe they'll simply defend the plain and win. He then asks what the royal faction's goal is if they're confident of victory. Rei Saiaki asks what it is and wonders. He asks if their goal is to launch an all-out attack, to which the man replies no, their goal is to increase the faction's influence. He asks why, and the man explains that to increase influence they need to stand out in the war. The man says he's right. The guy says that this is the front line of the commoners, and asks what Rei Saiaki will do next. The man says he's not surprised. He says he's in supply management and isn't fit for combat, so he's working on logistics. The man asks where he's been assigned and says he can fight after all. He explains that since he was entrusted with accompanying the man, that means. The boy explains that Daska cares for him because Seth is there, and asks why he should protect someone stronger. Rei Saiaki confirms that this is indeed the case. The woman makes an announcement. Rei Saiaki explains that this is the result of his work and reminds him that he remembers when the boy. The soldier reports that the Bestia Empire has halted at the Selamis alignment. Preparations are in full swing. The battle will likely begin tomorrow at dawn, and they must be ready. The girl shouts that the Bestia Empire is at the Selamis alignment and calls out to him. Rei Saiaki explains that the commander taking command this time has declared that the front lines cannot be entrusted to an unknown adventurer and wants to test your strength. He's been asking for Lady Helen's hand in marriage for some time now, and upon learning that you were in her chambers yesterday, he raised a fuss. The woman says she understands everything and asks not to say anything further. He says he just needs to show what he's worth and receives confirmation in response. Rei Saiaki announces that he's the only one without Seth. He explains that it's here and says that aristocrats are especially picky about people like Rei Saiaki, so he asks him to try to behave carefully. The man apologizes to Seth. He says that if anything happens, all the blame will fall on Mr. Daska, and says he'll try. The man replies that he'll leave them then, confirming this with the word, yeah. Rei Saiaki announces that they are talking about him. The man on the right says he's still a child and asks if a boy should be allowed onto the battlefield. The man on the left expresses indignation. The woman smiles. The other man, his eyes closed, remains silent. The man with long hair smiles. The husband. The bearded man says that ability is more important to an adventurer, and if he has the strength to do so, then why not? The next man says he must earn their trust. A third man explains that if the boy defeats Imahenne, they will doubt the Duke's fitness for battle. Rei Saiaki thinks the man seems to have seen him somewhere before and asks if he's interested in him, noting his good intuition. Rei Saiaki explains that he hid his face in Gilm, so the man shouldn't recognize him. The man turns sharply to Rei Saiaki. Rei Saiaki says he's won. The man explains he's looking around. He says he'll be a nuisance to Lord Daska, so he asks him to restrain his emotions. The man with the mustache nods. Supreme Commander Arias explains that they brought him here to test his abilities and asks what they'll do next. The man says that he is completely confident that he can handle it, since he brought him here and does not doubt it at all, and also tells Reiji to quickly promote everyone to C rank in Gilm and keep the Griffin with him. The man says they'll see what happens and asks if he's just kidding. The guy says he really is. The man explains that it's impossible for this adventurer to be stronger than him, but the guy admits he might be C rank, and the man asks if he thinks that's it. The man and Rei Saiaki remain silent. The man says they share their opinion and says he understands. The other man demands silence and explains that there's nothing left to do but settle the matter in a duel. The man asks Rei Saiaki if he was the one who started all this, and Rei Saiaki confirms. The man explains that the conversation is simple. Rei Saiaki will fight the adventurer and test his skills firsthand. The man asks if Rei Saiaki has anything. A man reports that it's cloudy. Another man asks Arias if he agrees. Arias says he's curious himself about this guy. He explains that if even a single ray of sunshine peeked out, it would make his victory even more beautiful. The man reports that this firm, Degil, is only the second son of the family and expresses dissatisfaction with the fact that he, the future head of the Imehen faction, was ordered. The man says he even has it on his hand. He'll show everyone his worth and make Miss Helen acknowledge him as a man. The man says this will once again show his appreciation. Rei Saiaki explains that he's a whole head shorter than her and his thin childish frame is no good. He says he's not going to give in to his rival because the looks he's getting are too distrustful. He explains that people around him don't even consider him a rival, which is disrespectful and unforgivable. The man says that Mrs. Helen will realize she was very wrong. The guy says he's ready, and the girl asks him to show her what he's capable of. Rei Saiaki is silent. Three men shout, amazed at the spaciousness. One of the men explains that it's impossible for someone like him to have such a valuable item, adding that perhaps it's a trick to surprise them. The other man says it's nonsense and asks if they didn't. The man says there were rumors that they had a keeper, and he says that rumors are just rumors, but when you see it in person, it's amazing. The man says the container is an incredible artifact, truly useful and has changed the minds of some who have seen it, but people have a hard time using it. The man says they're about to turn up the heat. Another man asks if he's serious. The receptacle remembers its first owner, and if anyone else tries to use it, it will be very painful. The man asks if it hurts. Rei Saiaki remains silent. The man is silent, then says that he doesn't know the details, but at least he wouldn't want to experience this effect on himself, and explains that this is supposedly a trick from the creator of a magical item more powerful than the container. The man on the right says it's a shame, and it really is. The next man says it's not bad. Rei Saiaki says, The man on Rei Saiaki's left is silent. The two men on the left stand with their hands clasped. The man reports that there are still those who remain of the same opinion and says that one must be on guard. Rei Saiaki says attack and says he's always ready. The man screams, "Oh, you!" and lunges with his weapon. Rei Saiaki explains that the first steps are quick, but he's sure it won't last long. He smiles while holding a scythe. The armored man screams and strikes with his sword. He expresses surprise. The man says he's caught and then declares he's won. Rei Saiaki reports that he stopped the attack, which is especially important for someone like him. The man asks if all this is due to the power of Rei Saiaki's weapons, and where he got such good equipment that doesn't have a single scratch. Rei Saiaki says the man is jealous, and he announces that it's his turn now and asks him to try not to lose too quickly. The man is surprised that the sword seems to pass through the wall, and says that he has a sword that can cut through even metal walls. He commands the flames to obey him and burn. The girl says Reiji's attack is slower than usual and asks if he did it on purpose to avoid attracting more attention. The man says there's no point in thinking that something like that can be done. Rei Saiaki announces that he's not finished yet and orders him to dodge. The man screams, "Damn," and tries to raise his sword, but suddenly an explosion hits him, leaving him shocked and frightened. In the top right corner, a man screams in pain as he's hit, then falls to the ground gasping for breath. Below, the man's leg is shown standing still. In the bottom right corner, he says no and can't believe he did it. A man says it's impossible. A man explains it can't be true. A man says it can't be true. A man says it's not true. A man says it's impossible. The man says Rei Saiaki performed well yesterday and explains that some were against him being on the front lines, but if he had the same reputation as Elk, it wouldn't have been a problem. Rei Saiaki reports that there was no problem. The man explains that the courtyard. He says something else is important and asks if the other person remembers the war plan. He explains that the troops meet each other. Representatives of each of the troops offer to surrender, after which the offer is rejected. Then, upon the representatives' return to their troops, the battle begins, and he clarifies whether this is correct. The old man explains that there are various protocols and such, but those who are just fighting need only follow the main flow. Rei Saiaki says he'll probably miss it, as he'll be operating separately before reaching the battlefield. The old man explains what he heard from Das. The woman calls Mylene and asks if she's at the front. Mylene says, of course she is. The woman says she's there with Set-chan, making a sound of joy. The man remarks that the path looks beautiful. Rei Saiaki explains what that means. The man utters an, ah. The woman asks Set-chan to be careful not to get hurt, and Set-chan advises. The woman tells Reiji not to cause trouble for Seth-chan. Reiji explains that all they can do now is wait for the war to begin and ask Seth to listen. Reiji explains that their task is to deliver the first devastating blow as much as possible using the firestorm they created together. Reiji explains. The plains of Sirius, the Beast Empire's military camp. Rei Saiaki reports that the teleporter is ready and can be activated at any time. Cyan reports that, under Rei Saiaki's orders, they can launch a surprise attack on the kingdom's rear at any time. The woman says that concealing the teleportation won't be difficult, and Gilgis is ready at the teleportation location, so there won't be any problems. The man explains that if it's Gilgis, there's a chance the royal army will still notice the teleportation, but there's no time limit. The man explains that. The woman reports that, as Lord Therum said, she believes this is a war of conquest that is waged regularly every few years, and from the choice of Supreme Commander, it is obvious that the royal faction has this level of recognition. The woman explains that everything is going according to plan until the beginning. Rei Saiaki reports that the noble neutral faction must have noticed that they're not acting like themselves this time, and says that their operation seems to be going well. The shadow consumption was intense, but if they were able to achieve this result, that's very good. The woman explains that she heard that the Ministry of Magic. He says that Wasker was too open in his curiosity, and it didn't depend on his skill, and if the kingdom had provided him with a sufficient research base, he would have easily betrayed them. The woman says that it's good that alchemy is developing, but there are almost no rational alchemists. The man asks if they've found Rei Saiaki, the adventurer. The woman reports that Rei possesses a terrifying amount of magic, which can be confirmed even from a distance of over 5 kilometers. The man explains that he's being followed by a Griffon-ranked monster, which, frankly, is a more dangerous target. He says it won't be easy, as the enemy possesses a huge amount of magic, which can be sensed even from more than 5 kilometers away, and he's not sure he'll be able to win if he fights him directly. The man explains that even if everything goes well, the chances of winning are about 3/4. The woman says that this is a joke, and asks if Rei Saiaki is joking. Rei Saiaki explains that the opponent is one that even Lord Therum cannot defeat if he fights seriously, and that if he cannot win, he does not need to fight directly. It is enough to... Rei Saiaki explains that this is inevitable, and it's not good to be too greedy, but they should be content with the fact that they managed to contain Rei's exceptional power, and if they can avoid unnecessary damage, that would be best. The woman explains that it's a shame there are no magical beasts at the moment. The woman says she doesn't like the beast soldiers. Rei Saiaki explains that the Beast Empire may be the most powerful country on the continent, but it doesn't allow others to follow it, and they need that power. The man explains that if they take control of the sea, the national, Mercurio is reportedly the third prince of the Bestia Empire. The current emperor of Bestia is 40 years old and healthy, so the question of succession has not yet been publicly discussed. Currently, there are 4 people eligible to inherit the throne, with Mercurio occupying the 4th position. Rei Saiaki reports that the military and the Ministry of Magic are involved in this war, and magical beasts are being used as secret weapons. He explains that to gain the long-cherished sea and increase national power, they must not lose this battle, as that would be a step for Merkur. He says he can't believe what's happening. The man with the bird mask explains that they must act quickly. He says they don't have time to doubt. The man reports that the enemy is undoubtedly strong, but if they use the dragon riders, they can be held back. Rei Saiaki says he understands and is preparing to take action. The man explains that the time has come to act and proposes dealing a fatal blow to the Mirror Kingdom's forces. He explains that to create a firestorm using the combined technique with Seth, he needs to land on the ground, and that if Seth's skill level were higher, he could more easily attack from out of range. He explains that dragon riders only look down and several people leave the center, and a man announces that the offer of surrender by each side has ended. Rei Saiaki shouts, "Now!" and calls Seth forward, simultaneously summoning Gururu. Helmeted soldiers prepare for battle. One of them notices something and asks questioningly, while another, alarmed, reports the appearance of a griffin. He flies on the griffin over the battlefield, and below, the griffin lands, causing dust and commotion among the soldiers. In the top panel, the man on the left with a sword and the man on the right with a shield hear the roar of a creature that emits a loud, regal roar. In the bottom panel, Rei Saiaki stands with a staff and casts a spell, asking the flames to transform their power into incredible heat. He says Vortex Inferno, and the creature next to him makes a Totoru sound. The scene is filled with the cry of firestorm, accompanying a furious preemptive attack, and the question is asked what the result of this action will be. Rei Saiaki tells Seth to take off. Seth makes a guru sound. He announces that he's filled the barrels with weapons and ore he bought specifically for this moment, and begins the action. He declares that this is the end, and launches the barrels into a whirlwind that rushes forward. The man asks what's going on, and says Rei is doing something incredible. The woman tells Elxian what it was. The man explains that Rei said he would launch a preemptive attack to minimize the damage to them, and confirms that it must be Rei's doing. He explains. A man asks if anyone wants to throw themselves into a fire tornado. A woman explains that it's normal for them to stand like that, and another man asks what's going on. The woman says she saved him and turns to Seth-chan, glad he's okay. Several hovering creatures make sounds, expressing. The young man reports that, as promised, they can attack using broad-spectrum annihilation magic against the enemy, as the Imperial Army is in chaos, and they have a decisive advantage. The man explains that he doesn't know either, but perhaps they were sent here to hear an explanation. The man reports that the provocation was too strong and says that the interlocutor overdid it. The man says that Dusker Do deserves admiration, not criticism, and has performed his role admirably, while the other man confirms that it would be foolish to miss such an opportunity. Rei Saiaki says that everything is fine and he can fight for a while longer, and the man asks Rei Sa. The man says he can't allow someone as strong as him to hang around in a place like this and asks to go back to the front lines. The man is surprised. The guy on the horse reports that he received a message from Arius Sama. The knight reports that the reason is unclear, but the enemy is in disarray, so they shouldn't miss the opportunity to launch an attack. The base will soon move, so there's no need to worry about strength. The man explains that the enemy forced them to advance, thinking it would be difficult to pit them against the Empire. The man explains that back then they preferred to take everything for themselves rather than give it to them, and adds that he can't say they grasped the opportunity quickly enough. The man explains that he'll tell Ryu Sudan that they'll be moving soon too, and Reiji Seiki says he understands. The man says that if possible, they shouldn't engage in combat at the base and not disturb them, and that it's better to delay the enemy headquarters movement. He says that he will definitely convey this to Arias-sama and understands. Rei Saiaki reports that he's quite fast for a royal soldier, and that the royal faction has also become greedy, seeing the situation, and suggests heading to the front lines. The man explains that not all members of the royal faction are consumed by power struggles. There are many surprisingly serious soldiers in the lower ranks. A warrior shouts to fire. It is said that the Bestia Empire army realized that the Marina Kingdom army was approaching from both sides to encircle them, and they were unable to go on the defensive. It is reported that, on the commander's orders, arrows and spells were fired simultaneously. A firestorm was still raging in the center of the battle. They couldn't retreat either, as the volunteers were in terrible chaos, and as a result, they had to engage in battle with the army of the Kingdom of Moraine, without being able to prepare a sufficient defensive position. Arrows and magic, fired in the midst of such chaos, fell upon the army of the Empire. It is reported that the Beast Empire's army was rapidly depleting, and some hastily raised their shields, but they were vastly outnumbered by those who could do nothing against them. It is also said that the front lines were demonstrating a one-sided superiority. Top right, 3 men concentrate lightning bolts, creating a powerful electrical discharge. Bottom right, Reitu Seiki screams. Bottom left, a woman strikes, and behind her, a girl and a man prepare to fight. The guy says he's an adventurer like his interlocutor. He says it's terrible and asks if she's a whore. The girl exclaims, "Wow." The man announces that he is on the Empire's side. Rei Saiaki says he can't believe they have to deal with the scorching wind, and adds that today is just a terrible day. The woman asks for cover and calls for Eclair and Solnan, ordering them to leave it to her. The man agrees. The woman notices an approaching arrow and makes a noise of displeasure, then strikes with her sword, shouting a battle cry. Rei Saiaki reports that the interlocutor is interfering and orders him to leave. Then he explains that it is some kind of problematic shield and finally expresses surprise. The woman screams as she attacks the boy. The man is surprised and screams as the creature strikes. The woman speaks with delight, addressing him. Rei Saiaki says he seems to be safe and asks if he's had a massage yet. The woman explains that they plan to destroy the enemy front line in one fell swoop, using this chaos, and confirms that's exactly how it is. The woman says they need to instill fear into the Beast Empire's army and force it to crumble so they can defeat the enemy together. The man replies that he understands. He says he'll go and defeat them. The man asks the bird-like creature, not Reiji Sa. The woman says she's fighting alongside Sechin and asks if that means they're partners. She's surprised and says it's like marriage. Reiji Saiaki strikes, attacking a group of opponents. He says, "Scarlet Red Flower, dance wildly, dance, dance." Due to his frequent use of fire magic and the way he bathes the surrounding area in blood in battle, Rei Saiaki earned the nickname Rhea, which would later be sung by bards. Red flowers bloom each time with the flash of a blade, and what remains, Reichi saw. He reports that the crimson color undoubtedly reveals only part of the truth. The captain orders a squad of archers to delay the dawn monster for a while and not fire arrows, and a squad of shield bearers to move forward to buy time for the magical squad. One of the warriors warns. The soldiers say they must kill the monster quickly, no matter what, and they can't believe what's happened. One of them says he can't believe it. Another asks if they mean to say they destroyed everyone in a minute, and says he feels like he's dreaming and can't believe it. Then someone demands. Rei Saiaki looks up at a flying man on wings. The man on wings reports that the base is under surprise enemy attack, and asks Rei Saiaki to rescue headquarters as quickly as possible. The man in the helmet warns of an important message. He expresses surprise and reports an unexpected message, asking what is happening at headquarters. The woman says she's created a fan club for Sachik, and asks if it's okay to think about it during a war. Rei Saiaki explains that the enemy is launching a sneak attack on their headquarters from behind, a force of monsters and humans, and wonders if it's coming from behind. He shouts for Seth, calling him, and the bird answers. He reports that their headquarters has been secretly attacked from the rear, and they need to fly to help. The man curses and says that the enemy is in the rear, and battle cries can be heard all around. The guy says they're not even human, curses the monsters, and orders them to go away. The man laughs and calls them naive. The woman asks them to stop and says no, while the monster holds her hand and laughs. Top right, a girl screams that she doesn't want it. Top left, a creature laughs and says it's delicious. Bottom right, a man says he's surprised. Rei Saiaki says the air gets polluted when they talk. He explains it's theorem sama. Then Rei Saiaki calls it a bummer. The woman asks what they're doing and whether they've forgotten their mission, as well as what orders Mr. Theorem gave them. The man explains that the order is to capture or kill a count named Arius, who leads the main forces of the Mariana Kingdom's army. The woman explains that she's already explained this before the operation began. The woman orders the hunt to begin immediately, as most of the beast warriors are already tracking the main force, and there's no time for distractions in such a place. Rei Saiaki explains that the beast warriors present must inform the one who kills 100 soldiers, 30 adventurers, or a knight. He explains that such a feat would be impossible for an ordinary soldier to accomplish, but if these are warriors of the magical beast, the situation changes. He explains that this is his first experience using soldiers' magical beasts in combat, and keeping them under control is quite difficult. The man explains that in the research. The boy says it's hard to believe that's true. Perhaps there must be something else, but they're behind enemy lines now, and there's no time to figure it out. Rei Saiaki explains that this is also known from a nobleman's personal account. The man explains that the plan was only aimed at the frontline troops, and if they didn't, they would lose all their gains, but the plan was to exhaust the neutral faction, which was wrong. He pleads that he will also go to the front lines, stating that the rest depends on how quickly the beast soldiers can complete the task, otherwise. A man shouts that they shouldn't underestimate him. Another man says he didn't expect the attack to come from the rear and explains that they should have scouted everything thoroughly, but doesn't understand how they managed to get around them. The man said he couldn't believe he'd been abandoned so easily. Several nobles, surprised by the strange appearance of the enemy attacking from behind, fled, followed by the soldiers, who saw the strength of the strange soldiers. Eventually, about 60% of the original number remained. The man reports that it appears Rei Saiaki has also recovered. Rei Saiaki says he thinks they are the magical beast soldiers he heard about in the capital and asks the man what he thinks. The man answers affirmatively. The man says he's only heard rumors, but they all differ, and the girl says it's possible. He explains that the information received from Gilm was understood by the royal faction, but an assassination attempt was made on him through a security breach. The man explains that one of the knights reports that since the corpses disappeared, the existence of the beast warriors was buried in darkness, and another knight explains that the royal faction, having never seen the beast warriors, did not believe even half the story. Rei Saiaki reports that they decided Count Larx was spouting nonsense to cover up his own mistake, and that if the corpses had remained, the royal faction would have taken the magical beast soldiers more seriously. He explains that they should have valued the information they received from Count Larx more. The woman says he's a handsome boy. He thanks her for the compliment and explains that he'd like to say it, but this isn't the place. The woman asks if the battlefield isn't a good opportunity to show his true colors, which aren't usually shown. He says that it is. The woman says that one must not offend a woman. Rei Saiaki invites her into his arms and promises to let her taste the pleasure of a leisurely ascent to heaven, but then informs her that it's not to his taste, so he must decline. The woman releases long, branching vines from her hands. The woman says the guy knows how to tease, and he says he's going to continue and asks her to dodge properly. The armored man quickly stabs the opponent with a dagger. The man explains that his charm is supposed to paralyze the enemy and asks if that's true. The man, surprised, asks what's happening and notices the dagger has fallen to the ground. The man asks with effort if it's poison. The woman reports that Rei Saiaki has discovered that the spikes on her hands have the ability to release poison and bids him farewell. Rei Saiaki makes a pained sound, then falls silent and expresses bewilderment. The boy addresses her as Princess General. He says that he came here after hearing about the attack on them but didn't expect this situation, and tells Jiminal Dono that they had a hard time. Rei Saiaki reports that upon first seeing Lady Elena, the general's princess, on the battlefield, he understood why the soldiers trusted her, due to her majestic beauty and strength. He explains that he can't pass up such an opportunity, as there's a big shot here, and judging by her appearance, she's... He screams and strikes, expressing surprise. The woman reports that his defense was among the best among them, and that to defeat him with a single blow, now that their Arla has acquired the axe, she likely ranks high in the kingdom of Miriana for sheer strength, she adds. The woman says that each of her subordinates has a lot of experience and certainly looks experienced, but at the same time she wonders what will happen if the key, the princess's general, disappears.